when a CEO encounters an autistic fiancé who struggles to express love, a tale of gradual growth and development unfolds. Sheng Bailang nurtures Wen Yunshi's growth with boundless affection. Through his meticulous care and guidance, Wen Yunshi rises to become the president of the Katie Group. Love is Sheng Bailang, who repeatedly sets aside his own obsession with cleanliness for the sake of companionship. Love is the quiet whisper of Sheng Bailang, spoken by Wen Yunshi, trembling with fear. Chapter 1. Graduation Ceremony. Originally meant to stand amidst the throngs of students for graduation photos, Wen Yunshi now lay languidly in bed. Aunt Wang, employed to care for him for 12 years, was gently knocking at the door. Xiao Shi, it's time to rise. Her soft voice had been calling for nearly half an hour. Yet, Wen Yunshi remained unyielding, curled up under his quilt. Aunt Wang, with his bachelor's gown draped over her arm, urged, Xiao Shi, if you don't get up soon, we'll be late. The graduation ceremony is a significant milestone in life. We cannot afford to miss it. He raised a hand to cover his ears, attempting to block out her persistent coaxing. As a young man with mild autism, Wen Yunshi simply did not wish to rise today, nor did he desire to attend the crowded graduation ceremony. Today's breakfast features taro custard tarts. They won't taste as good if left too long. Having exhausted all other means, Aunt Wang unveiled her trump card. Sure enough, Wen Yunshi hesitated for only 3 seconds. He flung off the quilt, clutching his beloved bebe, and padded barefoot to open the door. Good morning, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang entered with the gown, placing his slippers by his feet. Put on your shoes first. We have an hour and a half until your class photo. Shall we have breakfast, and then don the gown before heading to school? Shall we have breakfast then? Wen Yunshi replied, lowering his head to put on his shoes, deliberately ignoring her suggestion to go to school. He approached the dining table, pushed aside the bowl of congee, and placed the taro custard tart from the white plate in front of him, devouring it eagerly. After finishing one, his gaze lingered on the remaining tart. Aunt Wang, today's tart isn't very sweet. May I help you finish it? If our Xiao Shi attends the graduation ceremony, not only can you have that one, but I can also make you 2 more. Aunt Wang said as she stood before him. What do you think? Caught between the allure of attending the graduation photo and indulging in 3 custard tarts, he hesitated before responding. Not much. When Yunshi reached for the congee he had just pushed aside and sipped it delicately. Aunt Wang sighed, softly proposing, I will accompany you. I'll wait nearby. We'll take a photo to send to your father and then return. Will he come? When Yunshi tilted his head, inquiring, Dad, will he come today? His question was laden with an expectation of a negative reply. In 4 years of university, Wen Zhiding had never visited him. After the death of his biological mother, Hu Shanlan, Wen Zhiding remarried and hired Aunt Wang to tend to Wen Yunshi's daily needs. Since then, he had seen Wen Zhiding only 9 times in 12 years, 6 encounters. Now, at 21, he posed his question, leaving Aunt Wang at a loss for words. She searched her mind for reasons to justify Wen Zhiding's absence. It's all right. Having you, Aunt Wang, is enough, Wen Yunshi murmured as he sipped his congee. I can wear the gown and take photos at home. I am not familiar with those people. The people he referred to were his classmates, with whom he had spent 4 years. His condition made him reluctant to engage in social activities, and throughout his time at university, he could hardly remember the names of his classmates, let alone converse with them. In recent days, Wen Yunshi had been somewhat restless, as the familiarity of 4 years of university life was set to change after today. Aunt Wang, unsuccessful in her persuasion, helped him into the gown after he finished breakfast and took several photos with her phone for keepsakes. At that moment, Sheng Bailang sat in the CEO's office, his brow furrowed as he faced his father, Sheng Shimi. Father, although same-sex marriage has been legalized, you're informing me tomorrow to welcome a wife. No, a husband? How is that even possible? Is this some sort of joke? He expressed his shock and helplessness. Moreover, isn't Katie's headquarters no longer under the Hu family? Wen Zhiding is now the sole shareholder. Surely there must be a more reasonable way to repay this debt. After Hu Shanlin's death, only Wen Yunshi remained of the Hu lineage. Wen Zhiding, who had built his fortune on his late wife's legacy, was indeed a heartless man. After Hu Shanlin's passing, Wen Zhiding had taken over the Hu family's Katie company and, within a year, remarried his current wife, Ji Xiaoying. Now, the company required financial support, prompting them to revive old ties with the Sheng family. Sheng Shimi sighed deeply. Wen Yunshi's grandfather saved your grandfather's life. This is indeed a difficult situation. Very well, I shall plead with your grandfather. After all, he did not wish to treat his son's lifelong matters so hastily. Observing his father's troubled expression, Sheng Bailang sighed. Fine, let's bring him over and support him. Ultimately, it will lead to a union. We might as well repay the favor. He regarded love with indifference, viewing marriage merely as an extension of the family business. Sheng Shimi remarked, you may not have been informed, but that boy, Wen Yunshi, has a touch of autism. Autism. Sheng Bailang recalled his scant knowledge of the condition. Father, I have no time to care for someone with autism. Since returning from studying abroad to take over the company, his days were consumed by social engagements and office duties. Aside from the close-knit circle of childhood friends, he had little opportunity for social interaction. Sheng Shimi nodded, somewhat troubled. This is indeed a perplexing issue. Your grandfather suggested arranging for a caretaker to look after him. Father, how old is he? He's not a minor, is he? Sheng Bailang probed cautiously. Is he of age to marry? His inquiry struck a chord. Sheng Shimi pondered for a moment. If memory serves, that boy is 5 years younger than you, making him 21 years and 8 months old, 4 months shy of marriageable age. Sheng Bailang let out a cold laugh, adopting a teasing tone. Well, at least he's not 17 and 8 months. He viewed this not as a marriage, but rather as his grandfather bringing over the grandson of the man who had saved his life for him to care for. Since the involved party did not refuse, this matter was settled on an otherwise unremarkable day. Sheng Shimi added, your grandfather mentioned he would arrange for a caretaker. If you find it too overwhelming, he can always be sent back to the old residence, your grandfather. Has the time, and no need to trouble him. You said he is 21, didn't you? After all, Wen Yunshi was an adult. At this moment, Sheng Bailang had no inkling of the monumental changes that awaited him. Once it was confirmed that Wen Yunshi would be brought over, Sheng Bailang instructed the butler to prepare the guest room adjacent to the master suite. Butler Liu, please have the guest room next to mine tidied up. For the next 2 weeks, Sheng Bailang regretted placing this troublesome arrangement so close to his master bedroom. Chapter 2. Emotional turmoil before dinner. Aunt Wang received a call from Wen Zhiting. In the office of the chairman at Katie's headquarters, Wen Zhiting inquired, where's Wen Yunshi? I just finished preparing dinner, and Xiaoji hasn't come down from upstairs yet. I will go call him, she replied. No need. Today, please help him pack his belongings. I will continue to pay your salary as usual this year, but you will no longer need to work so hard to take care of him. Suddenly receiving such news, Aunt Wang gripped her phone tightly, her voice trembling with anxiety. Mr. Wan, have I done something wrong? After all these years, I have grown accustomed to caring for Wen Yunshi. It is not your fault. Tomorrow morning around 8:30, someone from the Sheng family will come to pick him up. Once at the Sheng household, there will be dedicated personnel to care for him. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang anxiously protested. No, Mr. Wan, this won't do. Xiaoji, what will not do? Just do as I say, help him pack his things, and nothing more needs to be said. With that, Wen Zhiting hung up the phone. Seated across from him at the desk, Ji Xiaoyin remarked, Darling, with this, we are essentially forming an alliance with the Sheng family. The issue of our financial constraints will naturally resolve itself. Wen Zhiting, gazing at the spacious office, let out a deep sigh. Yes, once this matter is settled. Xiaojuan's college entrance examination results will also be released. We shall have him enroll in a university's business management program. Of course, Xiaojun is so capable. He will surely excel. Ji Xiaoyin exclaimed with excitement. By then, Xiaojun will definitely help you shoulder the responsibilities. Soon, the entirety of Katie will belong solely to her and Wen Zhiting, and they shall be free from the shackles of the Hu family enterprise. Meanwhile, Wen Yunshi remained oblivious to the impending changes. Seated at the dining table, he enjoyed the fish Aunt Wang had expertly deboned for him. He relished the bony carp, savoring the meal at a leisurely pace while Aunt Wang discreetly wiped away tears. Before bedtime, Aunt Wang busied herself in his room, packing his belongings. Holding his beloved plush toy, a bebe, Wen Yunshi watched as his suitcase gradually filled. Curiously, he asked, Why are we packing? Aunt Wang paused in her task. Your father has arranged for someone to come pick you up. Tomorrow, Xiaoji might be going to a new place. Is that all right? Wen Yunshi understood that upon graduation, he would change locations, much like when he transitioned from high school to this off-campus residence. The notion was difficult for him to accept, and he repeatedly fidgeted with the tender flesh of his palms. Aunt Wang methodically placed his familiar items into one suitcase and his frequently worn clothes into another. Xiaoji, the white suitcase is for your everyday items, and the black suitcase is for your clothes. Her eyes betrayed a deep-seated worry as she continued, Xiaoji, the small blanket you sleep with should be washed weekly, and keep those 2 blue pieces for changing, understand? Wen Yunshi nodded while gazing at the floor, then looked at Aunt Wang and asked, can we not change? Is it possible? He was inquiring if they could remain here in this very home without moving. Aunt Wang cleared her throat a few times, suppressing the emotion that threatened to choke her, and said to him, we have graduated from university. It is time to embark on a new chapter of our lives. Once we arrive there, Xiao Shi must strive to regulate his emotions and refrain from losing his temper. Wen Yunshi turned to gaze at the wind chime hanging behind the door, nodding slowly and thoughtfully. His hair had not been cut in quite some time, and the slightly overgrown bangs occasionally fell over his eyelids. The fine, unruly strands tickled his eyes, causing a slight irritation. He raised his head, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the clock on the table, which read precisely 10:30 in the evening. Cuddling a small blanket, he lay down on his bed, and within 10 minutes, he was sound asleep. Even with Aunt Wang still present in his room, the sound she made did not disturb him in the slightest. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to his biological clock, which dictated that he retire at 10:30 each night and awaken at 7 in the morning. The following morning, when Wen Yunshi awoke, he discovered that both the wardrobe and the Lego sets he usually played with had been tidied away. The familiar order of his surroundings had been disrupted, leaving him feeling anxious and unsettled. After several minutes, he sat at the head of his bed, staring silently at the empty tabletop, tears streaming down his clean, rosy cheeks, accompanied by soft, muffled sobs from his throat. As Aunt Wang placed the breakfast she had prepared on the table, she glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that it was already 7:20. Typically, Wen Yunshi would be seated at the dining table by 7:15, while Aunt Wang would wash her hands in the kitchen before ascending the stairs. Upon reaching his door, she heard him softly crying inside. Without hesitation, she pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Shi, what is the matter? Wen Yunshi sat on the bed, unwashed and unkempt, avoiding Aunt Wang's gaze as his attention remained fixed on the vacant tabletop. He did not vocalize his desires, but Aunt Wang, following his line of sight, understood immediately. Xiao Shi, those Lego sets must come with us as well. I packed them into the suitcase for you last night. We shall unpack them once we reach our new home. If they remain unwrapped, we risk leaving them behind. Wen Yunshi appeared not to hear her words. Consumed by his tears while clutching his beloved blanket, a bebe, Aunt Wang approached the suitcase and opened it. Xiao Shi, do you wish to take them with you, or would you prefer to leave them here? She retrieved the Lego from the suitcase and returned them to their original spot on the table. Wen Yunshi's anxious feelings were somewhat alleviated as he gazed through misty eyes at the Lego on the table. I want to take them. Then we must pack them up. Can we do that now? Aunt Wang inquired patiently, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, she began to repack the Lego into the suitcase. Wen Yunshi looked at the multitude of suitcases filling the room and said thoughtfully, "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Wang." Without waiting for her response, he padded barefoot into the bathroom to brush his teeth and freshen up. Aunt Wang placed slippers at the bathroom door and called out, Xiao Shi, remember to wear your shoes when you come out. After brushing his teeth, he emerged, glancing down at the slippers. He hesitated for merely a second before stepping over them and descending the stairs. Today's breakfast was exceptionally lavish, comprising entirely of his favorite dishes. Aunt Wang, you are truly wonderful. He sat barefoot on the chair, as today was once again a day dedicated to savoring egg tarts first. Upon seeing his cheerful face, Aunt Wang found it impossible to share in his joy. Her mood mirrored the ominous clouds that gather before a tempest, heavy with gloom. After breakfast, when Yunshi, still barefoot, crouched on the carpet in front of the living room sofa, Aunt Wang approached and turned on the television to the morning news broadcast. Due to having breakfast 15 minutes later than usual, only 10 minutes remained of the news that began at 7:30. When Yunshi pursed his lips attentively watching the news anchor on the television, tilting his head in contemplation. A woman. Today being Friday, it was customary for a male anchor to present the news. He furrowed his brow and reiterated, a woman. The news broadcast concluded as the clock struck 8. Wen Yunshi's gaze remained fixed on the television, and he stood only after half an hour of crouching. At that moment, 2 cars from the Sheng family arrived outside the door. Chapter 3. Wen Yunshi. Why are you crying? Wen Yunshi's personal belongings were still piled on the second floor. When the doorbell rang, Aunt Wang's heart skipped a beat. The visit had come surprisingly early. Reluctantly, she cast a glance at the boy she had cared for over the past 12 years before finally deciding to open the door. Hello, I am Butler Lu from the Sheng family. We are here to pick up young Master Wen. The lead butler stood at the door with a courteous smile, accompanied by 4 men clad in black suits. Upon hearing the voice, Wen Yunshi did not turn to look. Instead, he picked up the remote control to turn off the television, which was still airing advertisements. Aunt Wang gestured for them to enter, saying, Young Master Wen's belongings are still on the second floor. Let me lead you up. Thank you, we appreciate it, Butler Lu replied, ushering the bodyguards inside, while immediately noticing Wen Yunshi crouched before the carpet. Upon seeing someone approach, the boy instinctively blinked twice, lowering his head to evade the gaze of the strangers and turning his back. The bodyguards worked swiftly, and Aunt Wang followed closely behind them, explaining the contents of each box and their requirements. Only Butler Lu listened patiently, taking note of her words. 10 minutes later, all the luggage had been loaded into the car. Butler Lu walked over to Wen Yunshi and gently said, Young Master Wen, it is time for us to leave. The car is waiting outside. Aunt Wang stepped past Butler Lu, saying, Little Shi, it's time to go, and he will take you out. Wen Yunshi glanced towards the empty space beside him, his gaze falling into the void. Is Dad planning to move? Can we not move? Aunt Wang shook her head. Her eyes slightly reddened. Little Shi, we have graduated. We need to move. Wen Yunshi's eyes darted quickly back to Aunt Wang before shifting away. He would not cry. His father said they had to move, so they would indeed move. He was very well behaved, so much so that it tugged at one's heartstrings. As a child with autism, even when he cried or fussed, it was done softly. Aunt Wang watched him grow up, having lost his mother at a young age and lacking paternal love. Yet he remained sensitive and strong. Wen Yunshi bent down to sit in the back seat, gently patting the seat beside him, signaling Aunt Wang to sit there. Aunt Wang observed his gentle pats and approached the car, saying, Xiao Shi, Aunt Wang still needs to tidy up the dining ware. The breakfast plates remain unwashed. Could you go ahead first, please? He turned his gaze away from Aunt Wang and replied, An hour? Perhaps a bit longer. It's essential to manage one's emotions once you arrive. You understand? She added as her final advice. Wen Yunshi anxiously squeezed the flesh of his palm, nodding once. The vehicle slowly made its way toward the Sheng residence, the journey long and unsettling for Wen Yunshi as he fidgeted with his palm. 4.5 hours. He did not close his eyes, sitting upright in the car seat. Upon reaching their destination, Butler Lu opened the door for him. Young Master Wen, we have arrived home. Wen Yunshi gazed out at the surroundings, blinking as the fine strands of hair on his forehead tickled his eyes, prompting him to rub them gently. Young Master Wen, lunch has been prepared at home. After eating, you may rest in your room, Butler Lu stated, standing beside the car with his hand resting on the top of the door frame. Wen Yunshi looked at the open car door and reached to close it. Confused, Butler Lu watched as he opened the door again, stepping out on his own. The bodyguards carried the belongings upstairs while Wen Yunshi stood at the entrance, waiting for Aunt Wang. Butler Lu, shall we go inside? He asked. Why would father rent such a large house? He could hardly take in the entirety of the garden in one glance. A home of this magnitude would be intimidating for just him and Aunt Wang. Butler Lu patiently explained, This is not a rental. It is the home of our young master, and it will be your home in the future. He squeezed the flesh of his palm and inquired word by word. Your young master, who is he? The president of Sheng my group, Sheng Bailang. Wen Yunshi shook his head, unfamiliar with the name, unable to comprehend what the 3 characters of Sheng Bailang signified. As the weather grew warmer, Butler Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shall we go inside for lunch? Wen Yunshi turned back to glance at the house behind the garden. All right. He followed Butler Lu to the dining room, where a table was laden with an array of appetizing dishes. One of the maids respectfully pulled out a chair, saying, "Young Master One, please take a seat." Butler Lu dismissed the maid for a moment, explaining, "Typically, the young master does not return for lunch. He will dine with you in the evening, along with Aunt Wang." Wen Yunshi picked up his chopsticks and sampled each dish except for the vegetables, then set them down without further attempts. Even the taste of the white rice differed from Aunt Wang's cooking. Disheartened, he laid his chopsticks down, glancing anxiously around the vast space, feeling utterly alone with only a maid standing behind him. "I do not wish to eat." Initially, the maid did not realize he was speaking to her, but once she understood, she hurriedly approached him. "Young master, which dish do you find unappetizing?" He stood, shook his head, and exited the dining room. Butler Lu was reporting to Sheng Bailang that the young master had been brought back when he turned and saw Wen Yunshi with tears glistening in his eyes. He froze momentarily. "Young master, what is the matter?" With a soft thud, a tear from Wen Yunshi fell to the floor. Lu, the steward, did not exaggerate when he remarked that it was the first time he had witnessed a grown man shedding tears so profusely, despite the tears streaming down his face. The gentleman's voice remained remarkably steady as he expressed his longing to return home. To the untrained ear, one could hardly discern that he was indeed weeping, his sobs resembling a gentle yet persistent drizzle. "Young Master One, from this moment forth, this shall be your home," Lu assured him. "Your designated room is on the second floor, and we have prepared it for you. The maids are currently upstairs assisting with your belongings. Shall we ascend to take a look?" Wen Yunshi gazed tearfully towards the staircase and made his way there. Upon reaching the second floor, he found a maid busily unpacking items from a suitcase. One of the maids approached him, inquiring, "Young Master Wen, where should we place these Lego pieces?" The layout of this room differed entirely from the one he had previously inhabited, prompting him to cautiously step back, standing at the threshold as his initial tears transformed into soft sobs. Lu stood helplessly behind him, wondering why his crying seemed to intensify. The maids in the guest room paused their tasks, and when Wen Yunshi spotted his blue blanket in someone else's hands, his weeping grew louder. Lu promptly took out his phone and dialed Sheng Bailang's number. In the conference room, upon seeing the incoming call on the table, Sheng gestured for a pause in the meeting. "What is it?" he asked. Lu responded hastily, "Young master, Wen Yunshi is crying uncontrollably, and I cannot discern the reason." Sheng furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "Put the call on speaker." Lu complied, "Yes, it's on." The conference room fell silent as Sheng maintained his composure. Addressing Wen Yunshi in an indifferent tone, "Wen Yunshi, why are you crying?" Hearing the unfamiliar voice call his name, Wen Yunshi halted his sobs momentarily, glancing at Lu's phone. Yet, he soon resumed his quiet weeping. "Wen Yunshi," Sheng's voice was stern, "tell me why you are crying." Through his delicate sobs, Wen Yunshi managed to utter, "The blanket. It cannot be taken." Lu glanced up to see a maid holding the blue blanket. Sheng inquired, "Who has it?" The maid promptly stepped forward, offering the blanket to Wen Yunshi. "Young master, I apologize. I did not realize this item should not be taken." "It's all right," he replied, clutching the blue blanket to his chest, his sobs occasionally breaking through. As Sheng listened to the sounds of his weeping, a sense of irritation began to rise within him. "Stop crying. If something is troubling you, speak to Lu. I'm ending the call." Lu observed Wen Yunshi, still clutching the blanket and weeping softly. "Young master, do you wish to rest now?" Wen Yunshi refused to enter the room, instead descending the stairs and heading to the front garden, still cradling the blanket. Lu, filled with concern, watched Wen Yunshi's retreating figure, realizing that he had never encountered such a challenging situation during his time at the Sheng household. Standing at the doorway, he saw Wen Yunshi sitting quietly on a wicker chair, looking both sorrowful and serene. Relieved, he ascended the stairs to check on the maids as they arranged the guest room. After a while of waiting for Aunt Wang, Wen Yunshi, still clutching his blanket, made his way to the backyard. In the backyard, there stood a small iron gate. Wen Yunshi strolled around the yard before pulling open the gate and stepping out without a backward glance. Across the street, in a neighboring villa, there was a grape trellis where he paused at the entrance before meandering into the garden of another, eventually settling beneath the vine, crossing over a tea table to take a seat on a swing chair. An hour had passed. Aunt Wang was surely due to arrive soon. wrapped in a small blanket. Wen Yunshi reclined in the swing, the sweltering heat causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead and back. The dampness from perspiration had rendered his hair, once neat, now disheveled. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without the sight of Aunt Wang, he gradually succumbed to sleep. In this unfamiliar setting, he felt a twinge of caution, an overwhelming sense of unease. Yet, he found a favored spot and drifted off quietly without a fuss. After descending from the second floor, Butler Lu had his meal in the staff dining room. Upon returning to the front garden, he noticed Wen Yunshi was no longer beneath the original pavilion. Alarmed, Butler Lu inquired with several nearby maids, all of whom reported they had not seen him. He circled both the front and back gardens, an ominous feeling swelling within him. Xiaoqing, Butler Lu called to one of the maids, "Please check the garden surveillance footage to see where young Master Wen is gone." 3 hours had passed since Wen Yunshi went missing. At 5 o'clock, Sheng Bailang donned his suit jacket. As he descended the stairs, the driver was already at the entrance of the building, holding the door open for him. "Home then," he said. "Yes, Mr. Sheng." Uncle Huang closed the door behind him and walked around to the driver's seat. At this moment, at Tanja Mountain Villa, Butler Lu was leading a group of men and maids in search of Wen Yunshi. The surveillance in the back garden had malfunctioned due to recent heavy rains. Nevertheless, Butler Lu deduced that Wen Yunshi must have exited through the small iron gate in the backyard. Despite searching the area thoroughly, he found no trace of him. As dusk began to settle, Butler Lu reluctantly dialed Sheng Bailang's number, resting with his eyes closed in the car. Sheng Bailang felt a wave of irritation wash over him upon seeing the incoming call. He was merely 8 minutes from home and closed his eyes once more, awaiting the automatic disconnection of the call. Upon entering the villa, he opened his eyes. The front garden was devoid of any servants, and the entrance was equally deserted. The entire villa exuded an unusual stillness, save for 2 maids in the dining room preparing dinner. "Where is Butler Lu?" Sheng Bailang inquired, shedding his jacket. The maid hurried forward to take it. "Young Master, after having lunch, young Master Wen was resting in the front garden, and in the blink of an eye, he is yet to be found." Furrowing his brow, Sheng Bailang scrutinized the maid. How long has he been missing? With so many servants, how could one person go unnoticed? Adjusting his shirt cuffs, he stepped outside and encountered Butler Lu, who was hastily returning. Gasping for breath, Butler Lu replied, "I apologize, young master. Young Master Wen was last seen around 3 o'clock this afternoon. The surveillance indicates he must have exited through the small iron gate in the back garden." "Calmly present the surveillance footage to me," Sheng Bailang instructed. He accepted the phone handed to him by Butler Lu and saw Wen Yunshi walking towards the backyard, clutching a blue blanket. What about the surveillance in the backyard? It had been damaged during the torrential downpour a few days prior. After repairs, it could only display real-time footage, with no playback available yet. Butler Lu was slightly hunched over, appearing as though he had committed a mistake. Sheng Bailang pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering that without a car, they could not descend the mountain on foot. Perhaps he was hiding. "Have them call out while searching to see if he responds." "Very well, young master. Would you like to have a meal first? I can arrange for someone to serve you." "No need, go find him." It was difficult for Sheng Bailang to explain to his family that they had lost someone on the very first day of bringing him over. Butler Lu went to inform the maids still searching outside to call for young Master Wen. Sheng Bailang walked to the backyard, opening the small iron gate to step outside. Wen Yunshi, hearing his name being called, Wen Yunshi sat up from the swing chair, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings and the dimming sky. He gathered his blanket and stepped outside. Noticing a maid searching ahead, Sheng Bailang decided not to proceed further. Turning back, he spotted an individual by the roadside, clutching the blue blanket and gazing at him. He took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Butler Lu, indicating that there was no need to search further. The person was at the doorstep. Wen Yunshi did not recognize him. He merely glanced at Sheng Bailang before turning back to sit on the swing chair beneath the grape trellis. Sheng Bailang approached, somewhat perplexed. "Wen Yunshi, why are you in someone else's home?" This villa was usually unoccupied, and the garden appeared desolate, save for the grapevine that thrived. Sheng Bailang stepped closer, appraising the quietly seated Wen Yunshi. His fair complexion suggested he'd been well cared for in the past. Butler Lu, arriving slightly out of breath, Notice the somewhat disheveled Wen Yunshi. Young Master One, have you been here all afternoon? Wen Yunshi did not meet their gaze, merely nodding obediently. He liked the grape trellis and the swing chair, so he was waiting for Aunt Wang to come and take him back. Sheng Bailang observed the sweat-soaked hair clinging to Wen Yunshi's forehead. Had he been sitting here in this stifling heat all afternoon? He regarded the pitiful-looking Wen Yunshi and softened his voice. This is not our garden. It belongs to someone else. We should return. Yes, young Master Wen. It's time for us to go back for dinner, Butler Lu said as he approached, reaching for Wen Yunshi's wrist. Chapter 5. His little temperament Wen Yunshi obediently stood up, feeling hungry. The unappetizing meal at noon had left his stomach grumbling. He hoped to find a delicious meal prepared by Aunt Wang upon returning. On the way back, Butler Lu casually inquired, Young Master Wen, what dishes do you usually enjoy? Yam tart, scallion crucian carp, large crab, braised pork with fermented bean curd, spare ribs, and many cream cakes. Wen Yunshi replied earnestly in a low voice as he walked behind Butler Lu. He suggested that in the future, the kitchen should check with him regarding his meal preferences. Sheng Bailang pushed open the small iron gate, planning to wash up before coming down for dinner. Wen Yunshi clutched a blanket as he entered the dining room, observing the array of dishes that were not prepared by Aunt Wang. He swiftly turned and ascended the stairs. Sheng Bailang watched as his slender legs ascended languidly, prompting him to remove his sleeve garter and instruct the butler. I shall take a shower and join him for dinner shortly. Once back in his room, Wen Yunshi stood by the bed, noting the neatly arranged clothing in the wardrobe. It was Friday, and his pajamas should have been silver-striped. After searching through the wardrobe without success, he crouched down and opened each drawer, scattering the once-organized garments across the carpet. Sheng Bailang stood at the doorway for a moment, observing as Wen Yunshi suddenly erupted in frustration, standing up to tear down the hanging clothes and cast them onto the floor. Frowning, he spoke with a serious tone, Wen Yunshi. Upon hearing his name, Wen Yunshi wiped away the tears on his face with the back of his hand and clutched the blue blanket, lying down on the bed. The food was not prepared by Aunt Wang, and his pajamas were missing. In this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strangers, he felt despondent, curling up at the edge of the bed with the blue blanket. Witnessing his reactions, Sheng Bailang patiently approached him. As he reached the bedside and saw Wen Yunshi's tear-stained eyes, his heart involuntarily raced. He glanced back at the disarray of clothes strewn across the floor, pondering what garment he could not find, the pajamas for Friday. As he spoke, the tears hidden in Wen Yunshi's eyes fell. Sheng Bailang observed the quietly weeping boy, noting that he seemed somewhat different from his preconceived notions of autism. At least, this one was not unruly. After a slight sigh, he approached the wardrobe and opened its full length. Wen Yunshi sat up, having never encountered such an expansive wardrobe and unaware that the other side could also be opened. The pajamas are in this section. Henceforth, look for pajamas here, Sheng Bailang informed him, to which Wen Yunshi nodded in understanding. Wen Yunshi set down the blanket and retrieved the silver-striped pajamas, then entered the bathroom. Sheng Bailang closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. At least the boy was obedient. He returned to the master bedroom, removed his shirt, and took clothing into the shower. After bathing, he stood at the guest room door, wondering why Wen Yunshi did not come down. Wen Yunshi shook his head, his stomach protesting with hunger. Sheng Bailang felt a slight headache today and wished for a future partner who would not be too difficult to manage. Observing Wen Yunshi's damp hair after washing, he entered the bathroom and opened the storage cabinet, calling out, Wen Yunshi, come here. Wen Yunshi padded over barefoot, with a touch of obsessive cleanliness. Sheng Bailang noticed the wet footprints on the carpet and furrowed his brow. Put on your shoes, he commanded with a tone that made Wen Yunshi freeze. Put on your shoes. Wen Yunshi's shoulders trembled slightly, and as he turned to retrieve his shoes, his eyes reddened. After donning his footwear, he lowered his head and approached Sheng Bailang's side. From now on, after your shower, take the hairdryer from here to dry your hair. Sheng Bailang retrieved the hairdryer and plugged it in, but upon seeing Wen Yunshi's downcast gaze and reddened eyes, he felt a pang of compassion. Adjusting the settings, he gently began to dry Wen Yunshi's hair. The fine, soft strands took little time to dry completely. Sheng Bailang meticulously tidied the hairdryer and returned it to its rightful place. Glancing into the bathroom, he noticed that the clothes he had changed out of were not tossed into the laundry basket. The lingering scent on Wen Yunshi's body drew his attention to the milk-scented shower gel arranged in the bathroom. He decided to descend for a meal. At that moment, Wen Yunshi's stomach audibly grumbled, perfectly timed. Mimicking Butler Lu's earlier gesture, Sheng Bailang reached out to grasp his wrist and led him downstairs. Wen Yunshi's gaze remained fixated on the bony hand clasping his wrist, leading him into the dining room. His focus lingered on his wrist, more specifically on Sheng Bailang's hand. Only when his wrist was released and a maid pulled out a seat beside him did Wen Yunshi regain his senses and approach the chair to sit down. Butler Lu dismissed the superfluous servants, leaving only one maid stationed by the screen. Sheng Bailang picked up his chopsticks to eat. Wen Yunshi placed his hands on the table, showing no inclination to use the chopsticks. Sheng Bailang regarded him, stating, "Are you going to eat, or shall I feed you?" "I don't want to." Wen Yunshi pushed the bowl of white rice away from him. Sheng Bailang set down his chopsticks, his gaze icy as he seemed to lose the last vestiges of patience. Picking up his chopsticks to eat, Wen Yunshi's hand pushed the white rice even farther away. If Aunt Wong were present, she would immediately discern that Wen Yunshi was throwing a little tantrum. Unlike other individuals with autism, who might express their displeasure through loud outbursts or throwing things, he quietly engaged in acts of defiance. When directed to go east, he would insist on heading west, quickening his pace. The atmosphere in the dining room grew tense, prompting the maid to press the button on her chest to call for Butler Lu. Upon his arrival, Butler Lu observed the calm yet indignant expression on Wen Yunshi's face, contrasted with his master's serious demeanor. Butler Lu approached Sheng Bailang, inquiring, "What troubles you, sir?" Sheng Bailang cast a cold glance at Wen Yunshi, sensitive to the unfriendly scrutiny. Wen Yunshi calmly stood up, crossed his legs, and sat down with his back to the dining table. Butler Lu felt somewhat at a loss in this situation, casting a pleading glance at the lone maid present. The maid, glancing at Sheng Bailang, whispered, "Young master one refuses to eat." Butler Lu turned to see the bowl of rice pushed to the edge of the turntable. "Young master, is it because there are no dishes you like on the table? The dessert is already being prepared in the kitchen. Today, we have your favorite taro custard tart for dessert." Wen Yunshi tilted his body, turning back to look at Butler Lu. He stood and repositioned himself to face the dining table properly. Surveying the array of dishes, he asked, "Is it available now? If you don't eat your meal, there will be nothing available. From now on, those who are picky and refuse to eat will not be allowed dessert." Sheng Bailang stated sternly, his brow furrowed. Butler Lu stood nearby, slightly bent, hesitant to speak. Wen Yunshi's stomach continued to protest with soft growls. "Will there be food?" His gaze drifted toward the white rice he had pushed away. Chapter 6. Thank you, sir. Butler Lu observed that his master displayed no particular reaction. He hurriedly walked over to retrieve the meal and place it once again in front of Wen Yunshi. After finishing the main course, dessert would be served. Wen Yunshi gazed at the white rice, a conflicted expression crossing his face. He picked up the chopsticks beside him and lowered his head, taking mouthfuls of rice. Upon noticing that Sheng Bailang's expression had finally eased, the housekeeper Lu leaned over and said, "Take your time. I shall take my leave for now." Sheng Bailang leisurely picked at his vegetables. Regardless of how the rotating platter spun, Wen Yunshi remained steadfastly focused on his bowl, not lifting his gaze or reaching for the dishes. As he approached the last morsel of rice, he opened his mouth wide, using his chopsticks to scoop the final bits into his mouth. With his cheeks stuffed, he found it somewhat laborious to chew. As he swallowed that last bite, he glanced toward the maid, his gaze landing on the windscreen behind her, silently pleading, "I have finished. May I have my dessert now?" Sheng Bailang continued to eat his bowl of rice at a deliberate pace and calmly stated, "From now on, the rule in this household is that without soup or vegetables, there shall be no dessert." Wen Yunshi's small face fell, resembling a bitter gourd. He bowed his head for nearly 10 minutes before reaching for the bowl of soup on the table, drinking only the broth. There were a few pieces of stewed meat in the bowl, which he declined to eat. "Very well," Sheng Bailang said, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, wiping his mouth with a napkin while quietly observing him. Wen Yunshi took a deep breath and gulped down the soup. He placed the bowl down and wiped the remnants of broth from his mouth with the back of his hand, declaring, "I have finished." Sheng Bailang instructed the maid, "Serve the dessert." At the sound of those words, Wen Yunshi's eyes brightened instantaneously. He turned his head, eagerly watching the entrance to the dining room, filled with anticipation. When Lu, the housekeeper, entered carrying sweet potato tarts, Wen Yunshi's face lit up with a broad smile. His eyes curved delightfully as if illuminating the room, leaving Sheng Bailang at a loss for words. The tarts were placed on the rotating platter, and before they had even turned around to him, Wen Yunshi eagerly reached out and took one. "Are we allowed 2 each?" he inquired. Previously, Aunt Wang would only bake 2 at a time, leaving him with just one to enjoy. Lu glanced at Sheng Bailang, who was not particularly fond of desserts, uncertain how to respond to this question. 2 each. When Yunshi reiterated to Lu, Sheng Bailang replied, "Those who only eat rice and do not partake in vegetables are allowed only 1. When Yunshi pursed his lips, glancing at the remaining 3 tarts on the table. "Then do you eat 3? I have consumed 2 bowls of rice, 1 bowl of soup, and so many vegetables. Shouldn't I be entitled to 3? I also had soup." When Yunshi attempted to negotiate for a larger share of the dessert, Lu interjected, "From now on, 1 bowl of soup and 1 bowl of rice with vegetables allows for 2 desserts, while on occasions like today, only 1 is permissible. Please do not serve more." "Very well. I will inform the kitchen," Lu said, reaching out to remove the tarts from the table. "Could we start tomorrow?" When Yunshi pleaded, fixating on the desserts. "May I have 2 today? Even after 1 bowl of rice, I still feel quite hungry. The dishes on the table are not to my palate, as they lack Aunt Wang's flavor. Only these tarts resemble hers, both in aroma and taste." He swallowed hard and gazed into Sheng Bailang's eyes. "Is it all right? Can I have 2? After speaking, he shifted his attention back to the desserts. Butler Lu retracted his outstretched hand, suppressing the urge to acquiesce to Wen Yunshi's request. Sheng Bailang gently nodded and rose from the dining table. Lu promptly placed the egg tart before Wen Yunshi. "Here you go, young Master Wen." "Thank you, Butler Lu," Wen Yunshi replied joyfully, eyeing the 2 egg tarts before him. After finishing 1, the remaining 2 still lay on the table. He glanced around, noticing only 1 maid still standing nearby. He stood up and walked outside, crumbs of the tart lingering on the corner of his mouth. Having finished his meal, Sheng Bailang was on the phone with Sheng Shiming when he noticed Wen Yunshi and approached him. "The egg tarts are delicious. Aren't you going to have some?" While still on the call, Sheng Bailang regarded the boy before him. "Do you want my portion?" With sincerity, Wen Yunshi nodded. "Not full." He nodded again, admitting he wanted more. "1 more, and when you're done, there are napkins on the table to wipe your mouth clean." "Thank you, young master," Wen Yunshi said cheerfully, then dashed back to the dining room, leaving Sheng Bailang in a state of bewilderment as he watched the boy's retreating figure. On the other end of the line, Sheng Shiming raised an eyebrow. "You let him call you young master?" His voice was laced with disbelief. "No," Sheng Bailang replied helplessly. "He must have picked it up from the other servants." "And you didn't correct him? Also, why can't he have the egg tarts?" He had clearly heard Wen Yunshi's inquiry. "It's a long story. If you want to know, ask Butler Lu later." Sheng Bailang sat back in a rattan chair, massaging his temples, saying, "No more. I'm exhausted after a day of work." Sheng Shiming replied, "All right, if anything arises at home that you cannot handle at the office, have Butler Lu call me." After the call ended, Sheng Bailang returned to the living room, where Wen Yunshi was squatting on the carpet in front of the television. Butler Lu turned on the TV with the remote. "Young master, which channel would you like to watch?" "The news." "Thank you, Butler Lu." "Why are you squatting?" Sheng Bailang sat on the sofa behind him, patting the seat beside him. "I don't want to." When Yunshi shuffled a couple of steps away, "I don't want to sit on the sofa." While watching the news, Wen Yunshi was remarkably quiet. As Sheng Bailang was lost in thought, admiring his profile, he heard Wen Yunshi ask, "Why hasn't Aunt Wang arrived? Can we call her?" "Who is Aunt Wang?" "Aunt Wang is Aunt Wang. She said she would come after washing the dishes, and I've been waiting for a long time." He glanced towards the entrance, the darkness outside thickening. "Why hasn't she come yet? There are enough servants here. They will take care of you." Sheng Bailang was unsure of the contractual arrangements regarding the servants from Wen Yunxi's side. If no familiar caretaker had followed, it was likely they would return to the Wen family. Wen Yunshi looked towards the entrance and said, "Young master, I don't want them. I want Aunt Wang." Aunt Wang is from your father's side. And call me Bailang, not young master. Wen Yunshi turned his gaze back to the television, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Unable to focus on the news, he missed Aunt Wang. Bailang, with a sense of despondency, lamented, I do not wish to reside here. There are too many people. He longed to return to the house outside the school, where only he and Aunt Wang resided. Aunt Wang would prepare an array of delectable dishes for him. His gaze drifted once more towards the entrance, his eyes reddening anew. Chapter 7. To embrace or walk alone, Sheng Bailang observed his tranquil demeanor and inquired, Do you understand why you have come to the Sheng family? Wen Yunshi shook his head, his gaze lingering slowly on Sheng Bailang, pondering why it was the Sheng family and not his own home. Your father did not inform you of our impending marriage, did he? Sheng Bailang noted the slight flush in his eyes and added, No tears, please. How many times have you cried today? Wen Yunshi raised a hand to his eyes, insisting, I am not crying. Am I to marry you? Sheng Bailang exhaled softly, reclining against the sofa while gazing at Wen Yunshi thoughtfully. If he were to wed someone who seemed rather obedient, perhaps it would not be so bad. It would be more comfortable than other commercial unions, devoid of intricate entanglements of interests, and there would be no need for strenuous efforts to maintain a relationship. He scrutinized Wen Yunshi's eyes, nose, and lips, surveying him anew. Aside from appearing somewhat disheveled when he was first retrieved, he now seemed rather endearing and exuded a soft, fragrant aura. Yes, he affirmed, reaching out to gently sweep Wen Yunshi's hair from his forehead, murmuring from now on, I shall take care of you. As he brushed aside the hair, it tickled his eyelids slightly. Wen Yunshi rubbed his eyes, asking, Is that what my father said? Indeed, your father said so. Sheng Bailang continued, In the future, could you please look into my eyes when you speak? Wen Yunshi frowned, slowly meeting Sheng Bailang's gaze for a moment before shifting his eyes to the ground, shaking his head. So are we married now? He inquired, averting his gaze. Sheng Bailang gently grasped his chin, compelling him to make eye contact. For now, yes. However, you're still unfamiliar with me. Once you reach the appropriate age to obtain a marriage certificate, we shall consider it a true union. At that time, you will understand what marriage truly entails. Wen Yunshi comprehended each word, yet the implications eluded him. He lowered his gaze, avoiding Sheng Bailang's eyes, and asked, Will my father come to the wedding? You are quite fond of your father, are you not? Sheng Bailang remarked, observing the distinct lashes framing Wen Yunshi's downcast eyes, resembling tiny brushes. Wen Yunshi was perplexed as to why his chin was being held. He instinctively recoiled slightly, focusing on Sheng Bailang's fingers. The warmth lingering on his chin prompted him to press his own fingers against the spot where he had been pinched. Upon hearing the question, his spirits further sank. I have not seen my father in quite some time. He glanced once more towards the entrance, rising to leave. He yearned for Aunt Wang, instinctively seeking the comfort of familiarity in his melancholic state. Sheng Bailang observed him abruptly stand and walk towards the door. What are you going outside for? To wait for Aunt Wang, he replied, taking a seat on the wrought tan chair in the garden, his gaze fixated intently on the entrance, unwavering. Steward Lu hurried over. Young Master Wen, would you like some fruit? I do not want any, Wen Yunshi replied, placing his feet on the chair and hugging his calves. Thank you, Steward Lu. Sheng Bailang observed him as he went to the courtyard to sit, casually turning off the television before heading to the study upstairs. Waiting for Aunt Wang in the garden, Wen Yunshi bowed his head in contemplation for quite some time before returning to the second floor of the house. He removed his shoes, knelt on the bed, and held the blue blanket close, inhaling its scent. It was the fragrance of the baby shampoo he had always used. Clutching the small blanket, he stepped off the bed and, still barefoot, walked outside. Upon descending a step, he tilted his head and saw the light from the study. His expression seemed to reflect deep thought as he slowly turned and walked towards the study. The study door was ajar. He approached and peered inside while cradling the blanket. Sheng Bailang, engrossed in his computer, did not notice the shoeless figure at the door. Wen Yunshi glanced in before standing there for about 10 seconds, then turned to head back to the garden courtyard. He brought the blanket to his nose once more. It was already 10:30 in the evening, and fatigue was evident in his heavy eyelids. Curling up in the wicker chair, he fell asleep quietly, clutching the blanket without a sound. Steward Lu, freshly washed, tiptoed to Wen Yunshi's side, noticing his tightly shut eyes before quietly leaving. Young master, Steward Lu knocked gently at the study door with 2 fingers. Young master is asleep on the wicker chair in the garden. Sheng Bailang lifted his gaze from the computer. Asleep? Yes, young master, Lu replied tentatively. I have heard that individuals with autism are quite sensitive to their environment. He must have returned to his room to fetch the blanket before coming to sleep in the garden. Last night and today, the staff of the Sheng family have been training on autism awareness, striving to understand how to care for individuals with autism. Did he dislike the arrangement of his room? Did he cry at noon simply because a servant took his blanket? Standing at the door, Lu respectfully responded, "It seems so." His emotions were clearly off upon seeing the room for the first time. Sheng Bailang pondered, how long has he been asleep down there? It should have been a while. I just returned from the dormitory after washing up, and he was already asleep with the blanket. All right. Sheng Bailang glanced at the time. It was 10:30 in the evening. He stood and walked towards Steward Lu. Let us go down and check. Is the large bed in his room not more comfortable than that wicker chair? The two approached the courtyard, where the lighting was somewhat dim. However, Sheng Bailang immediately spotted 4 large, red mosquito bites on Wen Yunshi's face. Clearly, he had not slept soundly. Mosquitoes buzzed around him, his brows furrowed in discomfort. Sheng Bailang pointed to the mosquito bites on Wen Yunshi's face and quietly instructed Lu, in the future, when he comes to the courtyard, make sure to put a mosquito repellent bracelet on him, and have the gardener who exterminates pests be more diligent. Yes, young master, Lu replied, bending slightly as if he had erred. Sheng Bailang, unfamiliar with caring for others, looked at the curled-up figure of Wen Yunshi, sleeping, and felt somewhat uncertain. He crouched down and asked, Wen Yunshi, would you prefer me to carry you back to your room, or can you get up and walk there yourself? Hearing a sound, Wen Yunshi furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. Aunt Wang, he wished to say, expressing his intention to wait for her. However, Sheng Bailang merely observed him utter those 2 words before closing his eyes again, seemingly overcome by fatigue. Wen Yunshi, will you be carried or walk on your own? This time, Wen Yunshi remained silent with his eyes shut, breathing evenly in slumber. Sheng Bailang glanced back at Butler Lu and contemplated whether carrying him back to the room would lead to a disturbance upon awakening in an unfamiliar environment. After a moment of thought, Butler Lu shook his head, uncertain. Sheng Bailang sighed softly, addressing Wen Yunshi with a gentle, little troublemaker. He extended his hand to assist Wen Yunshi into a seated position, who clutched his small blanket tightly. The prospect of a bear hug posed some difficulty, and Sheng Bailang found himself pondering the best way to carry him back. Ultimately, Sheng Bailang resorted to a horizontal embrace to transport Wen Yunshi back to the room. The young boy's face, marked by mosquito bites, rested against Sheng Bailang's chest, his hands still wrapped around the blanket. Upon placing him on the bed, Sheng Bailang retrieved the blanket from his embrace, inhaling a familiar scent. He furrowed his brow, trying to discern why it felt so recognizable, only to realize it was the fragrance of the shampoo he had encountered while helping Wen Yunshi dry his hair. He then brought the small blanket, affectionately named a bebe, to his nose for a gentle sniff, his brow relaxing as he mused, what a sweet, soft child. He spread the blanket over Wen Yunshi and layered an additional air conditioning quilt atop it. Butler Lu entered quietly from the doorway. Young master, here is the ointment for mosquito bites. Will the child be prone to allergies? He inquired. Lu looked at the ointment in his hand, pondering if it would indeed cause any allergic reactions. Was he inquiring whether young master one would be allergic, or merely asking if children could be sensitive to this medication? Bring it here, Sheng Bailang instructed. He took the ointment, dispensing a small amount onto his hand and tenderly applying it to Wen Yunshi's delicate cheeks and forehead, noting a small bump on his chin. The mosquitoes in the garden were particularly vicious, leaving red and swollen welts on Wen Yunshi's face with a hardness to the touch. After applying the ointment, Sheng Bailang returned it to Butler Lu, stating, tonight, we need someone to stay on the 2nd floor to keep watch, offering quadruple pay. Please inquire if anyone is willing. Understood, I will ask immediately, Butler Lu replied, taking the ointment downstairs. Sheng Bailang turned off all the lights in the room. leaving only the dim glow from the bedside lamp. The unexpected child who had entered Sheng Bailang's life was quietly sleeping, stirring a mix of emotions within him. This delicate, tender-skinned child was astonishingly his other half. He reached out to caress Wen Yunshi's left cheek, unmarred by mosquito bites. Unsure of his ability to care for him, he resolved to nurture this autistic child well now that he was in the Sheng household. He rose to return to the master bedroom for a shower. The night watch maid had already settled into a chair outside Wen Yunshi's room. At 2 in the morning, Wen Yunshi quietly sat up in bed, clutching his small blanket. Drowsy and disoriented, he found it difficult to discern his surroundings. Realizing his state, he descended from the bed and, barefoot, made his way to the corner of the room, burying his face in a small blanket as tears streamed down his cheeks. The maid at the door, cushioned by the carpet, remained oblivious to the sounds emanating from within. It was not until an hour later, when the faint sound of his sobs escaped the room, that the maid became alert and approached to knock on the door. "Young Master Wen, is there anything I can assist you with?" Wen Yunshi revealed his face from the blanket, his muffled sobs gradually growing louder. He was frightened, deeply so. Huddled in the corner, he wept softly, trembling. The maid knocked again at the door. "Young Master Wen, may I come in?" The once sleeping Sheng Bailang was roused by the commotion and emerged from his room in his pajamas. Upon seeing him, the maid immediately stepped aside, stating, "Young Master." "Young Master Wen is crying inside." Sheng Bailang waved his hand dismissively and entered the room. The bed appeared empty, yet the sound of weeping emanated from the side. He flicked on the light, illuminating the entire room. Upon seeing that the visitor was not Aunt Wang, Wen Yunshi's cries intensified, his emotions of distress and fear spilling forth. Sheng Bailang knelt before him, his expression darkening as he gazed into the boy's swollen, red eyes, wondering how long he had been crying. "Tell me, why are you crying? Are you uncomfortable in this new environment, or is something bothering you?" Wen Yunshi continued to sob, tears cascading down his cheeks. "Or do you prefer sleeping in the garden?" Sheng Bailang gently wiped away his tears. "Do not cry. Wen Yunshi, you look so disheveled." He reached out, pulling Wen Yunshi up. "Did you used to sleep alone? Or was someone with you? Please, share what feels wrong or unfamiliar." Wen Yunshi obediently followed, though his tears flowed unabated. He no longer emitted the soft whimpers, but continued to weep profusely. I don't want to, he cried out. Sheng Bailang turned to him, asking, "You don't want to sleep here, correct?" "Yes." "All right," Sheng Bailang replied, using a tissue from the bedside to dry his tears. "Now, tell me, what do you wish to do?" "I want Aunt Wang, not this place." Wen Yunshi, clutching the blanket, stood before Sheng Bailang, his voice filled with distress. "I don't want you. I want Aunt Wang. I want the dishes Aunt Wang makes. I want Aunt Wang. Bailang, I want Aunt Wang," he sobbed, his tears flowing in a cascade of grievance. Sheng Bailang wiped his tears away with a tissue, asking, "Who is Aunt Wang? Where is she?" "Back at our previous home. Aunt Wang said she would come. She said she would come." "Bailang, I want Aunt Wang." For the first time, someone called Sheng Bailang's name with a thick voice of crying and nasality, prompting him to lower his head and take a gentle breath. "Now, no more crying. Be good and sleep. When dawn arrives, I will find Aunt Wang for you." Wen Yunshi, still sniffling, finally ceased his tears. He was indeed a challenge to comfort, yet remarkably easy to soothe. Sheng Bailang took hold of his wrist and led him to the other side of the bed. "Put on your shoes." Wen Yunshi obediently lowered his head and slipped on his shoes. "Come here, wash your face." Sheng Bailang observed as he casually wiped his face with his hand, unable to bear the sight. He took a damp face towel from the side and assisted him in washing his face. "Wen Yunshi, you are truly the young master," he remarked. "I am Wen Xiaoya." "And you are the young master," Wen Yunshi corrected him. Sheng Bailang smiled, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. "I am Sheng Bailang." "I know. The president of Shengmong Group," he replied, "but the housekeeper told me to call you Bailang, while they refer to me as Wen Xiaoya." His voice bore a slight rasp. Returning to the bed, Sheng Bailang offered him water. He lifted the cup and gulped down more than half, then curled up with his blanket. "Bailang, I want Aunt Wang." "I will find her for you tomorrow," Sheng Bailang assured him, tucking him in. "Now sleep. I will turn off the lights." After half an hour of coaxing, Sheng Bailang, feeling somewhat fatigued, retreated to his room. At 5 in the morning, the maid once again heard faint cries from within, resembling a soft weeping. After some contemplation, she knocked on Sheng Bailang's door. "Young master." Sheng Bailang opened his eyes wearily, rising to answer the door. The maid lowered her head, speaking in an apologetic tone. "It seems young master one is crying again." Sheng Bailang, his face etched with exhaustion, nodded and opened the door to the adjoining room before closing it behind him. Wen Yunshi lay on his side, clutching the blanket, his eyes shut as he wept quietly. As Sheng Bailang approached, the sobs ceased. "If you do not sleep properly, I will not help you find Aunt Wang tomorrow. There will be no egg tarts, nothing at all." Due to his fatigue, Sheng Bailang's tone carried a serious edge of threat. Chapter 9. Custard buns. At this, Wen Yunshi dared not shed another tear. Sheng Bailang, with a look of disdain, went to the bathroom to wet a face towel, returning to the bedside to wipe his face. After completing the task, he discarded the towel into the trash bin. He lifted the blanket beside him and lay down, saying to Wen Yunshi, "I will keep you company for the next few hours. The moment you cry, I will notice." Wen Yunshi remained motionless in his position, slowly succumbing to sleep under Sheng Bailang's implicit threat. At 7 in the morning, Wen Yunshi's biological clock roused him from slumber. The curtains were thick, and the room was illuminated solely by the dim glow of a nightlight. Clutching his blanket, he faced Sheng Bailang, blinking slowly as he whispered, "Bailang, I want Aunt Wang." Sheng Bailang frowned, opening his eyes to glance at him. "Are you awake?" Wen Yunshi did not respond, merely shaking his head slightly. He was not awake yet, and still felt drowsy. Sheng Bailang placed his hand on Wen Yunshi's eyelids, instructing him to sleep for another half hour. After several minutes of restlessness, Wen Yunshi's eyes finally closed, and Sheng Bailang released his hand, turning to watch as Wen Yunshi slept on his side. At 7:30, housekeeper Lu knocked on the door to the master bedroom next door. "Young master, it is time to rise." Sheng Bailang, his heavy eyelids lifting, realized that this was Wen Yunshi's first night, and also the first night he had not slept well. He gently lifted the blanket and got up, yawning as he made his way outside. Hearing the door open from the next room, housekeeper Lu was somewhat surprised. "Young master, you should." Sheng Bailang gestured for him to be quiet, indicating that someone was still asleep, and softly closed the door behind him. Steward Lu smiled. Just yesterday afternoon, he stood at this very doorway, tears streaming down his face, a pitiful sight indeed. Sheng Bailang nodded slightly. He entered the master bedroom's bathroom to freshen up, and upon emerging, he found Wen Yunshi waiting barefoot at the door. Sheng Bailang cast a glance at the floor, slipped on his shoes, and proceeded downstairs for breakfast. Would Aunt Wang come today? This was his foremost concern. "I shall do my best. It depends on your conduct," he remarked, pointing at Wen Yunshi's bare foot. Following his gesture, Wen Yunshi noticed his unshod foot and returned to his room to put on his shoes. When he descended to the first floor, Steward Lu led him to the dining hall. Sheng Bailang was seated at the same spot as yesterday, sipping congee. The table was laid with soybean milk, buns, congee, and some rice noodles. "Young master Wen, what do you typically enjoy for breakfast? I can arrange for the kitchen to prepare it according to your preferences," Steward Lu offered, pulling out a chair for him. Wen Yunshi sat down and surveyed the spread, shaking his head. He longed for Aunt Wang's cooking. "I shall have Steward Lu fetch her shortly. You should eat breakfast first," Sheng Bailang said, continuing to sip his congee. Steward Lu nodded behind him, promising to call Aunt Wang, who had previously taken care of Wen Yunshi, after breakfast. The bland white congee on the table did not appeal to Wen Yunshi, who usually enjoyed savory porridge. Scanning the table, he reached for a yellow bun that appeared unfamiliar. He cautiously bit into it, and the sweet, creamy filling oozed out. Scalding his tongue, frowning, he pulled the bun away, his tongue dancing in his mouth. Steward Lu, mistaking his reaction for distaste, remarked, "If you dislike sweet flavors, we have savory buns here." The sweet custard buns were specifically prepared by Steward Lu today, as he was unsure of Wen Yunshi's preference for sweet or savory. The rich sweetness of the custard spread across Wen Yunshi's palate, and he gently blew on the bun, finding it to his liking. Starving, he devoured 3 custard buns in quick succession. Steward Lu placed a bowl of soybean milk in front of him. "Young master, this is sweet soybean milk." Sweet? At the moment he tasted the soybean milk, his eyes sparkled with delight. Having never had sweet soybean milk before, he earnestly finished the bowl. When he set it down, he let out an unrefined burp. "Bailang, I've finished, he declared, disregarding whether Sheng Bailang was watching and heading straight for the departing Steward Liu. Steward Liu, may I accompany you to fetch Aunt Wang? Steward Liu turned back to see remnants of soybean milk at the corner of Wen Yunshi's mouth, a milky white. Young master. He offered a napkin, saying, wipe your mouth first. I'll call Aunt Wang to gather information before we head out. All right. May I speak with Aunt Wang? I miss her dearly. When Yunshi looked at the phone in Steward Liu's hand, reiterating, I really miss Aunt Wang. Sheng Bailang emerged from within, the driver having waited by the car for quite some time. Good morning, young master. He nodded slightly, turning to look at Wen Yunshi, who was closely attached to butler Liu, and said, I will give you a week to acclimate. Starting next week, you shall accompany me to the company. Prior to his graduation, Wen Yunshi often heard discussions about work in the classroom, but what kind of work was it? He had yet to contemplate that. Arrangements would be made for him next week. After Sheng Bailang concluded his statement, he turned and gracefully settled into the car. The Katie Company, which belonged to Wen Yunshi's mother, who was now entirely under the control of Wen Jiding and his stepmother. Given the favor the Hu family owed to the Sheng family, Sheng Bailang felt it was imperative to educate Wen Yunshi on reclaiming his rightful share. As for what he would arrange for Wen Yunshi to learn at Sheng Group, Sheng Bailang had not yet decided. Butler Liu returned to the living room and used the Sheng family's landline to call Aunt Wang. As the phone rang, Wen Yunshi's gaze was fixed intently on the telephone. Hello. The call connected, and Aunt Wang's hoarse voice came through the receiver. Wen Yunshi quickly responded, Good morning, Aunt Wang. Why haven't you come to find me yet? I miss you so much. Ah, xiao shi, und Wang replied. I'm currently not in a position to visit you. Since Wen Yunshi moved out, she had been intermittently suffering from a fever since that afternoon. Now, her voice was hoarse and strained. Butler Liu interjected, Aunt Wang. I apologize for the interruption. I am Butler Liu from the Sheng family. We met yesterday. Oh, I remember, Aunt Wang replied, coughing softly. Wen Yunshi leaned closer to the phone, a frown of concern etched on his face. Aunt Wang, are you unwell? Yes, that's why it is inconvenient for me to visit. You must behave well at the Sheng residence. Once I recover, I will come to see you, all right? Wen Yunshi cast a despondent glance at Butler Liu, his eyes filled with sorrow. The melancholic expression on his face tugged at Butler Liu's heartstrings. Aunt Wang, the situation is as follows. Our young master expressed a desire to hire you to continue caring for young Master Wen. I am unsure if that would be feasible for you. If your family is settled and thriving, the Sheng family can provide a new place and job for you, with conditions no less favorable than before. Aunt Wang, who had been lacking in spirit, perked up as if receiving delightful news. Really? I can continue to care for Xiao, sure. Indeed. We can discuss the salary and benefits in person, Butler Liu affirmed, noticing that Wen Yunshi's furrowed brow remained unchanged. Chapter 10. When Yunshi disappears again, no. I prefer to manage on my own. Just a modest salary to get by is sufficient. After all these years of caring for Xiao Shi, I have genuinely regarded him as my own child. Aunt Wang's raspy voice was tinged with uncontainable excitement. Butler Liu inquired, May I ask where you are currently located? I can arrange for a car to come fetch you. Right now, it isn't very convenient. Xiao Shi has a weak constitution and is easily susceptible to illness. Aunt Wang hesitated. How about you give me an address? Once I recover in a couple of days, I will pack my things and come over myself. All right. This phone number is the Sheng family's landline. You may contact us at any time. Butler Liu responded before asking, Young Master Wen, do you have anything else you wish to convey to Aunt Wang? Aunt Wang, you are deceiving me. You said yesterday that you would come see me, he said, his lips slightly pressed downward. Butler Liu discerned the discontent in his demeanor. Aunt Wang covered her mouth and coughed for a while before finally speaking. Aunt Wang is truly unwell. I cannot come right now, but I promise you that as soon as I recover, I will come over immediately, all right? You must take your medicine, sleep well, and eat properly. Wen Yunshi's face was a mixture of sadness and turmoil. The food here is unappetizing. I long for the dishes Aunt Wang prepares. In a few days, Aunt Wang will come to cook for you. You must also eat well, sleep well, and strive to adapt to your new environment. Do not cry at every turn, understood? When Yunshi nodded slightly, Aunt Wang continued, Butler Liu, could you please ensure that if he finds the food there unpalatable, you can steam some crabs for him? The crab roe mixed with a bit of sesame oil over rice would be something he would eat. Boiled shrimp would suffice as well. All right, thank you for informing me. I will arrange that shortly, Butler Lu replied before ending the call with Aunt Wang. He turned to Wen Yunshi and said, once Aunt Wang recovers, she will come over. How about we have crab roe rice for lunch today? All right, Wen Yunshi sighed, still furrowing his brow. But I'm so worried about Aunt Wang. He walked towards the garden and swung on the swing high above. As the sun grew increasingly scorching, he rose, put on his shoes, and returned to the living room. He noticed some transparent glass marbles beside the television. Approaching, he reached out to caress the glass jar, observing the intricate patterns within the transparent orbs. His gaze becoming increasingly enchanted. These were Sheng Bailang's collectibles. The myriad patterns inside the glass marbles deeply captivated Wen Yunshi, and he instinctively hugged the glass jar and set it on the carpet. He vigorously unscrewed the lid and began to arrange the marbles into various shapes on the carpet. Butler Lu entered the living room after sending someone to repair the surveillance in the backyard and was taken aback by the scene. Young Master One, how did you manage to take these out to play? Butler Lu hurriedly stepped forward to return the marbles to the jar. These were painstakingly collected by the young master. We cannot play with them like this. Wen Yunshi, looking as if he had committed an offense, lowered his eyes, his gaze lingering on the glass jar. Once Butler Lu had collected the marbles from the carpet, Wen Yunshi returned to his room and sat on the carpet, assembling the Lego he had not yet finished. As he worked, he got up and walked to the wardrobe to change clothes. He rummaged through his wallet, taking out 2 coins and placing them in his pocket, then hesitated before also adding a $100 bill. The staff were being trained in knowledge related to autism. Butler Lu was in the kitchen instructing them to prepare crab roe rice for lunch. The gardener, who should have been in the front garden, was instead cleaning up the debris left from the surveillance repairs in the back garden. Wen Yunshi silently slipped out of the front garden and followed his memory along the way. After a considerable time, he finally flagged down a taxi. Upon entering, the driver asked him where he was headed. I want to take the number 12 bus. Unbeknownst to Wen Yunshi, the no. 12 bus in this city could not take him back to the home outside his previous school, nor could it lead him to Aunt Wang. After paying a fare of $97 with a $100 bill he had, he alighted and sat on a bench next to the bus stop, waiting for the no. 12 bus. When he saw the bus in a color different from before, he hesitated. He consequently missed the first bus. When the 12th bus arrived, he no longer hesitated aboard. He remained seated until the final stop, yet he failed to hear his designated station. One by one, the passengers disembarked, and the driver inquired, "This is the last stop. Have you missed yours? If so, you'll need to return on the opposite side." After saying this, the driver exited the vehicle. Wen Yunshi gazed at the meager 3 coins left in his hand, feeling somewhat lost. He was certain he had not missed his stop. The scenery along the route appeared unfamiliar, and he did not recognize any of the station names. Housekeeper Lu, as if facing a formidable adversary, dialed Sheng Bailang's number. "Young master," he stated. Sheng Bailang was ensconced in his office, overwhelmed with work, poring over an assembly diagram for marine engineering equipment. "Young master one has gone missing again." Lu admitted, a hint of unease in his voice. The surveillance indicated he had changed clothes and exited through the front garden. After discovering this, we scoured the route by car, but found no trace of him. Sheng Bailang, irked, slammed the document back onto the desk, exclaiming, "Can't you all keep track of just one person? I apologize, young master. It was my oversight. They are currently in training, and thus there was no one assigned to monitor the front and backyards." This negligence was indeed Lu's responsibility, and if punishment were to be meted out, he would bear it alone. However, the most pressing concern now was locating Wen Yunshi. "Have any of the nearby families been asked?" Sheng Bailang inquired, pinching the bridge of his nose. Lu confirmed, "We have inquired, but young master one is not at any neighbor's house. It would be unlikely for him to have walked all the way down the mountain. We should check the surveillance footage." A knock on the office door interrupted Sheng Bailang, who instructed, "Report any findings to me immediately," before hanging up. The secretary's voice filtered in from the entrance. "Good afternoon, Director Sheng." With a throbbing headache, Sheng Bailang pushed aside the pile of documents before heading towards the door. The secretary knocked just then. "Mr. Sheng, Director Sheng is here." "Come in." He turned to sit at his desk, greeting the person entering. Father. Yes, I heard there are issues with the equipment for the marine engineering project. Sheng Bailang settled into a chair and poured himself a cup of tea. Indeed, but that is not my most pressing concern at the moment. He paused before continuing. Wen Yunshi has gone missing again. Sheng Bailang's hand froze mid-pour. Missing? Again? When has this happened before? Yesterday. Housekeeper Liu and the others searched for hours and found him at a neighbor's house. Today, they called again to report he is missing. Sheng Bailang, in distress, took a large gulp of coffee that the secretary had just brought in. Sheng Bailang looked at him. What time did he go missing today? Your grandparents mentioned they were planning to visit the child tonight. Sheng Bailang felt a slight weariness settle in as Chapter 11 unfolded, borrowing money. After Sheng Bailang's departure, Sheng Bailang, feeling agitated, sat on the sofa and picked up his phone to call housekeeper Liu. Young master, surveillance shows young master when got into a taxi. The driver said he was taken to the bus station below, and we are currently reviewing the footage. Liu spoke rapidly. Sighing, Sheng Bailang instructed. Provide real-time updates on any developments. Grandfather and grandmother will be coming over for dinner tonight. Notify the kitchen to prepare the meals. Understood, young master. Amidst the flurry of urgent matters, beads of sweat cascaded down the brow of Steward Liu. At this moment, Wen Yunshi sat at the bus stop, awaiting the return journey of the bus. The sun, nearing its zenith, was particularly relentless, casting a scorching glare. His delicate face flushed a vivid red, while a nearby stall offered refreshments and snacks, yet his pockets bore no extra coins. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, the bus still had not arrived. The blinding heat lulled him into a slumber, and he leaned against an advertisement board, eyes closed. Young master, when Yunshi boarded the number 12 bus, the monitoring system revealed, indicating he had alighted at the terminal. Let us proceed there to search. Liu sent the latest information to Sheng Bailang. There's no need. I will drive directly to the terminal. You can search along the way, replied Sheng, as he grabbed the car keys and exited the office. Mr. Sheng. The meeting begins in half an hour, the secretary interjected, noticing him leaving with the keys. Sheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately declared, postpone it until this afternoon. He drove to the location Liu had provided. Initially, he did not notice Wen Yunshi, concealed by the throng of people. When the bus arrived and the crowd dispersed, he finally spotted the boy dozing on a bench. He unfastened his seatbelt, his countenance stern, and approached Wen Yunshi. Wen Yunshi, upon hearing his name, the boy stirred, sweat trickling into his eyes, prompting him to rub them. As he looked up, he met the displeased gaze of Sheng Bailang. Speak, why did you run away? Sheng's voice was icy. Wen Yunshi stood, pointing to the stall nearby. Could you lend me 2 yuan? I am parched. His woeful expression left Sheng with no outlet for his frustration. Sheng texted Liu to inform him that the boy was found, and then led him to the stall to purchase water. Wen Yunshi first selected a bottle of mineral water. Then, noticing instant noodles on the table, turned to ask, may I borrow a bit more? I am quite hungry. With a begrudging grunt, Sheng acquiesced. Wen Yunshi moved to the snack shelf, standing before an array of instant noodles, inquiring, can I have the spicy flavor this time? Aunt Wang never allowed me to eat it. Do as you wish, Sheng responded, his attention fixed on the myriad of work messages on his phone, feeling a sense of irritation as he swiped through them. At the register, he casually picked up a pack of tissues. Wen Yunshi, clutching the instant noodles, licked his lips. The shopkeeper smiled. Young man, we have complimentary hot water available for your noodles. Wen Yunshi nodded, thank you, Aunt. He squatted down to tear open the noodles, extracting the seasoning packets to mix in. Sheng observed each of his movements as if time had slowed. He bent down to retrieve the noodles from the ground. Allow me to assist you. Thank you, Bailang. Wen Yunshi held a fork in hand. Once Sheng prepared the noodles with hot water, the boy gently bit the fork, reaching out to take it. However, Sheng did not hand it over, but instead headed directly to the car. Wen Yunshi hurried after him. Bailang, I am truly hungry. May I have the noodles back? Get in the car, Sheng instructed. I crave instant noodles, and I promise to repay you. He remained rooted in place, his gaze fixated on the noodles, swallowing repeatedly. Once settled in the car, I asserted that I did not require that container of noodles. Wen Yunshi seemed slightly incredulous as he opened the passenger door and climbed inside. As soon as he was seated, He reached for the noodles. Sheng Bailang observed the beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead and could not suppress a frown. He appeared rather unkempt. He placed the noodles beside the center console, cautioning that they were too hot to handle just yet. Sheng Bailang circled around the front of the car, opened the driver's door, and seated himself. He retrieved a pack of wet wipes he had just purchased, offering one to Wen Yunshi to clean his hands. Good. Toss that in the trash. The one for your forehead, sweat. Good. This one for your face. Good. And this one for your neck. Good. After Wen Yunshi had finished wiping himself down, he inquired if he could eat now. Not yet. They aren't ready. Please wait a moment. Sheng Bailang watched as this disheveled individual began to resemble a more civilized person. He then handed him another wet wipe, saying, "Wipe your hands once more. Once they're clean, you may eat." Wen Yunshi accepted the wet wipe, diligently cleaning his hands. "Is it acceptable now?" He extended his pale hands toward Sheng Bailang, awaiting inspection. Sheng Bailang noticed the lingering flush of heat on his face and wondered why he didn't seek refuge in a cooler place. "I am waiting for the bus. I need to visit Aunt Wong, who is unwell." He cradled the noodles in his hands, stirring the contents with a fork. Sheng Bailang wrinkled his brow at the scent of instant noodles wafting through his car. "In the future, wherever you go or whatever you do, you must inform Butler Lu. Also, where's your mobile phone?" "I do not possess a mobile phone. My father does not allow me to have one. Therefore, it is unnecessary." Wen Yunshi lifted a few strands of noodles, blowing on them several times before placing them in his mouth. Sheng Bailang inquired, "How does Wen Zhiding usually reach you?" "My father seldom contacts me. He might occasionally call Aunt Wong, but he rarely speaks to me." For Wen Yunshi, the noodles were both spicy and scalding. He set them down to take a swig from his mineral water. "It is too spicy. Let them cool before eating." Sheng Bailang picked up his phone and instructed the butler to procure a smartwatch to avoid losing contact in the future. Wen Yunshi, seated in the passenger seat, took 15 minutes to consume half a container of noodles. He hesitantly glanced at Sheng Bailang, saying, "It's too spicy. I cannot finish." "Then do not eat it. I will have Butler Lu come and take you home shortly." Sheng Bailang took the noodles from his hands, exited the car, and disposed of the remaining noodles in a trash bin. Wen Yunshi gazed longingly at the leftover noodles. Once Sheng Bailang returned to the vehicle, he remarked, "Honestly, instant noodles are quite delicious. Indeed, if you wish for more, I will have Butler Lu prepare some for you at home. Now, fasten your seatbelt." Sheng Bailang turned to see his lips swollen from the spice, his gaze lingering there. Are they truly that spicy? Can Master Kong's spicy beef noodles cause such a reaction? It is very spicy, but incredibly tasty. Wen Yunshi finished the last sip of his water bottle, adding, "Next time, I will bring money to treat you." "No need. I do not eat this." Sheng Bailang handed him a wet wipe to clean his mouth. "Good." Wen Yunshi meticulously wiped his mouth with a wet tissue before retrieving another to clean his hands. Chapter 12. The smartwatch Sheng Bailang ushered him back to his office. Faced with this unfamiliar environment, Wen Yunshi surveyed his surroundings with caution. The secretary entered, asking, "Mr. Sheng, would you like some coffee?" She turned to Wen Yunshi, seated on the sofa, and inquired, "Sir, would you care for a drink?" Wen Yunshi instinctively glanced at Sheng Bailang. Sheng Bailang settled at his desk, requesting, "A cup of coffee for me, and a milk tea for him." "Certainly, Mr. Sheng," replied the secretary, who closed the office door behind her as she exited. Butler Lu entered the office, holding the recently purchased smartwatch. As the secretary prepared the drinks, she greeted, "Butler Lu, you're here again?" "Yes. I've come to escort young Master Wen back," he replied, standing at the door, awaiting the secretary's announcement. Once she delivered the coffee and milk tea, she informed Butler Lu, "Mr. Sheng requests your presence." "Very well." Butler Lu pushed open the office door, addressing Wen Yunshi, "Young master." Has the watch been purchased?" Sheng Bailang inquired. "Indeed," Butler Lu responded, handing the watch to Sheng Bailang. "The SIM card has also been arranged." Sheng Bailang inspected it briefly before attaching it and placing it on Wen Yunshi's wrist. Wen Yunshi took a sip of the milk tea before exclaiming, "Sweet." After a larger sip, his brows lifted in delight. Aunt Wong had never prepared such a beverage for him, and he tilted his head, intrigued by the drink. Butler Lu approached to fit the watch, inserting the SIM card. Young master, this watch allows you to check the time, make calls, and access WeChat. Wen Yunshi looked at Butler Lu, replying, "This is quite delicious." He smiled, squinting his eyes. "I don't want to wear anything." Sheng Bailang observed him, stating, "Once you wear this, you won't have to worry about lacking money to buy water. This is currency. With it, you can purchase whatever you desire." Wen Yunshi turned to him, asking, "Is there a lot?" "Indeed, enough for you to buy many egg tarts and much milk tea, like what you're enjoying now." Butler Lu explained, "If you like it, Aunt Wang can prepare it for you at home." Wen Yunshi extended his hand, asking, "Is it okay on the left?" Butler Lu fastened the watch, affirming, "Yes, young master. This is your WeChat, and this is your Alipay. The contacts include myself, you, and the home landline." He proceeded to introduce the watch's functionalities. "Can I pay by scanning this code?" Wen Yunshi inquired earnestly after listening to the explanation. Butler Lu nodded, "Correct. You learned so quickly. Aunt Wang says I'm very clever." This was not mere flattery from Aunt Wang. Wen Yunshi truly possessed remarkable intelligence, mastering most things after a single glance, a brief listen, or one lesson. Butler Lu added Sheng Bailang as a WeChat contact for him. In the future, if you have friends, you can add them on WeChat and chat here. "Does Aunt Wang have WeChat?" Wen Yunshi asked. "I want to check if she has taken her medicine." "Yes, I will assist you in saving Aunt Wang's number." As Butler Lu was teaching him how to record numbers, a WeChat message popped up at the top of the watch. It was the esteemed Bailang who gifted the family card through a mutual friend. "This evening, my grandparents are coming over for dinner. Steward Lu, please take him back and attend to your duties." Steward Lu replied, "Very well, young master Wen. We shall return home now. Bailang, I wish to see Aunt Wang." Wen Yunshi glanced at Sheng Bailang and reminded him, "You promised me. Aunt Wang is unwell and will come by in a few days. I have indeed sought her out. I did not deceive you." Sheng Bailang rose and instructed Steward Lu to inquire outside about the flavor of the milk tea just brewed. Wen Yunshi turned back to the unfinished milk tea in his cup, asking, "Will Aunt Wang come in 2 days?" "Yes," Sheng Bailang affirmed, grasping his wrist as they walked out. "Tonight, you must not be picky with your food, and when you see your grandparents, be sure to greet them." "Who are my grandparents?" Wen Yunshi pondered, having never met them in his life. His recollections were of his maternal grandparents, but sadly, they had vanished from the hospital later on. Others said they had passed away, now resting beneath small stone tombstones. Eventually, his mother also disappeared in the hospital, leaving behind only a small box cradled in his hands. Since then, he had never returned to a hospital. "You will meet them tonight," Sheng Bailang assured as he led him out of the office. "And do not wander off. May I play with your glass marbles?" The steward disapproved. Wen Yunshi looked at Sheng Bailang with hopeful eyes. "Can I?" Sheng Bailang nodded at his eager gaze, "Yes." Steward Lu, Bailang, said, "I can play with the marbles," he declared, hastening towards Lu and repeating, "Bailang said I can play with the marbles." The secretary observed in astonishment as young master when addressed their president in such a familiar manner, indicating a unique bond. "Very well." Steward Lu shifted from holding a watch to grasping the milk tea powder. "Young master, I shall take young master Wen back now. If he is hungry after having half a cup of instant noodles, prepare something else for him." Sheng Bailang instructed before returning to his desk to notify about the afternoon meeting. After a long day, Steward Lu returned home and arranged for someone to monitor Wen Yunshi via surveillance. In less than 48 hours since arriving at the Sheng residence, he had already vanished twice. A third occurrence would likely cost him his position as steward. He instructed the kitchen to prepare the evening's meal, while also requesting they replicate the crab roe rice from lunch. "Young master, come and eat the crab roe rice," Lu called as he brought the dish to the dining room. Wen Yunshi had already arranged the glass marbles on the carpet into a large circle. The largest marble sat at the center, adorned with beautiful, large petals. He gazed at it, entranced. Not hearing a response, Steward Lu placed the bowl on the table. "Young master, would you care to eat something?" Wen Yunshi shook his head, but upon seeing the crab roe, he reconsidered, nodded, and extended his hand. He embraced the bowl and returned to the dining table, devouring the food heartily. When he could eat no more, he said to Lu, "I can't eat anymore." Aunt Wang, realizing his mistake, he corrected himself. "I can't eat anymore, Steward Lu. Is it all right if I don't finish?" then you may set it aside. Just don't be hungry, Lu replied, while arranging for the maids to clean the front and back gardens. Wen Yunshi gathered the glass marbles, placing them back into the glass jar, and carried it to the front garden courtyard to play. The sound of glass beads clattering against the tiles captivated him. Consequently, he scattered handfuls of glass beads throughout the courtyard, only to patiently gather them back into the bottle. The heat in the courtyard was unbearable, and he fanned himself with his hand. Upon noticing this, the maid approached to lower the transparent curtains and activate the air conditioning within the pavilion. By the time Sheng Bailang and Lu Shui arrived, Wen Yunshi was still diligently arranging the large bottle of glass beads in the pavilion. Chapter 13. Grandparents Sheng Bailang and Lu Shui lifted the curtain and stepped into the pavilion. She glanced at the figure seated in the wicker chair and inquired, "Yunshi?" When Yunshi turned to face them, "Grandpa and Grandma?" "Yes," Lu Shui replied, walking slowly towards him. "You resemble your grandmother quite a bit." She stepped closer to examine Wen Yunshi's features. "So handsome." Sheng Bailang, however, disagreed. "I think he bears a closer resemblance to his grandfather." "They used to say I look like my mother." When Yunshi remarked, "You're my grandparents." "Yes, we are. From now on, we shall be family, understand?" Lu Shui gently brushed his hair aside. "In this sweltering heat, doesn't it feel uncomfortable to have such long hair covering your forehead?" "It's not hot. The air conditioning keeps it quite cool," Wen Yunshi replied, lowering his head to tidy the glass beads. "I know. Bailang said that he and I are to be married." Lu Shui observed his demeanor. "Do you not like Xiaolang? Why do you appear so disheartened?" "I like Aunt Wang," Wen Yunshi confessed. "Bailang said he would help me find Aunt Wang today, but she didn't come." He secured the cap on the glass bottle, cradled it, and announced, "I want to take the glass beads back and store them." As he carried the glass bottle into the living room, the two elderly individuals exchanged glances in the pavilion, both curious about who Aunt Wang might be. Sheng Bailang, leaning on his cane, traversed the garden back to the living room. "Lu Butler." "Here," came Lu Butler's voice from the garden. He hurried back into the living room. "Master Sheng, how may I assist you? Who is Aunt Wang?" Sheng Bailang inquired, seated on the sofa, as he noticed a glass bead lost on the carpet. "There's another bead here. What are the servants doing? What if someone steps on it and falls?" "Apologies, Grandpa," Wen Yunshi said as he crouched down to pick it up. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I accidentally dropped one." He placed it back into the bottle. Lu Butler stood awkwardly. "In the future, after young master finishes playing, I will ensure that someone checks again." "Indeed, it is imperative to check. Glass beads can easily cause someone to slip," Sheng Bailang affirmed. Lu Shui, seated beside Sheng Bailang, asked, "What is this about Aunt Wang?" "Oh, she is the caregiver who looked after him for over a decade. We just learned today that she is ill and will come back in a few days," Sheng Bailang explained. "Since she has cared for him for so long." "Why was tea she brought here yesterday?" "Aunt Wang is employed by the Wen family, but we were unaware of their arrangements. We contacted Mr. Wen this morning to inquire and only then re-establish contact with her," Lu Butler elaborated. Wen Yunshi stepped aside, reiterating, "I want Aunt Wang." This had been his persistent refrain for the past few days. "Then let us find her. The cost is of no concern." Yunshi felt that he could only thrive with familiar faces around him. Lu Shui beckoned to Wen Yunshi, inviting him to come closer so that his grandmother could have a good look at him. Without hesitation, he approached, much like he did as a child when he went to his grandparents. He knelt before Lu Shui, slightly bowing his head to allow her to stroke his hair, a gesture that had once symbolized the closest bond between him and his elders. Observing his obedient demeanor, Lu Shui thought he hardly resembled someone troubled in mind. Sheng Bailang glanced at the wall clock, pondering when Xiaolang typically returned. The young master usually arrived around 6:30. Today, he might return earlier. Steward Lu noted that it was nearly 5. When Yunshi inquired, "Do you miss Bailang?" Steward Lu suggested they could call to check when he would be back. "Could you please call and ask for Grandma?" Lu Shui looked at him with tenderness in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of the troubles of the Wen family. All she saw was a well-cared-for Wen Yunshi. "All right." Wen Yunshi lowered his head and fiddled with his watch. Having learned how to make a call at noon from Steward Lu, he now followed the instructions to contact Sheng Bailang. The unfamiliar number appeared on Sheng Bailang's phone screen, prompting a sense of familiarity. "Hello. Hello. This is Wen Yunshi. What is the matter?" An instinctive feeling of dread surged within Sheng Bailang. It was not unwarranted, for events concerning Wen Yunshi had recently taken a turn for the worse. Grandfather wants to know what time you'll be home. The call's audio was on speaker, allowing everyone present to hear. Tell grandfather I'll be home in half an hour. Is there anything else? No, goodbye. Wen Yunshi did not end the call, but instead lowered his arm and informed Sheng Guqing, grandfather, Bailang said you'll be back in half an hour. He intertwined his fingers with Lu Shui's, sitting on the sofa. My grandmother's hands are more beautiful than yours. In his childhood, his grandmother often held his hand. He gently caressed Lu Shui's somewhat wrinkled hand. Lu Shui smiled and replied, Grandma's hands were prettier a decade ago. Wen Yunshi reflected, what a pity I never met you then. You did meet me when you were very small. I even held you in my arms, Lu Shui reminisced, feeling a wave of sentimentality. Your grandfather, grandmother, and mother were all wonderful people. It's unfortunate they left so soon, leaving behind a child like you. Wen Yunshi nodded in agreement. After listening to their conversation for a while, Sheng Bailang decided to end the call. Sheng Guqing remarked, Xiaolang mentioned he will begin taking you to the company next week. What do you plan to learn? Do you have any thoughts? None. Is it really time to work? Wen Yunshi inquired, looking at Sheng Guqing. I went to the company with Bailang today, and their milk tea is quite delightful. Sheng Guqing gazed at him. Then you can enjoy it often when you start working. However, you must learn about management, as one day you will need to take charge of your mother's company. Understood? All right. Wen Yunshi nodded. Over the years, the financial status of Katie Company had been steadily declining, with Wen Zhiding currently overseeing its management. In those days, Hu Shanlan bequeathed almost all her shares to Wen Yunshi. However, due to Wen Yunshi's youth, it was Wen Zhiding who managed the affairs of the company. Presently, the prospect of reclaiming Katie Company for Wen Yunshi appears exceedingly unlikely. They can only proceed step by step. Wen Yunshi does not seem entirely unteachable, after all. Upon returning home, Sheng Bailang discovered Lu Shui peeling grapes, while Wen Yunshi sat beside her with two small bowls, one for eating grapes and the other for spitting out seeds. Grandfather, grandmother, I'm back. He greeted them at the door before approaching. Wen Yunshi, why don't you peel them yourself? Grandmother says she doesn't like to eat them, but enjoys peeling them for me. These grapes are quite sweet, he replied, extending a grape, peeled by Lu Shui, towards Sheng Bailang. Would you like to have one? Chapter 14. I am clean. Can one really eat a grape and get dirty? Sheng Bailang gently pushed the bowl away, signaling his refusal. Wen Yunshi, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, asked, Is it very dirty? Initially, only the corners of his mouth were soiled, but his action made it appear as though his entire face was smeared. Sheng Bailang shook his head helplessly, suggesting, Finish eating, and then you can wash up together. Butler Lu emerged from the kitchen, saying, Young Master One, do take care to eat less. Tonight, we have steamed crabs and a special dish of scallion crucian carp. Butler Lu had even called Aunt Wang to inquire about the scallion crucian carp recipe. Is there no egg tart tonight? Wen Yunshi set down the grapes. Lu Shui also paused her peeling. Sheng Guqing looked at Sheng Bailang and remarked, You should tone down your obsessive cleanliness. You should find fault with everything. I'm not finding fault, Sheng Bailang clarified. It is important to maintain hygiene. Wen Yunshi, not lacking in awareness, understood this was in reference to his earlier soiled mouth. He stood up to wash his hands, carefully wiping his face in front of the mirror. Upon returning to the living room, he silently extended his hand towards Sheng Bailang. Sheng Bailang looked up at him. You wash your hands, so what are you showing me? I am clean. It wasn't very dirty, Wen Yunshi insisted, glancing at his hands. I didn't mention anything when you didn't wash your hands after dinner last night. How do you know I didn't wash my hands last night? I don't. Wen Yunshi inferred his lack of seeing Sheng Bailang wash. Sheng Bailang smirked slightly. Fine. When the time comes for dinner, I'll let you see me wash my hands. Wen Yunshi nodded contentedly and returned to Lu Shui's side, saying, You resemble your grandmother. In the brief hours spent together, Wen Yunshi felt that Lu Shui reminded him of his grandmother from childhood, evoking a sense of being cherished. While Aunt Wang had shown him great affection later on, it was a different warmth compared to the familiarity Lu Shui provided. Sitting beside Lu Shui, he affectionately leaned his pale arm against hers. I'm not as beautiful as your grandmother, She was truly a great beauty, Lu Shui said, her eyes filled with tenderness. Butler Lu inquired, Mr. Sheng, shall we begin the meal now? Yes, let us eat, Sheng Guqing replied, rising with the aid of his cane. Wen Yunshi took Lu Shui's hand and slowly walked towards the dining room, his body language unmistakably conveying his fondness for her. This time, Sheng Bailang sat beside Wen Yunshi at the dinner table. Are you not seated in that position? Wen Yunji found it peculiar that he had moved to this side. Sheng Bailang remarked, from now on, I shall sit beside you during meals. He feared that his demeanor would appear overly awkward in front of Sheng Guqing and Lu Shui when compared to Wen Yunji. Once the dishes were served, a carp adorned with aromatic scallions was placed before Wen Yunji, who exaggeratedly swallowed, prompting Sheng Bailang beside him to hear. The entire dining experience was enveloped in silence. Wen Yunji, akin to a cat, focused intently on devouring the fish. The fish bones, meticulously stripped clean, were piled into a small mountain on the bone dish. All 6 small carps were consumed entirely, leaving only the heads and tails. The white rice before him remained untouched. He gently pushed the rice aside, declaring, I am full. The 6 fish were neither large nor small, perfectly filling the remnants of Wen Yunji's appetite. At the table of Sheng Guqing and Lu Shui, maids assisted in extracting crab meat, while the maid beside Wen Yunji inquired, Young Master Wen, would you like assistance with the crabs? Wen Yunji shook his head and skillfully took a large crab, deftly dismantling the legs to savor the meat. Sheng Bailang gestured for the maid to withdraw. The exquisite hair crab delighted Wen Yunji to the point where he could hardly lift his head. Though his belly was full, his hands continued to fumble with the crab. After finishing his meal, Sheng Bailang set down his chopsticks and pushed Wen Yunji's rice towards him, asking, Are you not going to eat? Burp. Wen Yunji timely let out a loud belch. Is it permissible to skip dinner tonight? He still had half a crab in hand. Lu Shui interjected, If you're full, do not force yourself. You just consumed nearly half a pound of grapes. Sheng Bailang observed him, his mouth smeared with crab roe, and gently frowned, averting his gaze. Finish this, and then you shall not eat any more, understood? All right. Wen Yunji concluded the last morsel of crab meat, asking, Can I have a custard tart? Butler Lu presented an array of desserts on the table, including custard tarts and small cakes. Although Lu Shui knew his question was directed at Sheng Bailang, she nonetheless replied first, As long as you can still eat, you may indulge. Grandmother, do not spoil him, Sheng Bailang cautioned. If you have not eaten, you cannot have dessert. I had crab roe rice for lunch, yet Butler Lu did not provide me with a custard tart. He gazed earnestly at the tarts on the table. Then I may have the portion I missed at lunch. His serious demeanor elicited laughter from Sheng Guqing and Lu Shui. Go ahead, they urged. However, it is advisable not to be too picky with food. You should eat more. You are too thin. Sheng Guqing shifted the dessert in front of him, saying, Take it. Wen Yunji swiftly took one of the custard tarts. Thank you, grandfather, you are kinder than Bailang. Sheng Bailang looked at him with an amused expression. Lu Shui, smiling, asked, Yunji, would you like to spend a few days at the old residence with grandmother? She genuinely cherished the child, tinged with a hint of sympathy for him, having lost his maternal family at such a young age. The moment when Yunji heard about changing locations, he immediately shook his head. No. A simple and clear rejection, devoid of explanation. Sheng Bailang interjected. He needs some time to acclimatize to new environments. In the future, if time permits, I will often take him to visit you. That is agreeable. Adapting to the new environment is of utmost importance at present. Lu Shui delicately wiped her mouth with a napkin and slowly rose from her seat, stating, I have finished my meal. You may take your time. Sheng Guqing also dabbed his mouth with a napkin before departing. Meanwhile, Wen Yunshi, with his hands and mouth dirty, continued to eat. Sheng Bailang, seated nearby, awaited his turn to wash his hands and face after finishing his meal, unable to endure the sight of such untidy company. Wen Yunshi discarded the crust of his egg tart, savoring only the delicious filling. A satisfied smile graced his face as he admired the remnants of his tidy tart. And contentedly, he rose to wash his hands and wipe his mouth. After completing these tasks, he paused midway towards the exit, suddenly recalling something, and turned back to stand before Sheng Bailang. Extending his clean hand towards him, he sought to reassure, Look, I am not dirty. Sensitive to Sheng Bailang's frequent disdain for his untidiness, he felt compelled to emphasize his cleanliness in his presence. He prided himself on being tidy. Sheng Bailang gently brushed away his hand, replying, "No need to show me." Wen Yunshi gazed out at the garden, then turned to seek Lu Shuyi and Sheng Wuqing, exclaiming as he walked, "I'll show you, or else you'll say I'm dirty. I am not dirty at all. I am clean." Upon reaching the doorway, he paused to turn back to Sheng Bailang, saying, "Thank you for letting me play with the glass beads. They're all so beautiful." Noticing his upbeat demeanor, Sheng Bailang realized that Wen Yunshi had spoken significantly more today than he had the day before. Chapter 15. Not dirty after their stroll, Sheng Wuqing and Lu Shui departed, leaving the garden in tranquil silence. Wen Yunshi entered the house to find Sheng Bailang seated on the sofa, engrossed in his tablet. He made his way directly to grab the glass jar, heading towards the garden. Sheng Bailang's gaze followed him outside, questioning, "Where are you taking it? The garden? Would you like to play together? Why not play here?" Sheng Bailang queried as he followed him outdoors with his tablet. "It's more fun outside." Upon arriving at the pavilion, Wen Yunshi independently retrieved the remote control to activate the air conditioning. A servant approached and lowered the curtains for him. With a playful smile, he suggested to Sheng Bailang, "Shall we each take half of the fun? I want to play." "You play," Sheng Bailang replied, examining the design schematics on his tablet. His decision not to participate aligned perfectly with Wen Yunshi's intentions, as an additional person in the small pavilion would make it feel cramped. Wen Yunshi meticulously arranged all the glass beads on the ground, each one producing a delightful clinking sound that drew Sheng Bailang's attention away from his tablet. At some point, the young man, who had been comfortably seated on a rattan chair, found himself sprawled on the ground, experimenting with the beads in various poses. Butler Lu entered the pavilion to set up the mosquito repellent, offering Wen Yunshi a mosquito-repelling bracelet. Noticing Wen Yunshi lying on the ground, he kindly reminded him, "Young Master Wen, the ground is dirty." Instinctively, Wen Yunshi glanced at Sheng Bailang before shifting from his prone position to a crouch. Sheng Bailang chuckled helplessly. "You're looking at me like that? This time, it's not me calling you dirty." Wen Yunshi, feeling a twinge of disappointment, turned his gaze toward Butler Lu, longing to resume his play. However, Butler Lu was not swayed by the look, instead cheerfully inquiring, "Young Master Wen, would you like some watermelon juice?" Upon hearing the mention of a drink, Wen Yunshi licked his dry lips, suppressing his earlier forlorn expression, and replying with a bright smile, "Thank you, Butler Lu. I would prefer mango juice. Shall I prepare you a cup of green tea, young master?" With that, Sheng Bailang redirected his attention back to the tablet. After Butler Lu had departed, Wen Yunshi resumed playing with marbles on the floor, only to crouch down again just before Butler Lu approached. He seized a glass of mango juice and took a hearty gulp, letting out a satisfied sigh. As twilight descended, an unsettling sense of anxiety began to plague Wen Yunshi. He frequently glanced towards the door, his expression growing increasingly despondent. As the clinking sounds gradually subsided, Sheng Bailang turned his gaze towards him, then towards the entrance. Wen Yunshi looked back, stating, "I am waiting for Aunt Wang to arrive. Aunt Wang is not coming today. She will visit in a few days, and I will have Butler Lu inform you," replied Sheng Bailang. "But I really want to see Aunt Wang," Wen Yunshi murmured as he began to gather the marbles into a bottle. Once he secured the cap, he hugged the glass container and announced to Sheng Bailang, "I'm going back to take a shower." After Wen Yunshi departed, Sheng Bailang switched off the air conditioning in the pavilion and instructed the maid, "Please clear the cups." Upon entering the living room, he addressed Butler Lu, "Ensure that after he plays with the marbles, they are washed, dried, and returned. Also, keep the curtains in the pavilion drawn down and mop the floor twice daily." "Understood, young master," Butler Lu replied. Once when Yunshi had finished his shower, he stood bare-skinned, drying his hair before donning his clothes. He padded barefoot to the edge of his bed, clutching his blanket as he made his way downstairs. On the stairs, he encountered Sheng Bailang, who inquired, "Where are you taking that tattered blanket?" When Yunshi looked down, declaring, "It's not torn. The point is, where are you carrying it?" Sheng Bailang frowned, observing his shoeless feet. Realizing he was being scrutinized, Wen Yunshi shifted slightly. "I want to go to the garden and wait for Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang is not coming today. Return to your room and put on shoes. I dislike wearing shoes. I want to go to the garden. Wen Yunshi's occasional stubbornness was quite pronounced. He possessed a distinct mindset and a determination to pursue his desires. Are you going to feed the mosquitoes in the garden? Sheng Bailang remarked, noting the remnants of yesterday's mosquito bites on Wen Yunshi's face. Going barefoot to the garden and then returning to bed with dirty feet? Wen Yunshi examined his feet and resolutely stated, "They are not dirty." Sheng Bailang exhibited a look of disdain. "They are filthy, not dirty, absolutely dirty, black as coal." At that moment, Wen Yunshi displayed a disgruntled expression. He turned and retreated to his room to put on shoes, then headed to the bathroom to wash his feet before descending once more. This time, he did not encounter the displeasing Sheng Bailang on his way down. He clutched his blanket as he made his way towards the back garden. Upon encountering a maid in the garden, she asked, "Young Master One, where are you off to at this late hour?" "I am going out, over to the other side," he replied, pushing open the iron gate. The maid pressed a button on her walkie-talkie to inform Butler Liu, "Young Master One, the yard across is not ours, and it is rather late to disturb the neighbors. Don't you think that's not correct?" He shook his head and continued to walk outside, clutching his blanket. Butler Liu hurried from behind, stating, "Young master, it is getting late. We should not be going out." He ran to block Wen Yunshi's path, while the maid stepped forward to lock the iron gate. Wen Yunshi looked at them in confusion. He merely wished to play in the grape arbor across the way. "Why can't I go?" He cast an irritable glance at Butler Liu, and upon noticing the small iron gate had been locked, he turned and returned to the pavilion in the front garden, muttering curses under his breath towards Liu and the maid. His whispers were barely audible, and no one could discern his words. Nestled in a blanket, he reclined on the wicker chair, gazing towards the doorway while rhythmically swaying his legs that dangled in midair. Eventually, he succumbed to slumber. After confirming his charge was asleep, Butler Liu extinguished the light in the pavilion and set the air conditioning to a comfortable 25 degrees. After finishing his shower, Sheng Bailang descended from upstairs, having uploaded the design drafts he had just reviewed to his email. Butler Liu informed him, "Young Master One has been asleep in the pavilion for nearly half an hour. He was just insisting on going to the neighbor's house. So we locked the small gate in the back garden. Tomorrow, we'll arrange for a grape arbor in the back garden, fashioned similarly to that of the neighbors, to discourage his frequent visits." Sheng Bailang, clad in slippers and pajamas, walked to the pavilion and gently lifted the sleeping figure back to his room. Butler Liu inquired, "Young master, shall we assign someone to keep watch tonight?" Sheng Bailang glanced at the sleeping Wen Yunshi, then shook his head after a moment's contemplation. The boy cried quietly at night. It was unlikely that anyone outside could hear him through the door. Rather than having him traverse between two rooms, it would be simpler for them to share one. After brushing his teeth and washing his face in the master bedroom, Sheng Bailang took his pillow to Wen Yunshi's room and lay down. He left a nightlight on and used his tablet. The boy beside him slept soundly, not shifting or making any movements for an entire hour. Once he concluded his work, Sheng Bailang set down the tablet and reclined, pulling the blanket over himself, maintaining a distance from Wen Yunshi. At 1:30 in the morning, Wen Yunshi suddenly awoke, sensing the presence of another beside him. Chapter 16. Aunt Wang arrives. He sat up, clutching his blanket, and silently padded to the edge of the bed, his bare feet making no sound as he approached Sheng Bailang's side. The bed shifted slightly as Sheng Bailang felt the movement. Upon opening his eyes, he found Wen Yunshi standing silently at the bedside, a ghostly figure in the dim light. To his surprise, the sight startled his heart momentarily. Sheng Bailang reached out and grasped Wen Yunshi's wrist, saying, "Come up and sleep. I'll take this side." Wen Yunshi preferred to sleep by the nightlight. Upon awakening and finding his spot occupied, he had risen to move closer, unaware of how frightful he appeared at that moment. Sheng Bailang shifted over to make room, adjusting the pillows as they settled in. As Wen Yunshi lay down, he could still feel the warmth left by Sheng Bailang's body. "Your spot is so warm," he remarked. "It's quite hot," Sheng Bailang corrected him. "Bailang," he added. Sleep now. I miss Aunt Wang. I don't like it here. Aunt Wang is coming soon. You must learn to adapt to unfamiliar environments. It will be like this in the future," Sheng Bailang replied. Eyes closed. "Is it permissible not to adapt?" "No. You are nearly 22. You must be independent and not rely on others for everything. Wen Yunshi turned over to face him and said, I do not wish to depend on others. I simply miss Aunt Wang. Closing his eyes, he prepared to sleep. Sheng Bailang also turned onto his side, gently placing his hand over Wen Yunshi's eyelids, assuring him that Aunt Wang would come once she had recovered. Sure, he whispered, as Sheng Bailang was quite fatigued and wished not to hear his incessant murmurs. In his heart, he only desired for him to cease his tears and to swiftly lull him to sleep. In the following week, each night after finishing his tasks, Sheng Bailang would carry him from beneath the grapevine back to their room on the second floor. Once Aunt Wang had regained her health, Steward Liu sent a vehicle to fetch her. When Yunshi, having risen late, did not accompany them. Stubbornly, he stood at the door for over 2 hours. And the moment he saw the car return, he dashed forward to greet them with the exuberance of a small dog. Aunt Wang, I have missed you so much, he exclaimed, repeatedly pinching the flesh in his palms. I have missed you, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang joyfully descended from the vehicle, saying, Xiao, I have missed you too. She enveloped Wen Yunshi in a warm embrace, her eyes brimming with tender delight. As it was Sunday, Sheng Bailang happened to be home as well. Henceforth, Wen Yunshi would no longer have to constantly lament, I want Aunt Wang, I miss Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang stood modestly before Sheng Bailang, greeting him with good day, master. Yes, he replied, Wen Yunshi has been incessantly mentioning you. Dressed in casual home attire, he added, while you are in the Sheng household, your primary duty will be to attend to his daily needs. Aunt Wang nodded, saying, understood, thank you, master. Wen Yunshi smiled at her. Aunt Wang, I have missed you. Steward Liu, witnessing Wen Yunshi's unprecedented joy, interjected. This is the happiest day for young Master Wen since his arrival here. Unable to contain his excitement, Wen Yunshi tugged at her hand. Aunt Wang, look, these are Bailang's beautiful glass beads. He guided her to the back garden, saying, this is the grape arbor Bailang built for me. I sleep here at night. It is so comfortable. With unbridled enthusiasm, he introduced Aunt Wang to all the intriguing aspects of their home. After he finished, he stood before her, declaring, Aunt Wang, this is the largest house we have ever lived in. Steward Liu observed them from behind, smiling. As lunchtime approached, the customary rituals of the affluent were underway. Previously, Aunt Wang had dined alongside Wen Yunshi. Now, she stood beside him. The table featured a dish of crucian carp, fraught with bones. And Aunt Wang carefully helped Wen Yunshi remove the bones, as she had done in the past. Yet now, Sheng Bailang interjected, Aunt Wang, he could do that himself. Let him eat on his own. Though there were many tasks she could perform, he needed to learn to manage on his own. Last time, they had crucian carp. Aunt Wang had not been present, and Wen Yunshi had managed quite well alone. Sheng Bailang looked at him and said, you must learn to do what you can by yourself. Do you understand? Aunt Wang hastily added, previously, he always struggled with the bones, and I had to help him. He is capable now. He may have been young before, but he has grown. Wen Yunshi would not remain as he was forever. He needed to learn and mature, so that one day he could stand independently. Aunt Wang set down her chopsticks, gently advising Xiao to eat slowly and take small bites to avoid the numerous bones. In truth, Wen Yunshi was merely seeking to avoid effort. He could manage the bones himself, given her responsibility for Wen Yunshi's daily life. Aunt Wang's accommodation was ultimately arranged in a guest room on the first floor, directly opposite the vacant room of Butler Liu. As evening fell, Wen Yunshi continued his routine of sleeping beneath the grapevine. After showering, Sheng Bailang descended to carry him back to his room. Having notably increased his strength during this time, he tucked Wen Yunshi in, retrieving his own pillow, which he had left there, to return to the master bedroom. Aunt Wang's presence reassured him that Wen Yunshi would no longer awaken in the night, crying inexplicably. Thus, he resolved to no longer accompany Wen Yunshi to sleep from that night onward. As midnight arrived, a gentle rain began to fall, gradually intensifying into a thunderstorm. 7 days had been sufficient for Wen Yunshi to grow accustomed to Sheng Bailang's presence beside him. After turning over, he noticed the absence of the familiar warmth beside him. Though his eyes were initially closed, the moment thunder cracked, he opened them to find the space beside him empty. Clutching the blanket, he rolled out of bed and scanned the room, indeed finding no trace of Sheng Bailang. Bailang, he called softly, yet the thunder's roar drowned out his voice. Feeling a twinge of fear, he barefooted to open the door. Sheng Bailang's door was firmly shut. He pressed his forehead against the door, whispering Bailang, Bailang. His voice went unheard amidst the storm. Occasionally, lightning illuminated the corridor. Wen Yunshi remained silent, but his voice quivered with fear as he knocked on the door, murmuring, "I'm scared." Sheng Bailang faintly perceived the knocking and stirred awake. "Is it raining outside?" Wen Yunshi stood at his door, his forehead still pressed against the doorframe, saying, "I'm scared." The rain had caused the room's previously comfortable temperature to drop slightly, prompting Sheng Bailang to rise and check whether Wen Yunshi was covered with a blanket. As the door swung open, Sheng Bailang was startled by the silhouette illuminated by the lightning, momentarily freezing in place. He nearly reacted instinctively by striking the figure before him. Fortunately, he recognized the distinctive blue blanket, restraining his reflexive response. Clearly, the door's sudden opening had taken Wen Yunshi by surprise as well. Clutching the blanket, he trembled violently in response to the thunder, his fear reaching its peak as tears brimmed in his eyes, staring blankly at Sheng Bailang while repeating, "I'm scared." Chapter 17. Thunderstorm. Sheng Bailang inhaled deeply, a hint of irritation in his tone. "If you stand silently before me in the middle of the night again, I might just hit you." Wen Yunshi's tears began to fall in response to his mild anger. Sheng Bailang, now fully awake and somewhat exasperated, sighed. "It's the middle of the night. I'm not afraid of ghosts, so you shouldn't scare me like this." Wen Yunshi, with tears streaming down his face, replied, "Yes, I'm sorry." Looking at him, wrapped in a blanket, Sheng Bailang pondered the storm outside and questioned, "Are you afraid alone?" "I am scared, Bailang. I am scared." Wen Yunshi's tone was filled with heartfelt grievance. He extended his hand, mimicking the way Sheng Bailang held his wrist. "Why am I sleeping alone tonight?" He pondered. Isn't Aunt Wang back? With her return, he wouldn't cry in the middle of the night. Thus he would sleep alone from now on. Sheng Bailang grasped his hand gently, leading him into the room without shoes. Though he voiced a hint of disdain, he still pulled back the blanket, allowing Wen Yunshi to lie down. Wen Yunshi surveyed the surroundings and obediently settled into the bed, which was warm, likely from where Sheng Bailang had just been resting. "In the future, you must wear shoes." "No shoes allowed on my bed," Sheng Bailang declared as he maneuvered to the opposite side of the bed. A distance still separated them. Wen Yunshi softly rubbed the hand that had been held, wondering if they could hold hands while sleeping. He cherished the sensation of Sheng Bailang's beautiful hand in his. In the dim light, he extended his hand towards Sheng Bailang. "I like it when you hold my hand." Unfamiliar with the concepts of affection, love, or the significance of marriage, Wen Yunshi was never shy about expressing his feelings. He felt no embarrassment in articulating his sentiments. Sheng Bailang took his hand, placing it back under the covers. "It's time for bed. Tomorrow, you mustn't linger in bed. You will come to the office with me." "I know, you mentioned it before. Aunt Wang told me today as well." Wen Yunshi obediently closed his eyes, gradually inching closer to Sheng Bailang amidst the sound of thunder and rain. He stopped moving once he felt the warmth radiating from Sheng Bailang's body. After he fell asleep, Sheng Bailang struggled to find rest. His hand rested lightly on Wen Yunshi's waist, and the scent of baby bath gel wafted through the blankets. The next morning, when Wen Yunshi awoke, Sheng Bailang was already washing up. He got out of bed and, upon catching a glance from Sheng Bailang, promptly put on his shoes. "I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face," he said as he opened the door to his room. "Good morning, Lou Butler," he greeted, noticing Lou Butler's arm suspended in midair. "I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face now." Returning to his room, he began his morning routine. Lou Butler held the suit that Wen Yunshi was to wear that day. Approaching the guest room door, he informed Wen Yunshi, "Young Master Wen, you are to wear a suit to the company today. I placed it on your bed. Remember to change into it later." "All right. Thank you, Lou Butler." After finishing brushing his teeth, Wen Yunshi emerged to see the black suit, resembling the one Sheng Bailang often wore. He shed his pajamas and began to don the attire. Once dressed, he found Sheng Bailang waiting for him at the dining table. "Sheng Bailang, my suit looks quite similar to yours." "Yes, time for breakfast," Sheng Bailang replied, setting aside his tablet. After Aunt Wang began preparing his meals, Wen Yunshi's 3 daily repasts were under her care. Once he finished eating, he set down his bowl. "I'm full. Shall we head to work?" At that moment, he remained oblivious to the struggles of working life, having only heard his classmates speak of their jobs before graduation. Thus, he felt a sense of eagerness to embark on this new chapter. After breakfast, Sheng Bailang formally took Wen Yunshi to work at Sheng Group for the first time. He guided her to the 58th floor, where he arranged a small business department for her. This department would lead Wen Yunshi in familiarizing herself with the entire business framework of the company. It featured private offices, and he had also assigned her 2 secretaries. "This is your office. They will provide you with some documents. Throughout this week, you need to familiarize yourself with all the company's operations detailed in these files and participate in meetings. The secretaries will inform you of the meeting times and arrangements. Do you understand?" Wen Yunshi stood at the door, easily leaning on the familiar presence of Sheng Bailang in this unfamiliar environment. "I understand. My office is on the 82nd floor. If anything arises, inform the secretaries. They will relay it to me." Hearing that his office was on the 82nd floor, Wen Yunshi was somewhat taken aback. Nervously, he stepped forward and grasped the lapel of Sheng Bailang's suit. "Why aren't we on the same floor?" His words, tinged with innocence, prompted a shared glance between the 2 secretaries, who were puzzled by the situation. The entire 82nd floor was dedicated to the president's offices. Yet this individual was questioning why his office was not on the same level as the president's. "You won't learn anything by being above me. You must manage your own company in the future." Sheng Bailang would impart all his acquired knowledge to him. But these fundamental lessons were ones he needed to learn and practice independently. When Yunshi shook his head, this was not how he envisioned his work life. He disliked this place, this small room. He tugged at the wrinkles in Sheng Bailang's tailored suit. "I will come down to pick you up at 5:30. Let the secretaries prepare you some milk tea. Someone will come and take you out for lunch with me." "I don't like it here," Wen Yunshi stated. "You will visit many new places in the future, sometimes alone and at times accompanied by familiar faces. You must grow accustomed to all of this," Sheng Bailang advised him. It cannot be as it was before. He believed the best way to guide Wen Yunshi was to help him grow. When Yunshi nodded, he understood, yet he did not wish to. For years, he had been allowed by Aunt Wang to avoid excessive exposure to new environments. Whenever he wished, Aunt Wang would compromise. However, Sheng Bailang before him seemed different. Even if he did not want to, Sheng Bailang insisted he must act, leaving no room for negotiation. Sheng Bailang departed from a small office and took the elevator up. When Yunshi sat in the chair, staring at the computer and keyboard before him, Secretary Lin knocked and entered, holding a cup of milk tea. "Minister Wen, this is the milk tea that Mr. Sheng asked me to prepare for you, with 70% sugar. Please let me know if it suits your taste. I can make another cup if it doesn't." When Yunshi took a sip of the milk tea and nodded, "It's good." Chapter 18. First day at work before he had finished his milk tea, Secretary Jiang opened the door, cradling a stack of documents in her arms. She approached Wen Yunshi in her high heels. "Minister Wen, here are the business materials for our company." The stack of documents towered higher than the cup of milk tea that Secretary Lin had just delivered. He furrowed his brow and pouted. "Very well." After the secretary exited and closed the door, he picked up a file and scrutinized it intently, circling passages he found perplexing. For the entirety of the morning, Wen Yunshi immersed himself in the thick pile of papers. When Sheng Bailang's secretary came to summon him for lunch, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already 12 noon. He flipped the unfinished documents over on his desk and followed the secretary to the elevator, ascending to the 82nd floor. Upon arrival, he found Sheng Bailang still tapping away at his keyboard. The secretary announced, "Young master Wen has arrived." Wen Yunshi tilted his head to observe the figure behind the computer, pondering why Sheng Bailang was still working when the secretary had informed him that lunch was at 12. Sheng Bailang instructed the secretary, "Take him to the dining hall." The 82nd floor housed a dining area designated for Sheng Bailang, where the Sheng family's driver delivered lunch daily. Wen Yunshi settled into a chair, gazing at the thermal containers. "This one is for President Sheng, and this one is yours." The secretary indicated. "Thank you," he replied, sliding his portion closer and cradling it with both hands. As the secretary departed, he turned back to the door. After a brief wait, Noticing that Sheng Bailang had not yet joined him, he opened his thermal container and neatly arranged the contents of the other one as well. He held a spoon, awaiting Sheng Bailang's arrival. This had become a routine at the Sheng residence, where breakfast and dinner were always shared with Sheng Bailang. And today was no exception. When Sheng Bailang entered, he found Wen Yunshi seated and waiting. "Aren't you going to eat? I'm waiting for you." "I've already opened it," Wen Yunshi replied, gesturing with a spoon towards the neatly arranged dishes nearby. "All right," Sheng Bailang said, noticing Wen Yunshi's unwavering gaze, and added, "Thank you." Having received the gratitude he desired, Wen Yunshi smiled and replied, "You're welcome." Wen Yunshi's dish was prepared by Aunt Wang, and the dessert was a taro milk pudding. Sheng Bailang observed him indulging in the dessert first. After finishing, Wen Yunshi cast a lingering glance at Sheng Bailang's dessert, which was a small yellow cake, a type he had never tasted before. He lifted his bowl of white rice, alternating bites of food, and after consuming half, he set down his chopsticks and spoon. "Bailang, I'm full." Sheng Bailang, having finished his last spoonful of soup, also set down his bowl. "Would you like to try my cake?" Wen Yunshi looked over, contemplating just a little. He intended to sample it first before deciding whether to indulge further. Thus, he used his dessert fork to take a small piece, his drooping eyelids instantly lifting as he gazed at Sheng Bailang. "Delicious. What is this? I want some." He clutched the fork in his hand, yearning for more. "Then you should speak to Butler Liu when you return tonight, and ask him to prepare it for you tomorrow at noon." "Really?" Wen Yunshi inquired, his lips glistening. "Are you still going to eat this cake after it's had my saliva on it? It's dirty." Wen Yunshi, who would never admit to being unclean, shamelessly conceded to being so for a piece of cake. Sheng Bailang chuckled and nodded, finishing his meal and proceeding to wash his hands and wipe his mouth. He rose and gently pushed open the door beside the dining room, leading to a lounge. Upon entering, he did not close the door behind him and changed into his pajamas. He rummaged through the wardrobe and held up a set of his own pajamas, measuring them in his hands, realizing that they would undoubtedly be oversized for Wen Yunshi. After savoring the mango mousse, Wen Yunshi contentedly tidied up the thermos container and approached the door, inquiring what Bailang intended to do before starting work. With a shift beginning at 2 in the afternoon, he had over an hour of free time after lunch. Entering, Sheng Bailang handed him the pajamas, suggesting they could rest in the lounge until it was time to head down for work. Wen Yunshi replied, "I do not require a nap," as he typically did not have the habit of napping during the day. "A short rest is necessary. Otherwise, you might doze off during meetings or while reviewing documents in the afternoon." "I shall not," Wen Yunshi countered, accepting the pajamas. "I reviewed numerous documents this morning without feeling drowsy." "Did you comprehend everything?" "Not entirely." Wen Yunshi glanced toward the bathroom, inquiring whether he should change there. "Yes. Do as you wish. It matters not where you change." Sheng Bailang pondered their upcoming wedding in 3 months, contemplating the nature of their relationship. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Do you know what our current relationship is?" "You are my boss," Wen Yunshi replied nonchalantly from within. "Aside from me being your boss, what else? Is there more?" Wen Yunshi contemplated seriously, "There is also husband and wife. If we marry, who shall call whom husband and wife?" Sheng Bailang asked, exhibiting no embarrassment in discussing the matter. "Can you assume the role of husband?" "Indeed," Wen Yunshi nodded, entirely unaware of his self-perception. "You cannot," Sheng Bailang retorted, activating the air conditioning. "In the future, my name on the marriage certificate shall be followed by husband." "So, does that mean you are both my boss and my husband?" Wen Yunshi mused, lying on the bed without a blanket. Sheng Bailang chuckled softly, realizing the depth of Wen Yunshi's obliviousness regarding the intimate nature of their relationship. The room's lights dimmed automatically once they settled on the bed. Sheng Bailang closed his eyes, commencing his midday rest, while Wen Yunshi's fingers fidgeted in his palms. He refrained from using a blanket, unable to find slumber. After half an hour, he shifted positions, restless from an overly generous lunch. He gazed at Sheng Bailang's profile, pondering how this individual could be both his boss and husband. After lying on his side for half an hour, Sheng Bailang opened his eyes and met Wen Yunshi's gaze. In the dim light, Wen Yunshi's breath seemed to softly brush against Sheng Bailang's neck. "You're not asleep?" "Without a blanket, I cannot sleep," he replied, slowly closing his eyelids only to open them again, the intervals extending with each attempt. Sheng Bailang remained silent, gently placing his hand over Wen Yunshi's eyelids, preventing him from opening his eyes again. It was already 1:45 in the afternoon. After Sheng Bailang awoke, Wen Yunshi finally succumbed to sleep. Once he confirmed that the person beside him was asleep, Sheng Bailang rose, swiftly shedding his pajamas and donning formal attire at the bedside. Wen Yunshi left his discarded clothes in the bathroom. As he entered to wash up, he casually retrieved them and placed them at the foot of the bed. After changing, he opened the door to leave, leaving it slightly ajar to prevent Wen Yunshi from waking in a daze, unsure of his surroundings. In Chapter 19, Mango Moose and Yangji Ganlu, without a blanket, Wen Yunshi could not sleep for long, perhaps dozing for less than half an hour before awakening. Noticing the light seeping through the unclosed door, he slowly sat up, recalling that he was in the room of Sheng Bailang's company. He stood and walked to the bathroom in search of his clothes, but found nothing. Upon turning back, he discovered that his clothes had been placed at the foot of the bed. Thus emboldened, he stood in the room and removed his garments, just as Sheng Bailang entered, carrying a tablet. Momentarily taken aback, Wen Yunshi stood before him, shirt in hand, completely unclothed. He stammered, "I am changing here." Sheng Bailang calmly closed the door behind him. Still in a state of shock, Wen Yunshi returned to dressing. 15 minutes had already passed since the workday began, prompting him to hasten in fastening his buttons before seeking out Sheng Bailang. "I am ready," he announced. Sheng Bailang reminded him, "You have a meeting at 3:30 this afternoon." Wen Yunshi followed closely behind, replying, "I remember, Secretary Jiang informed me. Today is your first day on the job. As the department head, you may treat them to milk tea." "What kind of milk tea?" "The one Secretary Lin makes?" Sheng Bailang paused, turning back to clarify. "It is a type purchased from an external shop. You can instruct Secretary Lin to order milk tea for the office, and then privately inform her to reimburse you." "How does reimbursement work?" Wen Yunshi was unfamiliar with such formalities, yet he was earnestly learning from Sheng Bailang. "Do you recall the mobile phone Butler Lu provided you? He taught you how to use WeChat, remember?" "Yes." "Then add Secretary Lin on WeChat using your phone. She will inform you of the total cost, and you can round the amount and reimburse her. Do you understand?" "Yes." Sheng Bailang nodded, quite clever. It was not mere flattery. Wen Yunshi was quick to grasp new concepts, mastering many things after just one demonstration from Butler Lu. He possessed a strong aptitude for learning. Upon descending in the elevator, Wen Yunshi's first task upon returning to the office was to open the documents he had turned upside down earlier. He picked up his phone from the desk and stepped outside to find Secretary Lin. "Shall we add each other on WeChat?" Immediately, Secretary Lin rose from her chair and retrieved her phone to add him. He conveyed the information that Sheng Bailang had taught him. Afterward, he added, "I will transfer you the reimbursement via this WeChat." "Thank you, Minister Wen," Secretary Lin replied. "What would you like to drink?" Wen Yunshi pondered briefly. "Something delicious." "What do you find enjoyable?" He was eager to try the milk tea from the outside shop, curious if it would rival the one he had in the morning. After giving his instructions, he returned to his office to continue reviewing the documents. The influx of knowledge became overwhelming, and as he gazed into the distance, he found his elbows resting on the table, his hands positioned beside his temples, brow furrowed tightly. The milk tea soon arrived. Secretary Lin brought in a cup of mango pomelo sago for Wen Yunshi, assuring him that this variant, devoid of grapefruit, would not impart any bitterness or sourness. Observing the chilled mango pomelo sago, its golden hue captivating, Wen Yunshi expressed his gratitude to Secretary Lin. Once she departed, he punctured the surface seal with a straw, and upon sipping, it felt akin to unlocking a new realm of flavors. To his astonishment, the milk tea contained chunks of mango. He raised the drink to eye level, marveling at its exquisite taste, truly delightful. Such delectable indulgences are often swiftly consumed. During the afternoon meeting, Wen Yunshi began to experience discomfort in his abdomen. Seated at the back, he gradually broke into a sweat, thoughts of seeking out Sheng Bailang emerging in his mind. Having just acquired his phone, he was not yet accustomed to carrying it with him. Thus, he leaned over the table and utilized his watch to call Sheng Bailang. The line connected after a brief beep. "Bailang, my stomach hurts. May I be excused from the meeting?" He whispered beneath the table. I will send the secretary to escort you, Sheng Bailang replied before hanging up. The secretary promptly knocked on the conference room door. Minister 1. The president asked me to bring you upstairs. Consequently, Wen Yunshi departed the meeting boldly in front of everyone, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Sheng Bailang awaited him at the elevator. Why does your stomach hurt? He inquired. I don't know. It feels as if a doctor is prodding my abdomen with needles. Wen Yunshi's lips turned pale. The restroom is over there. You should go check. All right. Wen Yunshi was severely afflicted by diarrhea, and after nearly 20 minutes of waiting, Sheng Bailang grew concerned and entered the restroom. Experiencing diarrhea, are we? Did you consume anything else besides lunch? Milk tea, Wen Yunshi replied, seated on the toilet, his face contorted in pain. I also had a cup of mango pomelo sago that Secretary Lin bought. It was delightful. Even at that moment, he could not resist praising the drink. Sheng Bailang clicked his tongue, stepping out to instruct the secretary to prepare medication for diarrhea. The mango pomelo sago posed no issue. Rather, it was too cold, and Wen Yunshi had consumed it too quickly, leading to gastrointestinal distress. Dragging his pained self from the restroom, Wen Yunshi emerged, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, revealing his discomfort to Sheng Bailang. Come and take your medicine. Wen Yunshi approached, taking the prepared pills and swallowing them with a glass of warm water nearby. Wiping his brow, he extracted a tissue from the box to dab at his sweat, then reclined on the sofa. My backside hurts so much. Sheng Bailang, seated at his desk, regarded him thoughtfully. In the future, refrain from consuming those outside milk teas. That won't do. The milk tea from outside is exquisite. Then you shall continue to suffer, Sheng Bailang replied. It is too painful. Then do not drink it. Could it truly be the mango pomelo sago's fault? When Yunshi blinked, his lips feeling parched. Sheng Bailang remarked, I don't know. Regardless, next time, avoid those purchased from outside. If you crave it, have it made at home. But the homemade version isn't as cold. The outside milk tea is refreshingly chilled and utterly delightful. Did you have something cold for lunch? Wen Yunshi reclined on the sofa, glancing towards Sheng Bailang. Yes, it was delightful, he replied. Did you finish it in one go? No, I sipped it 4 or 5 times. Wen Yunshi was still savoring the taste. Sheng Bailang, aware of the reason for his sudden bout of diarrhea, noted that the drinks and water typically consumed at home were warm. Today, however, he had indulged in a large cup of ice-cold beverage, and it was no wonder he was experiencing discomfort. He cast a sidelong glance at the resting Wen Yunshi and remarked, If you continue to drink like this, the pain will intensify. I'm not afraid of pain. I'll drink as I please, Wen Yunshi retorted. But I am afraid, he added, rubbing his abdomen. I left the meeting prematurely. Could there be any repercussions? Should I write a leave request? No need, Sheng Bailang replied. On his first day at work, Wen Yunshi discovered the delectable mango mousse and mango sago dessert. Chapter 20. What is marriage? Wen Yunshi remained in Sheng Bailang's office until the end of the workday and returned home with him. His first day at work could be deemed both fortunate and unfortunate. During their journey home, Sheng Bailang inquired about his learnings. Wen Yunshi succinctly recounted the documents he had reviewed and shared the points he found confusing. In the car, Sheng Bailang clarified all his uncertainties. You truly are impressive, Wen Yunshi said, a hint of admiration in his voice. Upon arriving home, he rushed to the kitchen to inform Butler Liu that he wished to have mango mousse the following day. Aunt Wang, who was preparing ingredients in the kitchen, looked at him with a smile and asked, Little Ji, did you finish work? Were you tired today? Not at all. I spent the afternoon resting in Bailang's office due to a stomach ache. He glanced at the dishes Aunt Wang was preparing and said, I would like a piece of pork rib. Aunt Wang, using clean chopsticks, picked a piece and placed it in his mouth. After savoring the rib, Wen Yunshi announced, I'm going to take a shower. I'll come down for dinner afterward. As Sheng Bailang was still changing his shoes at the door, Wen Yunshi had already dashed upstairs to find clothes for his shower. After finishing his shower, he sat at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the meal. However, Sheng Bailang took his time upstairs, causing Wen Yunshi's stomach to growl from hunger due to his earlier discomfort. After waiting for another 10 minutes, he could no longer contain himself and climbed upstairs to find him. Bailang, are you ready yet? He called from the master bedroom door. Sheng Bailang had just finished drying his hair and opened the door to find Wen Yunshi peering inside. "What are you doing?" "I've been waiting for you downstairs to have dinner." "Just finished showering," Sheng Bailang said, turning to his wardrobe to select a shirt. Wen Yunshi noticed his blanket still on the bed and entered to retrieve it for his own room. After placing it on his bed, he hurried back to the master bedroom to urge Sheng Bailang. "Are you almost done? The food will get cold." "Come Sheng Bailang replied, clearly aware of Wen Yunshi's hunger and deliberately taking his time. After allowing Wen Yunshi to enter, he went to shut the door. Wen Yunshi, puzzled by his actions, felt that something was amiss with him today. Noticing the confusion on Wen Yunshi's face, Sheng Bailang, unfulfilled by his reaction, asked, "Do you understand what desire is?" "Yes, I desire to eat." Wen Yunshi certainly understands the essence of desire. It manifests in his yearning for food, his craving for egg tarts. And everything else he longs for can be termed as desire. Are you aware that one person can harbor desires for another? Just before taking a shower, he received a call from Sheng Wuqing. The arrangement for his marriage with Wen Yunshi was soon to be finalized. For him, marriage could be an inconsequential partnership. Yet, he was more intrigued to comprehend what marriage could signify for Wen Yunshi. Only then could he deliberate on what he ought to offer him. However, the present Wen Yunshi seemed oblivious, shaking his head as he looked at Sheng Bailang, stating, "I am somewhat hungry." Sheng Bailang's inquiries went unanswered, for the current Wen Yunshi was unable to provide him with any answers. Thus, he asked directly, "Is there a physiological desire that exists between individuals, distinct from the desire to eat or sleep? If we were to marry, we would encounter numerous issues, such as intimacy and the prospect of offspring." Intimacy and progeny made Wen Yunshi look up at him with a mix of comprehension and confusion. "Will I have my own children?" His clear, innocent gaze earnestly engaged in this discourse with Sheng Bailang. "Yes, if we marry, we shall have children together." Wen Yunshi pondered briefly before voicing a lingering doubt. Is it the artificial womb mentioned in books? Indeed, following the legalization of same-sex marriage, the state has provisions for artificial wombs to assist legally married same-sex couples in bearing children. When Yunshi inquired, "Will I be a good father?" Sheng Bailang regarded him, posing the question, "Do you grasp what it entails for us to have a child?" "I understand. We will marry." This matter had been brought up numerous times during this period. He had always remembered, "Why do you keep reiterating this?" Because marriage is a significant event, and many seek to wed their beloved, rather than entering into a marriage as casually as we are now. "So, you mean that others marry differently than we do, correct?" "Others choose to marry those they cherish, whereas our distinction lies in the absence of an emotional foundation." "Then should we still marry?" Wen Yunshi comprehended Sheng Bailang's words, but struggled to grasp the meaning of the emotional foundation he referred to. Sheng Bailang posed the question to him, "Do you wish to marry?" If the partner is me, if Wen Yunshi did not wish to marry, he could always discuss it further with Sheng Wuqing. He could regard Wen Yunshi as a younger brother to care for. Wen Yunshi gazed at Sheng Bailang, pondering, what is an emotional foundation? It is affection, akin to how you might miss Aunt Wong after a long absence, longing to see her. "Today, while at work, I also thought of you while downstairs, wishing to see you." Sheng Bailang looked at him, wanting to clarify that this was different. Yearning to see oneself at work stemmed from being in an unfamiliar environment. Merely a desire to rely on someone slightly familiar. This had no bearing on affection. "I wish to marry you." When Yunshi declared, "Can we go downstairs to eat now? I'm truly quite hungry." This was the final question. Sheng Bailang gently bent down to meet him at eye level, placing a hand beneath Wen Yunshi's chin, and inquired, "Are you aware that intimacy occurs after marriage?" Wen Yunshi blinked, producing a nasal sound. "I paid attention in biology class." His naive understanding of intimacy remained confined to superficial textual descriptions. Kissing, making love, these are things we will do together. "How will you feel about it?" Wen Yunshi's gaze lingered on Sheng Bailang's lips. "I don't know. I have never tried." Unconsciously, he pressed his lips together, his right hand absent-mindedly kneading the palm of his left hand. Sheng Bailang instructed, "Close your eyes." Standing before him, Wen Yunshi gently shut his eyes. He could distinctly sense Sheng Bailang drawing closer, his breath softly brushing against the side of his face. The moment their lips made contact, Wen Yunshi's eyes flew open in surprise. Sheng Bailang was savoring the seam of his lips, smooth and soft. These sensations became increasingly vivid as he closed his eyes again, slowly responding to Sheng Bailang's kiss. Mimicking Sheng Bailang, he extended his tongue to lick his lower lip. The tip of his tongue lightly grazed Sheng Bailang's bottom lip, stirring an unusual feeling within him. A ripple disturbed his previously calm heart. Sheng Bailang drew back, concluding the kiss. He scrutinized Wen Yunshi for any signs of resistance or disgust, but instead found his eyes shimmering with anticipation and joy. Chapter 21. Marriage next month. You don't find it disgusting or uncomfortable to be intimate with someone of the same sex, do you? Sheng Bailang asked. Wen Yunshi shook his head, so tender, like eating soft jelly. He curiously fixated on Sheng Bailang's lips, unconsciously swallowing again. Sheng Bailang understood, stating, Wen Yunshi, we are getting married next month. All right, he replied, raising his head to ask, can I go eat now? I'm so hungry. You go ahead, I will follow shortly. Sheng Bailang replied. Wen Yunshi nodded, glancing at his lips. Okay, but please hurry. I'm really hungry. After Wen Yunshi departed, Sheng Bailang picked up his phone to respond to Sheng Guoqing's message. I have discussed with Wen Yunshi, and we can get married next month. Regarding the Wen family, I believe we need to arrange a meeting to discuss matters. Wen Yunshi sat at the dining table, and it wasn't long before Sheng Bailang joined him, chopsticks in hand. Ready to eat. You just had a stomach upset. Avoid the greasy dishes, Sheng Bailang said, moving Aunt Wang's sweet and sour pork away. Wen Yunshi's mouth formed a round shape, but it's my favorite. There are other dishes you enjoy that aren't as greasy. Aunt Wang can prepare this dish for you tomorrow afternoon. After confirming their impending marriage, Sheng Bailang began to further intervene in his life. Can I have half a portion? With his favorite dish before him, the agony of seeing it, but not being able to eat was unbearable. You can have 2 pieces. When Yunshi's eyes fixated on the food, how about 3? That piece is so small. When Yunshi, when speaking with others, you must look them in the eye. Sheng Bailang said, returning the sweet and sour pork to his side. Why? He asked, using his chopsticks to select 3 larger pieces to place in his bowl. I don't like looking into their eyes when I speak. After Sheng Bailang had finished his meal, he instructed the maid to remove the dish. For conversing while looking elsewhere is deemed impolite. Yet, I have always behaved thus. However, it must change. Gradual reform is essential. When Yunshi, with his head bowed, began to eat, muttering, I do not wish to change. He understood that transformation must unfold slowly. One cannot rush such matters. After finishing his meal, Wen Yunshi washed his hands and face, then made his way to the television, carrying glass beads towards the garden pavilion. Meanwhile, Sheng Bailang ascended the stairs to his study, where he commenced arrangements for his and Wen Yunshi's wedding next month. The foremost task was to schedule the premarital examination. He summoned Butler Liu upstairs to set an appointment for this Saturday, finalizing the specific tests required. After playing with the glass beads, Wen Yunshi returned upstairs to bathe, leaving the beads in the pavilion. Aunt Wang followed him to assist with the tidying, instructing the maids to soak and disinfect the items. Once he had bathed, as usual, he wrapped himself in a blanket and headed towards the grape trellis. As he reached the stairs, Sheng Bailang called out to him, Why can't you sleep in your room? What is the purpose of dragging your blanket down there? When Yunshi hesitated, pondering whether he could indeed sleep downstairs. Why must it be in the lower room? It is more comfortable there. The large sofa beneath the grape trellis is quite cozy, and at night, one can hear the sounds of insects. He relished his time spent below. Sheng Bailang permitted him to go. Once when Yunshi had fallen asleep, Sheng Bailang, after his own bath, descended to carry him back to the guest room and tuck him in. In the middle of the night, when Yunshi awoke to find his side empty, he clutched his blanket and ventured out to open the door of the master bedroom. Sheng Bailang was soundly asleep, and he quietly slipped into bed from the other side, cuddling his blanket tightly and peacefully closing his eyes. The following morning, when Sheng Bailang noticed Wen Yunshi sleeping beside him, he was somewhat taken aback. When did you come over last night? He inquired. I don't know, Wen Yunshi replied, inhaling the scent of the blanket in Sheng Bailang's hands. His eyes closed as he lingered in bed. As Sheng Bailang prepared to change clothes after washing up, he found Wen Yunshi lying in bed, intently gazing at him. The innocent admiration of his well-toned physique held no ulterior motives. Conversely, Sheng Bailang felt uneasy under Wen Yunshi's unabashed stare. "Why do you eat so little? You have more flesh than I do. You appear quite firm," he remarked. He had always thought that Sheng Bailang consumed less than he did, yet it was merely that he himself had eaten more vegetables and fewer carbohydrates. Sheng Bailang turned to look at him. "Do you know what you were saying?" "I do," Wen Yunshi replied, sitting up. "I'm not foolish." Indeed, he was not foolish. He simply lacked understanding. He remembered to take his abebe with him when he returned to his room to wash up. After bathing, he went downstairs for breakfast and asked Sheng Bailang, "Can I skip work today?" "No, you need to review the company's business materials this week." Sheng Bailang placed a peeled egg into his bowl. "Can I bring them here to study?" "I do not like that small room." "No, you must adapt to many new environments from now on." "Why?" He often posed the question of why to Sheng Bailang, though he did not extend such inquiries to others. Only to Sheng Bailang did he incessantly seek explanations. Perhaps it is because answers are always within reach. Sheng Bailang picked up another tea egg and began to peel its shell, for one must learn to become an independent individual in the future. Wen Yunshi's autism is not particularly severe. He does not express his emotions through loud outbursts like others, and more often than not, he is quite obedient. His learning ability is commendable, yet he has never received effective guidance. Aunt Wang advised him to simply be a good person. He stuffed the entire egg into his mouth, causing his cheeks to puff out. Sheng Bailang furrowed his brow at him, suggesting that the egg should be consumed in 2 bites, asserting that being an independent person and being a good person are not mutually exclusive. "Very well," Wen Yunshi nodded, slowly sipping the milk that Aunt Wang had sweetened with glucose, making it delightfully sweet. After breakfast, Wen Yunshi approached Aunt Wang and asked, "Aunt Wang, may I refrain from going to work?" For matters Sheng Bailang would not agree to, he could indulge in a bit of charm with Aunt Wang, who might very well acquiesce. "Little sure, after you finish university, we must find jobs and earn money. Many people do so," Aunt Wang explained as she carefully adjusted his tie. "What dishes would you like for dinner tonight? I'll prepare them for you." "Sweet and sour spare ribs," Wen Yunshi replied, slightly raising his chin for her to tie his tie. He followed Sheng Bailang to the car, noting that ever since their arrival here, Aunt Wang had become quite similar to him. Before closing the door, the driver personally fastened Wen Yunshi's seatbelt. "In what way?" Sheng Bailang raised the small table in the car, placing a tablet on it, and opening the news channel for him to see. "Aunt Wang might learn to refuse me like you do. In the past, a simple plea would have allowed me to skip class." Wen Yunshi's gaze fixated on the tablet, catching a glimpse of a blanket in the back of the car. "Bailang, why is my blanket here?" He reached out to grab it. Sheng Bailang held his hand back, saying, "I will help you retrieve it from the company's lounge later. You can use it for your nap at noon. Will it come back home tonight?" He tilted his head and inquired. "Don't you have two? One for the company and one for home," was the reply. "All right then." Wen Yunshi averted his gaze and resumed watching the news on the tablet. Chapter 22, Premarital Checkup. After a week of work, Wen Yunshi finally welcomed the weekend. On Friday evening, he joyfully repeated, "Aunt Wang, I have a day off tomorrow. Bailang, I have a day off tomorrow. Steward Liu, I have a day off tomorrow." The entire Sheng household was enveloped in the joyous anticipation of his day off. The following morning, as he awoke and brushed his teeth in the guest room, he happily descended to await breakfast. Sheng Bailang and the family doctor were waiting for him in the living room below. Guided by Aunt Wang, when Yunshi approached. "Little sure, today we will be having a physical examination." He frowned at the doctor clad in a white coat before retreating behind Aunt Wang in reluctance. He observed as the nurse disinfected Sheng Bailang's arm with iodine, a small needle piercing the skin, crimson blood flowing through the tube. "Does it hurt?" he asked Sheng Bailang. Sheng Bailang beckoned him over, gently saying, "Come here." "I dare not. I am frightened." Aunt Wang's petite frame could not shield him, and he glanced back toward the stairs, declaring, "I shall return to my room first." Sheng Bailang remarked, "The nurse will come to your room to administer the injection. If you're on the first floor, we can be by your side during the procedure. Otherwise, you will be alone in the room. What do you think?" Wen Yunshi, being astute, discerned the implication of this statement. He was indeed required to receive the injection today. He cast a helpless glance at Aunt Wang, pleading, "Aunt Wang, won't you help me? Can I avoid the injection?" Sheng Bailang approached and took his hand, yet he stubbornly remained in place, seeking assistance as he implored, Aunt Wang. It's not that Aunt Wang won't assist you. Today, our little Shi must undergo a physical examination. It won't hurt, Sheng Bailang reassured him, guiding him to sit on the sofa. Wen Yunshi, feeling aggrieved, lamented, "You've turned into someone like Bailang, forcing me to do things I dislike." His tone was tinged with both grievance and accusation. As the nurse sanitized his arm with a cotton swab, he turned his face away in fear, clenching his fists tightly. Sheng Bailang gently covered his eyes with his hand, allowing Wen Yunshi's other hand to grip his shirt firmly. The moment the needle pierced his skin, a tremor coursed through Wen Yunshi's entire being, amplifying his discomfort. He despised injections, and upon noticing his body shudder, Sheng Bailang tenderly patted his back. After the blood draw, Wen Yunshi fell silent in anger, tears streaming down his face. Despite his reluctance and fear, he would obediently comply when asked by others. Wen Yunshi had been well cared for in the past, yet it had not been entirely beneficial. Next, he was to undergo a test for his testicles. Accompanied by Aunt Wang, he was led into a guest room for the ultrasound examination. However, upon seeing the nurse, he quickly followed Aunt Wang back out, protesting, "I don't want to go in." He anxiously fled from the room, exclaiming, "I don't want to go in." Aunt Wang, caught in a dilemma, looked at Sheng Bailang, recognizing the fear that gripped him ever since Madame Hu and the others had departed the hospital. Sheng Bailang furrowed his brow, holding Wen Yunshi's hand. "I will go in with you." Bailang, he clutched Sheng Bailang's hand tightly, pleading, "Please, I don't want to go in." "Can you make them leave? They will depart after we finish the examination. They won't harm you." Sheng Bailang spoke softly, "I will accompany you." For the first time, Wen Yunshi resisted, attempting to pry Sheng Bailang's hand away, shaking his head, "Bailang, I don't want to." If pressed further, he would undoubtedly burst into tears right there. With a sigh, Sheng Bailang steeled himself and firmly pulled him into the makeshift examination room. Tears began to cascade down Wen Yunshi's cheeks. "Bailang, I beg you." He avoided gazing at Wen Yunshi's tears, turning to close the door behind him. The nurse, seated in a chair, looked on helplessly as Wen Yunshi wept. She instructed him, "You need to remove your pants." "Please." Wen Yunshi turned back, reaching for the door, his voice trembling with sobs as he called out, "Aunt Wang, I want to go out." Aunt Wang, standing outside, felt her heart ache at the sound of his cries. Even butler Lu couldn't hide his pained expression, fearing it might frighten young Master Wen. Sheng Bailang pressed the door with the tips of his toes, reaching to remove the loose trousers from his body, and cradled him in his arms, carrying him toward the examination table. In that fleeting moment of being lifted, Wen Yunshi momentarily forgot his tears, gripping Sheng Bailang's neck in alarm. It was only upon being placed on the examination table that he began to fearfully struggle to rise, thwarted by Sheng Bailang's upper body. "Little Shi, it won't hurt. This isn't an injection. It will be over soon," Sheng Bailang reassured him, as he pulled down Wen Yunshi's underwear. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment, rendered speechless. A chill enveloped his backside. The nurse hastily squeezed out some gel for the examination. Feeling the probing sensation in a sensitive area, he clutched the sides of Sheng Bailang's waist tightly, his grip so strong that his hands trembled. His face flushed crimson. Even the roots of his ears burned with embarrassment. He had forgotten to cry, staring incredulously at Sheng Bailang, stammering, she. How could she touch that?" "Almost done, just a moment more," Sheng Bailang replied, focusing on the monitor beside him, just like the nurse. The nurse conducted the examination meticulously, assuring him that everything was fine. Once complete, she placed a tissue at the spot just examined, wiping it clean. "You can wash it too," she added. Wen Yunshi, feeling shy and flustered, hastily tugged on his underwear without even wiping, quickly stepping off the table to pull up his trousers. I want to go out," he stuttered. "Bailang, I want to go out." "All right, go to the restroom outside and clean yourself up. If it's not clean, you need to wash it off, understand?" I understand." He hurriedly pushed the door open, avoiding Aunt Wang and Butler Lu at the entrance, and dashed upstairs to the restroom in his room. His flushed face remained visible in the mirror, still reflecting his embarrassment. This was not even the main event of the premarital examination. When Yunji turned on the shower, obediently washing away the sticky gel with meticulous care. He offered little resistance to the remaining procedures. Finally, the nurse handed him and Sheng Bailang 2 tubes. Confused, he asked in a whisper, "What are these for?" The nurse replied, "For a vitality test. After you fill them, hand them to us. The report will be sent to Mr. Sheng tomorrow." Feeling helpless, Wen Yunshi looked to Sheng Bailang. "Huh? Look at me?" Sheng Bailang, gazing into his clear eyes, reassured him. "You want to have to." Wen Yunshi shook his head, genuinely uncertain. Aunt Wang, feeling somewhat awkward, turned to assist in watering and sweeping the garden ahead. Butler Lu pretended to trim the flowers in the backyard. With a hint of exasperation in his eyes, Sheng Bailang stood still, holding the tube while watching Wen Yunshi. Chapter 23. Shyness. Sheng Bailang took Wen Yunshi to the study, where an iPad lay at hand, transmitting some data. "I've organized the files for you," he said, renaming the transmitted items into 3 categories. He earnestly explained to Wen Yunshi, "Boys, girls, choose what you wish to look at. I've sorted them for you." Sheng Bailang handed him the small tube from the nurse, instructing, "You need to fill this, understand?" Upon realizing the implications of what was being said, Wen Yunshi's face flushed a deep crimson. Such bashfulness seldom graced his countenance. His fair skin radiated a translucent rosy hue, and he unconsciously swallowed hard, anxiously gazing at the tablet in Sheng Bailang's hands. He was torn between the desire to accept the tablet, which was filled with action films. Then, "If I take the tablet, what about you?" His flushed face and stammering words betrayed his nervousness. Sheng Bailang looked at him with amusement. "At 22, you shouldn't be so shy." His gaze drifted downward to Wen Yunshi's lower half. Instantly, Wen Yunshi became flustered, placing his hands defensively in front of him. I. It will come out on its own when it wakes up. I'm not asleep right now." "Huh?" Sheng Bailang raised his tone slightly. "So should I leave? Back to your room?" In a hurry, Wen Yunshi snatched the tablet and retreated to his room, slamming the door behind him. Sheng Bailang chuckled as he returned to his own room. Half an hour later, he went downstairs to hand a tube to the nurse. After waiting for quite some time without any sign of Wen Yunshi, he put his phone back in his pocket and ambled back upstairs. He knocked twice on Wen Yunshi's door. "Wen Yunshi?" "Huh?" In the midst of a compromising situation, Wen Yunshi quickly rose to put on his pants. The tablet emitted an embarrassing sound, and in a flurry, he turned it off. When Sheng Bailang pushed the door open, he found Wen Yunshi blushing furiously. It was his first encounter with such content, leaving him utterly bewildered. A surge of feelings made his lower half uncomfortable, yet the intense shyness rendered him unable to concentrate, prolonging his predicament. Wen Yunshi spent a considerable amount of time selecting from a myriad of data on the tablet. Finally, he stumbled upon a less explicit storyline, which captivated him, drawing him in with earnest attention. Just as he began to feel something, the sound of Sheng Bailang knocking startled him, causing him to retreat. He lay on his bed, desperately burying the tablet under his pillow and quilt, standing upright in a guilty manner as Sheng Bailang entered. I didn't do anything." Indeed, Wen Yunshi's face could be aptly described as red as a baboon's posterior. Sheng Bailang approached, uncovering the buried tablet, turned it on, and clicked to exit before shutting it down. "Shall I assist you?" What?" Wen Yunshi stood there, dumbfounded. He took a step back. "Are you already done?" I've already taken mine to the nurse. They've been waiting for you downstairs for quite some time," Sheng Bailang said, gently caressing Wen Yunshi's flushed face. "So, I came to help you." He then tugged down the pants that Wen Yunshi had hastily pulled up in his flustered state. Wen Yunshi's heart raced. He shook his head, grasping Sheng Bailang's hand. I was just about to finish. I could do it myself." "You're too slow, little sure." He guided Wen Yunshi to sit at the edge of the bed, slowly leaning down to kiss him. This action delighted Wen Yunshi. He cherished the sensation of kissing Sheng Bailang. Under Sheng Bailang's guidance, he gradually furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he pushed Sheng Bailang away and buried his head in the pillow. "It's over." Tears glimmered in Wen Yunshi's eyes, leaving him momentarily dazed. Sheng Bailang looked at him and asked, "So, do you want to take it down yourself? Or should I help you?" Upon regaining his composure, he inhaled sharply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Bailang." Accepting the transparent tube from Sheng Bailang. He descended the stairs without a backward glance. With his head bowed, he refrained from looking up and, after successfully handing the tube to the nurse, hurried back to his room. Sheng Bailang was in his bathroom washing his hands. Did you give it to the nurse? Yes. He had intended to enter the bathroom for a shower, but upon seeing Sheng Bailang inside, he abruptly halted his actions. I want to take a shower. Sheng Bailang dried his hands with a towel and stepped aside. Thus, throughout the day, apart from the moments during lunch and dinner when he sat at the dining table, he secluded himself in his room, lost in his own world. The dinner between the Sheng and Wen families was scheduled for the following noon, a matter Sheng Bailang had yet to discuss with Wen Yunshi. That night, as was his custom, Sheng Bailang went downstairs to fetch someone from under the grape trellis to return to his room for sleep. However, this time, he found nothing. To his surprise, Wen Yunshi was not sleeping beneath the grape trellis. He returned upstairs and knocked on the door of the guest room. Wen Yunshi? Sheng Bailang intentionally lowered his voice, aware that the occupant might already be asleep. After a brief wait with no response, he gently turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. There, he found Wen Yunshi earnestly assembling Lego pieces on the floor. Standing at the threshold, he knocked a little louder and raised his voice. Wen Yunshi, are you still awake? Wen Yunshi turned to face the door, replying, I'm building Lego. It was now 11 o'clock at night. He approached Wen Yunshi, scrutinizing his Lego construction, which was nearly complete. Had he spent the entire day in his room merely assembling this? Upon seeing Sheng Bailang, Wen Yunshi's previously composed demeanor slowly transformed, his fair skin becoming noticeably flushed. Sheng Bailang smiled and teased, Are you shy? Has this matter lingered for an entire day? Wen Yunshi resumed, focusing on his Lego, attempting to maintain his composure as he replied, I'm not shy. I'm just a bit warm. I don't want to sleep with you tonight. You should go back to your room. Really? Since Wen Yunshi's arrival at the Sheng residence, they had shared a bed every night. Now, due to the premarital examination, he had explicitly stated he did not wish to sleep together. Sheng Bailang chose not to argue. He returned to his room, taking Wen Yunshi's blue blanket from the bed and moving it to his own, saying, I'm going to sleep now. You're not allowed to go back under the grape trellis later. No one will carry you back tonight, understand? Yes, I understand. Wen Yunshi continued to assemble his Lego on the carpet. Sheng Bailang cast a lingering glance at his back before retreating to his own room. Approximately an hour later, Wen Yunshi stood at the doorway of the master bedroom, clutching a blanket. His face was etched with reluctance and hesitation. Yet he yearned to join Sheng Bailang for the night. Internally, he was torn in two. He lingered at the door, neither knocking nor speaking. Chapter 24, Meeting Father. After standing there until his knees ached, he finally placed his hand on the doorknob, cautiously pushing the door open and stepping outside. Sheng Bailang left the space with the nightlight vacant. Wen Yunshi cautiously climbed into bed, and just as he settled in, he heard Sheng Bailang's voice. Did you not say you wouldn't sleep with me tonight? His tone carried a hint of teasing, and through the shadows cast by the light beneath the door, he sensed that Wen Yunshi had been standing outside for quite some time. Yet, he refrained from getting up to open the door, waiting instead for Wen Yunshi to come in with the blanket on his own. Thus, he observed Wen Yunshi's furtive demeanor, tiptoeing and being careful, all of which he took in with keen eyes. Wen Yunshi had not anticipated that the person beside him was still awake. The sudden sound startled him. He turned to look at Sheng Bailang. I can't sleep alone. Having grown accustomed to the presence of another, he found it difficult to lie in bed by himself. After some contemplation, he ultimately surrendered to his desire to seek out Sheng Bailang for company. I thought you would be shy about what happened today and wouldn't want to sleep with me anymore, Sheng Bailang remarked as he covered him with a blanket. Shifting closer, after marriage, there will be even more intimate matters. Will you then insist on sleeping in separate rooms? I'm not shy. I simply haven't finished my Lego yet. He stubbornly defended himself regarding this matter. Go to sleep, Sheng Bailang urged, placing his hand on Wen Yunshi's waist. Do you want to see your father? My father? Wen Yunshi placed the blanket beneath his nose, inhaling gently. You mean my dad? Or Sheng Papa? Sheng Bailang tucked Wen Yunshi's long hair behind his ear. Your father. Can I see him? Wen Yunshi's tone turned slightly accusatory as he whispered. My father hasn't visited me in a long time. I don't even know where he is. My dad is not like yours. I've already seen Sheng Papa twice at the company. I truly envy you for being able to see your father so many times. Wen Yunshi gently twisted the fine fabric of the blanket between his thumb and index finger, his eyes growing heavy. You can see him tomorrow at noon. We will have lunch with Grandma and Grandpa, and Sheng Papa will join us to meet your father, all right? His eyelids, which were nearly closed, shot open. Tomorrow? Morning or noon? Evening? His voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Tomorrow at noon. After we wake up, we will head to the old residence, and then we will depart with Grandma and Grandpa to meet your father. That's wonderful. I haven't seen my dad in ages. When Yunshi sat up, clutching the blanket with joy. But what if I have no new clothes? Is my hair too long? Will my dad not like me? Sheng Bailang reached out, pulling him back down to lie on the bed. You look perfect just as you are. Now go to sleep. In the morning, I'll take you to buy new clothes. With a sense of anticipation, when Yunshi whispered, Bailang, you are so good to me. I like you. Sleep now. Sheng Bailang placed his hand over Wen Yunshi's eyelids, feeling the excitement of the eyes beneath fluttering for a while before gradually calming. He looked fondly at the sleeping figure, feeling a pang of compassion. Perhaps, for him, not understanding love was a blessing, for at least he remained unaware of how neglectful his father truly was. Unbeknownst to him, his father had established another family, relegating him to the status of an outsider. Even the marriage his father arranged for him was merely a means to secure financial support from the Sheng family, enabling the Katie company to maintain its liquidity. He sighed softly in his room, then wrapped his arms around Wen Yunshi's waist and drifted into slumber. At 7 o'clock the following morning, Wen Yunshi opened his eyes to find Sheng Bailang still in a deep sleep. He gently caressed Sheng Bailang's face, saying, Bailang, we need to go buy new clothes. Will you get up? With his eyes still closed, Sheng Bailang mumbled, What time is it? Wen Yunshi raised his hand to glance at his watch. 7 o'clock. Let me sleep for another half hour. The weight of his drowsy eyelids prevented Sheng Bailang from opening his eyes. However, the person beside him was filled with excitement. He rolled out of bed, barefoot, and made his way to the guest room to brush his teeth and wash his face. He then began rummaging through his wardrobe, discarding each unsatisfactory piece of clothing onto the floor. Time and again, he approached the fitting mirror, frowning at his long hair that obscured his eyes. As soon as the clock struck 7:30, he entered Sheng Bailang's room. Bailang, it's time to get up. It's 7:30. Bailang, do you think my hair is too long? Will I look bad meeting Dad like this? His face was a portrait of distress. Bailang, could you take me to get a haircut? I want to buy clothes too. I have plenty of money in my watch. I promise I won't spend your money this time. Okay? Will you take me? As he continued to chatter, Sheng Bailang slowly opened his eyes. Where do you think the money in your watch comes from? I don't know. I saw there was a lot. Enough for countless milk teas. It will surely be enough for me to buy clothes, despite not having had enough rest. Sheng Bailang found it hard to be irritated with Wen Yunshi's enthusiasm. It's enough. Definitely enough. Have you finished washing up? Not yet. Wen Yunshi had been up for half an hour, doing nothing but making a mess of the clothes in his wardrobe, adding to the workload of the household staff. Then go wash up. We can have breakfast together, and I'll take you to buy clothes afterward. Thank you, Bailang. You're so kind. He excitedly returned to his room to freshen up, selecting the outfit he had just deemed most satisfactory from the floor to wear. Once Sheng Bailang had finished getting ready and went downstairs, he found Wen Yunshi already seated at the dining table, waiting for him. Aunt Wang was peeling an egg for him, speaking affectionately. There's plenty of time. It's still far from noon. He took a seat beside Wen Yunshi and asked Aunt Wang, Does he always act like this before seeing Dad? Yes, he gets so excited, Aunt Wang replied with a smile. Every time he meets Mr. Wen, he insists on wearing his best outfit. Sometimes, he even needs to get a haircut or style his hair first. Sheng Bailang responded nonchalantly. After breakfast, they hurried out at Wen Yunshi's insistence. Sheng Bailang took him to a salon and inquired, What would you like to do with your hair? Cut it or dye it? Wen Yunshi stood beside Sheng Bailang, feeling somewhat uncertain about the unfamiliar salon. Bailang, what do you think would look good on me? You look great just as you are, Sheng Bailang assured him, guiding him to a chair in the salon. Wen Yunshi gazed at his reflection in the mirror, locking eyes with Sheng Bailang. I desire a hairstyle that appears more obedient, he stated. Very well. I shall instruct the hairstylist to attend to you, Bailang responded. Half an hour later, Wen Yunshi's hair was styled. The fringe was trimmed shorter, cascading smoothly over his forehead. The overall hairstyle remained unchanged, merely shortened. Chapter 25. Guardian Bailang. Do I look more obedient like this? Wen Yunshi inquired. Bailang reached out to adjust his hair, gently. Indeed. Shall we proceed to purchase some clothing? Absolutely. Wen Yunshi believed every word that Sheng Bailang uttered, excitedly following him to the mall. The attendants took turns presenting him with garments to try on, and after an hour, Wen Yunshi was dazzled by the array of choices. Approaching Bailang, he hesitated. Which outfit do you think looks best on me? Which one do you prefer? Bailang asked. I like the third one, but I'm uncertain which one my father would favor. A hint of worry crossed his face. Let's acquire them all. Every time you see him, you can wear a different outfit, and he will surely notice, Bailang suggested, raising his hand to signal the attendant to package the clothes he found appealing. As they exited the mall, Wen Yunshi questioned, Why are we not paying? Because my membership here holds a balance, allowing me to deduct the cost from my account for clothing purchases. And how much is it? Wen Yunshi inquired as he settled into the car, pulling out his phone to open the chat with Bailang. He clicked on the transfer option and tilted his head to look at Bailang, tentatively asking, Is 1,500 sufficient? The driver slowly glanced at the rearview mirror, pondering internally. Is 1,500 enough to purchase a pair of underwear? Indeed, Bailang replied, observing Wen Yunshi transfer the funds using the card he had gifted him. A smile crept onto his face. Little sure, do you realize that your actions may come across as rather naive? Wen Yunshi put away his phone and offered a polite smile in return. Are you suggesting I am naive? Perhaps it is somewhat endearing. Will my father think so? Bailang turned his gaze away from Wen Yunshi. How others perceive you is inconsequential. What matters is that you remain true to yourself. But I fear my true self may not be to my father's liking, Wen Yunshi lamented, his voice heavy with distress. Throughout his past, Aunt Wang had been his constant companion, while his father played a pivotal role, lingering in the background. He yearned for paternal affection, yet feared abandonment. Bailang regarded him thoughtfully. Little sure, why do you cherish your father? He treated me well when I was young, Wen Yunshi replied. Memories of Wen Zhiting were deeply etched in his childhood. Despite the diminished relationship following his father's remarriage, leaving them nearly estranged, the happiness and beauty of his early years remained cherished in his recollections. In truth, he often found himself doubting the excuses Aunt Wang provided for Wen Zhiting's absences. Yet, his affection for his father endured undiminished. If I treat you well now, will you also come to like me as much? Bailang inquired casually. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Yunshi replied, I already like you. As the vehicle arrived at the old residence, Sheng Guqing and Lu Shui were in the foyer preparing tea, while Sheng Shiming descended the stairs with several bottles of fine wine. Have you arrived? Wen Yunshi adorned himself with the newly purchased attire. He stood closely behind Sheng Bailang. Peering out to greet Grandpa, Grandma, Sheng Papa, Lu Shui immediately noticed his freshly cut hair and inquired, Have you gotten a haircut? Yes. I went for a trim early this morning and also bought new clothes. Sheng Bailang guided him to the sofa. The surroundings were unfamiliar, and Wen Yunshi clung to Sheng Bailang with a sense of unease, his vigilant gaze scanning the environment. Lu Shui settled beside him, reassuringly stating, This is your grandparents' home. There's no need to feel anxious. She gently stroked Wen Yunshi's back. Sheng Bailang held his hand, which was tightly gripping him, and said, Once Sheng Papa is ready, we shall proceed to dine. Wen Yunshi nodded, his demeanor subdued in this strange setting. Refraining from the usual expressive chatter he had once shared with Sheng Wuqing and Lu Shui, Wen Yunshi tugged at the hem of Sheng Bailang's coat, causing it to become wrinkled. He no longer exuded the relaxed demeanor he had upon arriving. Instead, he anxiously pressed his lips together, resembling a child awaiting reprimand. Sheng Bailang ordered him a glass of mango juice. Hesitantly, Wen Yunshi asked, Will Papa think it's inappropriate for me to drink this? Not at all. We all are having some, Sheng Bailang assured, placing the juice in his hands. You haven't had much to drink since this morning, so it's time for a little refreshment. Shortly after they settled, Wen Zhiting entered, accompanied by his current wife. The purpose of their gathering was known to everyone present, except for Wen Yunshi. The Sheng family intended to repay the Hu family's past kindness by arranging a marriage for Wen Yunshi, thereby providing funds for the Kaidi group. Sheng Shiwei and Sheng Bailang awaited Wen Zhiding's demands, the worth of Wen Yunshi hanging in the balance. Upon seeing Wen Zhiding, Wen Yunshi stood up nervously, calling out, "Papa," his voice trembling as he fixed his gaze ahead. "Ah." Wen Zhiding appraised him and commented, "You've grown quite a bit." A wave of disappointment washed over Wen Yunshi. In truth, he had not grown taller over the past 4 years, but rather, it was Wen Zhiding who had neglected to notice his growth. With a look of mild grievance, he glanced at Sheng Bailang, biting his lip as he returned to his seat amid the settling of Sheng Guoqing. Noticing these subtle emotions, Sheng Bailang gently massaged the tender palm of Wen Yunshi. As the meal progressed, Wen Yunshi obediently consumed the food Sheng Bailang placed in his bowl, even the vegetables he disliked, merely furrowing his brow before eating. He wished to avoid leaving an impression of being a picky eater. The discussions at the table eluded his ears until the meal concluded, when Wen Zhiding produced a document regarding the transfer of Wen Yunshi's guardianship, effective that day. He placed the document on the table, and after a moment's hesitation, Sheng Shiwei handed it to Sheng Bailang for review. While the details of the document escaped Wen Yunshi's attention, the term guardian resonated clearly with him. He straightened his back, uneasily directing his gaze toward his father. "Do you not want me anymore?" Wen Yunshi gently extricated her hand from Sheng Bailang's grasp, her fingers gripping the edge of the table. "I am obedient," she murmured. After reviewing the document, Sheng Bailang unhesitatingly signed his name on the last page. The sum of 500 million was to bring Wen Yunshi into his orbit. A gesture of gratitude. This amount was well within the means of the Sheng family. By marrying Bailang, he will become your legal guardian. Wen Zhiding did not directly answer his question, yet Wen Yunshi was acutely aware. She understood that he had long since relinquished any desire for her. She whispered, "I can choose not to marry, father. You must marry." There was no room for negotiation in Wen Zhiding's voice. Wen Yunshi, feeling disheartened, bowed her head, refraining from tears or tantrums. Following the dinner, both families agreed to forego a banquet, opting instead for a formal announcement of the marriage. The Sheng family was reluctant to host a banquet, particularly unwilling to leverage their connections to expand business opportunities for someone like Wen Zhiding. Chapter 26. You deceive on the way back to the Sheng residence. Wen Yunshi remained silent, her head bowed. The moment she exited the vehicle, she ascended the stairs, secluding herself in her room. Aunt Wang hurried after her, little sure what's wrong. After being met with silence, she stood outside the door and softly coaxed, "Little sure, did your father say something to upset you? You're a big child now. Let us not be angry with your father, all right?" Sheng Bailang stood on the first floor, gazing upwards. "Lu, come here." Young master. Lu, the housekeeper, approached, awaiting instructions. "Have the kitchen prepare a mango sago dessert with less ice. Bring it to my study." "Very well. Should I prepare one for young master one as well?" "Not necessary. This one is intended for Wen Yunshi." After giving his orders, he ascended the stairs and noticed Aunt Wang still trying to soothe the upset child within. Wen Yunshi cried from inside, "You're lying. My father doesn't T1 me at all. He hasn't T1'd me for a long time. He has a new Wen Yunshi. Why would he need me?" Aunt Wang pressed her ear against the door. "Little sure, please don't cry. Let us be good. You are my only Wen Yunshi. Your father." Aunt Wang was interrupted as Sheng Bailang approached her. Some truths, when concealed, may not be beneficial for him. Allowing him to live in a web of falsehoods is not kind. His words drifted into the room, reaching Wen Yunshi's ears. Aunt Wang's remaining words caught in her throat. She was uncertain if her actions were right or wrong, yet she had always known how to comfort him. Wen Yunshi's sobs grew louder. "You may leave now, Aunt Wang." Once Aunt Wang departed, Sheng Bailang returned to his room and retrieved the blue blanket from a bed. Standing at the door to the guest room, he called out, "Wen Yunshi, I brought your blue blanket. Do you still want it? If you do not open the door, I will have Lu take it for cleaning and replace it with a new one of a different color." With a swift motion, the door swung open. Wen Yunshi stood within, her eyes glistening with tears. "Give it to me." She extended her hand. Sheng Bailang stepped inside. "Would you like some mango sago dessert?" "I don't want it. Just give me the blanket." She followed closely behind him, reaching out. "It's sweet and icy, with a mango flavor." "Return the blanket to me." his hand stubbornly thrust forward in front of Sheng Bailang, refusing to relent. Give it to me. Then stop crying. Wash your face and hands. And once you're clean, I'll return it to you. No, you cannot take someone else's belongings. Am I not someone else? Sheng Bailang placed his blanket behind him. Am I not someone else? You are someone else. I do not wish to marry you. I want my father. His voice faltered, a sense of grievance evident as tears brimmed in his eyes, conveying his distress. But your father has entrusted your guardianship to me. We shall announce our marriage next month. You've even expressed a desire to marry me. Have you forgotten? Sheng Bailang observed him, lips pressed together, tears cascading down. Bailang, he sobbed, can we not marry? Can you not take my guardianship? I cannot, for I have already signed the documents. Your father does not love you, as you believe. The truth is often cruel, and unlike Aunt Wong, Sheng Bailang would not sugarcoat the reality. To be unloved is to be unloved. Clinging to the fantasy of being cherished is the true cruelty. You are lying. Wen Yunshi glared at him in anger, accusing him of deceit. Then why has your father not come to see you all these years? Directly arranging my marriage to you? Aunt Wong said he is busy. I am busy too, yet I still find time to remember your preferences and those peculiar little habits. Father is different. The way his eyes reddened in argument stirred a sense of compassion in Sheng Bailang. I no longer like you, he cried, turning his head away as he approached the door. I'm going to close the door. You should leave. Sheng Bailang placed his blanket on the bed and stepped forward, grasping his hand. Do you want a hug? He lowered his gaze to the floor. Can we not marry, Bailang? We can, but I will still be your guardian. Whether we marry or not does not change that, you understand? Sheng Bailang moved to close the door, standing before him and embracing him tightly. You are crying so messily. Little sure. When Yunshi sniffled, I did not ask you to hug me. Sheng Bailang sighed in resignation. It is I who wishes to embrace you. May I? My heart feels so heavy, Bailang. I want my father. I understand. Sheng Bailang soothed him, allowing the tears to flow. Once the tears subsided, he took his hand to wash his face. I need to work in the study soon. Will you accompany me? I do not wish to see documents. When Yunshi's hoarse voice protested, I have been looking at documents for 5 days. I feel nauseous. There is sweetened coconut sago in the study. You can play beside me while enjoying it. Will you accompany me? When Yunshi replied, then I shall consider it. As Sheng Bailang headed to the study, when Yunshi followed, clutching the incomplete Lego set. On the desk sat the sweetened coconut sago, with ice having partially melted. Is that for me? When Yunshi asked, it is for you. Sheng Bailang pulled over a chair, sitting down to play at the table. Do not lean on the desk. After a bout of crying, Wen Yunshi gradually fell asleep while assembling his Lego, his head resting on the desk. During a break from work, Sheng Bailang noticed him and raised the air conditioning slightly before resuming his tasks. Upon awakening, Wen Yunshi initially appeared dazed, but once he regained his senses, his small hands quietly resumed piecing together the Lego. Aunt Wong ascended from downstairs, carrying afternoon tea, and stood at the door of the study. Young master, afternoon tea, she called out. When Yunshi leaned over the table to peer out, Aunt Wong, I am here too. Little sure. Aunt Wong replied as she entered with a tray holding mango mousse and cantaloupe mousse. Only 2 pieces. When Yunshi moved the tray beside the computer. Bailang, stop working. From Monday to Friday is already enough. Working on a Sunday is simply unreasonable. Shall we indulge in some dessert? Sheng Bailang withdrew his hand from the mouse. What? Are you implying you wish to share a piece with me? When Yunshi's gaze fell upon the cakes. Let us have one each. What flavor would you prefer? His eyes fixated on the yellow cake. Sheng Bailang, wanting to tease him, declared, then I shall have the yellow one. It looks so delectable. The green one seems like it might taste like vegetables. At this moment, when Yunshi, who was not fond of vegetables, slowly shifted his gaze from the mango mousse to the cantaloupe mousse. How unappetizing could a vegetable-flavored cake be? He felt a whirlwind of inner conflict. Bailang, do you think the green one might not be so unpleasant after all? I seldom encounter green cakes. I believe you should give it a try. Wen Yunshi's tone was earnest, though his expression betrayed him. Sheng Bailang casually picked up a fork and scooped a spoonful of cantaloupe mousse near Wen Yunshi's mouth. You taste it first. If you find it delightful, I shall then try the green one. Chapter 27. The Art of Sleeping in Wen Yunshi leaned back slightly, displaying a hint of reluctance. Sheng Bailang brought the fork closer, and after a moment of hesitation, he parted his lips to accept the small bite. He lifted his eyelids to meet Sheng Bailang's gaze, responding with a surprised murmur. Is it good? Wen Yunshi nodded honestly, then shook his head. He now felt a desire for the green one. It was not vegetable-flavored, but rather sweet and refreshing, reminiscent of cantaloupe. Yet, the mango flavor was equally delightful. He licked his lips thoughtfully, feeling ambivalent about it. Sheng Bailang set down the fork and inquired, "Why the multiple goods?" "Because both are delicious. The mango is also delightful." When Yunshi expressed his dilemma, "How about we each take half of both cakes? This way, we can savor two flavors together. That would be wonderful." Sheng Bailang pushed the tray towards him. "You have it. I want to compete with you for it. Not fond of it." When Yunshi playfully retorted, "Well, that is splendid." He took the fork he had just used, pushed aside the Legos, and placed the two small cakes before himself, eating them with great seriousness. The 2 days of the weekend always passed swiftly. On Monday morning, Wen Yunshi lay in bed, wrapped in a blanket, reluctant to rise. He watched Sheng Bailang brush his teeth, wash his face, and shave, yet he remained immobile, rubbing his nose with the blanket and occasionally inhaling its scent deeply. Sheng Bailang remarked, "You're already half an hour late for work by following me, and now you linger in bed? Is it possible to skip today?" After enjoying 2 days of holiday, his desire to return to the office, surrounded by tedious paperwork, had diminished even further. In the conference room, he listened to the disjointed conversations of unfamiliar faces. In contrast, he preferred the solitude of his room. When Yunshi, you must learn to spend the money you earn. That way, you can indulge in whatever you desire. Isn't that possible now? I have an abundance of unspent funds in my WeChat. He had never felt the burden of financial constraints. Aunt Wong would prepare all the delicacies he wished for. Sheng Bailang remarked, "The money you spend on WeChat belongs to me. It is I who provided it, understand? It is still available for use, is it not?" When Yunshi remained reluctant to rise, he had no desire to go to work. Sheng Bailang began to change his clothes right before him, asserting that if he did not go to work, he would not have money to spend. "Your salary comes from going to work." Once dressed, he approached Wen Yunshi's bedside and stated, "Everyone must earn money to afford their expenses. I didn't have to before. That was because you were still studying. Now that you have graduated, things have changed." Sheng Bailang reached out, wresting the blanket from Wen Yunshi's grasp, insisting he must wash up and join him for breakfast. "If you're late, your salary will be docked, and you shall forfeit cake at noon." Wen Yunshi clutched the blanket tightly, unwilling to relinquish it. Typically, these two blankets were as precious to him as life itself. Not even Aunt Wong was permitted to take them. The company blanket had been washed, and this one was meant for the office today. Sheng Bailang did not relent. When Yunshi, seated on the bed, stubbornly refused to let go. "If you take my blanket to wash, I despise you. Will you still need it for your nap at noon?" "Yes." After a moment's hesitation, he finally released his grip. Sheng Bailang, in his presence, folded the blanket and draped it over his arm as he descended the stairs. "You have 10 minutes to wash up and join me for breakfast." Wen Yunshi immediately sprang from the bed, barefoot, rushing to the bathroom in the guest room. He completed his teeth brushing, face washing, and clothing change in a mere 8 minutes. Upon arriving downstairs, he found his blanket cast upon the living room sofa. As he raised his foot toward the sofa, Sheng Bailang called out, "Come here for breakfast." Wen Yunshi stood frozen, staring at his blanket, and it took him 2 minutes to turn and walk toward the dining area. "How could you throw my blanket on the sofa?" "The sofa is cleaner than the dining room." Sheng Bailang had already peeled the eggs for him. "Hurry, eat. Why are you so slow?" Wen Yunshi silently glared at the empty space on the table, feeling a mix of anger and reluctance to confront Sheng Bailang. After a few moments of silent indignation, he lowered his head and began to eat. Due to his lingering in bed, they left for the office 20 minutes later than usual. Upon arriving, Sheng Bailang extended his hand toward Wen Yunshi. "Bring me the blanket. Can I not carry it myself? We are late." Sheng Bailang placed his watch before him. "Do not look at yours. I have a watch of my own." Wen Yunshi was well aware they were late, yet he harbored no enthusiasm for work. Reluctantly, he handed over his blanket to Sheng Bailang, who declared, "Just place it on the bed in the lounge." "No, I do not want your tattered blanket." "It is not a tattered blanket." When Yunshi instructed, Do not give it to others. Take it to the lounge, and do not let the secretary have it. Understood. Besides, I will dispose of it later, Sheng Bailang whispered, threatening him. What a bad habit this is, this ragged blanket which you cannot touch, and that which you cannot take. Bailang, I beg you. Wen Yunshi's gaze lingered on the blanket. Sheng Bailang tilted his head and said, then look into my eyes and say it. Wen Yunshi raised his eyes to meet his, asking, what should I say? Say you beg me. Wen Yunshi blurted out, I beg you. It was no embarrassment for him to utter those words. However, Sheng Bailang found it quite delightful. I promise not to let anyone else touch your blanket. Thus, upon arriving late to the office, the president personally entered the lounge with a blue blanket and then emerged again. On this bustling Monday morning, Sheng Bailang was in a meeting while Wen Yunshi attended. The participants of the meeting did not falter, but Wen Yunshi was at his wit's end. After sitting for over 2 hours, his backside ached. He could not comprehend the development plans being discussed, nor did he understand the business processes. During each meeting, Sheng Bailang required him to take notes and summarize his own opinions. He listened while leaning on his desk, scratching his head in frustration. The meeting stretched until noon without conclusion. As his colleagues continued their earnest reports, Wen Yunshi stood up, declaring, I'm going to grab some lunch. Ignoring everyone present, he pushed the door open and exited. All eyes widened, none daring to speak a word. As Sheng Bailang's secretary had yet to arrive to escort him, he went to wait for the elevator alone. Just as the secretary was descending, they missed each other entirely. Dejected, he pushed open Sheng Bailang's office door and walked straight in. Upon seeing him enter, Sheng Bailang looked up and asked, Didn't the secretary come to fetch you? Bailang, I'm about to lose my mind, he replied, a hint of grievance on his face. What is bothering you? Seeing his expression, Sheng Bailang realized he would need to soothe him once more. Chapter 28. Dependence. The reluctance to go to work gradually became Wen Yunshi's excuse for lingering in bed each morning. This began on his third day of such slothfulness. Sheng Bailang woke up 15 minutes earlier each day, tidying himself before coaxing and half-threatening Wen Yunshi to rise. As the threats multiplied, their effectiveness waned. Every day is so exhausting. Can I study at home the materials you want me to write? Can you attend meetings from home? Sheng Bailang pulled him up and led him to the bathroom. Wen Yunshi gradually moved his belongings into the study and master bedroom, effectively emptying the guest room like an ant relocating its nest. The study now housed an additional desk for Lego displays, while the master bedroom's walk-in closet welcomed a new wardrobe for Wen Yunshi's clothes. The bed also featured an extra blue blanket, which was initially deemed untouchable by anyone else. It became a blanket that Sheng Bailang could now also enjoy. Each time the blanket from the company lounge was washed and returned, Sheng Bailang would arrive at the office the next morning with a blue blanket in hand. The secretaries gradually began to notice the evolving nature of their relationship. On Sunday evening, Wen Yunshi played with a bottle of glass marbles in the study. Xiao Shi, I will be traveling for business next week. You will need to go to work by yourself. The secretary will pick you up for lunch and rest. Where are you going for business? Wen Yunshi, lying on the floor, tinkled the glass marbles, still unaware of what Sheng Bailang's trip meant for him. Sheng Bailang's gaze lingered on the computer screen. To L country, I will bring you beautiful marbles. This business trip was intended to procure equipment suitable for maritime project research, though the duration was yet to be determined. I want one that's really big, and I want the patterns to have Lego designs. Is that possible? Wen Yunshi lifted a marble for Sheng Bailang to see. After a glance, Sheng Bailang nodded and casually remarked, I will bring you one with lovely butterflies inside. Okay. Wen Yunshi had yet to connect his work, meals, and rest with Sheng Bailang's business trip. As they prepared for bed that night, Sheng Bailang asked, What gift do you want for your birthday? Wen Yunshi pondered seriously. Can I have a really big cake? And I want lots of delicious food. Can I take a day off on my birthday? Can I have a week off? He clutched his blanket, facing Sheng Bailang. Does that mean after my birthday we can get married? Aunt Wang said, I would be going with you to take wedding photos next week. She keeps applying face cream on me. As Sheng Bailang turned off a light, Wen Yunshi bombarded him with questions. You talk like firecrackers, chattering incessantly. Sheng Bailang lay down, pulling the blanket over himself, while Wen Yunshi insisted, No, I want to hold it on your side. He tightened his grip on the blanket. I don't want to apply face cream either. It feels sticky and uncomfortable. Now, every night before bed, Sheng Bailang listened to Wen Yunshi express his dislikes and his desire not to work the next day, though he would still ask the steward Lu to prepare a specific flavor of cake for lunch. If he didn't tea talk for half an hour after lying down, Wen Yunshi wouldn't fall asleep. Sometimes, when Sheng Bailang closed his eyes and ignored him, he would eventually drift off. Bailang, can I take a week off for my birthday? No. How long can I take off then? Your birthday is on Saturday. You already have that day off. Can I celebrate my birthday on Monday this year? Can I have a holiday until Friday evening? No. What about 3 days off? Not working on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And celebrating my birthday on Saturday? 1 day off. We will take wedding photos on Friday. So, I can have Friday off from work, right? Yes. Can I have a big cake? Yes. Bailang, I don't want to apply face cream tomorrow. Otherwise, your little face will get cold and become dirty and ugly. Wen Yunshi reached up to touch his face. Then can I just apply a little bit, just a tiny bit? Tomorrow, tell Aunt Wang to apply just a little bit of face cream so it gets a little dirty and a little ugly. Wen Yunshi shook his head and whispered no. Close your eyes. It's late. If you don't sleep now, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. I can get up. You always make me get up. As long as Sheng Bailang is present, he must rise. Good night. After Sheng Bailang bids good night, he refrains from responding to any further inquiries from Wen Yunshi. Nevertheless, Wen Yunshi stubbornly continues to speak at length. This evening was no different. After speaking for over 10 minutes without receiving a reply, he threw off the covers and got out of bed, putting on his shoes. Sheng Bailang, with his eyes closed, reminded him, initially reluctant to wear shoes. Wen Yunshi hesitated, but eventually complied and went to the restroom. Upon returning, he wrapped himself in a blanket, and Sheng Bailang covered him with the quilt. After turning over several times, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Once he was completely asleep, Sheng Bailang set aside his blanket and snugly tucked him in before he too began to rest. The following morning, Wen Yunshi, as usual, lingered in bed before accompanying Sheng Bailang to work. The secretary would come down to escort him upstairs, and he could come down by himself after waking from his midday slumber. May I have your little cake today? Wen Yunshi had yet to realize that he would be dining alone. Sheng Bailang replied, Today, Butler Lu has only prepared for you. Oh, all right. Wen Yunshi had initially hoped to indulge in 2 servings of dessert. Be good. Sheng Bailang affectionately ruffled his hair. Wen Yunshi instinctively nuzzled into his palm and remarked, Aunt Wang has been praising me for being well-behaved lately. I have always been good. Indeed, he had been quite agreeable during this period, neither crying nor throwing tantrums. His greatest concern from Monday to Friday was his reluctance to go to work. During the weekends, Sheng Bailang would take him out for leisure, providing him with much-needed freedom. If he did not go out, he was perfectly content to remain at home. Regardless, if Sheng Bailang occupied the study, he would play there. If he was in the living room on the first floor, Wen Yunshi would join him. He would orbit around Sheng Bailang, occasionally pulling him towards the grape trellis outside, insisting that the whispering wind was delightful. During meals, he would playfully tease Butler Lu, employing cunning tricks to procure cake and desserts. At noon, as usual, Wen Yunshi was escorted upstairs by the secretary. Where is Bailang? He inquired. Mr. Sheng is on a business trip. Did he not inform you? The secretary led Wen Yunshi directly to the dining room. Nodding, he replied, he did mention it. When will he return for lunch? The secretary, slightly taken aback, explained that Mr. Sheng had traveled to L Country and was not expected to return to the office this week. As Wen Yunshi entered the room, the secretary, noticing his silence, closed the door behind him. It seemed he was just beginning to grasp the situation, standing there in a daze. Chapter 29. The business trip incident on the table, there was only his solitary lunch. He opened his watch and sent a message to Sheng Bailang. Bailang, when will you return? He sat at the table awaiting a response. Even as his stomach began to rumble, he refrained from opening the thermos. Since starting work, they had always shared lunch together before retiring for a nap. The sudden shift in routine left him feeling somewhat lost as he sat at the table. Meanwhile, Sheng Bailang, who was currently on a plane, did not receive his message. Wen Yunshi remained seated from noon until 2 in the afternoon. The secretary waited until 2:30. But when she did not see Wen Yunshi emerge from his office, she approached and knocked on the door. "Young Master One, are you awake?" Upon glancing towards the door, Wen Yunshi realized it was indeed 2:30. He rose silently and made his way to the elevator reserved for the CEO. The secretary hurriedly followed, pressing the elevator button for him. "Did I wake you, young Master Wen?" He tightly shut his lips and shook his head, the forlorn expression on his face leading the secretary to believe she had erred in some way. Later that afternoon, Wen Yunshi attended a meeting and signed a business document. For the remainder of the time, he seemed lost in thought, sitting in his chair until the end of the workday, without receiving a response from Sheng Bailang. The driver, unable to locate him downstairs, took the elevator up to find Wen Yunshi. Upon being informed by the secretary that he was still in the office, the driver waited at the door. Secretary Lin, having accompanied Wen Yunshi for quite some time, noted that it was the first day she had seen him working overtime. She glanced at the schedule, discovering that today's workload was lighter than that of the previous week. Why then was he working late? She approached to knock on his door. "Minister One, it is time to leave. Is there any work you need my assistance with?" Wen Yunshi sat at his desk. His eyes slightly reddened, suggesting he had been crying. He shook his head, donned his coat, and exited the office. Upon reaching the door and spotting the driver, he inquired, "Is Bailang coming home with us today?" Typically, Sheng Bailang would come down to pick him up after work, but it seemed that today, due to a business trip, he would not be joining him. After waiting so long in the office, it was disheartening that Sheng Bailang had not come down. When the driver informed him of the trip, Wen Yunshi felt tears welling up within him. He silently made his way to the parking lot and, once inside the car, gazed out the window with a pout. His phone vibrated briefly, signaling a new message on WeChat. Picking it up, Wen Yunshi saw it was a reply from Sheng Bailang, tentatively indicating he would be away for a week, possibly returning on Sunday. With trembling fingertips, he typed, "I don't want you to go on this trip." After checking the time difference upon checking into his hotel, Sheng Bailang deduced that it was around the time when Yunshi would be on his way home from work. Thus, he initiated a video call. When Wen Yunshi answered, tears streamed down his face at the sight of Sheng Bailang. "Why are you crying?" Sheng Bailang had just placed his suitcase on the floor and moved to sit on the sofa, observing the tearful figure on his screen. "Are you on your way home now?" When Yunshi's tone remained relatively steady, despite his tears. "Why didn't you join me for lunch today? I'll have lunch with you when I return." "What did you eat for lunch today?" Sheng Bailang rubbed his thumb across the screen, noting how long it had been since he had seen Wen Yunshi cry. He looked so pitiful in tears. "I don't know. I just wanted to have lunch with you." Noticing the timestamp on Wen Yunshi's message, he asked, "Did you wait for me at noon?" "Yes. But you didn't come back after work." Wen Yunshi wiped his tears with the back of his hand and sniffed deeply. "Did you not have lunch?" Wen Yunshi shook his head, his gaze fixed on the screen of his phone. Due to the driving conditions, the signal was somewhat erratic, causing the images to occasionally freeze. "This week, there was no need to wait for me. I am not in the country. I will eat and sleep on my own. Just inform Butler Liu and Aunt Wong of your desires." Sheng Bailang's expression turned serious. "I wish to dine with you. We cannot eat together this week." Sheng Bailang removed his suit jacket, causing the screen to sway, and for several seconds, Wen Yunshi could not see his face. "Bailang," he spoke with a hint of urgency. "Yes, I'll be dining alone this week. Is that acceptable?" "No. When will you return?" "Perhaps Sunday." "How long until you're home?" "Please have Butler Liu prepare the meal in advance. Once I arrive, I will eat, rest for a while, and then take a shower." "If you haven't had lunch, you must be quite hungry by now." "This morning, I only had a small bowl of porridge. I didn't eat much." "I don't want that. Come back now." If he returns on Sunday, it means tonight he would have to sleep alone. He shook his head, pleading, "I don't want to wait until Sunday. Please come back now. Do not fuss. I will return once I finish my work. Listen to Butler Liu, eat and sleep. I'll be back after 5 days of work and a day of rest." "That is too long. I cannot bear it." Clutching his phone, Wen Yunshi felt a wave of anxiety at the mention of Sunday. "Wen Yunshi, if you miss me, you can video call me or simply call or text. If you find it difficult to adjust to my absence, please try to adapt." In the future, Wen Yunshi would also have to travel for work. Fostering his independence was something Sheng Bailang sought to instill in him. "I cannot adjust. I miss you dearly." The habits accumulated over the past few months had led Wen Yunshi to increasingly rely on Sheng Bailang, not merely in practical matters, but in the emotional comfort of having him nearby. Faced with Wen Yunshi's frank longing, Sheng Bailang felt a pang of sympathy. Not having prepared him for this transition was perhaps a bit cruel. He had not meticulously planned every detail. He wished for Wen Yunshi to mature quickly. Yet he found himself consistently concerned for him. Wen Yunshi, when my business trip concludes, I shall bring you a gift. All right? Ultimately, he found it difficult to reason with Wen Yunshi. Lowering his voice, he tried to soothe him as Aunt Wong would. However, the tactic of offering gifts proved ineffective. Wen Yunshi fought back tears, his lower lip quivering, eyes reddened as he said, I no longer want gifts nor glass marbles. I want you. His desires were simple. While he cherished glass marbles, they paled in comparison to his longing for Sheng Bailang's presence. He repeated earnestly, I do not want glass marbles anymore. Little sure, there are only 6 days left. After 6 days, I will return, bringing you gifts and chocolates. No. Wen Yunshi resolutely shook his head. I do not want those. Come back now. At that moment, the CTO accompanying him on the trip knocked on Sheng Bailang's door. President Sheng, we should be departing soon. They had scheduled to visit the factory and inspect the molds, and time was of the essence. Chapter 30. The study room. Sheng Bailang responded from outside the door, yes. Please hold on a moment. He lowered his head once more, returning home to eat first, promising to video call me once he finished his tasks. Shall we hang up for now? He said. Upon hearing the impending disconnection, Wen Yunshi's expression changed drastically. No, I don't want to. Don't cry. There are still Lego pieces in the study that need assembling. By the time you finish, I should be back. Sheng Bailang stood up, donned his coat, and made his way to the door. I'm hanging up now, Xiao Shi. Wen Yunshi clutched his phone tightly, tears streaming down his face once the call ended. The driver, witnessing this, felt a wave of confusion, uncertain of how to console him. Thus, he hastened to drive him home within safe speed limits. Once the car was parked, Wen Yunshi made no move to exit. He remained seated, staring forlornly at his phone, his demeanor reflecting profound sadness. Housekeeper Liu approached, opening the car door, while Aunt Wong stood beside her. No matter their coaxing, they could not persuade him to alight. Ultimately, he exited on his own, his eyes swollen from crying. Ignoring food entirely, he headed upstairs to the study, where he lay on the floor, engrossed in assembling Lego. His stomach growled in hunger, yet he remained indifferent to the meal. Housekeeper Liu texted Sheng Bailang, reporting that Wen Yunshi had not eaten. Aunt Wong attempted to persuade him to eat in the study, but to no avail. It was only when Sheng Bailang called back that Wen Yunshi paused his Lego assembly. He answered the video call, intently observing the screen without uttering a word. Sheng Bailang, resting in his car, inquired, Why haven't you eaten? Wen Yunshi remained silent, a stubborn expression clouding his features. His eyes reddened. How long have you been crying? Aunt Wong, noticing his silence, explained he refused to get out of the car, cried for over an hour. And now he's in the study assembling Lego, refusing to eat. Ah, Aunt Wong, please warm up some food for him. All right, I'll go right away. Aunt Wong took the previously warmed dishes and descended once more. After a day without food and so much crying, Wen Yunshi appeared pale and drained. Sheng Bailang said, When Aunt Wong brings the food up, will you join me for dinner? Upon hearing this, Wen Yunshi's expression shifted. Are you back? Not yet, Sheng Bailang replied, showing him the milk and bread before him. I'm having milk and bread. You should eat too. Shall we have dinner together over the phone? Wen Yunshi felt disheartened again. He longed for their shared meal. When Aunt Wong finally brought the warm dishes, Sheng Bailang urged Wen Yunshi not to sit on the floor. He rose to take a seat at the desk. Observing Sheng Bailang begin to eat his bread, he initially hesitated. Wow, the salad dressing in this bread is so sweet and delicious. The pork tenderloin is incredibly tender and tasty. Listening to Sheng Bailang's descriptions, Wen Yunshi began to swallow hard. The milk is sweet, strawberry flavored. Shall I ask housekeeper Liu to prepare strawberry milk for you tomorrow morning? Sheng Bailang transformed his bitter coffee into a description of sweet milk. Wen Yunshi placed his phone on the desk stand and picked up a spoon to eat. After each bite, he glanced up at Sheng Bailang. These small gestures gradually melted Sheng Bailang's heart. He began to comprehend why Aunt Wong indulged Wen Yunshi so unconditionally, just as he found himself unable to resist soothing him in certain situations. After finishing dinner, Wen Yunshi lay back on the floor, engrossed in assembling his Lego. Angered, he ceased all communication with Sheng Bailang, no longer chattering incessantly as he usually did. After a brief respite, Sheng Bailang returned to his tasks, managing to coax Wen Yunshi into agreeing to end the call after some time. Once the call was terminated, Wen Yunshi glanced at the clock, rose from the floor, and returned to the master bedroom to fetch his pajamas before taking a shower. As bedtime approached, he wandered around the room, clutching his blanket, pacing for nearly half an hour before finally lying down. He remained in bed from 10:30 until 3 in the morning, clutching Sheng Bailang's pillow, sobbing uncontrollably. He attempted to call Sheng Bailang, but the call was not answered. Amidst his tears, he initiated a video call. It was only after half an hour that the call connected, and his cries gradually subsided. Sheng Bailang's phone had died, and he had just returned to the hotel. In the video, the lights were off on Wen Yunshi's side, while Sheng Bailang removed his clothes and set the phone aside, explaining that his phone had just run out of battery. The sound of Wen Yunshi's hoarse cries was unmistakable, leaving Sheng Bailang momentarily stunned. Why was he crying so loudly? The sound of his sobs echoed through the video as he wrapped himself in the blanket, softly calling out for Sheng Bailang. Earlier, during their video call in the study, he had remained silent, refusing to speak to Sheng Bailang in his anger. Now, as he lay in bed, clutching the blanket, he felt a deep sense of regret. Alone in the room, he tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Sheng Bailang, holding his phone, entered the bathroom, stating, "I'm going to take a shower now. I'll leave the phone here so you can listen, as if I'm keeping you company. Just cuddle your blanket and go to sleep." "I'm here," he reassured. "It's late. You should sleep." Sheng Bailang placed the phone aside, began undressing, and took a shower. Wen Yunshi listened to the faint sound of water, gradually calming his emotions. He would intermittently inhale the scent of the pillow and the blanket. After a day of emotional upheaval, he finally succumbed to sleep. After showering, Sheng Bailang attentively listened for several minutes, confirming that Wen Yunshi had indeed fallen asleep. Otherwise, he would have heard him tossing and turning, creating rustling sounds with the blanket. After ensuring his rest, he left a message for butler Liu, informing him that Wen Yunshi would not be going to work. Given the late hour, it was certain he would not wake up by 7 the next morning. The following day, he would not be working, with plans to resume on Wednesday. However, on Wednesday night, he again succumbed to despair, crying uncontrollably and causing a scene. A jar filled with glass beads shattered, scattering marbles across the floor. No matter how one tried to console him, nothing worked. In a fit of rage, he threw his phone beneath the bed time and again. Butler Liu retrieved it multiple times, only for it to be tossed back again. Unable to reach him, Sheng Bailang called Butler Liu, attempting to reason with him, but he would not listen. Even coaxing him proved futile. In a moment of desperation, he cried while smashing Sheng Bailang's computer in the study, along with the assembled Lego, unleashing a torrent of frustration. Butler Liu and Aunt Wang were apprehensive upon witnessing the disarray of the study, even hesitant to inform Sheng Bailang. Aunt Wang trembled as she remarked, "He never used to lose his temper like this. In the past, he would only cry loudly and shut himself in his room." Faced with the chaos, Butler Liu could no longer restrain himself and dialed Sheng Bailang's number. What happened? Sheng Bailang, occupied with confirming the necessary elements for the coastal project, had a department manager accompanying him, engaged in planning on a computer. The itinerary for his return could also be arranged in advance. Chapter 31. Sleeping under the bed. Young master when had thrown quite the tantrum. Butler Liu was still reluctant to speak directly. Thus, he took a roundabout approach, saying that Wen Yunshi had thrown a significant fit. A significant fit? Sheng Bailang found it amusing, curious about how the typically well-behaved child expressed such anger. What kind of fit did he throw? Butler Liu glanced at Aunt Wang and, with a slight squint, replied, "Young master when has wreaked havoc in your study. The computer, keyboard, and main unit have all been destroyed. Your collection of glass marbles is scattered everywhere, and that ceramic vase in your glass cabinet has been shattered to pieces." Sheng Bailang struggled to envision the extent of the outburst. Indeed, young master when had locked himself in his room. His watch, thrown from the upstairs to the backyard, was being searched for by the maid, and his phone was likely tossed beneath the bed. Butler Lu yearned for Sheng Bailang to return swiftly. The atmosphere in the Sheng household had become quite suffocating during his absence. Tell him I will return tomorrow. The remaining tasks can be delegated to the COO and CTO. Upon hearing this, Butler Lu felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Aunt Wang hurried to the master bedroom door to inform Wen Yunshi, the young master is coming back tomorrow, returning earlier than expected. Wen Yunshi, crouched in a corner with a blanket, felt a mixture of joy and trepidation upon hearing this news. He had never committed so many misdeeds at once. Would Sheng Bailang return to punish him? Xiaoji, please come out, Aunt Wang coaxed from outside. Knowing he hadn't eaten much that evening and was likely hungry, Aunt Wang listed a plethora of his favorite foods at the door, but Wen Yunshi remained unmoved. Previously, delicious treats had been his ultimate incentive, but ever since moving in, Butler Lu had been able to provide him with such delights at any time, rendering that tactic ineffective. After months of being pampered, his once round face was beginning to show signs of weight loss from the recent turmoil, causing Aunt Wang to feel anxious. Yet, no matter how much she implored, Wen Yunshi remained silent inside. As the night wore on, unable to sleep, he eventually emerged from the master bedroom, clutching his blanket, and slowly made his way to the study door. He noticed that all the items he had shattered had been cleaned up. The computer that had once adorned the desk was now absent. Standing at the doorway, he recalled a colleague whose computer had malfunctioned, exclaiming that if the files were unrecoverable, he would take his own life. The more Wen Yunshi pondered, the more fear gripped him, and his stomach growled in protest. He descended to the first floor and rummaged through the refrigerator, discovering 2 pieces of cake prepared by Aunt Wang. He placed the quilt on the sofa and returned to the refrigerator, consuming them entirely. Like a mouse, after finishing, he clutched the quilt and ascended the stairs once more. Unburdened by any wrongdoing, he felt a twinge of fear and decided to crawl beneath the bed with the quilt to lie down. At 6 in the morning, Sheng Bailang emerged from the airport, where a driver took his luggage and inquired, "Young master, shall we head to the company or return home?" "Home," he replied, eager to see how the irate Wen Yunshi was faring. Upon returning home shortly after 7, Butler Lu was preparing breakfast. Sheng Bailang entered and asked, "Is he still asleep?" "Not yet. He hardly ate anything last night, and I was just about to go call him." "I'll go," he said, casually placing his luggage in the living room on the first floor, instructing that all clothes be washed and other items be moved to the study. Butler Lu raised his hand, signaling the maid to proceed. "Very well, young master." Sheng Bailang pushed open the bedroom door, only to find it empty. He made his way to the bathroom, searching the entire room without finding anyone. In the following minutes, he scoured the guest room and study. He descended the stairs to ask Butler Lu, "There's no one upstairs. Where's Wen Yunshi?" "Huh?" Butler Lu instinctively glanced at Aunt Wang. "Isn't he up there?" A look of concern crossed Sheng Bailang's face. "Check the surveillance. He isn't upstairs," Butler Lu responded. The maids had just finished cleaning the front and back gardens and hadn't seen him leave. Butler Lu quickly instructed the staff to halt their work and begin searching for him. "What time did you all go to bed last night? Are you certain he was in his room?" Sheng Bailang connected his phone to locate him, revealing he was indeed at home. However, the phone indicated it was turned off. He was here. He caused a commotion until after 11 and remained in his room, refusing to come out, Aunt Wang stated confidently. "I feared he would be hungry, so I made him 2 small cakes, but he wouldn't come out to eat." Suddenly, recalling the small cakes, Aunt Wang slapped her thigh. "Wait, the 2 small cakes I placed in the refrigerator last night are missing today." Sheng Bailang turned to her. "Missing?" Butler Lu replied. "The cloud surveillance video from last night at 10 until now has just been sent to the email." He hurriedly opened the surveillance feed on the television, playing it at 6 times the normal speed. Several people stood before the screen, captivated. "There." Butler Lu paused the video, returning the speed to normal. "Here." Young Master Wen came down from upstairs. The group watched as he leaned against the refrigerator, devouring the cake, and, after finishing, he ascended the stairs once more without coming down again. Once the footage concluded, Butler Lu suggested, "The surveillance shows that he did not come down after going upstairs. Shall we search upstairs again?" Sheng Bailang responded with a sound of agreement, turning to ascend the stairs. He searched the bathroom, the toilet, the dressing room, the closet, and every corner of the balcony. Butler Lu and Aunt Wang meticulously checked every nook, but but he was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Wen Yunshi lay soundly asleep, curled up beneath the bed with his quilt. Sheng Bailang returned to the bed, lifting the covers, but did not see his blue quilt. Aunt Wang stood in the corridor, exclaiming, "How peculiar! The surveillance shows no one has left, yet we cannot find anyone." "Xiao Shi," she called out as she approached the secondary bedroom. No one answered her. Wen Yunshi turned over, his hand lightly tapping against the bedboard, producing a faint sound. Sheng Bailang, standing by the bed, instinctively glanced towards the door. It was not the sound of a knock. "Wen Yunshi," he called out. A drowsy voice emerged from beneath the bed. He had forgotten he was sleeping under the bed, and, upon opening his eyes, was greeted by the sight of Sheng Bailang's feet. Sheng Bailang knelt down, peering under the bed, and met Wen Yunshi's freshly awakened gaze. "Wen Yunshi, come out," he said, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. After returning to find no one, having searched for ages, only to discover that the person was hiding under the bed, just waking up. Initially, he could have coaxed him out, but now, the thought of the mischief Wen Yunshi had committed the night before left him hesitant to emerge. "No," he protested, unwilling to come out. Aunt Wang rushed in from outside. "Xiao Shi, are you under the bed?" I won't come out," he replied. Sheng Bailang stood up and instructed butler Lu, "Send someone to come up and dismantle the bed." Chapter 32. Cry to subdue, don't dismantle it. Upon hearing this, Wen Yunshi immediately crawled out, for he adored this large, comfortable bed. If it were taken apart, would he no longer have a place to sleep? Butler Lu stood at the door, aware that they did not genuinely intend to dismantle the bed. It was merely that Wen Yunshi was overly easily frightened. Upon seeing him emerge, Aunt Wang hurried forward. "Xiao Shi, why on earth did you sleep under the bed? It's so dirty." Wen Yunshi, clutching his blanket, looked at himself from top to bottom, still quite drowsy. He had merely been startled awake. With a hint of uncertainty, he replied, "It's not dirty. I took a shower last night. The space under the bed is filthy, covered in dust," Aunt Wang remarked, brushing off his clothes. Sheng Bailang observed him from the side, noting that after just 5 days away on business, Wen Yunshi had returned looking like a little beggar, thin and unkempt. Wen Yunshi stole a few glances at Sheng Bailang and said, "I'll go take a shower now." After saying this, he attempted to place the blanket on the bed. Sheng Bailang asserted, the blanket must either be washed or discarded, his tone sounding rather stern. Wen Yunshi pressed his lips together, self-consciously putting on his shoes and carrying the blanket to the laundry room, where he personally placed it in to be washed. Upon returning to his room, he stripped off his clothes and stepped into the shower, washing for quite some time until his hands were wrinkled. Finally dressed, he emerged from the bathroom, adopting an expression of remorse as he approached Sheng Bailang, softly murmuring, "Bailang, I missed you so much." "Mint?" Sheng Bailang, seated on a chair, regarded him, his hair only partially dried, still somewhat damp. "I'm sorry," Wen Yunshi said, lowering his gaze submissively. He squatted before Sheng Bailang, attempting a familiar demeanor. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have smashed the computer, nor should I have thrown a fit and shattered the glass beads." After only a few sentences, tears began to fall from his eyes. Before Sheng Bailang could utter a word, he already felt aggrieved. "I am sorry. I shouldn't have slept in that dirty space under the bed. I was afraid you would scold me upon your return. I promise I won't lose my temper or smash the computer again. I intended to clean up myself, but Butler Lu has already taken care of it. Apologies." After expressing his feelings, Wen Yunshi sobbed pitifully. The breakfast had been prepared, and, after waiting for a considerable time, Butler Lu ascended to remind the two to descend for their meal. The door of the room remained ajar, allowing Butler Lu to witness Wen Yunshi kneeling before his young master, shoulders trembling as he wept. He immediately stepped forward to intercede. "Young master, who has truly been quite well behaved these past few days. Perhaps he has taken refuge beneath the bed out of fear of sleeping alone. Please do not hold it against him." Wen Yunshi looked up at Butler Lu with tear-filled eyes, feeling a surge of emotion upon hearing the butler's support. The weight of his grievances surged within him like a tidal wave, and he could no longer suppress his sobs. "You've been away on business for so long. I cannot sleep alone. I have to take my afternoon nap at the office, eat by myself, and endure over an hour in the car on the way home, with no one to speak to." His wails echoed, as if he had endured an immense injustice. Sheng Bailang remained silent, positioned as the accused. Butler Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, young Master Wen has been quite well-behaved. Quite well-behaved in smashing his computer, quite well-behaved in skipping lunch and dinner, quite well-behaved in hiding beneath the bed. Sheng Bailang, unwilling to rebuke Wen Yunshi directly, instead directed his words at Butler Lu. The butler, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sought to defend Wen Yunshi. It is only natural for young master to exhibit a little temper, having grown accustomed to your presence. Wen Yunshi raised his hand to grasp Sheng Bailang's. I understand my mistake. Please do not scold me. Sheng Bailang roughly wiped away his tears since you emerged from the bath. You've been crying after just a few words. Have I uttered a single word in reprimand? No. Have I scolded you? No. I neither raised my voice nor accused you. Why are you crying? I thought you would scold me. I feel wronged. You've done wrong, yet you feel wronged? Wen Yunshi, is that reasonable? He sniffled. You've been away for so long. You are the unreasonable one. Before my trip, I informed you I would be gone for a week, and you said nothing then, did you? Sheng Bailang wiped away his tears. His face, freshly washed, was now damp with sorrow. Seeing that there was no further issue between them, Butler Lu interjected, Young Master Wen did not eat much yesterday. A sumptuous breakfast awaits us below. Shall we descend to eat? I am hungry. Wen Yunshi lifted his gaze to meet Sheng Bailang's, and in that instant, his lips pursed in a display of grievance. Sheng Bailang, avoiding his gaze, held his hand and stood up to wash his face in preparation for breakfast. His face feeling sticky, Wen Yunshi returned to the bathroom to wash his face once more and then followed him to the dining table. He sat down, still too timid to make a sound while eating. Butler Lu, observing his cautious demeanor, couldn't help but smile. Aunt Wang discreetly exited an opportune moment. After a day of hunger, Wen Yunshi was now both fatigued and famished. He buried his head in his bowl, finishing an entire serving of porridge along with several other dishes. After finishing his meal, he began to feel drowsy. However, Sheng Bailang had yet to dine. He sat quietly in his chair, waiting. Tired? Sheng Bailang observed the slow blinking of his eyelids. Wen Yunshi nodded slightly before shaking his head. He wished to inquire if it was permissible to skip work today, yet he felt uncertain. After taking the last sip of congee and setting down the bowl, Sheng Bailang contemplated his state, sleepy or not. Definitely sleepy. He strained to keep his eyes wide open, feeling the weight of fatigue. Let us sit here for half an hour to digest before heading up to sleep, he suggested. Wen Yunshi, somewhat surprised, asked, Don't we have to go to work? It's Friday. Not today, replied Sheng Bailang as he placed the bowl down and moved to the living room sofa. Wen Yunshi, shuffling in his slippers, made his way to the laundry room. His blanket was still washing, and he stood there, a frown on his face, contemplating how to dry it quickly so he could cuddle up with it later. A maid approached from behind, Young Master Wen. I'll help you hang it up once it's done. Will it dry in time? I think it'll be ready in half an hour. Wen Yunshi squatted in front of the washing machine, watching the drum spin. Sheng Bailang came over. Come here. Let them take it to the dryer shortly. It won't dry if you just sit here. Wen Yunshi turned back, realizing the validity of his words. He rose and followed him upstairs, pausing at the study door when he saw Sheng Bailang enter, hesitating to follow. With a hint of nervousness, he said, Bailang, shall we not go to the study? I'm feeling sleepy. Chapter 33. The gift. Sheng Bailang initially intended to retrieve a gift he had brought back for him from the study. However, upon seeing his anxious expression, he decided to let him remain in his apprehension for a while. All right, let us go back to the bedroom, he decided, heading towards the master suite. Wen Yunshi stood at the study entrance, troubled and unsure of what to do. The study was Sheng Bailang's workspace. How could he work without his computer? Are you not coming? Sheng Bailang called from the door, noticing the frown on Wen Yunshi's face, suppressing a smile. Come here. Once back in the room, Wen Yunshi knelt on the bed. Bailang, I miss you so much. I know, Sheng Bailang replied, unable to hide the smile tugging at his lips, maintaining a facade of calm. Wen Yunshi rolled the blanket in his hands, his gaze following Sheng Bailang. I'm going to take a shower. You lie down first. Someone will bring your blanket once it's dry and knock on the door. Okay. Wen Yunshi replied as Sheng Bailang closed the bathroom door, his eyes never leaving the door. The sound of running water filled the room. followed shortly by the sound of a hairdryer. Wen Yunshi clutched a bundle of blankets, sniffed it, then pushed it away. He frowned, feeling restless, his eyelids heavy yet refusing to succumb to sleep. When Sheng Bailang emerged dressed in his sleepwear, he found Wen Yunshi clutching his pillow, still without a blanket. "Are you still holding onto the pillow?" "I miss you," Wen Yunshi admitted. "Miss me? Is that why you threw such a tantrum last night?" Sheng Bailang replied, retrieving hand cream from the bedside and rubbing it between his hands. Wen Yunshi extended a hand towards him, expressing a desire to apply some as well. "Have you used the facial cream these past few days?" Sheng Bailang wrapped his hands around Wen Yunshi's, half-heartedly applying a bit from his own palms. "I applied it. My face isn't scathed." He withdrew his hand and sniffed it, catching the scent of Sheng Bailang. The blanket required some time to dry, and Wen Yunshi's weary eyes blinked increasingly slowly. Sheng Bailang fetched a new pillow and lay down beside him, expecting a lengthy conversation as before. However, it wasn't long before Wen Yunshi embraced the pillow and closed his eyes, remaining still for an extended period. It appeared he was genuinely fatigued, likely having not slept well on the floor the previous night. Sheng Bailang gently lifted the covers, rose quietly, and opened the door. The maid was ascending the stairs with the dry blanket. "Young master, the blanket is dry." The maid presented it to him. "Please have butler Lu expedite the installation of the new computer in the study." "Certainly, young master." Sheng Bailang returned to the room with the blanket, carefully extracted his pillow from Wen Yunshi's embrace, and tucked the blanket into his arms. During this, Wen Yunshi opened his eyes in confusion. "Bailang, sleep," Sheng Bailang soothed, patting his back, prompting him to close his eyes once more. After Wen Yunshi drifted back to sleep, Sheng Bailang slid beneath the covers beside him, with his eyes closed. His thoughts wandered. In the past, upon returning from business trips, he would head straight to the office, where there were rest areas allowing him to recuperate and immediately dive back into work upon waking. Now, a clingy child awaited his return home. This sensation felt foreign, yet pleasantly comforting. Bailang Wen Yunshi turned over and, upon seeing the figure beside him, closed his eyes again to resume his slumber. They slept until 2:30 in the afternoon before awakening. Wen Yunshi stirred before Sheng Bailang, clutching the blanket and blinking without making a sound or rising. He lay in wait until Sheng Bailang awoke to speak. "Why did you sleep so long?" Sheng Bailang replied, reaching for his phone on the bedside table to check the time. "Have you been awake for long?" "No," Wen Yunshi said, sitting up and stretching. "I've had enough sleep." "Then rise. The gift is in the study." The time zone adjustment had yet to settle in, and Sheng Bailang, propped up against the headboard, felt a slight headache. "Gift?" Wen Yunshi asked, surprised. "You brought me a gift?" "Indeed," Sheng Bailang affirmed, shaking his head as he threw off the covers and stood. "Everything in the study is for you." Wen Yunshi swiftly jumped out of bed, not even bothering with his shoes, and dashed to the study. On his designated desk lay a multitude of glass marbles, both transparent and opaque, adorned with various patterns. Nearby were chocolates and some new Lego sets. It felt as though he had stepped into his very own paradise. Overjoyed, Wen Yunshi sat in the chair, humming a tune, completely oblivious to the newly installed computer beside him. He began unwrapping the glass marbles, discarding the clear packaging haphazardly onto the floor. After a good 10 minutes of unwrapping, he had barely made a dent in the pile, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The colorful chocolate wrappers at hand captured some of his attention. He decided to unwrap the chocolate, revealing a milk-white piece that was edible. Sheng Bailang had just descended the stairs to instruct Butler Lu to prepare the ingredients. And now he had come to see him. Wen Yunshi tentatively took a small bite, and it was delicious. He rose from his seat, exclaiming joyfully, "It's truly scrumptious." Bailang. He had heard Bailang's voice filled with tears, heard him act coy, and even listened to his sleepy murmurs. But this was the first time he had heard Wen Yunshi call out Bailang in excitement. There were indeed many flavors. Sheng Bailang walked from the doorway to his desk and opened his computer. The main unit was intact, and all the files remained untouched. Upon returning from his business trip, a considerable amount of work awaited his attention. He logged into his email, and in less than 3 minutes, Wen Yunshi was already unwrapping the third piece of chocolate, crunching it delightfully. They were about to have dinner, so the chocolate could wait. Sheng Bailang gently restrained his hand, which was still in the act of unwrapping chocolate, suggesting, Butler Lu has recently purchased several jars for storing glass marbles. Would you like to take a look downstairs? Really? Wen Yunshi paused his chocolate unwrapping, joyfully rising to head downstairs. It was then that Sheng Bailang noticed he was barefoot. Wen Yunshi, put on your shoes. Okay. Wen Yunshi dashed ahead, embracing 3 jars as he ascended the stairs before putting on his shoes. I'll put on my shoes, he declared as he entered the study. He placed the 3 jars on the floor, filling them with the recently unwrapped glass marbles that jingled as they clinked together. His shoes, once neatly worn, were now discarded on the floor. Wen Yunshi, get up and wash your hands. It's time for dinner. Sheng Bailang turned off the computer screen and stood to see the boy sprawled on the floor, utterly unresponsive. Wen Yunshi, he approached and squatted down, curious about what had captivated him so deeply. The sudden sound near his ear startled Wen Yunshi, making him jump. This is so beautiful. It looks almost real, he exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration and his eyes sparkling with delight. Sheng Bailang savored the little joys reflected in his expressions. Chapter 34. The abrupt business trip had stirred some hidden anxieties within Wen Yunshi, making him more clingy in recent days. He could invariably be found within 10 paces of Sheng Bailang. At night, he became less talkative, akin to the quietness he exhibited when he first arrived at the Sheng residence, quietly clutching a blanket and tossing about until he eventually fell asleep. His little mouth, too, had ceased its incessant chatter. This Friday, they had an appointment for wedding photos. Thus, on Thursday evening, Aunt Wang arrived with a face mask after Wen Yunshi finished washing his face, suggesting she should apply it to him, claiming it would enhance his appearance for the photo shoot. Should Bailang have one too? Wen Yunshi hesitated. Sheng Bailang shook his head. Aunt Wang, his skin is fine. He doesn't need it. Aunt Wang looked at the mask in her hand. Are you sure? It will feel quite nice. Wen Yunshi had never tried it. He glanced at the mask and then at Sheng Bailang. After a moment of hesitation, he resolutely shook his head. Bailang says my skin is good, so there is no need. After speaking, he returned to lying on the floor. Bailang, do I not have to work tomorrow? Correct. No work. Are we taking wedding photos tomorrow? Yes, but we must rise early. No lingering in bed. Not even a little. None at all. Sheng Bailang sat before the computer, reviewing the business contract approved by Wen Yunshi today. Wen Yunshi's capacity for learning was nothing short of remarkable. Within just a few months, he had acquired the ability to discern the profit margins of various projects and to determine the optimal timing for advancing certain businesses. Xiaoshi, come here, Sheng Bailang beckoned, turning the computer screen toward him. Rising from the floor, Wen Yunshi approached and stood beside Sheng Bailang, naturally gazing at the documents displayed on the screen. He had grown accustomed to Sheng Bailang occasionally posing questions to him, and he was not surprised by the inquiry at hand. After perusing the text on the screen, he concluded that the project's approval stemmed from its potential to support the second phase of the Chi'er Maritime Project. Although this particular project bore high risks and offered modest profits, the benefits derived from the second phase of Chi'er could offset those concerns. Is that correct? He inquired, instinctively seeking confirmation from Sheng Bailang. Indeed. So, before the project's approval, did you calculate the anticipated benefits from the second phase of Chi'er? Upon hearing the affirmation, Wen Yunshi felt reassured that his contract had been approved correctly. He leaned back down, multitasking as he remarked, I did calculate it, but I've forgotten the specifics. I informed Secretary Lin about it. Sheng Bailang nodded, retrieving his phone from the desk to access the chat history with Secretary Lin, where he found a projected benefit figures. The benefit value was miscalculated. We shall reassess it tomorrow. He placed the phone back on the desk. Wen Yunshi turned back in confusion. What is the correct figure? If you know, why not amend it directly for me? Your work is your own responsibility. The thought process behind this project's approval is sound, but the preliminary calculations of these benefit figures must be precise. Even the slightest error is unacceptable. Do you understand? Oh, Wen Yunshi acknowledged, I understand. I won't be working tomorrow. I'll come to the office next Monday to review it, if that's acceptable. When at home, especially on holidays, Wen Yunshi resolutely refrained from touching any work-related matters. He firmly believed that tasks that could wait until he was in the office would not be addressed during his leisure time. He had boldly declared to Sheng Bailang, "Work is work, rest is rest, and off-duty is off-duty. I refuse to work outside of my designated hours." Perhaps buoyed by the prospect of not working the following Friday, Wen Yunshi gradually returned to the state he had been in before Sheng Bailang's business trip, his speech becoming more animated as the night progressed. "Bailang, Aunt Wang mentioned that tomorrow I will wear many beautiful outfits to take photos with you." "Indeed. Aunt Wang said the photos are for our wedding." "Yes. They will be used for the official announcement in the news." "Will I appear in the newspaper?" he asked excitedly. "Aunt Wang said people online will see my picture." "Is that true?" "Yes, it is true." "Then my father will see it too, right?" "Yes, he will." "Bailang, after we take the pictures, that means we're married, correct?" "Not yet. We will officially register our marriage next Monday." "We're registering next Monday?" "Yes." "Do you understand what registering means?" "I do. Aunt Wang said that after we register, living together will be legal. That is one way to interpret it." "Then let us hurry and register. I don't want to live with you unlawfully. I want us to live together legally. We'll go after your birthday." "Can we go right after celebrating my birthday on Saturday?" "We'll go Monday morning." Aunt Wang mentioned that marriage comes with a ring, yet I find my hands devoid of one. He insists otherwise, but I can assure you I truly have none. He extends his hand towards Sheng Bailang, who clasps it gently. "You shall have it by tomorrow," he reassures. The custom-made ring was acquired the previous week, embedded with a locator due to Wen Yunshi's unique circumstances. "Will it truly be here by tomorrow?" Sheng Bailang caresses his hand softly, whispering, "When you awaken, it will be there. Now, close your eyes and sleep, shall we?" "Very well, but will you have one too?" "Indeed, good night." "Good night, Bailang." When Wen Yunshi awoke the next morning, he discovered a ring adorning his right-hand ring finger. As he lay cocooned in his blanket, he had yet to notice it. Sheng Bailang was in the bathroom, attending to his morning routine. Clutching the blanket, Wen Yunshi felt an unfamiliar hardness on his finger. "Bailang, I have a ring," he exclaimed, rushing to the bathroom door. "Did you put this on me? Come wash up. We must be on our way." "Bailang." His excitement was palpable as he called out, his gaze fixated on the ring, marveling at its beauty. "Come wash up," Sheng Bailang urged, washing his face with a towel. The moment when Yunshi caught sight of the ring on his hand, his eyes sparkled as though they had captured the stars. "Yours is just as lovely as mine." When he smiled, his eyes curved enchantingly, a stark contrast to the sorrowful glimmer when he cried, which evoked a deep sense of sympathy. After breakfast, Butler Lu, Aunt Wang, and two maids accompanied them as they departed. During the makeup session, when Yunshi found it difficult to remain still, his gaze frequently drifting towards Sheng Bailang. Ultimately, the makeup artist turned his chair so that he could see Sheng Bailang more easily. "Young Master One, please look up. We shall apply a bit of eyeliner." Obediently, Wen Yunshi followed the artist's instructions. His naturally docile hair was styled by the artist using a curling iron. Aunt Wang stood nearby, effusing praise. "Our little Shi is simply stunning." Butler Lu had several custom-made outfits meticulously pressed. Once his makeup was complete, the maids presented him and Sheng Bailang with a black and a white suit, respectively. This ensemble was intended for standard indoor photography. Emerging in his attire, Wen Yunshi resembled a pristine, well-behaved kitten, his eyes glimmering, enhanced by the makeup artist's choice of lip color that rendered his lips a delicate pink. Chapter 35. Wedding photos positioned before a beautifully arranged indoor backdrop. The photographer directed their every movement, from hand-holding to Sheng Bailang lifting Wen Yunshi effortlessly in his arms. They transitioned from standing to sitting, and then to Wen Yunshi reclining slightly. The poses became increasingly intimate. When a photographer instructed them to half-recline against the headboard for a kiss, Wen Yunshi's face flushed a deep crimson. "Our little Shi, please close your eyes," he was advised. Nervously, he complied, instinctively parting his lips in a silent yearning to taste Sheng Bailang's. Despite their daily companionship, they had not engaged in many intimate actions, leaving Sheng Bailang feeling that he still had much to learn about such matters. Wen Yunshi is a person of pure thoughts, untainted by any notions of crossing boundaries. After the indoor photo shoot, while retouching his makeup in the afternoon, his head began to droop. Ultimately, it was Sheng Bailang who came over to gently cradle his face, allowing the makeup artist to complete the look. The two then transitioned outdoors, continuing their shoot until nightfall. Exhausted, Wen Yunshi fell asleep on a beach chair, while the crew began to tidy up and prepare for departure. After finishing his own makeup removal, Sheng Bailang approached and noticed the drool that had dampened the fabric of the chair. With a tender smile, he called out, "Xiao Shi, wake up. It's time to remove your makeup and head home." He gently patted Wen Yunshi's face, but despite his efforts, the deeply slumbering Wen Yunshi remained unresponsive. Consequently, Sheng Bailang had no choice but to lift him and sit him upright in the chair for the makeup artist to assist with his removal. The final outdoor beach makeup was not overly heavy, and the makeup artist took merely 3 to 4 minutes to complete the task. During this time, Wen Yunshi frowned and turned away from Sheng Bailang several times. The car journey back after the wedding photos took over 2 hours, and Wen Yunshi slept soundly, showing no signs of waking. Just 5 minutes before arriving home, Sheng Bailang stirred awake in the car, only to discover that Wen Yunshi's drool had soaked a considerable area of his thigh. "Xiao Shi, we're home. Wake up," he gently urged. So sleepy, Wen Yunshi mumbled, "I never want to take wedding photos again." Sheng Bailang chuckled. "Just this once. You won't have to do it again." "Never again," Wen Yunshi added, his entire body devoid of strength as he stumbled out of the car, resembling a marionette devoid of strings. He reached out to Sheng Bailang. "Bailang, could you carry me like you did for the photos? I have no strength left." Sheng Bailang slightly squatted and, gripping his thighs, lifted him into a face-to-face embrace. "Let us go upstairs, take a shower, and then sleep, shall we?" Wen Yunshi rested his head on his shoulder, their closeness deepening. As they walked from the garden to the second-floor room, Wen Yunshi's eyes fluttered shut, threatening to drift off once more. "Xiao Shi," Sheng Bailang said softly, "after tomorrow, you will be 22. Wen Yunshi remained silent, his breathing steady, already asleep in his arms. Sheng Bailang carried him to the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water. "Xiao Shi, I'm running the bath for you. How about a nice soak? Wake up, I need to let you down so you can stand." As Wen Yunshi's feet touched the ground, they felt weak, threatening to buckle. Thus, Sheng Bailang set him down beside the sink, allowing him to lean against him. "Xiao Shi, are you that tired?" So tired," Wen Yunshi replied, refusing to open his eyes. The delicate lip gloss on his lips remained untouched. Sheng Bailang casually grabbed a nearby washcloth, dampening it. "Let me wipe your face. Perk up a bit and wash before sleeping, or you'll wake up as dirty Shi tomorrow." He meticulously wiped Wen Yunshi's eyes before finally tending to his lips. Wen Yunshi smacked his lips together. "I'm not dirty." Sheng Bailang stood before him, gazing at his face. "Xiao Shi, may I have a kiss?" After asking, he captured Wen Yunshi's tender lips, slowly savoring them. Curiously, Wen Yunshi extended his tongue, only to have it playfully ensnared by Sheng Bailang. He opened his eyes and emitted a nasal hum. With just that sound, Sheng Bailang transitioned from gentle to fervent. Wen Yunshi tilted his head back, lost in the kiss, emitting soft murmurs from his throat. He was kissed deeply, his hands gripping the unchanged beachwear of Sheng Bailang tightly. Tears brimmed at the corners of his eyes from the intensity of the kiss, and he pushed lightly against Sheng Bailang's chest in a feeble attempt to resist. However, Sheng Bailang held his arms behind him, the disparity in strength overwhelming. Wen Yunshi was forcibly embraced and kissed. When they finally parted, Wen Yunshi's lips were flushed, his eyes wide awake. How extraordinary! His gaze lingered on Sheng Bailang's lips, furrowing his brow as he licked his own, wondering if they were chapped. "My lips feel so numb." "No chapping," Sheng Bailang replied, his voice hoarse. "The water is ready. Shall I prepare a bath for you?" Wen Yunshi, still fixated on Sheng Bailang's lips, observed their rhythmic movement. "Bailang, I wish to kiss you again." When the kisses grew deeper, he would push against Sheng Bailang in a reluctant manner. When they were lighter and more teasing, he would eagerly lean in. Sheng Bailang introduced him to sensations he had never experienced before, such as the novelty of kissing. At that moment, a sense of discomfort washed over Wen Yunshi. His eyes glistened as he gazed at Sheng Bailang. "Bailang, I want to kiss you more. I feel uneasy." The recent kiss reminded him of their last encounter during the premarital checkup, a physiological reaction that left him feeling rather unsettled. Sheng Bailang's gaze dropped, noticing his reaction. Wen Yunshi, still dazed, did not comprehend its implications. Perhaps the sleepiness had emboldened him. He wrapped his legs around Sheng Bailang, his eyes slightly reddened, murmuring, "I feel uneasy." "All right, let us wash up afterward," Sheng Bailang said, gently removing Wen Yunshi's clothing and kissing him tenderly to alleviate his discomfort. Already fatigued, Wen Yunshi felt even more weary after their encounter, collapsing against Sheng Bailang's shoulder, breathing heavily. Sheng Bailang lifted him off the ground and turned on the shower, allowing the water to cascade over them. He positioned Wen Yunshi to face the wall, the moonlight casting a serene glow. His voice, husky yet magnetic, sent shivers down Wen Yunshi's spine. Soon, they emerged from the bathroom, their hair dry. This evening, the bathroom bore a different aroma, mingling with the scent of shower gel, a distinctly rich, fishy fragrance. Wen Yunshi, having accomplished so much today, felt utterly drained. The instant his body met the bed, his eyes fluttered shut. The redness on his ears had yet to fade as he embraced the blanket, slipping into slumber. Sheng Bailang tossed their dirty clothes into the laundry basket, tidied up, turned off the room lights, and climbed into bed. It was precisely midnight. He gently removed the blue blanket from Wen Yunshi and pulled him into his embrace, whispering softly, "Happy birthday, my little Shi." Wen Yunshi slept soundly, for upon the dawn of this day, he would turn 22, legally becoming Sheng Bailang's partner. Chapter 36. Birthday on the following day. The servants of the Sheng family had risen early to adorn the living room and garden with balloons and ribbons. In the kitchen, they busied themselves crafting an 8-tiered cake, each layer a different flavor, all of which were favorites of Wen Yunshi. Aunt Wang, brimming with joy, flitted about, eager to lend a hand wherever it was needed. The lively atmosphere of the first floor contrasted starkly with the tranquility of the second. Wen Yunshi slept soundly, blissfully unaware that preparations for his birthday gifts were underway below. The day's event from yesterday had rendered him in such deep slumber that he had not yet awakened by 9:30 in the morning. Sheng Bailang illuminated the bedside lamp and perused his tablet. The photographs taken yesterday had all been uploaded to his email, though this batch had yet to be meticulously edited. Under the camera's gaze, Wen Yunshi had appeared somewhat timid in some shots, while in others, he looked quite bashful. Only in the outdoor sets, where he had been engrossed in play, did he shine brightly, captured beautifully. Bailang magnified the images on the tablet, scrutinizing them closely. "Bailang, what are you looking at?" Wen Yunshi finally stirred, half of his face buried in the blankets, inhaling the comforting scent of his bedding. "The photos taken yesterday. Would you like to see?" Sheng Bailang offered the tablet to him. As Wen Yunshi beheld his face magnified in the dim light, he found himself quite handsome. "I want this hairstyle," he pointed out, admiring his reflection. "Shall I have the hairstylist come over to give you a similar look?" Sheng Bailang gently ruffled his hair. Wen Yunshi lifted his face from the covers, replying, "All right. Happy birthday, little Shi," he said warmly. "Thank you, Bailang. It's been many years since anyone aside from Aunt Wang wished me a happy birthday," he replied with a smile as he sat up. Sheng Bailang flicked on the room's lights, suggesting, "Get up. Today, Butler Lu has arranged for longevity noodles for you." "I love birthdays. I can eat so much cake," Wen Yunshi exclaimed joyfully as he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Descending the stairs, he was greeted by a cascade of balloons proclaiming happy birthday, alongside fluttering ribbons. He turned to Sheng Bailang, excitement sparkling in his eyes. "Did you arrange this? Are you happy?" "Absolutely overjoyed. Did it take a long time to blow up these balloons?" His inquiry elicited laughter from the servants waiting below. In unison, they cheerfully wished him, "Happy birthday, young Master Wen." When Yunshi stood frozen for a moment, slightly flustered, Bailang quietly reminded him, "Have you forgotten to thank them?" "Thank you. Thank you all," Wen Yunshi managed as he descended the staircase. Each maid presented him with gifts that Sheng Bailang had prepared in advance. As he expressed his gratitude for each gift, he soon found himself unable to hold them all, glancing back at Sheng Bailang for assistance. Butler Lu stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Wen, allow me to take those for you. I will place them on the desk in the study." "Thank you, Butler Lu," Wen Yunshi replied, handing over the gifts. As he sat at the dining table, his emotions lingered, unable to settle. This was the first time he had celebrated his birthday in the company of familiar faces, with the maids who regularly attended to him presenting the gifts. holding his chopsticks. He turned to Sheng Bailang and said, "I like it here." This marks the first time he has expressed his fondness for the Sheng residence since his arrival. Initially, he would often complain with red-rimmed eyes about his distaste for the place. It took nearly 4 months for Sheng Bailang to elicit those words from him. After dinner, the hairstylist came to recreate yesterday's hairstyle for Wen Yunshi. He returned to his room to select a beautiful new outfit, then rushed to the study, asking Bailang, "Does this outfit look good?" "It looks splendid. Come over and unwrap the gift," Sheng Bailang replied, urging him not to dawdle. Wen Yunshi excitedly dashed into the study, exclaiming, "I'm here to unwrap the gifts." It was his first time receiving such an abundance of birthday presents. Sheng Bailang, seated at his desk, said, "Xiao Shi, give me a kiss." Wen Yunshi leaned in and planted a serious yet resounding kiss on his cheek, declaring, "I really like you." After that, he turned around to earnestly begin unwrapping the gifts, his eyes brimming with joy. He meticulously arranged the open gifts on the table, but as they overflowed, he encroached upon Sheng Bailang's side. "Bailang, may I borrow a bit of your space?" Sheng Bailang chuckled. "Haven't you already taken up enough room?" Wen Yunshi, now increasingly aware of Sheng Bailang's indulgence towards him, transitioned from a sense of trepidation to being the least intimidated by him within the Sheng household. In the afternoon, Sheng Guqing and Lu Shui arrived. "Yunshi, happy birthday." Sheng Guqing approached him, commenting, "Why haven't you gained a bit of weight after all this time?" Lu, the butler, looked somewhat uncomfortable, remarking that he had indeed gained weight. But once Sheng Bailang returned from his business trip, it was as if he had reverted to his previous state. Wen Yunshi gleefully patted his belly, saying, "Thank you, Grandpa, I've gained some." Lu Shui was amused by this little gesture as the accompanying servants presented gifts to the butler, presents from Mr. and Mrs. Sheng. "Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandma. I've received so many gifts today," Wen Yunshi proudly proclaimed. The joyful atmosphere was contagious, even affecting Sheng Bailang. Sheng Shimi arrived fashionably late, inquiring if Sheng Dad had brought a gift for him as well. "Thank you, Dad," Wen Yunshi called out, reaching out toward Sheng Shimi for the gift in his hands. Lu Shui found his antics utterly charming. Everyone gathered in the courtyard, enjoying fruit and conversation. Wen Yunshi sat closely beside Sheng Bailang, just as the mood was blissful. When Jiding's car pulled up outside, he entered, holding a gift box, and the butler approached to greet him. "Dad?" Wen Yunshi was the first among the group to spot Wen Jiding. He stood up and, looking down at Sheng Bailang, whispered, "It's Dad." It had been quite some time since his father had celebrated his birthday with him. Wen Yunshi joyfully took Sheng Bailang's hand, exclaiming, "Dad is here." As they stood, the butler led Wen Jiding over. "Mr. Wen has arrived." Looking at Wen Yunshi, Wen Jiding said, "Happy birthday, Xiao Shi." "Thank you, Dad," Wen Yunshi replied, feeling a mix of excitement and hesitation. "I brought you a birthday gift. Let's see if you like it later." "Thank you, Dad. I love everything you give me." Wen Yunshi beamed, eyeing the elegantly wrapped gift box in the butler's hands, unable to contain his exhilaration. As the gathering drew to a close, everyone settled down for a chat, their demeanor mirroring the earlier atmosphere. Only Wen Yunshi appeared somewhat anxious and tense. Sheng Bailang gently draped his arm over Wen Yunshi's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "You are perfectly fine as you are. You look splendid today, and your hairstyle is delightful. Just be yourself and let your natural charm shine through. There's no need to seek anyone's approval, all right?" Wen Yunshi turned to meet his gaze, nodding slowly after a moment's contemplation. He placed his faith in Sheng Bailang's words and gradually began to relax. Chapter 37. Wen Jiding's plan this evening marked the first occasion since Wen Yunshi moved into the Sheng residence that a large gathering convened for dinner. After the meal, a grand cake was presented, and Wen Yunshi could no longer contain his beaming smile. He nestled beside Sheng Bailang, eagerly announcing each layer's flavor. His eyes sparkled with joy, causing Lu Shui to gaze at Wen Yunshi with a sense of nostalgia, as his eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of her own grandmother in her youth. During the cake-cutting ceremony, Sheng Bailang held Wen Yunshi's hand as they sliced the cake together. Once finished, Butler Lu began distributing slices to everyone present. Wen Yunshi took the cake knife and cut a generous piece of his favorite flavor for Wen Jiding, presenting it with a cheerful, "Dad, please enjoy this cake." He dutifully carried the slice over to his father. Wen Jiting accepted it and asked, "Little Sure, do you find happiness living here?" "Yes, I am quite happy. There are many wonderful people around. Butler Lu is kind, Aunt Wang is lovely, and those who care for me are great, but most importantly, Sheng Bailang is wonderful. He relished being in a place where he was cherished by so many. Would you mind giving Dad a tour of your living space?" "Of course," Wen Yunshi replied, a mix of bashfulness and excitement evident in his voice. "Bailang designed a lovely grape trellis for me, since winter is chilly. He also had Butler Lu install glass around it to enhance its beauty. I adore it." He led Wen Jiting toward the seldom visited backyard. Without the usual closeness of Wen Yunshi by his side, Sheng Bailang felt a sense of unease, his gaze instinctively following Wen Yunshi as he took Wen Jiting to the trellis. He approached Butler Lu, instructing him to prepare small portions of each cake flavor for Wen Yunshi. "Certainly, young master," replied Butler Lu, retrieving the usual dessert containers from the kitchen to neatly store the cake before returning it to the refrigerator. Sheng Bailang felt that Wen Yunshi had been out of his sight for an extended period and decided to head towards the backyard. There, Wen Jiting found himself under the grape trellis, while Wen Yunshi animatedly described the sounds of summer insects and the howling winter winds that could be heard from there. He enthusiastically shared his favorite aspects of life, yet Wen Jiting seemed absent-minded, surveying the surroundings. Noticing the lack of people nearby, he pulled out 3 folded sheets of paper from his pocket. Wen Yunshi settled onto a sofa draped in blankets, urging Dad, "Please sit. This sofa is quite comfortable." Butler Lu mentioned that it was chosen by Bailang. "I can easily fall asleep here during the summer. Little Sure, there is something I would like your assistance with." Wen Jiting said, Wen Yunshi gazed at the document presented by Wen Jiting. Was it an official file? He had to familiarize himself with reviewing various business documents at the company every day. "However, Father, today is Saturday. We are not obligated to work. This is not a work-related matter. There are issues concerning your mother's company, which is also your father's. Today marks your 22nd birthday, and I would like your assistance. If you'll be so kind." At the age of 22, Wen Yunshi has reached the prearranged milestone to inherit a 67 stake in Katie Company. The 3 pages of paper in Wen Jiting's hands contained clauses that were, in fact, urging Wen Yunshi to relinquish his inheritance. Sheng Bailang approached the living room when he was summoned by Sheng Wuqing. "Grandfather, what is the matter?" He halted in his tracks, standing before Sheng Wuqing. "Have you finalized the wedding announcement with the PR department of the group? Tentatively, it is set for early next month. As for obtaining the marriage certificate with Xiao Shi, that'll be next Monday." Sheng Bailang glanced at the backyard and settled onto the sofa beside Sheng Wuqing. "Do you have any instructions for me? I have noticed that Yunshi is quite attached to you. He is eligible to inherit the shares of Katie Company starting from the age of 22. I trust that this matter has been conveyed to you. Father mentioned to me earlier that Xiao Shi is a quick learner. I will do my utmost to ensure he can independently manage Katie Company within 2 years." Sheng Bailang held such confidence in Wen Yunshi. "Well, as long as everything is well considered, the official announcement being scheduled for next month is rather delayed. Let us aim for the last Monday of this month instead, shall we?" Sheng Bailang nodded. "Very well. I will negotiate with the PR department on Monday, and once the time is confirmed, I shall inform you, grandfather." "Good. If there is nothing else, you may proceed with your tasks. Your grandmother and I shall take our leave now." Sheng Wuqing rose and began to exit with Lu Shui. "All right, please ask the driver to drive cautiously." Sheng Bailang escorted them to the door, watching their vehicle depart before heading towards the backyard. At this moment, Wen Yunshi, pen in hand, scrutinized the content of the document with a furrowed brow. Wen Jiting persistently interrupted his train of thought. "Xiao Shi, will the grapevine bear fruit in summer?" "Yes, as Butler Lu mentioned, it will yield fruit if well tended." Wen Yunshi was multitasking, attempting to absorb the 3 pages of dense text. Sheng Bailang had previously advised that every document requiring his signature must be meticulously reviewed. One must not sign indiscriminately. The name Wen Yunshi carried with it responsibilities and interests. The cramped text on the 3 pages was cumbersome to read. The grapevine had been specially installed by Butler Lu for his comfort at night, but the dim lighting made it challenging. Upon encountering the phrase regarding the relinquishment of his inheritance in Katie Company, he looked quizzically at Wen Jiting. "Father, Katie Company belongs to my grandparents, does it not? As a child, he was often taken to the company to play, where his grandfather had constructed a small amusement park for him. Each visit allowed him to play for hours, thus leaving a lasting impression of Katie Company. Wen Yunshi had never discussed Katie Company with Aunt Wang or with him, so he replied, "Xiaoshe knows about Katie Company?" "Yes, I do. My mother would take me there, and my grandparents would as well. I always thought it was their company." He lowered his gaze once more to the document in his hands. "I do not understand. Why must I sign to relinquish my rights?" Sheng Bailang traversed the living room and arrived at the rear garden, where he spotted two individuals seated within the glass house, with Wen Yunshi holding several sheets of paper. The recent reminder from Sheng Guqing about the age of 22 sparked unwelcome thoughts in his mind. Wen Yunshi obediently set down his pen and said, "Father, I cannot sign documents that I do not comprehend. Could you explain them to me? I could also consult with Bailang, and once I grasp the content, I shall sign for you, if that is agreeable." He found himself unable to discern any profit-related matters or familiar elements within the document, leaving him entirely perplexed about whether the terms within were beneficial or detrimental to him. Even when Sheng Bailang presented documents for his signature, he insisted that Wen Yunshi meticulously study the clauses, signing only after understanding the pros and cons. Wen Yunshi had never realized that his son could comprehend documents and distinguish their implications. Thus, he had been rather careless this time. Chapter 38. The most cherished gift. Sheng Bailang approached them, addressing Mr. Wen. "I have come to take Xiaoshe for cake." Wen Yunshi hastily gathered the documents from the table and tucked them into his suit pocket, exclaiming, "Indeed, Xiaoshe, we have yet to indulge in cake." "Bailang, I do not understand the documents my father showed me," Wen Yunshi innocently stated. Wen Yunshi chuckled awkwardly. "It is nothing. I merely brought a few items for him to peruse." "It's nothing," Sheng Bailang reassured, extending his hand to Wen Yunshi. "If we do not hurry, the cake will be gone before Xiaoshe has a chance to enjoy it." Then let us return swiftly." Wen Yunshi grasped his outstretched hand, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had nearly been sold. Upon returning to the front garden, Wen Yunshi did not even bid farewell to Wen Yunshi, departing silently. Seeing this, Butler Lu approached Sheng Bailang, saying, "Young master, Mr. Wen has just left." Sheng Bailang replied, gazing into Wen Yunshi's clear eyes. "Please take the remaining cake upstairs to the study." "Understood, young master." Butler Lu turned and entered the living room to carry the cake to the desk in the study. Sheng Sherman, reclining on the sofa in the yard, yawned and, sensing the time had come, stood up to address Wen Yunshi. "Yunshi, happy birthday. Has Father Sheng departed?" "Goodbye." "Father Sheng." Wen Yunshi twirled around, unable to locate Wen Yunshi. He approached Sheng Bailang and inquired, "Has my father left?" "Yes, your father has returned. Shall we head upstairs to open gifts?" Sheng Bailang wiped his mouth. "But I have yet to eat cake." Wen Yunshi pointed at the nearly finished cakes that the maids had dealt with. "I just took father to the back garden. I have not had much cake at all. I have instructed Butler Lu to reserve a piece of each flavor of cake for you in the study." "Really?" Wen Yunshi exclaimed with delight as he ventured inside. "Then let us go. I have many gifts to unwrap." He was overjoyed. As soon as he entered the study, he seated himself and picked up a fork, watching intently as Sheng Bailang moved the cake to his desk. Wen Yunshi stared at the cake and remarked, "Today is my birthday. Aunt Wang always said that on my birthday, I could eat as much cake as I desire. You may have some, but there is one condition." Sheng Bailang sat before him, inquiring about the papers his father had just given him. "How many have you read?" "All of them," he replied honestly. Sheng Bailang nodded, urging him to share the contents he remembered and those he did not comprehend. "I understood nothing." Wen Yunshi earnestly reflected. The material was extensive and disorganized. Unlike our usual documents, all the terms pertained to Katie Company, which I have neither studied nor familiarized myself with. Hence, I found them incomprehensible. Ultimately, my father instructed me to sign in the section relinquishing my inheritance of shares. Sheng Bailang regarded him solemnly. "Did you sign?" "No." Wen Yunshi shook his head. "I do not sign documents I do not understand. You told me that." His gaze fixed intently on the cakes in the boxes, he asked, "Can I eat the cake now?" Sheng Bailang handed him a piece. "What did your father say?" "Not much. He just handed me the pen sign." Wen Yunshi smiled as he lifted the cake lid, Didn't you say that every clause in the document had to be scrutinized before signing? He took a generous bite of the cake, exclaiming, "So delicious!" He scooped another large spoonful into his mouth. Sheng Bailang observed him, cake filling his cheeks, and spoke while chewing. Then I looked at the terms, but I still didn't understand. "This pink one is extraordinarily tasty. Bailang, would you like some?" He offered a spoonful to Sheng Bailang, his eyes sparkling with sincerity, like a naive child who, despite being sold, would still help count the money, genuinely praising. "It's truly delightful." Sheng Bailang opened his mouth to accept the cake. And then what happened? Then my father insisted I sign. I told him I couldn't sign because I didn't understand. I asked him to explain it to me, or I could first seek your help to comprehend it before signing. The green one is cool and delicious too. Then I didn't sign, and you arrived. My father took the documents away. Wen Yunshi selected a cantaloupe-flavored piece and fed it to Sheng Bailang. After he finished, he offered a spoonful of orange next. "This orange has such a fragrant aroma." Sheng Bailang declined after the last bite. "No more. You need tea, feed me." "All right." Wen Yunshi bowed his head, concentrating on his cake. Sheng Bailang opened his computer and printed all the information he had previously gathered about Katie Company. The printer in the study buzzed for nearly 2 minutes, producing a thick stack of documents that Sheng Bailang organized with a stapler. Meanwhile, Wen Yunshi consumed all 8 small cakes by himself. He then rose to wash his hands and face in the bathroom before returning to the study. A maid came to collect some of the discarded gift boxes and wrapping paper, taking the cake as preservation box downstairs. "I've washed my hands," Wen Yunshi cheerfully announced as he returned to the study. "I'm going to unwrap the gifts now." The thick documents were divided into 5 sections, and Sheng Bailang labeled them in order. He decided that starting tomorrow, he would guide Wen Yunshi through the history, current status, operations, major departments, and recent developments of Katie Company. Shao Shi, Sheng Bailang placed the documents before him. "You will review these starting tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday. I have the day off." He did not even glance at them as he pushed them aside, picking up the gifts brought by Wen Jiting instead. "Before you have fully read and comprehended these documents, Shao Shi, you must refrain from signing your name on any papers concerning the Katie Company or its shares that your father presents to you. Do you understand?" "Well, I don't quite grasp my father's documents." Wen Yunshi's mind was not on Sheng Bailang's words. He was solely focused on the gift he had received today. As he unwrapped Wen Jiting's present, he discovered a bottle of liquor inside. He held it up and inquired of Sheng Bailang, "Is this drink pleasant?" "Hard liquor. You cannot consume it," came the reply. Wen Yunshi had a slight allergy to alcohol. The last time he indulged in chocolates infused with liquor, he developed a few minor rashes. Tossing and turning in bed that night, he eventually summoned the family doctor who diagnosed him. Regretfully, Wen Yunshi cradled the bottle, lamenting, "Father does not know I am allergic to alcohol." "Well, you could place it in the glass cabinet for safekeeping," suggested Sheng Bailang. "Why doesn't he know my allergy? I do not care for this gift." Today, he received many presents, yet this was the only one he openly expressed dislike for. There were gifts of toys, food, and charming little figurines, all of which Wen Yunshi treasured and displayed on his table. However, in the face of this bottle of liquor, he sorrowfully stated his aversion. Chapter 39. "I am quite clever, Shao Shi." Sheng Bailang extended his hand, beckoning him closer. Slowly, Wen Yunshi perched himself on Sheng Bailang's lap. "What about you? Why did you not bring me a gift?" He pondered internally. If he did not fancy Wen Jiting's gift, perhaps he would prefer something from Sheng Bailang. Which gift held greater significance, his father's or his own? Sheng Bailang lifted both of Wen Yunshi's legs onto his lap. The present he had prepared for Wen Yunshi lay in the guest room, but the past few days had been too hectic to arrange it. Gazing at the bottle of liquor on the table, Wen Yunshi asked, "Will you give me those presents? The ones I would like. If I were to give you something you adore, would that make me more important than your father?" Sheng Bailang brushed aside the bottle, turning Wen Yunshi's face to meet his own. "If so, then I shall take you to see your gifts. But why did father give me alcohol? I have never drunk before." It was as if he hadn't grown in quite some time. Wen Yunshi was aware that his father was indifferent toward him, yet he still yearned for his father's attention and regard. Sheng Bailang encouraged him to rise from his lap, explaining that he was unaware of Wen Yunshi's aversion to alcohol, thinking he shared the same preferences as others. "Who are these others?" Wen Yunshi queried, standing. Many people around? I suppose. Xiao Shi, you are quite astute. Some matters require your own reflection, Sheng Bailang responded, guiding him towards the guest room. Wen Yunshi followed behind, disheartened, murmuring, I know I'm clever. Thus, he understood that when Jiding did not care for him, he merely sought to be cherished. The lights in the guest room flickered on, revealing a closet transformed into a miniature slide, separated by a wooden partition. The 12-square-meter space featured glass and plastic tracks. Standing in place, when Yunshi expressed his initial confusion, hesitantly calling out, Bailang? Bailang? His voice shifted to one of excitement. It's a glass marble track. These delightful glass marbles can provide endless amusement. Soon this room will be transformed into a playroom for you, with one side dedicated to Lego building and the other to your cherished marbles. The wall adjoining the study will be opened up as instructed by Sheng Bailang, who has asked Butler Lu to arrange the necessary work. In the future, when Sheng Bailang is occupied with his tasks, Wen Yunshi can play here, keeping him in sight. The entire floor will be cushioned, ensuring that Wen Yunshi can comfortably sprawl on the ground without concern. As Wen Yunshi approached the smooth track, his eyes sparkled with joy. Did you make this just for me? Do you like it? I adore it. It's my favorite gift, Bailang. His happiness, which had waned while unwrapping when Jiding's present, surged back to its peak upon seeing Sheng Bailang's thoughtful gift. I didn't notice this area at all when I came in to wash my hands, Wen Yunshi remarked, exploring eagerly. Once the renovations are complete in a couple of days, we can play. You still have gifts left to unwrap, you know. Bailang, is this kindness because we're getting married? Wen Yunshi obediently emerged from his exploration. He pondered why Sheng Bailang seemed far superior to his father, despite their brief acquaintance of merely a few months. Sheng Bailang replied, those who care for you naturally treat you well. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the bond between him and Wen Yunshi began with the prospect of marriage. So, Bailang, will you continue to like me? Wen Yunshi inquired, following him back to the study. Will you always like me? I'm not bothersome, am I? You're not bothersome? Sheng Bailang chuckled, intrigued by this conclusion. Because I'm well-behaved, and well-behaved individuals aren't bothersome. Wen Yunshi unwrapped the remaining gifts. Sheng Bailang went to take a shower, carrying all the glass marbles to the guest room. He then descended to bring Butler Lu and Aunt Wang to the guest room, his tone brimming with pride. Butler Lu, Aunt Wang, look at the gift Bailang gave me today. His bright eyes sparkled with joy as he shared this with the two who were already aware. Bailang said this side will also be transformed into a Lego area, connecting with the study. Isn't it wonderful? Wen Yunshi exhibited an abundance of joyous body language. And Butler Lu responded, indeed, sir is already instructed for work to commence tomorrow. Standing together, Butler Lu and Aunt Wang observed him excitedly pacing around the guest room. Upon seeing the three in the room, Sheng Bailang emerged from the master bedroom and inquired, what is going on? Sir, Butler Lu slightly bowed, addressing Sheng Bailang. Young master Wen called for us to come and see the gift you bestowed upon him. Sheng Bailang looked at Wen Yunshi and said, it's rather late. Butler Lu and Aunt Wang need to rest. Good night, Butler Lu. Good night, Aunt Wang. He approached Sheng Bailang and whispered. Butler Lu mentioned that someone will start work tomorrow. The three present couldn't help but chuckle at his little demeanor. Butler Lu laughed, young Master Wen. You are quite adorable today. Handsome. Wen Yunshi touched his newly styled hair. I should look as handsome as Bailang today. Indeed, our little Shi is the most handsome today. Aunt Wang, upon witnessing his exuberance today, found herself equally elated throughout the day. After they descended, Sheng Bailang instructed Wen Yunshi to take a bath. Bailang, is it possible to forego washing my hair? I quite like my hairstyle today. If I wash it, it will revert to its original state by tomorrow. I don't wish to wash my hair tonight. No, Sheng Bailang replied. Today's hairstyle is not ephemeral. Washing it will not alter it by tomorrow. Wen Yunshi inquired, is it akin to your hairstyle? It doesn't change even after washing, correct? Indeed, Sheng Bailang urged him to wash, as he had spent the day running around and playing. That night, as they lay in bed, Wen Yunshi resumed his chatter. Bailang, tomorrow is Sunday, and I want to be going to work. Is it possible for me to also take Fridays off in the future? Working only 4 days a week and having 3 days off? No, If we acquire our marriage certificate on Monday, will there be a day off? No day off. After obtaining the certificate, it's back to work. Why no day off? The company regulations state that marriage comes with leave. Sheng Bailang turned off the night lamp above them. You seem to know quite a bit. I do. I am quite clever. Well, let us sleep now. I am clever. So I understand that my father does not like me and does not care for me. Sheng Bailang, who initially intended to remain silent, cleared his throat twice. Some individuals may treat you well with ulterior motives, while others do so selflessly. You must learn to discern between good and bad people gradually. And you, Bailang, are you a good person or a bad person? Wen Yunshi nestled under the blanket, seeking Sheng Bailang's embrace. Will you always treat me well? Chapter 40, Addiction Indeed. I will always treat you well. Sheng Bailang yanked his blanket away and tossed it aside. Confused, Wen Yunshi clutched the blanket tighter, refusing to let it go, maintaining his position facing Sheng Bailang. The blanket belongs over there. I refuse. I wish to sleep facing you. Sheng Bailang tugged the blanket from him again, throwing it to the opposite side. Undeterred, Wen Yunshi gathered all the blankets into a bundle, declaring, I want to let you throw it. I can share half of my blanket with you. Would you like some? He genuinely offered the lower half of the blanket to Sheng Bailang. Do you think everyone fancies your tattered blanket? It's not tattered. It's perfectly fine and smells delightful. Wen Yunshi reclaimed the blanket into his arms. Sheng Bailang, now lying flat, turned away and declared he was going to sleep. Good night. Bailang, want you wish me a happy birthday? Bailang, you didn't say happy birthday to me tonight. My birthday hasn't arrived yet, Bailang. He waited for a while, clutching the blanket, but heard no response from Sheng Bailang. His exhilarated mind continued to buzz, rendering him unable to sleep and filled with words. Shall we also take Monday off? Why must we work if we are obtaining our marriage certificate on Monday? If we get the marriage certificate, does that mean we are truly married? Should I call you Bailang or wife from now on? He buried his face in the blanket, resembling a kitten clutching a toy. Wife. Will there be many intimate moments after marriage? When will our child arrive? Sheng Bailang opened his eyes in the darkness. Wen Yunshi. Wen Yunshi emerged from beneath the blanket, surprise illuminating his face. You're not asleep yet? He inquired. I'm your husband, not your wife. After marriage, you may call me either husband or Bailang. The choice is yours. Sheng Bailang turned to him, placing his hand gently over Wen Yunshi's eyelids. Now close your eyes and sleep. Wen Yunshi's eyes darted rapidly beneath Sheng Bailang's fingertips. Husband Bailang. Bailang sounds lovely. May I call you Bailang? Wen Yunshi, happy birthday. It's time to sleep now. All right. With his eyes closed, Wen Yunshi found no inclination to slumber. He inhaled the scent of the hand cream on Sheng Bailang's hand, his excitement gradually calming. Bailang, may I have a kiss like last night? Is that permissible? I enjoy kissing. Sheng Bailang withdrew his hand from Wen Yunshi's eyelids, pulled the blanket from around him, and propped himself up to kiss him. Their breaths intertwined in the room, and Wen Yunshi's empty hands found their way to Sheng Bailang's side. Occasionally, his tongue would be captured by Sheng Bailang's, and the delicate brush of their lips sent shivers through him. As their breaths grew more rapid, Sheng Bailang paused. Wen Yunshi opened his dazed eyes, swallowing hard several times. He retrieved the discarded blanket and held it close once more. After a moment, he spoke Bailang. Sheng Bailang regarded him for a time, understanding his reaction. He cautiously asked, is it all right? The innocence he once possessed had faded. He now comprehended the implications of such intimacy. Being with Sheng Bailang had awakened desires within him, much like a kitten yearning for a treat. This kiss was different from those before. Instead, Sheng Bailang guided him, speaking words that made Wen Yunshi feel vulnerable, like a shrimp poised to be boiled. The blanket he had clutched was now lost to an unknown corner, leaving Wen Yunshi at a loss, unable to conceal his sounds of pleasure. Have you learned? Sheng Bailang asked in a hushed tone. Wen Yunshi nodded, responding softly with an affirmative sound. Once you learn, you can do it yourself. Sheng Bailang turned on the bedside lamp, tidying up before returning to bed. All right. Wen Yunshi lifted the covers, rising to tidy up. Upon his return, he found his blanket at the foot of the bed and burrowed back under the covers. Sheng Bailang switched off the light. Can we sleep now? Can we do this every day? Wen Yunshi innocently queried. Sheng Bailang pondered, realizing that the young one seemed to lack restraint. Wen Yunshi pressed again. Can we do this every day, Bailang? No, it would be exhausting. Why would it be exhausting? Wen Yunshi shifted closer to Sheng Bailang, finding comfort in the closeness. Sheng Bailang sighed softly, asking, would you like to try something even more pleasurable? Yes. Shall we try tomorrow? At that moment, Wen Yunshi had not yet connected this experience with anything else, filled with anticipation. Next time. For now, let us sleep. All right. Good night. Bailang, gut nicht. After a night of playful antics, Wen Yunshi finally settled down, clutching the blanket in peaceful slumber. Once he was asleep, Sheng Bailang gently removed the blanket and cast it aside, pulling Wen Yunshi into his embrace as he too drifted into a deep sleep. The following day, the workers arrived to commence construction in the secondary bedroom. Wen Yunshi, having moved a chair to the doorway, sat there as a makeshift supervisor. At noon, Steward Liu called for him to come down for lunch 3 times before he reluctantly rose. After finishing his meal and setting aside his bowl and chopsticks, he hurried back upstairs. The construction noise and dust were bothersome, prompting Sheng Bailang to ask Steward Liu to procure a mask for him. By the afternoon, exhaustion overcame him, and he descended to the rear garden, where he spotted Sheng Bailang diligently working beneath the great trellis. He rushed over and curled up into a small ball beside Sheng Bailang, succumbing to slumber. After he had drifted off, a call from an unfamiliar number disrupted the tranquility. Sheng Bailang glanced at the phone casually and promptly disconnected the call. He then took Wen Yunshi's phone and configured it to reject unknown callers. Shortly after, the phone rang again, accompanied by a text message. Sheng Bailang picked up Wen Yunshi's phone and opened the message. Xiao Shi, it's Dad. Frowning tightly upon reading the message, he turned to glance at the sleeping Wen Yunshi, then quietly exited the small glass house to answer the call. Hello, Mr. Wen. Xiao, Bailang? Wen Zhiding had anticipated that Wen Yunshi would be the one answering, and hastily corrected himself. As he spoke, Sheng Bailang ascended the stairs. Xiao Shi is asleep. Is there something you wish to discuss with him? No, I just realized I hadn't said goodbye when I left yesterday. I thought I'd call to see if Xiao Shi would like to come over to the company. At that moment, Wen Zhiding was in his office, perusing a stock document. Chapter 41. Wen Zhiding's call. Sheng Bailang, clutching a blue blanket, descended the stairs and made his way back to the garden. I'll ask him when he wakes up. All right, Wen Zhiding replied, somewhat disgruntled, before ending the call. If it weren't for the company's urgent need for operational funds, he would not have brought up the old ties between the Hu and Sheng families. He had intended to raise Wen Yunshi until he turned 22, have him sign the stock transfer documents, and then hand him over to the Sheng family, leveraging the Hu family's previous goodwill towards the Shengs to secure a significant sum for operational liquidity and connections. However, he had not anticipated that the Sheng family would protect Wen Yunshi so diligently, showing such care for a troublesome autistic child. As a result, he now found it somewhat challenging to even reach out to Wen Yunshi. Sheng Bailang gazed at the disconnected call before tucking the blanket into Wen Yunshi's embrace. Without the blanket, Wen Yunshi would awaken after a short while. With it, he would sleep a little longer. After finishing his work, Sheng Bailang sat nearby, and the clock indicated it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He took the blanket from Wen Yunshi's grasp, knowing that if he continued to sleep, the little one would chatter on endlessly before bedtime. He placed the tablet on the small coffee table and carried the blanket back upstairs. By the time he descended again, Wen Yunshi was already awake. Had he still been holding the blanket, he might have managed another half-hour of sleep, but Sheng Bailang had taken it away. Steward Liu, observing his groggy demeanor as he entered from the backyard, asked, Young Master Wen, would you like some fruit tea? Rubbing his eyes, Wen Yunshi looked up and inquired, Is it finished upstairs? Not yet. The workers have already ceased their tasks today and will return tomorrow. By the time you come back from work, you should be able to see the results. Steward Liu held several oranges in his hand. Sheng Bailang suggested, let us squeeze some orange juice for him. Wen Yunshi let out a considerable yawn. Noticing Sheng Bailang seated on the sofa, he approached him. Bailang, where's your phone? Sheng Bailang inquired. He patted his pockets, but found nothing, then recalled having dashed to the grape arbor to retrieve his phone and the tablet from the coffee table before returning to the living room. Bailang, I also brought back your tablet, he announced as he settled onto the sofa. Steward Liu turned on the television and tuned it to the news channel. Your father just called you. Would you like to return the call? My father called me? He expressed surprise, swiping his phone to check the call log. Is it this one? He pointed to the only unfamiliar number in the log. Bailang, is it this? Yes. Sheng Bailang watched as he saved the number, labeling it Dad, before dialing. Wen Yunshi answered promptly, Is this Xiao? Dad? How did you get my number? Wen Yunshi sat cross-legged on the sofa. Sheng Bailang reached out for the phone. Complying, Wen Yunshi placed the phone in Sheng Bailang's hand. Once the call was on speaker, the phone was returned to Wen Yunshi. He no longer held it to his ear. Dad, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. I got your number from Aunt Wang at noon today. Oh, does Dad need something from me? Wen Yunshi, with his clean feet tucked beneath him, continued to observe Sheng Bailang's actions while on the call. Xiao, would you like to come see Dad's company? Dad's company? Wen Yunshi stared at the phone screen. Where is it? Indeed, if you wish to come over, Dad can have a driver pick you up, all right? Is Bailang going? Wen Yunshi turned to ask Sheng Bailang. Their lives were intertwined, spending nearly every moment together except for those few hours at work. He had grown accustomed to finding Bailang nearby, no matter where he turned. Upon hearing Wen Yunxi's invitation, his first instinct was to consider whether Sheng Bailang would accompany him. Bailang, your company is vast. You must be quite busy. Dad just wants to show you around the company. It won't be a hassle for Bailang. Wen Yunshi, of course, wished for Sheng Bailang to remain behind, as it would complicate the contract he hoped Wen Yunshi would sign. But, Dad, I don't like going to unfamiliar places. A conflicted expression crossed Wen Yunshi's face. He yearned to see his father, yet was reluctant to venture alone into the unknown. Sheng Bailang, observing the screen of his phone, understood Wen Yunxi's intentions all too well. However, he was profoundly unaware of Wen Yunshi's feelings. Dad's company is not an unfamiliar place. It's where your grandparents and mother used to work. Didn't they take you there to play when you were little? Wen Yunshi endeavored to coax Wen Yunshi into visiting. Ku Wenyun frequently glanced at Sheng Bailang, yearning to inquire whether he could accompany him. Noticing that Sheng Bailang was persistently avoiding his gaze, he gently nudged his hand. Bailang, would you accompany me to my father's company for a visit? Sheng Bailang, however, reminded him, Don't you recall that we have matters to attend to tomorrow? It's quite late today. Perhaps we can go another day when time permits? Raising his eyes to the clock on the wall, Wen Yunshi realized it was indeed late. Tomorrow, he and Sheng Bailang were to obtain their marriage certificate. Father, it's quite late now. May I perhaps visit with Bailang another day? At this moment, it was improbable for Wen Yunshi to venture out alone. In the past, it would have been unthinkable, and now, given his dependence on Sheng Bailang, it was even less feasible. Thus, he proposed to go with Bailang another day, rather than suggesting a solo visit. Wen Yunshi attempted to negotiate. How about I bring you over for dinner tonight? Wen Yunshi turned once more to Sheng Bailang, his eyes imbued with a hint of pleading. Regrettably, Sheng Bailang remained focused on the ground, ignoring him. He then looked towards Butler Liu, who approached with a glass of juice. Young Master Wen, your orange juice. Receiving no agreement from Sheng Bailang, and realizing he was also being disregarded, he continued, Father, Butler Liu and Aunt Wang have prepared dinner. If I don't eat this delectable food at home, it will go to waste. A faint smile tugged at Sheng Bailang's lips. With Wen Yunxi's plans for the evening thwarted, he conceded, Then if you wish to see your father another day, just give me a call when you're free, and I shall send the driver to fetch you. All right? Can father come along with the driver? Wen Yunshi, unfamiliar with Wen Yunxi's chauffeur, asked, Is it possible for you to come with the driver when the time comes? Wen Yunshi paused momentarily, then affirmed, Yes, I will personally come and pick you up. All right, we have an agreement then. When Bailang and I have the time, I will call you, all right? Thinking it over, Wen Yunshi added, May I have a private dinner with Xiao when the time comes? Is that so? Wen Yunshi's tone grew somber, and Sheng Bailang's earlier amusement transformed into a cold smirk. Very well. Will you come and get me then? Indeed, I will personally come to fetch you, Wen Yunshi confirmed. Okay, father. Chapter 42. Obtaining the certificate after the call ended. Wen Yunshi set his phone down on the table. He nestled onto Sheng Bailang's lap, gazing up at him. Bailang, father has invited me to dinner. Did you not often wish to see your father? Now he suddenly desires to see you. Sheng Bailang emphasized the words suddenly with a hint of weight. Yes, Why does father suddenly wish to see me? Little sure, you are quite astute. Ponder it yourself. Sheng Bailang reached out, gently stroking his hair. You must go accompany your father for dinner. Father said he would personally come to fetch me, he remarked, a mix of evident sorrow and a flicker of joy gracing his features. Indeed, do you recall my previous words? Some individuals are kind to you without ulterior motives, while others possess intentions behind their kindness. It is essential to discern between the two. When Yunshi nodded, I remember. The following morning at 8 o'clock, when he should have been preparing to leave, when Yunshi lingered in bed, Bailang, may we refrain from going to work today? I inquired with Secretary Lin, who informed me that those who are married are entitled to a paid 7-day leave for their nuptials. At that moment, Sheng Bailang was brushing his teeth. He cast a glance at him, but chose not to speak. Wen Yunshi gradually embodied a particular sentiment, that those who are loved possess a certain fearlessness. He increasingly indulged in the luxury of lingering in bed, occasionally engaging in behaviors deemed rather mischievous. He was assured that Sheng Bailang would not genuinely reproach him, nor would he truly express anger. Thus, at 8 o'clock, when Yunshi remained ensconced in his blanket, playfully reluctant to rise. While others may have pouted to avoid kindergarten in their youth, he was now sulking to evade work. Time was of the essence. They were at risk of missing their appointment to obtain their marriage license. If they did not secure the license, sharing a bed would not be deemed lawful, and he would find himself sleeping alone. Sheng Bailang had numerous strategies to rouse him from slumber. In truth, allowing him to linger in bed was a form of coaxing. Yet, when Yunshi remained oblivious to this subtle persuasion, he simply knew he did not wish to go to work that day, and recalled Secretary Lin's mention of the 7-day marital leave. Bailang, I implore you, he pleaded, clutching his blanket while seated on the bed. After we obtain the license, can I skip work? Married individuals are entitled to 7 days off. Housekeeper Liu had already pressed 2 suits for their wedding photos. Sheng Bailang approached, standing before Wen Yunshi. Is it that you wish to stay home and observe the renovation of the toy room today? Yes, Wen Yunshi nodded earnestly. Forget the 7 days. Can I just stay home today? I simply do not want to go to work. Very well. After we obtain the license, I shall have the driver bring you back. Now, rise and freshen up. Sheng Bailang needed only to slightly speculate to discern Wen Yunshi's thoughts. With excitement, Wen Yunshi leapt from the bed, exclaiming, Then I don't have to work today. He hastily brushed his teeth and washed his face, glancing at his chin, mimicking Sheng Bailang. Bailang, why don't I have any stubble? Sheng Bailang approached him. You probably haven't grown any yet. This way, you can save time every morning and enjoy more time in bed, correct? All right. Wen Yunshi, who once felt a twinge of envy, now felt none at all. He quickly donned the suit that housekeeper Liu had prepared for them. Why is mine white? Because you look splendid in white. Sheng Bailang began to shed his clothing in front of him to change into his suit. Wen Yunshi, instead of retreating to the bathroom as he usually would, mirrored his actions. I am paler than you. Standing beside Sheng Bailang after undressing, he remarked, My skin is fairer, yet your skin appears tougher than mine. His abdomen was devoid of excess flesh, yielding a soft texture when touched. He reached out to feel Sheng Bailang's waist and abdomen. They were firm. Sheng Bailang glanced at him a few times, choosing to ignore his comments. Noticing that Sheng Bailang was nearly dressed, Wen Yunshi hastened his own pace. After dressing, they proceeded downstairs for breakfast before heading out. Seated upright in front of the camera, the flash illuminated as their wedding portrait was captured. We both look quite dashing today, Wen Yunshi remarked, admiring the photograph. Housekeeper Liu stood behind them, smiling as he congratulated the two. His young master had finally tied the knot. Wen Yunshi sat earnestly at the table, meticulously perusing the marriage documents, just as he would carefully review any contract. He then gazed at Sheng Bailang with innocent eyes, inquiring, I do not comprehend. Is it permissible not to sign? Steward Liu, standing behind him, let out a soft exclamation, which drew a chuckle from Sheng Bailang. Come now. What do you not understand? Allow me to elucidate, he offered. Regarding the clause on joint marital property, he posed a question about the assets and interests that might be involved. He pointed out the aspects he found perplexing and patiently awaited Sheng Bailang's response. You are currently employed and earn a salary each day, as do I. This means that any income we generate in the future will be shared. My money is your money, and your money is mine. Is it everything? Wen Yunshi asked. Indeed, everything. In the future, half of your Lego and marbles will belong to me, just as half of my house and car will belong to you. Then I would be at a disadvantage, for I possess a great many Lego pieces and marbles. He frowned, contemplating the fairness of the arrangement. Steward Liu interjected from behind. As long as you have a house and a car, you can acquire plenty of Lego and marbles. However, your marbles cannot buy you a house or a car. In any scenario, this clause seems to favor the young master. Wen Yunshi pondered the matter seriously. Very well, then, will you sign, Bailang? You will be at a loss. I shall sign it. Consider any loss as a gift to you, Sheng Bailang replied, inscribing his name on the document. After he completed his signature, Wen Yunshi reviewed the terms once more before adding his own signature. At the moment he received the red book, Wen Yunshi asked, "Is there any benefit behind this? Why sign a contract that seems disadvantageous?" Indeed, our marital relationship is not dictated by profit, Sheng Bailang asserted, taking the red book back and handing it to Steward Liu. We are entering a normal marriage, not one bound by contractual obligations, hence no emphasis on profit. Oh, I see. Wen Yunshi responded, still somewhat confused. He followed Sheng Bailang into the car. Upon arriving at the parking lot of the company, Sheng Bailang cautioned, if your father invites you to dinner, ensure that for any documents you do not understand, you must consult me before signing. Do not sign anything impulsively. Understood. I shall refrain from signing documents I do not comprehend. I will not believe the extravagant claims of others, Wen Yunshi affirmed as he watched him exit the vehicle. His mood, which had been buoyant, seemed to dim at the prospect of not having to work. All right, I shall head inside. Message me when you get home, Sheng Bailang instructed before turning to take the elevator. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Yunshi told the driver, I wish to disembark as well. He opened the door and pursued Sheng Bailang. Bailang, I do not wish to go home today. Sheng Bailang halted and waited for him. Why not? It is dull. Being home alone is not enjoyable. Chapter 43. Bitten by a puppy, Wen Yunshi followed him into the elevator. May I play in your office? He asked. As today was effectively a holiday, he had no intention of working regardless of the circumstances. Since there will be no Sheng Bailang at home, may I visit your office? Of course. However, Aunt Wang did not prepare lunch for you today. Shall I take you out to eat at noon? That sounds good. Wen Yunshi agreed as he accompanied Sheng Bailang to the 82nd floor. Upon arriving at the office, Sheng Bailang handed his tablet, typically used for work, to Wen Yunshi, which contained a variety of small games for him to select and indulge in. Thus began Wen Yunshi's descent into the captivating world of gaming, rendering him utterly engrossed. As the clock struck noon, signaling lunchtime, he appeared to be ensconced within the screen. Wen Yunshi, this marked the third time Sheng Bailang called out to him. He finally lifted his gaze. Let's go. I'll take you to lunch. Reluctantly, Wen Yunshi set aside the tablet. Where are we dining? At a private eatery. Is the food good? You shall taste it. If it's not to your liking, we shan't return. Is it far? Not at all. Merely half an hour. After we eat, won't you miss your afternoon nap? I can keep you company for a bit. Then I'm on vacation today. I needn't rise promptly for my nap. Right? Correct. In the presence of Sheng Bailang, Wen Yunshi was always quite talkative. Most inquiries he made were patiently answered by Sheng Bailang, who understood that Wen Yunshi's verbosity was not something he shared with just anyone. Initially, Sheng Bailang aimed to cultivate Wen Yunshi into an independent individual, but gradually, he had fostered an undesirable habit of constant attachment. The wait for food at the private eatery was longer than expected. Sheng Bailang took him for a stroll nearby, where they encountered a dog not restrained by a leash. Bailang, look at the puppy. Wen Yunshi's inherently kind gaze perceived goodness in everything, and upon noticing his delight, Sheng Bailang halted to allow him to pet the dog. The snow-white puppy, evidently well cared for by its owner, rolled onto its back, revealing its belly as it responded to Wen Yunshi's gentle caresses. He was utterly enchanted, his delicate fingers tracing along the puppy's neck to its belly. Bailang, why does the puppy's belly have so many little bumps? He parted the puppy's fur to examine the bumps more closely, fiddling with them curiously. Before Wen Yunshi could react, the puppy suddenly bared its teeth, adopting a defensive stance. Sheng Bailang, glancing over, was unable to intervene in time, and Wen Yunshi was bitten. Ouch! The little dog had clamped down hard on his wrist. Startled, Wen Yunshi vigorously shook his hand, managing to dislodge the puppy after several attempts. Blood flowed from the deep bite marks on his wrist, prompting Sheng Bailang to immediately grasp his wrist to assess the injury. "We must go to the hospital." "No hospital." Tears welled in Wen Yunshi's eyes from the pain. The fear of being bitten by the dog was compounded by the terror of going to the hospital, and the sight of blood streaming from his wound intensified his dread. Sheng Bailang tugged him along. The car was parked nearby, and the driver, upon seeing them approach, "Open the door." "To the hospital," Sheng Bailang instructed the driver. "No hospital. I refuse to go." Wen Yunshi resisted, using his uninjured hand to brace against the car door, adamantly refusing to enter. Sheng Bailang frowned, yet complied. Due to his struggle, blood dripped from his other hand onto the car mat. Wen Yunshi vehemently opposed the suggestion of a hospital visit. "Please, I don't want to go. You have been bitten by a dog. We must receive the rabies vaccine." "What is the rabies vaccine? Is it something to drink?" "We shall not go to the hospital. I received that vaccination for drinking when I was young." "No drinks. Just come here." Sheng Bailang observed the still bleeding wound on his arm, his expression growing increasingly grave. Unfortunately, Wen Yunshi was undeterred by his seriousness, stubbornly wedged between the car door, unwilling to enter. "Bailang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I don't want to go to the hospital. Can we go home instead?" She continued to negotiate, fearfully asking, "Really home? Not a false home?" "Truly home," Sheng Bailang replied, his patience wearing thin. "Get in the car." Once Wen Yunshi finally complied, the driver discreetly dialed the Sheng family's landline. "Hello," answered Butler Liu. The driver informed him, "Young master, one has been bitten by a dog. It's quite serious. We're on our way back now. Should arrive in about an hour and a half. Please arrange for a doctor, as he is bleeding profusely." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately," Liu said, hanging up to contact the collaborating physician from the city's third hospital. Upon hearing the news, Aunt Wang emerged from the kitchen, her face etched with concern. "Yunshi has been bitten by a dog?" "Yes," Liu confirmed. "He is afraid of injections. What shall we do?" Liu lamented, but maintained composure, instructing the maids, Xiaoyin, prepare this vacant room as a temporary treatment area. "Aunt Wang, we need to alter tonight's menu. Many items will have to be avoided for a while." "Of course," Aunt Wang replied, returning to the kitchen to revise the day's menu. Meanwhile, in the car, Wen Yunshi's small face was contorted with pain as Sheng Bailang rinsed the wound with bottled water, making the car seat quite damp. The pain made Wen Yunshi instinctively withdraw his hand, yet Sheng Bailang held it firmly. "Do not move." The atmosphere in the car was so quiet that Wen Yunshi dared not speak, but after much hesitation, he finally said, "Bailang, I don't want an injection." Sheng Bailang's face remained stoic. "You are not to approach small animals in the future. If bitten, we must receive rabies vaccinations to prevent infection." "All right, I will behave. I want to get an injection," he pleaded, gazing at Sheng Bailang with a hope that his wish would be granted. "Bailang, please, I don't want an injection." Sheng Bailang did not acquiesce, prompting Wen Yunshi to repeat his plea. After 25 minutes of rinsing with bottled water, the blood continued to flow unabated. Sheng Bailang placed Wen Yunshi's hand on his leg, carefully examining the punctured skin and the two deep wounds inflicted by the dog's sharp teeth. "I won't get an injection. Please, Bailang, promise me." His urgency grew as he pulled his hand back, blood smearing onto the expensive suit. "Bailang, please promise me." Sheng Bailang gazed at him silently, extending his hand. Confronted by his serious and indifferent demeanor, Wen Yunshi reluctantly extended his injured hand once more. He anxiously stamped his foot. "I beg you, Bailang." Ignoring his pleas, Sheng Bailang retrieved a tissue from the box and pressed it against the wound. "Does it hurt?" "Yes, it hurts. It hurts so much." With teary eyes, Wen Yunshi repeatedly asked, "Will the injection hurt more? Can we just apply the medicine without the injection?" Sheng Bailang gazed at Wen Yunshi with a heart full of sympathy, unable to withstand the pleading look in his eyes. He turned away and instructed the driver, "Drive faster." Chapter 44. I won't get an injection. Upon their return to the Sheng residence, the doctor had already arrived. Unable to secure Sheng Bailang's consent, Wen Yunshi sobbed in the car, declaring he would not receive an injection. When the driver halted the vehicle, he clutched his seatbelt tightly, refusing to unbuckle, exclaiming, "I won't get out. I won't get an injection. There's a doctor inside, and I don't want to go in." Sheng Bailang furrowed his brows, reluctant to resort to force, yet feeling powerless against Wen Yunshi's resistance. "Little sure, after today's injection, you won't have to work for a few days. I'll work. I promise I won't sleeping anymore. I don't want the injection. I can go to work." With tear-filled eyes, Wen Yunshi looked at Sheng Bailang, his voice trembling with fear as he pleaded, "Please, I don't want the injection." Sheng Bailang held his hand, deftly unbuckling his seatbelt with a decisive snap. "What I say may not matter, but the doctor will determine if you need the injection. What you say does matter. If you tell them not to give me the injection, they surely won't." When Yunshi insisted, his urgency palpable as he stamped his feet. The moment his seatbelt was released, the driver opened the car door on his side. Fearing being pulled out by the driver, Wen Yunshi instinctively dove into Sheng Bailang's embrace, watching the driver warily. "I don't want the injection." The driver paused, glancing toward Sheng Bailang before bowing his head, saying, "Young Master Wen, we have merely arrived home." Wen Yunshi turned his head upward, seeking reassurance. "Bailang, you said I don't need to get an injection." Receiving a knowing look from Sheng Bailang, the driver tactfully moved to the other side and opened the door. Sheng Bailang lifted Wen Yunshi, striding confidently out of the car, holding him securely as they made their way indoors. Realizing he was being carried out, Wen Yunshi pressed his legs against the car in a desperate attempt to remain inside. "I don't want the injection." His cries echoed to the living room on the first floor, prompting Butler Liu to open the door to the makeshift examination room, dismissing the maid, leaving only Aunt Wong and himself. "Little sure, let the doctor examine you first. I'll stay with you. It won't be scary, all right?" No, this is not good at all." He shook his head repeatedly, struggling in Sheng Bailang's grasp as the doctor in a white coat prepared in the room, with antiseptics set out on the table. At the sight, Wen Yunshi erupted into tears. Bailang, I don't want you to hold me. Bailang, let me go." His hoarse voice, filled with fear, tugged at Sheng Bailang's heartstrings. "Be good, all right? After the examination, I will grant you anything you desire." Wen Yunshi clung to Sheng Bailang's neck in desperation, burying his face in his shoulder, pleading, "I don't want the injection. Promise me I don't want it. Please. Bailang, I beg you." While Sheng Bailang had previously managed to convince Wen Yunshi that a blood test wouldn't hurt, he knew the rabies vaccine would be quite painful. His face turned pale with concern, regretting allowing Wen Yunshi to pet that stray dog earlier. "Shoo, little sure," Sheng Bailang soothed, holding him securely and guiding him to show the doctor his hand. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears that streamed down his face in 4 lines, first asking the doctor to disinfect the wound, if that would be agreeable. Wen Yunshi glanced at the door that the butler Liu had closed, yearning to step outside. "Bailang, I wish to go out. Do not cry. It's all so messy now." Sheng Bailang inhaled deeply, striving to regulate his emotions. "Once we finish here, we shall go out. Your hand needs to be disinfected." Wen Yunshi tucked his injured hand between himself and Sheng Bailang, both suits stained with blood. "Little sure." Sheng Bailang nudged his forehead against Wen Yunshi's, urging him to reveal his hand for the doctor to disinfect. "Otherwise, everyone will worry. Little sure is being very good. Aren't you?" When Yunshi's eyelashes were completely damp, he sobbed, "I'm not good. I don't want to be good. Just disinfect it." "Yes, let us disinfect it first and allow the doctor to take a look." Sheng Bailang cooed softly to him, when Yunshi extended his injured hand for the doctor to examine. "Mr. Sheng, it falls under level 3 exposure." The doctor did not elaborate fully. Level 3 exposure necessitates not only a rabies vaccine, but also the local injection of rabies immunoglobulin to neutralize the virus around the wound. "I do not want an injection," Wen Yunshi said softly, gazing up at Sheng Bailang. Sheng Bailang gently stroked his back, reassuring him while the doctor proceeded with the disinfection. "Mr. Sheng, may I inquire about young Master Wen's current weight?" 59 kilograms, Sheng Bailang replied. "Young Master requires 1180 IU of immunoglobulin." A half hour later, the rabies vaccine and immunoglobulin injections were prepared. The 1180 IU dosage would likely necessitate additional injections into Wen Yunshi's back muscles. The doctor signaled to Sheng Bailang to help Wen Yunshi remove his suit and vest. "Liu, Please fetch a loose t-shirt from upstairs. Sheng Bailang assisted Wen Yunshi in shedding his blood-stained suit. Why must I change now? Wen Yunshi complied, rising to extract his arms from his sleeves. Lu, swift in his movements, entered with the clothing. Young master, your clothes. He stepped in, gathering the discarded garments. Sheng Bailang unbuttoned the vest, allowing the doctor to check for any other injuries. Standing before them, Wen Yunshi shook his head, saying, No, I have no other injuries. The little dog only bit this hand. Good. Changing clothes allows the doctor to ascertain that you are unscathed elsewhere. Wen Yunshi nodded and removed his shirt, its cuffs torn. The white, loose long-sleeve shirt enveloped him. Sheng Bailang felt a pang of discomfort at the sight of his frail figure. Once Lu had retrieved the clothing, he exited and closed the door. Bailang, is the examination complete? Wen Yunshi inquired, glancing toward the door. I am hungry. Has Lu prepared lunch for us? Shall we go eat now? Can we step outside, Bailang? We will go eat shortly. Sheng Bailang took a deep breath and said to Wen Yunshi, Come here. Let me hold you. Shall we go out? I do not wish to remain here. Wen Yunshi settled onto Sheng Bailang's lap, resting his forehead against his shoulder. I shall never play with stray dogs again. The nurse, with a sharp crack, opened the glass vial behind Wen Yunshi. At the moment he heard the crisp sound, he turned around. Upon seeing the syringe in the nurse's hand, his face instantly drained of color. Bailang. He looked incredulously at Sheng Bailang. I won't get an injection. You said only to let the doctor disinfect. Little sure, we must disinfect first. In a moment of distraction from Sheng Bailang, Wen Yunshi broke free from his embrace and dashed towards the door. He strained against the door, trying to open it, but failed repeatedly. Anxiously, he pounded on the door with his palms. Butler Lu, open the door. Outside, Butler Lu, with foresight, locked the door. He cried, Butler Lu, please save me. Chapter 45. Unforgiving Sheng Bailang felt a deep ache in his heart as he looked at him. Little sure, it will all be over after the injection. I refuse. Wen Yunshi warily glanced towards the nurse, pressing his back tightly against the door. I don't want an injection, Bailang. The nurse, having finished preparing the medication, looked at Wen Yunshi with sympathy. Sheng Bailang stepped in front of him, saying, The wound is too deep. We must administer the injection, or it may become infected. The nurse took a couple of steps towards Wen Yunshi to fetch a chair. In a panicked reaction, Wen Yunshi hid behind Sheng Bailang, clutching his clothing tightly. Bailang, I want to go out. Sheng Bailang lowered his head, furrowing his brow in determination, and turned to firmly hold Wen Yunshi in his arms. Bailang. At that moment, Wen Yunshi realized that his attempts at coaxing were futile. He struggled and shouted, Aunt Wang, Butler Lu. The nurse approached with the syringe. Sheng Bailang secured Wen Yunshi's arm, while the cold disinfectant was applied to his upper arm. He screamed in terror, crying out for Sheng Bailang. The instant the needle pierced his skin, he trembled in Sheng Bailang's embrace. What followed was his sobbing against Sheng Bailang's shoulder. He initially thought that once this injection was over, it would be finished, and so he ceased his struggle and cried out loudly. Sheng Bailang gently took hold of Wen Yunshi's injured hand, while another nurse and a doctor firmly restrained his other arm. Through his tears, Wen Yunshi looked up and saw an even larger syringe than he had ever encountered before. By this time, it was too late to resist. Sheng Bailang covered his eyes with his hand. A piercing wail echoed throughout the entire first floor in the next moment. The series of small, multiple injections felt excruciatingly long and painful. Wen Yunshi cried out in anguish, pleading for it to stop. As the needle withdrew from the wound, the nurse lifted his shirt. The familiar chill indicated that his back was being disinfected. He clung tightly to Sheng Bailang, remaining silent for over half a minute, until the needle was finally removed from his back, at which point he gasped for air and cried out loudly. It's done. You're all finished. Sheng Bailang adjusted his clothing, but the person in his arms could not hear his words. The doctor and nurse hurriedly packed their things and retreated. Little sure, stop crying. The doctor and nurse have left. Sheng Bailang carried him as he opened the door to exit. He wept and struggled to the ground, crying as he ascended the stairs. Upon returning to his room, he found his blue blanket and crawled beneath the bed, weeping. In this home, there was no one to help him. Lu, the steward, observed that Sheng Bailang's countenance was markedly displeasing. "Young master, lunch is prepared," he announced. "Please serve it to me." Upon returning to his chamber, Sheng Bailang was met with the sound of weeping emanating from beneath the bed. He crouched down to peer inside, finding Wen Yunshi curled up with a blanket, crying. When he called out to him from the left, Wen Yunshi shifted to the right. "I was wrong. Shall we have lunch?" Sheng Bailang extended his hand. Wen Yunshi shook his head, sobbing as he clutched the blanket, tears streaming uncontrollably. "My hands hurt. Everything hurts," he lamented. Sheng Bailang, feeling a pang of remorse, said, "Xiao Shi, I am sorry. Come out for lunch and join me in building Legos." Yet Wen Yunshi refused to forgive him. Wiping his tears with the back of his hand, turning away to avoid looking at Sheng Bailang. "Do not wipe your tears with that injured hand," Sheng Bailang sighed. Aunt Wang appeared at the door, holding the meal, her face etched with concern. "Aunt Wang, please try," Sheng Bailang thought, recalling how he had just restrained the boy to administer a shot, and now he bore a grudge against him. Despite Aunt Wang's efforts to comfort him, there was no effect. She reluctantly exited with a now-cold meal, shaking her head in defeat. "He refuses to come out for lunch and has fallen asleep," she reported. "Very well, have the steward increase the heating," Sheng Bailang instructed. He stood in the corridor, listening as Wen Yunshi's cries transformed from sobs into silence. It seemed he was truly difficult to console this time. Returning to his study, he settled down, observing the workers in the adjacent room installing the final partition with a heavy sigh. He selected a small, exquisite Lego set from Wen Yunshi's desk and returned to the bedroom, placing it gently beside him. The boy remained in slumber, prompting Sheng Bailang to leave the room once more and resume his work at the computer. The accumulation of tasks over the past few days was considerable. Time passed swiftly as he attended to his responsibilities, and before he knew it, 2 hours had elapsed. Checking the clock, he returned to the bedroom, only to hear the sound of Legos clicking together from beneath the bed. He turned and descended the stairs, where the kitchen staff had prepared some milk tea and desserts. Sheng Bailang ascended the stairs, kneeling on the carpet without uttering a word, silently pushing the items into the room. Wen Yunshi, engaged with his Legos, had moist eyes. He watched as the cake was nudged beside him, only to silently push it away again. Sheng Bailang observed the cake being pushed out, noticing the delicate, pale fingers retracting momentarily. The cake was repeatedly pushed in and out. When Sheng Bailang's hand hesitated once more, he noticed a corner of the mango millefeuille had been eaten. He smiled silently and pushed the cake back in. After several repetitions, the mango-flavored cake had vanished, and a significant portion of the milk tea was gone as well. The last time he pushed it in, it lingered for a much longer duration. Only after Wen Yunshi finished did he finally relinquish the empty plate. Sheng Bailang retrieved the plate, leaning down to gaze at Wen Yunshi, who extended a hand inside. "Xiao Shi, could you come out, please?" Wen Yunshi turned away, clutching the blanket, indicating his unwillingness to engage with Sheng Bailang. Thus, Sheng Bailang had no choice but to carry the now empty plate downstairs. "Did Xiao Shi eat?" Aunt Wang inquired anxiously from below. "He did," he replied. Sheng Bailang handed him the dinner plate, promising to prepare some of his favorite dishes for the evening. "All right, I shall get started right away," Aunt Wang replied, taking the plate back to the kitchen. As Sheng Bailang ascended the stairs and passed by the bedroom, he paused to remark, this beautiful room would be splendid for building Lego and playing with glass marbles. With that, he stepped into the study. Wen Yunshi slowly emerged from beneath the bed, clutching a blanket and sitting on the floor, gazing towards the door. His expression was still one of deep grievance. Although he had ceased crying, occasional sobs of distress escaped him. Sitting on the carpet, he waited for quite some time with no one arriving. Eventually, he hugged the blanket and crept to the door to peek outside. The corridor was eerily silent. He approached the door of the guest room and glanced inside. The major renovations were complete, though a few minor details remained to be addressed. Sheng Bailang, unaware of his presence outside, focused intently on the documents spread across his desk. Upon noticing him, one of the workers inside spoke up, "Young Master Wen, we will be replacing this door with a transparent glass one, or perhaps one with a pattern. Would you like to choose a style?" Sheng Bailang lifted his gaze. Chapter 46. A great injustice. When Yunshi instinctively took a step back, hesitant to approach. He turned and retreated to the bedroom. Sheng Bailang set down the documents and stood up, just in time to see Wen Yunshi's silhouette as he turned to go back into the room. He strode purposefully towards the bedroom, finding Wen Yunshi rummaging through the wardrobe, preparing for a shower. Sheng Bailang entered and closed the door behind him. "Xiao Shi," he called, startled by the sudden sound. Wen Yunshi jumped and turned to see Sheng Bailang. In that moment, tears brimmed in his eyes once more, full of unspoken sorrow. Sheng Bailang gently took the clothes from his hands and placed them back in the wardrobe, reminding him that his wounds and injection sites should not come into contact with water. Looking down at the distressed figure before him, he felt a pang of sympathy as Wen Yunshi began to cry again. "I'm sorry, please forgive me," he pleaded, bending down to lift Wen Yunshi and seat him on the edge of the bed, tenderly wiping away his tears. Wen Yunshi gazed at Sheng Bailang, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Xiao Shi has endured such great injustice. Please, no more tears," he coaxed softly. Yet the tears flowed endlessly, and Sheng Bailang struggled to keep up with them. "You are a villain," Wen Yunshi accused through his tears. "I told you I didn't want an injection, and you refused to listen. It hurt so much. The nurse's needle was agonizing, much worse than a bite from a puppy. You insisted on calling the doctor. They held me down while you did nothing to help. Butler Liu is an accomplice, locking the door to keep me inside. Aunt Wang didn't help me either. None of you did. You're all the same. So cruel. I begged you, crying that I was in pain, yet you showed no compassion. Why don't you care about me?" Sheng Bailang tore off 4 or 5 tissues from the bedside, dabbing at Wen Yunshi's tears, feeling a deep sense of empathy. "We all care for you, Xiao Shi," he reassured him. "You're lying. You don't truly care," Wen Yunshi protested, his voice rising in indignation. "You let them use such a large needle on me." As he cried, his accusations flowed like the tears soaking the tissues. He looked at Sheng Bailang with sadness, lamenting, "We are married, yet you do not support me. You side with the nurse against me. You are truly a villain. The vow of sharing joys and sorrows in marriage is a mere facade. In truth, I am the only one enduring the suffering. My hand throbs with pain." Ah, his lamentation only deepens my despair. Sheng Bailang's voice is gentle yet tinged with a suppressed huskiness. "How can I not assist you?" he murmurs. "To refrain from helping is to neglect. You aid the nurse. You support the wicked. You are no different from them. My disdain for you grows. You are the most detestable of all." After weeping for an extended period, Wen Yunshi's voice turns hoarse. "Yes, Sheng Bailang is indeed the most loathsome. Cease your tears. If you continue, your throat will ache." The bitterness in Sheng Bailang's eyes reflects the anguish swelling within his heart. "Do you no longer harbor affection for me? Why do you not treat me kindly? The injections are so painful. They pierce me in so many places. You witness their actions." He has an endless stream of grievances and tears that never seem to cease. "Shall I summon a nurse to administer the injection to me as well? Can I accompany you in this?" Suddenly, Wen Yunshi halts his weeping, gazing at him in bewilderment, shaking his head. "No, I could never bear to see you suffer the needle. It is far too painful." As he speaks, a thought crosses his mind, and he pouts with injustice. "I cannot bear to see you pricked by the nurse. How could you allow me to endure such pain?" With reddened eyes, he gazes at Sheng Bailang. Sheng Bailang's heart aches with tenderness. He feels an overwhelming urge to shield him. "I would gladly endure those needles myself. I fear not the pain." "You lie. Everyone fears pain." He lowers his gaze. "You are the most detestable. Indeed, I am most loathsome. Stop crying." Sheng Bailang discards the soaked tissue and retrieves a fresh one to wipe away his tears. "I wish to take a bath." The warmth from the underfloor heating has caused Wen Yunshi to perspire profusely from his emotional outburst, rendering him uncomfortable. "Shall I assist you in bathing?" Sheng Bailang gently examines his injured hand, noting its redness. Wen Yunshi, with tear-streaked eyes, rests against Sheng Bailang's shoulder, refusing. "No, I despise you. I will have the steward fetch supplies to dress your wounds, so they do not come into contact with water, all right?" Sheng Bailang nudges his chin against the top of Wen Yunshi's head. Exhausted from crying, Wen Yunshi lies limply against Sheng Bailang, his eyes weary as he closes them, nuzzling against his neck. "After crying for so long, do your eyes not ache?" Sheng Bailang uses his phone to notify Steward Liu to bring the medical kit upstairs. Wen Yunshi nods in response. Steward Lu arrives promptly, accompanied by the family doctor, carrying the medical kit. Young master. Come in. Young master. Steward Lu pushes the door open, entering alongside the family doctor. Sheng Bailang instructs, please dress the wound, ensuring it remains waterproof. The family doctor sets the medical kit on the floor and opens it. Understood. Young master. Steward Lu stands nearby, and upon noticing him, Wen Yunshi pouts and turns away, refusing to look at him. This behavior leaves Steward Lu perplexed, glancing at Sheng Bailang with confusion. Amused by Wen Yunshi's little gesture, Sheng Bailang explains to Steward Lu, he is upset with you for not helping him earlier and for confining him. Steward Lu, feeling embarrassed, scratches his head. After the wound is dressed, the family doctor inquires, shall we also apply waterproof patches to the injection sites? It is advisable to keep them dry. Thus, Steward Lu stepped forward to lift the back of Wen Yunshi's shirt. With reddened eyes, Wen Yunshi gazed at Steward Lu, his expression brimming with grievance. The moment Lu met his gaze, he was instantly overwhelmed with guilt. He meant well. After all, with such a deep wound, how could it be left untreated? As he applied the waterproof bandage, the weight of Wen Yunshi's sorrowful eyes bore down on him, causing him inner torment. The instant he finished, he quickly distanced himself, not wanting to be seen by Wen Yunshi again. If he continued to observe, he would feel as though he were a most irredeemable sinner. I no longer like you, Wen Yunshi whispered. You are just as cruel as those nurses. Lu opened his mouth, wanting to respond, but upon seeing the glimmer of amusement in his young master's eyes, he instinctively said, Young Master Wen, I am sorry. I should not have closed that door. I do not wish to forgive you. Tears streamed down Wen Yunshi's face, falling onto Sheng Bailang's white shirt. He felt wronged. The person he cherished had not come to his aid when he needed it most. His small world felt as though it had collapsed. Those he believed to care for him, those who typically showered him with affection, had not stood by his side when he cried out for help, leaving him to weep in solitude. Afterward, seeing Sheng Bailang filled him with a sense of injustice, while a glance at Steward Lu made him pout. Even Aunt Wang's presence brought him sorrow. Yet, Sheng Bailang was different. Although he understood that Lu obeyed Sheng Bailang, he still transferred some of his grievances towards Lu. Sheng Bailang was a uniquely significant figure. Chapter 47, Gratitude. That night, as Wen Yunshi prepared for bed, he clutched a blanket, keeping a considerable distance from Sheng Bailang. After several months of companionship, they had begun to sleep closely together at night. However, after receiving the injection, Wen Yunshi felt his trust shatter and chose not to speak to Sheng Bailang as he turned away, playing with the blanket until slumber overtook him. Once he fell asleep, Sheng Bailang gently moved him back to the center of the bed, feeling somewhat helpless, uncertain of how long it would take to soothe him this time. Moreover, there were several more shots to follow the rabies vaccine. The next morning, Sheng Bailang rose without waking Wen Yunshi. After tidying up, he covered him with a blanket before heading downstairs for breakfast and to go to the office. When Wen Yunshi awoke, it was already 8:10. Clutching the blanket, he turned to find the space beside him empty. He instinctively opened his mouth to call for Bailang, only to close it again. Sitting up, he noticed the bathroom was vacant. Realizing it was quite late, he slipped out of bed, put on his shoes, and after washing his face, he pushed open the door and immediately headed to the study. However, Sheng Bailang was not working in the study that day. Turning around, he walked downstairs, where Steward Lu spotted him. Young master, breakfast is being kept warm. Shall I bring it out for you? Wen Yunshi nodded slightly and took a seat at the dining table, waiting for his meal. After finishing, he returned upstairs to sit on the bed. After a while, he made his way to the study, where the guest room had now become part of the study. Barefoot, he stepped inside to sit on the soft cushion, finding that the unfinished Lego had been moved there by the maids. After a considerable period of stillness, he showed no intent to take action. His eyes roamed restlessly, seeking stimulation. Finding the atmosphere rather tedious, he retreated to his bedroom to change clothes, as he intended to head to the office. Carrying his mobile phone, he approached the familiar driver in the front garden and inquired, "Might you take me to the company? Right now? In 10 minutes. I need to fetch lunch for the young master from the kitchen. Would you prefer to wait and go together?" "Very well. I shall wait for you in the pavilion." Wen Yunshi suggested, pointing towards the spot he frequently occupied. Of course, young Master One, the driver replied. Wen Yunshi, with nothing to occupy his time, sat in the pavilion for over 10 minutes until the driver returned to him, announcing, "Young Master, we are ready to depart." "Good," Wen Yunshi said, following the driver to the vehicle. Meanwhile, Butler Lu called out for Wen Yunshi from the second floor, but he could not locate him. After inquiring around, a maid from the front garden informed him, "Young Master Wen has left with the lunch delivery." "To the company?" Butler Lu asked, pulling out his phone. "Indeed," the maid confirmed. In a hurry, Butler Lu returned to the living room. "Aunt Wong, please pack young Master Wen's meal and send it over." "Has Xiao Shi gone to the company?" Aunt Wong asked as she found the insulated box. "He left with the delivery car. I have arranged for another vehicle to take it over." Butler Lu was well aware that the previous day's lunch outing had resulted in Wen Yunshi's injury. Thus, he was determined to ensure that lunch was delivered today. The car halted at the company entrance, and Wen Yunshi accompanied the driver upstairs with the meal. The secretary spotted him trailing behind the driver. "Hello, young Master Wen. President Sheng just went into a meeting. Would you like to wait in his office?" "How long will it take?" Wen Yunshi inquired, standing before the secretary's desk. Glimpsing at her watch, the secretary estimated about half an hour. "May I go in and wait?" Wen Yunshi gestured towards the president's office door. "Certainly," the secretary replied, leading him to the office and opening the door. "Would you like me to prepare some milk tea for you?" Wen Yunshi paused at the threshold, turning back to the secretary. "Could it be the same kind as last time?" "Absolutely, young Master One," she said, closing the door behind him. Once inside, Wen Yunshi sank into the sofa in Sheng Bailang's lounge area, feeling rather bored. The secretary he soon entered with the milk tea, which he accepted and savored until the cup was empty. Upon finishing, he stood up and noticed a tablet on the table. He approached it, opened it, and found a game he had played yesterday. However, due to his hand injury, his movements were clumsy, and he became stuck on a challenging level. His brow furrowed in concentration. After the meeting, Sheng Bailang entered and found him sprawled on the sofa. "Xiao Shi." Wen Yunshi glanced back at Sheng Bailang, returning his focus to the game. "Why aren't you playing at home?" Sheng Bailang sat beside him on the sofa. Wen Yunshi sat up, frowning as he placed the tablet in front of him, indicating his inability to progress. "Stuck on a level?" Sheng Bailang took the tablet from him. "Yes, I can't get past it." Since receiving his injection, Wen Yunshi had adopted a state of silence, choosing not to speak unless absolutely necessary. If not for his current predicament, he might have continued to refrain from conversing with Sheng Bailang. "Why have you come here? Do you not dislike working?" Sheng Bailang asked, lowering his gaze to assist him in navigating the level. Wen Yunshi attentively observed the actions of the person before him. He harbored a disdain for work, yet equally detested the solitude of his home devoid of Sheng Bailang. Witnessing Sheng effortlessly conquer the level he had struggled to surpass multiple times, a hint of displeasure creased his lips. "You passed it. Here you go," Sheng Bailang offered, extending the tablet towards him. Wen Yunshi reached out to accept it, but Sheng did not relinquish his grip. Lowering his gaze upon Wen's face, he noted the unmasked hints of confusion and slight vexation. "Give it to me," Wen insisted, tugging at the tablet. Sheng Bailang queried, "Are you not going to speak to me?" "No thanks." "Thank you," Wen Yunshi responded reluctantly. "Thank whom?" This prompted one to utter, with palpable unwillingness, "Thank you, Bailang." "You're welcome," Sheng replied, satisfied that his objective had been achieved. He returned to his desk, having not informed Butler Lu of his presence. "Butler Lu is looking for you," Wen Yunshi noted. Checking his watch, he swiftly messaged Aunt Wong and Butler Lu. "I asked the driver to bring me to the company to find Bailang." After sending the messages, he reclined on the sofa to play games. At noon, the secretary knocked on the door, announcing, "Mr. Sheng, young Master One, it is time for lunch." Only then did one recall that the driver had brought only a meal for Sheng Bailang. Butler Lu and the others had only just learned of his arrival at the company, meaning he would have no lunch today. Rising from the sofa, he glanced at Sheng Bailang, contemplating speaking, but hesitated, visibly conflicted. Sheng dimmed the computer screen, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "There's no food," he stated. "There's food." Butler Lu knew you were coming and promptly arranged for a meal to be brought for you, Sheng replied, standing up, still miffed at Butler Lu. One remained silent, harboring resentment, not only towards Butler Liu, but also towards Sheng and Aunt Wang, the trio who had failed to assist him the previous day. Nevertheless, he could not afford to be obstinate when it came to food. Sheng Bailang led him to the dining hall, where he beheld 2 takeout boxes. Maintaining an expression of irritation, his heart had already softened somewhat. He opened the boxes, methodically placing the dishes on the table, still opting to indulge in dessert first. Chapter 48. I no longer dislike you. As the meal drew to a close, Sheng Bailang's dessert remained untouched. Wen Yunshi glanced at it, pouted, and set down his fork. Having resolved not to indulge in Sheng's dessert today, "Are you still going to eat the cake?" Sheng inquired. "Yes," came the swift reply. As he picked up his fork once more, Sheng suppressed a smile, a subtle amusement dancing in his eyes, emanating a barely audible chuckle. After dining, Wen Yunshi placed his fork down, noticing Sheng still seated beside him. "Shall we sleep?" Sheng offered, extending a tissue towards him. Staring at the tissue, Wen felt a rebellious surge within him. He had no need for it. He was not dirty. Noticing Wen's reluctance to take the tissue, Sheng gently wiped away a smudge of cream from the corner of his mouth. "What time did you wake up this morning? Should we take a nap together now?" he asked. Wen shook his head. He felt drowsy, but was internally reluctant to share the space with him. Sheng placed the tissue he had used to wipe Wen's mouth on the table and inquired, "Are you sleepy?" "Yes," Wen Yunshi murmured, biting his lip. As Sheng Bailang observed his awkward demeanor while rushing from home, attempting to maintain a silent facade, he found it utterly endearing. "If you're not going to sleep, may I go in and rest first?" "Good afternoon, Xiao Shi." He rose from his seat and slowly approached the door to the resting area. Wen Yunshi, seated on the chair, turned around and fixed his gaze intently on the door, occasionally stealing glances at Sheng Bailang. Once Sheng Bailang entered to change into his sleepwear, Wen Yunshi could no longer contain himself. He stood up and strolled to the door, peering inside. He lingered at the threshold, hesitant to step in. Sheng Bailang stood by the bed, a smile dancing in his eyes, not calling out to him. Feeling somewhat bashful, Wen Yunshi inquired, "Don't you want me to keep you company while you sleep? Would you like to come over and sleep with me?" Sheng Bailang's voice carried an involuntary hint of laughter. Although Wen Yunshi's expression seemed reluctant, he replied, "All right." He walked in and retrieved his pajamas from the wardrobe to change. Sheng Bailang waited for him on the bed, and upon seeing Wen Yunshi climb in and turn his back while clutching the blanket, he teased, "Is this how you accompany someone to sleep?" Wen Yunshi murmured, closing his eyes. As the lights dimmed gradually, Sheng Bailang gently pulled him back to the center of the bed. "Please don't feel wronged. I beg for your forgiveness." "Xiao Shi." Wen Yunshi emitted a brief, dismissive hum from his nose. "Alkish." Sheng Bailang drew Wen Yunshi closer to him. Wen Yunshi lifted his eyelids. "Will you still be a bad person in the future?" If he ceased to be a bad person, he would forgive Sheng Bailang this time. This question left Sheng Bailang at a loss for words. Should he continue being a bad person? The second rabies vaccination was scheduled for 5 days later. Sheng Bailang sighed deeply. Perhaps it was best to soothe him first. He leaned down, tenderly kissing Wen Yunshi's sweet lips, infused with the lingering taste of dessert cream. Initially, Wen Yunshi resisted, but as the kiss deepened, he found himself wrapping his arms around Sheng Bailang. He could hardly be blamed for his lack of restraint. With his childlike innocence, he succumbed to such temptation. Maintaining silence with Sheng Bailang had already proven quite a challenge for him. Moreover, the allure of Sheng Bailang was undeniable. As the kiss grew deeper, Wen Yunshi turned his head away, gasping for breath, his forehead resting against Sheng Bailang's chest, his eyes misty with unshed tears. He pressed his lips together and confessed, "I no longer dislike you." "Oh, thank you for forgiving me." "Xiao Shi," Sheng Bailang replied, his palm gently caressing his back. Wen Yunshi reached for his blanket, turning to face Sheng Bailang without formality. "Bailang, good afternoon." "Xiao Shi, good afternoon." After their nap, Wen Yunshi reverted to his loquacious self. In the afternoon, within Sheng Bailang's office, Wen Yunshi's gaming tablet was commandeered for work. He was tasked with reviewing extensive documentation about Katie Company. He discovered the names of his grandparents and mother amongst the records. The historical accounts and significant business dealings of Katie Company were meticulously detailed. After perusing several pages, he asked, But didn't Dad say that Katie Company belongs to him? Sheng Bailang paused his work to respond to the inquiry. Currently, your father is managing the affairs. But your mother hopes that you will study diligently and eventually take over the management yourself. Did your mother say that? Wen Yunshi perused the documents before him, contemplating how long it would take to thoroughly review all the materials. A frown of concern adorned his youthful visage. Your mother bequeathed all her shares in whose Katie Company to you, hoping you would possess the capability to manage it. When shall I be able to fulfill my mother's expectations? You are quite intelligent. I believe you will achieve that soon. I am aware of my own intelligence, he said with a chuckle, shifting from a seated position to lying on the sofa, diligently circling the content he observed with a pen. Halfway through, he stumbled upon the name Wen Yunshi. Father. Wen Yunshi glanced at Sheng Bailang, saying, Bailang, father promised to pick me up for dinner. He also mentioned taking me to see Katie Company. Do I have time now? Do you think you have time? Sheng Bailang retorted. Wen Yunshi pondered for a moment, asserting, I suppose I do. After all, am I not on a break today? You didn't wake me for work this morning. He picked up his phone and swiped the screen. Then why not have your father come to fetch you? Sheng Bailang leaned back in his chair, observing him. Wen Yunshi approached him, phone in hand, but then added, I'm not hungry right now. Can we instead go for afternoon tea and have some cake? Sheng Bailang invited him to sit on his lap, saying, Little Shi, do you know what shares are? Yes, Wen Yunshi replied, placing his phone down to examine his injured hand closely, occasionally picking at it, only to be gently restrained by Sheng Bailang. Don't pick at it. Explain what shares represent. Sheng Bailang cradled Wen Yunshi's injured hand. After a moment of thought, Wen Yunshi articulated, shares embody property rights, voting rights, the right to information, and residual asset distribution rights. What do these imply? Sheng Bailang softly blew on the wound on his wrist. Wen Yunshi obediently elaborated on their meanings. Little Shi is truly clever. So, can we sign the share transfer document? Well, it depends on the specific situation. What about unknown circumstances? I want to sign. Wen Yunshi observed Sheng Bailang blowing on his wound, feeling a tickle. For unknown circumstances, I will not sign any incomprehensible documents. Sheng Bailang inquired. What if the document is presented to you by your father? Would father give me a document to sign? Like the last time when I couldn't comprehend it? Wen Yunshi gazed at Sheng Bailang's lips. Indeed, your father will clarify any aspects you do not understand. Once you grasp the contents, would it be acceptable to sign the share transfer document? Chapter 49. Little Shi, the most charming. Wen Yunshi recalled Sheng Bailang's earlier words. No. There is a background check that must be conducted, and it must be personally verified before proceeding. Excellent. Sheng Bailang placed a gentle kiss on his lips, cautioning, Don't indulge in too much cake. We still need to return home for dinner. All right, Wen Yunshi responded, picking up his phone to contact Wen Yunshi. Sheng Bailang gently patted his rear to prompt him to rise. Once Wen Yunshi stood up, he remarked, Make sure to send me the location for your meal later. All right. Wen Yunshi turned and settled onto Sheng Bailang's other leg, expressing, I wish to accompany you, but my father desires to dine with me alone. Then enjoy your meal and converse with your father. Sheng Bailang's hand rested on the mouse, stating, After you're done, I'll have the driver come to fetch you. Will you come with the driver to pick me up? Yes, I will accompany him. Sheng Bailang's gaze was fixed upon the computer screen. Wen Yunshi wriggled out from his embrace, surveying his attire, noting, This is not new clothing. Your father has yet to see you in this outfit. To him, it is entirely unfamiliar. Sheng Bailang turned to look at him, adding, Xiao Shi looks most charming. Wen Yunshi took a few pleased steps, radiating joy. Suddenly, his phone rang. Dad. The way he called out was endearing, causing Sheng Bailang to unconsciously tighten his grip on the mouse. He did not hear what Wen Yunshi was saying on the other end of the line. After hanging up, Wen Yunshi joyfully approached Sheng Bailang, exclaiming, Dad says he is coming to pick me up now. Sheng Bailang observed the broad smile adorning his face and cautioned, Do not drink anything too cold, avoid alcohol, and refrain from eating kiwi. Remember? I remember, Wen Yunshi replied, his eyes narrowing in delight. When Wen Yunshi arrived at the company's entrance, Sheng Bailang instructed his secretary to escort Wen Yunshi downstairs. As he prepared to leave, Wen Yunshi's exuberance began to wane slightly. He lingered at the office door, glancing back at Sheng Bailang repeatedly. Bailang. Sheng Bailang stood up and moved to his side, assuring him there's no need to be anxious about meeting your father. It's akin to seeing Sheng Dad. Will you come to pick me up later? He inquired, tilting his head. This resembled young children in kindergarten, requesting their parents to arrive promptly after school. Sheng Bailang's heart softened immensely. The more he interacted with Wen Yunshi, the harder it became to let him go. He yearned to be involved in every facet of his life, occasionally pondering that as long as Wen Yunshi was happy, he could remain a child forever, even feeling a twinge of doubt about the notion of guiding him into adulthood. Will you personally come to collect me? Wen Yunshi repeatedly sought his confirmation. Sheng Bailang tucked a stray lock of hair behind his forehead, assuring him, text me, and I will undoubtedly come to get you. I promise I won't deceive you. All right, then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Bailang. He descended with the secretary. Okay. Sheng Bailang watched him enter the elevator before returning to his desk, where he opened the location information from Wen Yunshi's ring. He noted the distance between them increasing. On the road, Wen Zhiding was introducing Wen Yunshi to Katie Company. Wen Yunshi sat upright, attentively listening to him. Upon arriving at Katie Company, the driver exited to open the car door for him. Following his small habit, Wen Yunshi reached out to close the door, only to reopen it once more. Wen Zhiding could not comprehend his actions and explained, the driver will open the door for you. However, Wen Yunshi insisted, I prefer to open the door myself. The four drivers of the Sheng family were well aware of Wen Yunshi's peculiar habits. Hence, they would only open the door on Sheng Bailang's side and never took the initiative to assist Wen Yunshi. Father, do you remember that I only want to open the door myself? Bailang always remembers. Wen Yunshi stated this simply, yet in Wen Zhiding's ears, it transformed into a reproach from Wen Yunshi. Father, there are many matters at the company that require the secretary's assistance, so it is challenging to attend to your little habits. You're already 22, you should be more understanding. Wen Zhiding's words were gentle. Wen Yunshi nodded silently, but in his heart, he thought, Bailang is also quite busy, and the Sheng Corporation is far larger than the Katie Company. He inquired, so, do smaller companies tend to be busier than large conglomerates? The driver beside him cast an unfriendly glance at Wen Yunshi. Young master, this way please. Wen Zhiding responded, yes. Father has asked the secretary to familiarize you with the Katie Company. For the remainder of the time, Wen Yunshi was guided by the secretary through a tour of the Katie Company, and his initial excitement about spending time with his father slowly faded. Feeling fatigued, he timidly expressed to the secretary, I am quite thirsty. Could I have some milk tea? The secretary, momentarily halting the presentation of company information, led him to a break room. Shortly thereafter, the milk tea was delivered. Young master, your milk tea. Thank you. He cradled a cup of milk tea, gently tapping his uninjured knee with it. After a brief 15-minute respite, the secretary escorted him to the final floor of the Katie Company. At last, Wen Zhiding appeared. The secretary guided him into Wen Zhiding's office. Mr. Wen, I have introduced the company structure and departments to young Master Wen. Good? Wen Zhiding nodded as he sat at his desk. Wen Yunshi stood awkwardly, observing him. Father, aren't we going out for cake? Wait a moment. Let father finish his work, Wen Zhiding replied, sending a document for the secretary to print. Once the document was in hand, Wen Zhiding approached Wen Yunshi. Xiao Shi, please take a look at this document. It requires your signature. Why do I need to sign it? Wen Yunshi inquired earnestly, picking up the paperwork to review it line by line. This time, he read the document more swiftly than before, aided by the bright office lights and the fact that he had already examined its contents on his birthday night. Xiao Shi, if there is anything unclear, would you like father to explain? Wen Zhiding adopted a paternal demeanor, gazing tenderly at Wen Yunshi. After finishing the document, Wen Yunshi set it down, unable to meet Wen Zhiding's eyes, instead focusing on the floor as he said, Father, this document cannot be signed. The issue of equity transfer involves numerous interests, and I cannot sign these documents lightly. He refrained from picking up the pen that Wen Zhiding had offered. Maintaining a patient demeanor, Wen Zhiding replied, Xiao Shi, we are family. These interests, regardless of their entanglement, are all within the Wen family. It is of no consequence. You possess a limited understanding of corporate management. This document merely requires you to transfer your shares to your father, who will oversee the company on your behalf. The profits will still belong to you, Xiao Shi. What are your thoughts on this? Wen Yunshi slowly raised his gaze to meet his father's. Chapter 50. You are not a villain, father. You do not truly wish to see me, do you? His tone was somber as he recalled what Sheng Bailang had once said. Some individuals are kind with ulterior motives. Is it not because of some hidden agenda that you have suddenly brought me here, insisting on dining together? Father, is your intention to have me sign this document to transfer my shares to you? Is that your true purpose? Wen Yunshi was straightforward, eschewing circumlocution. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his mood was markedly despondent. Wen Zhiteng did not indulge in comforting his child. He stated plainly, "You lack the capability to manage the company. Transferring the shares to me will ensure better operational efficacy." Bailang said I could, Wen Yunshi replied, his eyes reddening as he reiterated, "Bailang said I could." Bailang said, "Is that all that occupies your mind now? You bear the surname Wen, not Sheng." Wen Zhiteng felt exasperated as he observed his son's tear-filled eyes. "You are a boy, yet you frequently succumb to tears. Even 10-year-olds can adeptly manage their emotions." Wen Yunshi bit his lip tightly, furrowing his brow as he stifled the tears welling in his eyes. As he averted his gaze, the tears cascaded uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Sign it." Wen Zhiteng placed the pen before him. "Once you have signed, we shall indulge in some cake, and I will arrange for the driver to take you home." Wen Yunshi shook his head stubbornly, refusing to sign. Bailang said he would come and fetch me. "Do you comprehend the difficulties of managing the company at present? If you refuse to sign, how will you wield such extensive shares? Do you even understand the essence of decision-making?" Wen Zhiteng's tone was stern. Wen Yunshi retrieved his phone and messaged Sheng Bailang, requesting him to come and collect him. "I am downstairs." After finishing urgent documents, Sheng Bailang arrived. Wen Yunshi rose from the sofa. "Father, I wish to go home." He used the back of his hand to wipe away his tears. He did not wish to weep in front of Wen Zhiteng, yet the tears were beyond his control. "Sign before you leave." Wen Zhiteng reached out to grasp Wen Yunshi, who was attempting to depart. "If you still wish to acknowledge me as your father, then you must sign the document before leaving." Feeling threatened, Wen Yunshi took a step back, furrowing his brow as he said, "It hurts." The area Wen Zhiteng held was the wrist that had been bitten by a puppy only the day before. "It is my financial support that has made you so delicate. I barely applied any pressure. Why do you cry out in pain?" Throughout their journey, Wen Zhiteng had paid no heed to the injury on Wen Yunshi's hand. Wen Yunshi stood before him, feeling aggrieved. "Bailang is waiting for me downstairs. I must go." "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" The secretary intercepted Sheng Bailang at the front desk. Sheng Bailang produced his business card. "Please inquire with your general manager when Wen Yunshi may descend. Or kindly escort me to see him directly." Upon recognizing that the visitor was the president of Sheng Mai Group, the secretary immediately stood with respect. "I will check on that right away." The secretary turned and knocked on the door. "General Manager 1, President Sheng from Sheng Mai Group, is here to see you. Do you wish to meet with him?" As Sheng Bailang followed his secretary, he gently pushed open the office door. "Wen Zong," he called softly. Wen Yunshi, with tears brimming in her eyes, dashed past Wen Zhiteng to stand before Sheng Bailang. Instantly, his heart leaped into his throat as he enveloped her in his embrace. What is wrong? His concern did not escape Wen Zhiteng's notice. Children these days, crying at the slightest provocation. "It's a sign of autism," he remarked dismissively. "Sheng Zong, would you care to join us for a discussion?" Sheng Bailang chuckled softly, his gaze cold and devoid of warmth. "There is nothing to discuss. Little Sure wishes to have cake today, so I shall take him home." "Please wait, Sheng Zong," Wen Zhiteng interjected, approaching the door. "The affairs of the Wen family do not concern the Sheng family, correct?" "Indeed, we at the Sheng family remain uninvolved in your matters," Sheng Bailang retorted disdainfully. "However, if this issue concerns Wen Yunshi and the Hu family, that is another matter altogether." With that, he ushered Wen Yunshi into the elevator. Sensing the tense atmosphere between the two men, the young boy stood quietly by Sheng Bailang's side, frightened into silence. Once inside the car, Sheng Bailang retrieved a tissue from the front seat. "Why are you crying?" he inquired gently. "My father scolded me," the boy replied, his voice trembling. I didn't dare to cry until now. After a moment, feeling a wave of grievance wash over him, he cautiously asked, Bailang, may I cry? Of course, Sheng Bailang said tenderly, wiping his face. The tears slid down Wen Yunshi's cheeks, warm against Sheng Bailang's fingertips. My father says that at my age, I shouldn't cry like a 10-year-old boy. I'm 22 now. I just had my birthday a few days ago. He sobbed as he continued. He wants me to sign that document. If I refuse, he becomes very angry. He extended his reddened hand to Sheng Bailang. My hand hurts. He pulls it so painfully. I told him it hurt, but he said I was too spoiled. But it truly hurts being tugged so hard. He wanted to let go of my hand. Wen Yunshi confided in Sheng Bailang about his recent tribulations, feeling oppressed. His days were filled with tears or grievances. With a gentle breath, Sheng Bailang blew softly on his wound. It won't hurt anymore. It still hurts very much. My heart hurts too. Sheng Bailang embraced him tenderly, whispering, Little Shi, you've endured so much. When we get home, Aunt Wang and Butler Lu will prepare something delicious for you. I feel so wronged, Wen Yunshi lamented. My father won't even let me cry. I am afraid to cry, yet I cannot suppress it. Sheng Bailang used the tissue to dry his tears, listening attentively as the boy recounted his woes. Do not hold back. If you feel wronged, cry out loud. It is all right to express your anger. Really? Wen Yunshi gazed up at Sheng Bailang, his eyes glistening with tears. I like you. With tears streaming down his face, he leaned against Sheng Bailang's shoulder, dampening the fabric of his tailored suit. Bailang, I like you so much. His innocent heart would love each person who treated him kindly. Between my father and you, who do you like most? Sheng Bailang set down the tissue, allowing the boy to wipe his nose on his shoulder. I like Bailang. My father has ulterior motives. He is a bad person. Wen Yunshi spoke with a quivering voice, revealing his reluctance to accept the notion that his father could be a villain. Much like a child, he harbored an image of his father as a hero within his heart. Sheng Bailang shifted his position to allow Wen Yunshi to settle into a more comfortable posture. Then, if I administered your injection a few days ago, why am I not a bad person? It's not that you're not a bad person, Wen Yunshi replied, lifting his head from his shoulder to ask, Are you a bad person? Do bad people have words written on their faces? If you were to question a bad person, would they tell you the truth? Sheng Bailang reached out to wipe the glistening tears from his eyelashes. Wen Yunshi nestled back onto him and softly declared, You're not a bad person. Chapter 51. Frightened if I were to administer your injection next time, would I become a bad person again? Sheng Bailang sighed inwardly, pondering how to handle the rabies vaccine scheduled for a few days hence. Please don't give me an injection. It hurts. Wen Yunshi adjusted his sitting position atop Sheng Bailang, adding, I can't bear to see you in pain. So please don't give me an injection. As the small vehicle smoothly traversed the road, he quietly closed his eyes against Sheng Bailang's shoulder. Sheng Bailang felt the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. Are you going to sleep again? No. My eyes are just very tired, came a nasally response. Close your eyes and rest. I will call you when we arrive home. Sheng Bailang opened the work panel in the car, placing his tablet upon it to diligently continue his tasks. The kitchen staff at the Sheng residence was divided into two groups, one preparing cakes and the other preparing dinner. In the afternoon, Aunt Wang suddenly developed a high fever. Tonight, Wen Yunshi's dinner would be prepared by the kitchen staff. All right, Wei arrived home. Sheng Bailang gently patted Wen Yunshi to rouse him. Wen Yunshi rose, opened the door, and stepped out, standing still to rub his eyes. Bailang, I want to eat cake. But the kitchen staff has already been informed, Sheng Bailang replied, alighting from the car with his tablet in hand. Wen Yunshi remained in place, whispering, but Butler Lu is also very nice. Sheng Bailang let out a low chuckle in his throat. Who isn't nice? Well, he is nice, but my father is not. Does little Shi not like his father anymore? Sheng Bailang inquired as he led him inside. Is it just because he scolded you? Yes, he scolded me and deceived me. He had his secretary lead me on a long walk. Every floor of the Katie company, he had the secretary take me through. I was so tired. He didn't even accompany me. He just wanted me to sign that document, right? The little complainant trailed behind Sheng Bailang, growing increasingly aggrieved. Yet upon seeing the cake, all grievances were forgotten. Sheng Bailang asked, Shall we eat here? Yes, Wen Yunshi replied, sitting at the dining table with a fork in hand. Sheng Bailang observed him intently enjoying the cake, feeling reassured as he ascended the stairs towards the study. Along, while savoring his cake, Wen Yunshi heard a strange voice and curiously turned his head towards the door. Qiao Linran exited the vehicle with his sister Qiao Xining, casually tossing the car keys to the Sheng family's driver. Please park it, thanks. As Sheng Bailang's childhood friend, Qiao Linran had spent the past 6 months in Country R and had only just returned yesterday, without prior notice to gather. He was urged by Qiao Xining to come see Sheng Bailang. When Yunshi, holding a fork, strode into the living room only to be confronted by 2 strangers approaching menacingly from the garden. Clutching the fork, he swiftly turned and dashed upstairs, reaching the study where he slowed his pace to take a seat beside Sheng Bailang. What's the rush? Sheng Bailang inquired, noticing the fork in his hand, his brow furrowing into a serious expression. You're not permitted to run around with cutlery. I understand. Falling could be quite perilous, as Aunt Wang has mentioned. When Yunshi replied, placing the fork on the table. Bailang, I am frightened. Frightened of what? Sheng Bailang observed him sitting cross-legged on the chair. Where are your shoes? When Yunshi covered his bare feet with his hands, I lost them while running too quickly. I'm not barefoot, he insisted. They fell off when I hurried up the stairs and one is still in the living room. Is that why you ran in fear? Sheng Bailang tilted his head, questioning him. When Yunshi nodded, leaning over the table to gaze at him. Downstairs, Qiao Linran entered the living room calling out Along. Hearing him, Butler Lu hastened into the room, addressing the siblings, young Master Qiao, young Miss Qiao. Where is Along? Qiao Xining, smiling, replied. We just returned from Country R yesterday and went to find Sheng Bailang, but the secretary informed us he has already left for the day. Yes, Butler Lu confirmed. The young master is currently in the study upstairs. Please wait in the living room. I shall go up now. Having already heard Qiao Linran's voice from above, Sheng Bailang led Wen Yunshi from the study to the corridor to look down. Linran, Xining. After a brief exchange of greetings, he guided Wen Yunshi downstairs, retrieving his shoes on the way. Upon entering the living room, Butler Lu held up Wen Yunshi's other shoe, saying, Young Master Wen, you are without shoes again. I was wearing them. They fell off, Wen Yunshi explained as he slipped on his shoes. After half a year apart, Qiao Linran regarded Sheng Bailang as though he had undergone a transformation. Along, aren't you going to introduce? This is Wen Yunshi, my lawful partner. Sheng Bailang responded after a moment's contemplation. Qiao Xining's eyes widened in surprise. A lawful partner? You're married? Qiao Linran also appeared astonished, scrutinizing Wen Yunshi with his gaze. Sensing their attention, Wen Yunshi pressed his lips together, standing behind Sheng Bailang. Butler Lu interjected. Young master, one is not accustomed to interacting with strangers. Please do not take offense. Sheng Bailang playfully led Wen Yunshi forward, jesting. Have you frightened him? Huh? Qiao Linran looked at him in confusion. We just arrived. How could we have scared him? Qiao Xining's gaze remained fixed on Wen Yunshi. Butler Lu, perceptive to the situation, inquired, Miss Qiao, may I offer you something to drink? Qiao Xining, still focused on Wen Yunshi, did not respond to Butler Lu's question. Qiao Linran waved his hand in front of her, stopped staring. Butler Lu is asking what you would like to drink. Watermelon juice. Qiao Xining finally diverted her gaze. Her eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Having followed Sheng Bailang since childhood, she had long believed that his lack of romantic involvement stemmed from waiting for her to return home after completing her studies abroad. She had always been seeking an opportunity to confess her feelings before him. Yet without a word, Sheng Bailang had married. To make matters more surprising, he was a man. Qiao Xining focused her gaze on Sheng Bailang. Brother Bailang, have you truly married? Qiao Linran, equally incredulous, inquired. Whose son is he? Why have we heard nothing about it? He had never even heard the name Wen Yunshi before. Logically, even if it were a marriage of alliance, he should have been able to find a suitable match from the one family within their social circle. Yes, we obtained the marriage certificate a few days ago. We plan to make an official announcement at the end of the month. He guided Wen Yunshi to the sofa. Xiao Shi, this is my good friend Qiao Linran. And this is his younger sister, Qiao Xining. They are both older than you. Wen Yunshi's gaze faltered, avoiding eye contact with the two before him. Politely, he said, Hello, my name is Wen Yunshi. I am Bailang's lawful partner. Why won't you look us in the eye when you speak? Xiao Xining's eyes remained fixed on him. The maid arrived with 4 glasses of drinks. When Yunshi reached for the mango juice, apologizing, "I'm sorry, but I do not enjoy looking at others while speaking." Chapter 52. Green tea Wen Yunshi? Xiaoning, Xiao Linran reprimanded her for her impolite inquiry. "Please be more courteous." Sheng Bailang interjected. Xiao Shi is not fond of strangers, nor does he particularly enjoy conversing with others. Please do not take offense. Observing Wen Yunshi's timid demeanor, Xiao Linran pondered, which one family is this? I have no recollection whatsoever. The Katie Corporation, not from our circle, so it is quite normal not to have heard of them. Sheng Bailang gently brushed his fingers against Wen Yunshi's hand. Then why not announce it? We should have a singles party. Xiao Linran reverted to his playful banter. Lately, I've been busy. You and Adu have been abroad and haven't returned. Marriage is a significant matter. No matter how busy one is, time must be set aside. Xiao Linran relaxed comfortably against the sofa. Moreover, Adu's flight landed yesterday. He should have to board by now. When Yunshi occasionally glanced towards the dining area, his mind lingering on the 2 pieces of cake left uneaten. Xiao Xining, following his gaze, recognized it was the direction of the dining area. She suggested, "Brother Bailang, why don't we ask Adu when he lands? We could go pick him up and eat out today." Upon hearing about dining out, Wen Yunshi turned to Sheng Bailang. "Aunt Wang, what dishes are being prepared today?" But Steward Liu interjected, "Young Master One, Aunt Wang is unwell today, but dinner will be arranged by the kitchen." Considering the crowds outside, Wen Yunshi might feel uncomfortable. Sheng Bailang remarked, "Let us find out when Adu arrives. I'll have the driver pick him up. We can gather here tonight." "That sounds good. It has been a while since we last gathered." Xiao Linran turned to Wen Yunshi. "Xiao Shi, how did you meet Bailang? Do tell." Wen Yunshi bit his lip and briefly glanced at Xiao Linran. "Steward Liu brought me here. I met him here." "Why does it sound like a marriage of alliance?" Xiao Linran looked at Sheng Bailang. "But even alliances shouldn't involve families of lesser status." "It isn't a marriage of alliance. Xiao Shi's grandfather once did our family a favor. It's a long story." Sheng Bailang contemplated for a moment. "Just consider that Xiao Shi and I fell in love freely and are marrying in a conventional manner." Although he was uncertain whether Wen Yunshi's affection for him stemmed from love or dependency, he found himself sitting on the sofa, his feet curled up against Sheng Bailang. Xiao Xining's gaze remained fixated on his every move, and deep down, she perceived Wen Yunshi as a naive yet cunning individual. Her eyes betrayed an increasingly palpable disdain. Sensing her scrutiny, Wen Yunshi felt an uncomfortable urge to dismiss it, but the intensity of her gaze proved overwhelming, revealing his innate tendency to complain. Thus, he remarked, "Bailang, she is glaring at me quite ferociously." Xiao Xining was taken aback. Did he truly dare to express such bluntness before her? Xiao Linran paused, glancing at his sister, who too appeared surprised by Wen Yunshi's audacity. "Who is she?" Sheng Bailang inquired. Wen Yunshi intended to turn his head for a better look, but hesitated midway, pointing with his finger. "Xiao Xining. She is the sister of your friend Xiao Linran. She is called Sister Ning." She is looking at me rather fiercely. In the eyes of Xiao Linran and Xiao Xining, Wen Yunshi undeniably resembled a genuine schemer. She merely wishes to see what my legitimate partner is like. Hence her earnest scrutiny, Sheng Bailang explained, attempting to divert Wen Yunshi. "Why not finish the cake in the kitchen before joining us?" He encouraged Wen Yunshi to leave. "Very well." Wen Yunshi, disinclined to linger, slipped on his shoes and exited without a word. Once he departed, Xiao Linran turned to Sheng Bailang with a serious expression. "Do you fancy him? Are you serious? He certainly exudes a strong air of insincerity." "You misunderstand. He has autism and is uncomfortable around strangers, particularly when they gaze upon him while speaking. His feelings are quite sensitive. So Sheng Bailang directed his gaze toward her. "Please refrain from looking at him that way." Xiao Linran responded with a soft gasp, realizing the situation. "I thought you genuinely liked such a duplicitous individual. You startled me. If he has autism, that changes everything." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xining turned her attention back toward the dining area. "Has he always been this way?" "Since childhood," Sheng Bailang replied, clearing his throat and sipping his tea. "Do not fixate on him. He may not voice his discomfort, but he will feel unhappy and uneasy. He quietly cautioned Xiao Xining. At Du mentioned he would arrive right after leaving the airport, Xiao Linran said, glancing at his phone. Indeed, Butler Lu has informed us to prepare the dishes. Sheng Bailang naturally seized his phone to send a message in their group chat. Meanwhile, Xiao Xining sulked on the sofa, her mood dampened. After finishing the cake, Wen Yunshi sat on a chair for a moment, torn between joining Sheng Bailang or retreating upstairs to play with Legos. Just as he made his decision to ascend, he overheard Xiao Xining say, "Bailang, I have always liked you." Sheng Bailang halted his fingers from tapping the screen. The mutual affection between Xiao Xining and him was an unspoken truth among their circle. "Xining, I have made my feelings clear, both overtly and subtly." Sheng Bailang maintained his distance from her. At that moment, Xiao Linran longed to be invisible, grappling with the reality of his sister pursuing his close friend. He still intended to make a sandwich cookie at the venue. Xiao Xining, undeterred, retorted, "Did you not say that marrying into a prominent family is the path to your matrimonial bliss? Is the Qiao family inferior to that Katie Corporation? He is not even part of our circle." She felt a sense of injustice. He had attacked the one family's background, but had not criticized the fact that Wen Yunshi was an autistic individual. As they conversed, Wen Yunshi gradually ascended the staircase. Xiao Xining continued, "Must you marry him? Cannot it be me? At least you are well acquainted with both the Qiao family and myself, are you not?" Upon hearing the word marriage, Wen Yunshi paused. "Marriage, you say? Would Bai Lang even consider marrying someone else?" After a brief pause, he resumed his ascent, opening the study door and carrying the unopened Lego set towards the soft cushions. Downstairs, Sheng Bailang once again firmly rejected Xiao Xining. "You and Xiao Linran are akin to friends I have known since childhood. Even if I were to consider a marriage alliance, I would not choose the Qiao family. If there is too much vested interest among friends, then a pure friendship is destined to falter." This is a truth that Sheng Bailang comprehends all too well. Xiao Xinling's face displayed her unmasked sorrow. "I once believed you harbored no affection for me. Yet becoming the person you're most familiar with should at least fulfill the saying, 'The one closest to the water gets the moonlight first.'" It appears the ancients were misleading. Xiao Linran tentatively shifted the topic. "I told you not to waste your time on trivial studies, but you did not heed my advice." Chapter 53. Does this count as my victory? TSK, be quiet. Xiao Xining vented her frustration onto Xiao Linran. "If you fail to obtain your master's and doctorate degrees, just wait and see." Sheng Bailang smirked slightly. "You've already had to retake courses, and you still can't graduate this year?" The brevity of his words was laden with piercing impact. When Yunshi, hiding upstairs, called Butler Lu. Upon seeing the caller ID, Butler Lu instinctively glanced upstairs and decided to avoid them by answering the call at the front garden entrance. "Hello, what is it, young Master Wen? Where is Aunt Wang? Why is she unwell?" "Aunt Wang is in the dormitory. The family doctor has already examined her, and she will come to see you once she recovers." "Where's the dormitory? May I visit Aunt Wang? Does she require an injection?" Wen Yunshi whispered softly while lying on the cushions, as if he were committing a transgression. "The dormitory is in those two small buildings next door. Aunt Wang mentioned that your constitution is weak and you are prone to infections and fevers. So she specifically instructed us to wait until she is better before caring for you." "Butler Lu, I have not had a fever in a long time. My health is quite good now." "Then, once Aunt Wang's fever subsides, shall I inquire about her for you?" "Yes. Does Aunt Wang need an injection?" "Aunt Wang has already had an injection. She now only needs to take fever-reducing medication." Butler Lu's voice was unusually gentle, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. "I'm sorry, Butler Lu. I no longer harbor dislike for you. If Bai Lang asks me for an injection in the future, could you assist me? Might you refrain from being the villain?" Wen Yunshi held his phone to his ear, playing with the recently unwrapped Lego set in his hands. He spoke sweetly, causing Butler Lu's heart to soften. "Thank you, young Master One, for not disliking me. However, I am but your servant, bound to obey your every command. If I were to request that Bai Lang refrain from administering injections to me in the future, then you need not play the role of the antagonist, correct?" "Oh dear, my young Master One." Butler Lu wore an unmistakable grin on his face. "I shall go and assemble Lego now. Farewell, Butler Liu. Wen Yunshi hung up the phone and lay on the plush cushion, engrossed in his Lego assembly. Xiaoshi, come down and play. Sheng Bailang called from the living room below. Wen Yunshi, barefoot, peered over the railing and replied, I am busy with my Lego. Du Yinwei, seated on the sofa, looked up and said, Hello, Xiaoshi, my name is Du Yinwei. Wen Yunshi was taken aback to find a stranger below. He leaned over the railing and introduced himself. Hello, I am Wen Yunshi, a legitimate friend of Sheng Bailang. And you? Upon his arrival, he had overheard Qiao Linran's description of Wen Yunshi, which piqued his playful interest. To his surprise, Wen Yunshi replied with utmost seriousness, I am Sheng Bailang's legitimate partner. Sheng Bailang, chuckling on the sofa, beckoned him, Xiaoshi, come down. He is merely teasing you. Wen Yunshi returned to the study to put on his shoes, then took his assembled Lego downstairs to join Sheng Bailang. He disregarded the others and quietly settled next to Sheng Bailang, continuing his work on the small Lego creation in hand. Qiao Linran exchanged glances with Du Yinwei, which did not escape Sheng Bailang's notice. Xiaoshi, does Bailang often call you that? He inquired. When I am unhappy, he calls me Wen Yunshi. When he wishes to console me, he uses Xiaoshi. His focus remained on his task, though he managed to respond to their questions. Du Yinwei président. And how do you usually address him? Bailang, Wen Yunshi replied. Sheng Bailang leaned back on the sofa, allowing their curiosity to flow. So, who is the husband and who is the wife between you two? Qiao Linran interjected, somewhat incredulous at the obviousness of the question. Of course, Du Yinwei remarked. Did you not hear them refer to each other as husband and wife in their daily exchanges? Husband, Wen Yunshi pointed out, indicating Bailang. Xiao Xinming felt a pang of jealousy. Xiaoshi, do you enjoy assembling Lego? I do, Wen Yunshi replied, furrowing his brow as he contemplated his next move. Observing his concentration, Du Yinwei proposed, would you like to find a larger Lego set for us to assemble together? No, Wen Yunshi shook his head, handing his Lego to Sheng Bailang. Sheng Bailang naturally accepted it, examined it for a moment, and then proceeded to assist him with the next step. Playing with glass marbles can be quite enjoyable. Would you like to join us upstairs for a marble track? Marbles? Qiao Linran exclaimed excitedly. We had quite a bit of fun with those in our childhood. Since the track above had been repaired, Wen Yunshi had yet to try it out. Hearing Sheng Bailang's suggestion stirred a sense of eagerness within him. Du Yinwei remarked, Indeed, it is much more enjoyable when played with a group. Bailang, you should not keep him cooped up at home. Exposing him to more social activities is beneficial. As the only medical student among them, he spoke with a degree of authority on the matter. Qiao Linran added, This way, we can take Xiaoshi out for gatherings in the future. Would you like to play? Sheng Bailang inquired, seeking Wen Yunshi's opinion. Wen Yunshi countered, Will you be playing? Everyone gathered to play, and after half an hour, they would descend for dinner. A few individuals made their way upstairs into the study. Standing aside, Qiao Xinling, who had never engaged in such games, observed them. The four of them occupied each corner of the room. Wen Yunshi collected his marbles and distributed a small jar of glass beads to each person, even bestowing one upon the uninvolved Qiao Xinling. She cradled the delicate pink glass bottle and expressed her gratitude, to which he replied, It's no trouble. This is quite fitting for a girl. He himself held a jar filled with bright yellow beads. Each person possessed beads of different hues, and they let their glass orbs slide from various angles, aiming to strike the wind chimes positioned nearby. The marble that touched the most chime leaves would emerge victorious. Additionally, players could utilize their own beads to knock down their opponent's chime leaves during the game. As the game commenced, the mischievous Du Yinwei first targeted Sheng Bailang's chime leaves, followed by an assault on Wen Yunshi's. The naive Wen Yunshi earnestly adjusted his angle to hit the chime leaves, wholly absorbed in his tranquil world, oblivious to their banter. After a prolonged effort, he realized his own chime leaves had vanished. Perplexed, he glanced at Sheng Bailang, then at Du Yinwei and Qiao Linran, discovering them engaged in a fierce competition. Unable to bear the sight, Qiao Xinling discreetly retrieved Wen Yunshi's fallen chime leaves and hung them back up. Subsequently, Wen Yunshi seemed to have discovered the strategy, diligently using his glass beads to indiscriminately attack the chime leaves of the three others present. Half an hour later, the game concluded with no clear victor. The mat was strewn with fallen chime leaves, save for one solitary leaf in Wen Yunshi's sliding path, recently hung back by Xiao Xinling. Can I count this as a win? He asked Sheng Bailang, pointing to the chime leaf. Du Yiwei interjected with a chuckle. Didn't your chime leaves get knocked out first? I don't know. You knocked down 12 of mine, while I took 8 from Xiao Linran and 13 for Bailang. Wen Yunshi inquired with clear eyes, does knocking down the most chime leaves also count as a victory? Chapter 54, Jealousy. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Linran laughed exaggeratedly. Your family doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, do they? Du Yiwei couldn't contain his amusement. Wen Yunshi stared at them, silently standing beside Sheng Bailang. Bailang, am scared. They departed for dinner, leaving the two behind a laugh. Sheng Bailang took his hand and led him downstairs. Xiao Linran followed, saying, Bailang, it seems someone can tame you. Du Yiwei lingered at the back, watching as Xiao Xinling's laughter gradually faded. Xiaoling? Yes. What is wrong, Du Ge? Xiao Xinling turned to wait for him. Du Yiwei opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately shook his head, softly reassuring her, don't be sad. It's fine. Xiao Xinling forced a smile. I can accept that it's something I cannot force. If Wen Yunshi could capture Sheng Bailang's heart in just 4 short months, then that is fate. She had to acknowledge that the heavens had destined her to be unrequited in this regard. The group sat down at the dining table for dinner. The evening's fare did not particularly suit Wen Yunshi's palate, causing him to eat at a slower pace than usual. As the vegetables on the table were passed to Sheng Bailang, he picked up his chopsticks and transferred a small portion into Wen Yunshi's bowl. Wen Yunshi remarked, removing the vegetables and placing them onto a bone dish. I don't want this. He was quite particular about his food, rarely finding vegetables to his liking. Sheng Bailang observed him as he discarded the greens, placing his chopsticks down in silence. Du Yiwei and Xiao Linran engaged in conversation, reminiscing about amusing incidents from the past 6 months. Xiao Xinling gently controlled the revolving platter, suggesting, Bailang Ge, this bamboo-scented abalone is quite delicious. Would you care to try it? She recalled that during previous visits to her home, Sheng Bailang often favored this dish. Wen Yunshi glanced at the dish positioned to his right, then looked at Xiao Xinling and Sheng Bailang. I'm full. What can we have dessert? You've had plenty of cake today. There will be no dessert tonight, replied Sheng Bailang, picking up the abalone and placing it in his bowl. He turned to Xiao Xinling and said, your family used to prepare this dish frequently. Xiao Linran chimed in. I sent it because Xinling knows you enjoy it. Every time you visit, she specifically requests the kitchen to make it. What a pity, huh? Ha! Even being full doesn't stop your mouth, does it? Xiao Xinling said, setting her chopsticks down and wiping her mouth with a napkin. What a pity. I want to hear Lang call me brother again. At this, Xiao Linran wore an expression of regret. Sheng Bailang chuckled. You are 6 months older than I. I can call you brother now, as long as you deserve it. No. Xiao Linran raised his glass toward him. Let's finish this drink and never speak of it again. We are destined to remain brothers, not siblings. Wen Yunshi frowned as he observed their banter over drinks, his mind troubled by the absence of dessert that evening. Silently, he stood up and left the table. His tone somber as he said, you all enjoy your meal. I'm full. Is Xiao Shi unhappy? Du Yiwei, being a doctor, immediately noticed Wen Yunshi's mood. I'm unhappy because there's no dessert. After saying this, he obediently went to wash his hands and wipe his mouth before returning to the living room to continue playing with Lego. Aware that he had already indulged in plenty of sweets today, he made no fuss about the lack of dessert after dinner. By the time they finished their meal and conversation, it was quite late. Wen Yunshi, playing in the living room, absorbed their words. That night, as they prepared for bed, Sheng Bailang turned off the lights and lay beside him. He asked, why does Xiao Xinling want to marry you? Sheng Bailang turned to cover him with a blanket. What do you think, Xiao Shi? Because she likes you. She wants to be legally allowed to sleep with you. If you marry me, will you still marry her? Legally, one can only marry one person. Otherwise, it would be bigamy. Xiao Xinling and I are merely friends. After tucking him in, Sheng Bailang lay down, stating, if I marry you, I want to marry her. You will be my sole legal partner for life. But what if she still wants to marry you? She gazes at you constantly, even during meals. It seems she truly likes you. What should we do? Legally, I'm already married to you. Now that we are wed, Whether others like me or not is their concern. I have you. Sheng Bailang adjusted his blanket and urged, hug your blanket and sleep well. But Bailang, I dislike the way she looks at you. Wen Yunshi's mood today was rather somber, possibly due to Wenjiding or perhaps because Aunt Wang was unwell. And the dinner he had was not to his liking. He spoke in a despondent tone. Bailang, I am unhappy. Sheng Bailang gently covered his eyes with his hand, urging him to close his eyes as he spoke, hoping that soon the rhythm of conversation would lull him into slumber. Obediently, Wen Yunshi shut his eyes, murmuring, Bailang, I dislike the way she looks at you. She will no longer look at me that way, Sheng Bailang assured him. He gazed at Wen Yunshi, inquiring softly, what troubles you? Is it because of your father, Aunt Wang, or of the presence of strangers at home? It is because my father is unhappy. I worry about Aunt Wang's illness. I dislike the dinner. I do not like the way others gaze upon you. He felt that her gaze was distinctly different from how others regarded Sheng Bailang, and he could not articulate why it disturbed him. Sheng Bailang opened his eyes to meet his gaze and asked in a low voice, I too dislike her looking at me that way. She will not do so anymore. All right? Which of these, father, Aunt Wang, or Sister Ning, causes you the most distress? Wen Yunshi pondered for several seconds before he reached up to remove Sheng Bailang's hand from his eyes, saying, I wish to kiss you, may I, Bailang? His topics shifted rapidly, a habit Sheng Bailang had grown accustomed to. Then come and kiss me, he replied. Sheng Bailang did not initiate. Instead, he turned slightly to face Wen Yunshi, waiting for him to lean in. Wen Yunshi moved slowly, awkwardly pressing his lips against Sheng Bailang's, and quickly extended his tongue to taste the corner of his lips. After a considerable time, without contacting his tongue, he furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, I want her tongue. Then try harder, Sheng Bailang replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Obediently, Wen Yunshi pressed his lips against Sheng Bailang's once more, gradually finding himself atop him. Frustrated by the lack of tongue, he furrowed his brow and slipped a finger into Sheng Bailang's mouth, then kissed him again. Sheng Bailang gently nibbled on his fingertip, teasing, You've cheated, Xiao Shi. Wen Yunshi, overwhelmed by the sensations, pressed his body tightly against Sheng Bailang's and confessed, Bailang, I feel uncomfortable. Without needing to think, Sheng Bailang understood the meaning behind his discomfort. He turned his head away, preventing Wen Yunshi from kissing him, and advised Xiao Shi, next time do not say you feel uncomfortable. Instead, express your desires. Bailang, I want you. Wen Yunshi's eyes were filled with unrestrained longing as they met Sheng Bailang's. I want you. Sheng Bailang caressed his moist lips and asked, Xiao Shi is very clever. I assent. He innocently replied, I am very clever. Then, can you learn what to do with your mouth later? Sheng Bailang coaxed him gently. In the dimly lit room, he nodded resolutely, affirming, I can. Chapter 55. The next rabies vaccine injection. Afterward, Sheng Bailang embraced him warmly. The ever-intelligent Wen Yunshi mimicked the previous motions, leaning in to share an extended kiss that was both tender and unlike any before. Shall we sleep? Sheng Bailang wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. I'm so tired. Wen Yunshi left Sheng Bailang's embrace and nestled into his own pillow. He pulled the blanket closer to himself with his feet, cradling it in his arms, exclaiming that he was exhausted and ready to sleep. After uttering those words, he let out a tremendous yawn and soon fell into slumber. The following morning, as Sheng Bailang opened his eyes, he was met by the clear gaze of Wen Yunshi, who inquired why he was awake so early. Bailang, it's unfair, he remarked. What is unfair? Sheng Bailang replied, getting up to check the time on his phone in preparation to rise for the day. Wen Yunshi had awakened 10 minutes earlier and, clutching his blanket, turned to gaze at Sheng Bailang, quietly pondering a question that flickered in his eyes. Is it because you are tall? This was a matter he had contemplated for a full 10 minutes, yet he found no answer. While in deep thought, he seriously lifted the covers, feeling that it was indeed quite unfair. What do you mean by tall? Sheng Bailang was puzzled by his erratic train of thought as he made his way around the foot of the bed towards the bathroom. When Yunshi unexpectedly asked, Why is yours like that? Sheng Bailang turned back to him, responding, Because you are picky about food, you haven't grown. Can I stop being picky from now on? You may certainly try, Sheng Bailang replied, squeezing toothpaste onto his brush and simultaneously onto Wen Yunshi's toothbrush, inviting him to join in brushing his teeth. Bailang, Wen Yunshi said as he got out of bed and put on his shoes, if you were to marry Qiao Xining, would you also do such intimate things? No, I would not marry Qiao Xining. I would only do these things with you, Sheng Bailang stated, standing at the sink brushing his teeth. Wen Yunshi naturally picked up his toothbrush and placed it in his mouth, as if Sheng Bailang preparing toothpaste for him was a perfectly ordinary occurrence. But she wants to marry you, he observed, tilting his head while watching Sheng Bailang intently. I do not like her and would not divorce you. Moreover, as long as you do not divorce me, I cannot marry anyone else. If your little mind cannot comprehend this, then don't dwell on it, all right? Sheng Bailang raised a hand to ruffle his hair, asserting that the choice lay with him. He had expressed his disinterest in Qiao Xining and his intention to marry only Wen Yunshi, yet Wen Yunshi found it difficult to grasp. After considerable thought, Wen Yunshi solemnly nodded, I do not want to divorce you. He enjoyed sleeping beside Sheng Bailang. The thought of sharing that space with Qiao Xining would bring him great discontent. After brushing their teeth, Wen Yunshi accompanied Sheng Bailang to work. Having been away from the office for several days, it took Wen Yunshi a brief moment to readjust to the environment. During lunch, upon opening his lunchbox and seeing the food, he immediately lost his appetite, finding only the dessert appealing. For the next 2 days, he hardly ate well, as Aunt Wang continued to suffer from a persistent high fever. Following Butler Lu's advice, Aunt Wang was hospitalized for a comprehensive checkup. On the very day Aunt Wang was admitted, Wen Yunshi faced his second rabies vaccination. Considering the last time he had thrown a tantrum and refused to eat after receiving the shot, this time the booster was scheduled for after dinner. The doctor who arrived this time not only brought a medical kit, but also wore casual clothing. After dinner, while playing with marbles in the study, Wen Yunshi's gaze met Sheng Bailang's in a fleeting moment. This time, Butler Lu resolutely refused to play the villain. After a flurry of activity, he instructed the maid to escort the doctor to await them in the front garden. Sheng Bailang sat at his desk and beckoned to Wen Yunshi. Xiaoji, come here. We need to discuss a matter. Wen Yunshi approached, holding 2 exquisite glass marbles. These beautiful glass beads were a gift from your business trip. Do you remember? He displayed the marbles for Sheng Bailang to see. Indeed, has the wound on your wrist healed? Sheng Bailang grasped his wrist gently. Wen Yunshi obediently rolled up his sleeve, revealing a scar. It has healed. It no longer hurts. Do you recall the rabies vaccine we received last time? Yes, it was quite painful, he replied, retracting his hand and fiddling with the marbles. I don't want to get any more shots. Xiaoji, there are a total of 5 rabies vaccine shots. We have had 1. 3, Wen Yunshi corrected, 1 in the arm, 1 in the wrist, and 1 in the back, 3 in total. Only the 1 in the arm is the rabies vaccine. Sheng Bailang observed Wen Yunshi's reactions with great care. Oh, so that's 1 shot then. While the shot in the arm was painful, it pales in comparison to the discomfort of administering immunoglobulin directly into the wound. Sheng Bailang inquired cautiously, so how many shots do we have left? 4. I am quite clever. Wen Yunshi assumed Sheng Bailang was testing him, but then suddenly paused, the marbles in his hand losing their allure. He turned to glance toward the door, and upon not seeing the figure in white, his anxiety momentarily subsided. He placed the glass beads on the table. Bailang, my wound has healed. Look, he pulled back the covering from his wrist to show Sheng Bailang. If the wound is healed, I shouldn't need any more shots, right? Xiaoji, while the wound has scarred, there may still be hidden viruses within. Sheng Bailang enveloped him in an embrace. That is why we must receive the vaccine. Wouldn't you agree? Wen Yunshi withdrew his hand and firmly shook his head. No, I disagree. Fear began to surface in his eyes as he locked gazes with Sheng Bailang. I do not want to get a shot. It is very painful. I don't want any at all. Just 1 this time, all right? Sheng Bailang coaxed. Wen Yunshi began to struggle to escape Sheng Bailang's embrace. No, let me go. Sheng Bailang obediently released him. Wen Yunshi immediately jumped out of his arms. Please, don't make me get a shot. I beg you. Chapter 56. Temptation again. The doctor had been waiting downstairs for quite some time, yet the maid had not received any notification to bring him up. At that moment, Wen Yunshi trusted no one, hiding beneath the bed and refusing to come out. No matter what Sheng Bailang said, he remained resolute in silence. Butler Lu, noting the prolonged delay upstairs, felt some concern and ascended to check the situation. He found his young master helplessly seated on the carpet. Young master. Sheng Bailang sighed deeply, regretting not choosing a different approach from the outset. This is simply futile. He glanced toward the door and instructed Butler Liu, "Inform the doctor to bring the syringe up." "No, please don't let the doctor come up. I beg you." Regrettably, Steward Liu found himself unable to escape the identity of a villain once more, his heart heavy with remorse. Had he known, he would have never embarked on this ill-fated journey. Was it not an invitation to enmity? How fortuitous it seemed. With a heart full of regret, Steward Liu descended the stairs. Upon witnessing the doctor entering through the door, Wen Yunshi's vigilance peaked. Clutching the blanket tightly, he declared loudly, "Bailang, I truly do not like you anymore. If you do not come out, the doctor will enter." Sheng Bailang's patience was wearing thin. It was evident that dealing with someone like Wen Yunshi required immense forbearance. However, he would prefer to expend his patience in coaxing rather than allowing Wen Yunshi to evade his injection. "I will not go out. I simply refuse." Wen Yunshi stubbornly clung to the blanket beneath the bed, refusing to shed a tear. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Sheng Bailang signaled to the doctor, adopting a posture of departure. "Once I step out, the doctor will come in to administer your injection, and I shall no longer comfort you." As he spoke, the doctor, feigning indifference, slowly approached the bedside. Startled, Wen Yunshi scrambled from beneath the bed, gripping Sheng Bailang's ankle and rising to hide behind him, distraught as he pleaded, "Please, don't do this. Don't." The doctor, standing upright, respectfully addressed him, "Young Master Wen, I am not any young Master Wen. You have mistaken your identity. I do not require an injection." Wen Yunshi retorted, still sheltered behind Sheng Bailang. "Bailang, I will work from home in the future. I will eat all the vegetables you serve me. Please, can we avoid the injection? The vaccine is mandated by the doctor." Sheng Bailang redirected the blame. "Either I hold you while the doctor administers the injection, or I shall retreat to the study, leaving you here alone for the doctor to treat you." "I refuse. I refuse." Wen Yunshi clung tightly to Sheng Bailang's hand, his eyes reddening. "I do not want to be left here." Seeing Wen Yunshi's struggle between tears and restraint, Sheng Bailang felt a pang of sympathy. Softening his tone, he urged just one injection to the arm. "Once it's done, they will leave, all right?" At this juncture, Wen Yunshi could only nod, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he timidly asserted, "Not the wrist, not the back." "Very well, no injections to the wrist. Just the arm, and then they may depart," Sheng Bailang coaxed, guiding him to sit at the edge of the bed. Before the doctor retrieved the syringe, Sheng Bailang instructed Wen Yunshi to bury his face in his shoulder. "Bailang, I am frightened," came Wen Yunshi's voice, tinged with tears. "It will only hurt for a moment. Do not cry. Afterwards, I will play marbles and build Legos with you for the entire evening, all right?" As the fabric of his shoulder was pulled down, Wen Yunshi instinctively turned away. "It's all right. It will be over quickly," Sheng Bailang reassured him. At the moment the needle pierced his skin, Wen Yunshi flinched in fear. After the injection, he concealed his wrist before his abdomen, terrified of further needles, and remained hesitant to lift his gaze. Steward Liu stood at the door, announcing, "Young Master Wen, the doctor has departed." Only then did Wen Yunshi raise his head, his eyelashes damp from the tears he had secretly shed while lying down. He cast a fleeting glance at Steward Liu, emitted a soft hum from his throat, and turned away, once more resting against Sheng Bailang's shoulder. Lu Guanjia felt utterly exhausted, having once again provoked the little ancestor at home. This time, Sheng Bailang, who had narrowly escaped the calamity, relaxed his heart and seized the moment to discuss with Wen Yunshi. "There are still 3 injections left. The doctor will come by to administer them, and you can come find me afterward, all right? Bailang, could you please not let them into our home? That way, they won't be able to find me for the injections." Wen Yunshi's voice carried a hint of tears, innocent yet aggrieved. It was Lu Guanjia who allowed them in, not me. Sheng Bailang resolved to redirect all the blame toward Lu Guanjia. The poor steward was laboriously assisting in sending the doctor away. When Yunshi leaned dejectedly against Sheng Bailang's shoulder, "What can I do to ensure Lu Guanjia doesn't let them in?" "Little Shi, you are so clever. Why not plead with Lu Guanjia tomorrow?" "All right." This round of injections passed without incident. That night, as Wen Yunshi curled up with his blanket, he felt a pang of desire. Bailang, I want. The little one, having tasted indulgence, unabashedly expressed his raw yearning. Sheng Bailang naturally helped him fulfill it. Afterward, Sheng Bailang began his guidance. He downloaded several instructional videos on his tablet for Wen Yunshi to explore and learn at his leisure. Is it related to work? Can I watch it during office hours? Wen Yunshi inquired, leaning close. No, but it is an essential aspect of your growth. If you find it appealing after viewing, we can proceed to the next step, all right? What is the next step? Sheng Bailang retrieved the blanket he had placed before him. You will discover the answer to that question in the videos. Then I shall watch. Tomorrow night, perhaps? Yes, you can view it once you have time after returning home. Sheng Bailang turned to lie flat, not facing Wen Yunshi directly. Wen Yunshi turned to face him, saying, Good. Why hasn't Aunt Wang recovered yet? I adore her cooking. I can't get used to the dishes from the back kitchen. I only enjoy the cakes they make, not their meals. Bailang, will Aunt Wang be well tomorrow? Sheng Bailang held his hand. Aunt Wang is in the hospital. Tomorrow, we will ask Lu Guanjia when she could be discharged. Can we ask now? I want to have Aunt Wang's breakfast in the morning. No, Lu Guanjia is already asleep. We must not disturb others' rest. Right? Are you going to sleep now? Am I disturbing your sleep right now? Then may I disturb you for 10 more minutes? Is it possible to skip the third, fourth, and fifth injections? Although today's wasn't very painful, I am quite frightened. Bailang, don't you feel sorry for me? You feel sorry for me when you hold me. Lu Guanjia certainly doesn't take care. He brought the doctor up here. It was he who let the doctor in, wasn't it? All right, it must have been him. Before he could finish his thoughts during those 10 minutes, Wen Yunshi fell asleep. Chapter 57. Aunt Wang falls ill the next morning. Wen Yunshi still did not get to enjoy Aunt Wang's breakfast. He leaned softly against Sheng Bailang's shoulder and murmured, Bailang, could you inquire with Aunt Wang about when she might recover? Why don't you ask? Sheng Bailang broke the youtiao and dipped it in the soybean milk. Wen Yunshi shook his head. He brought the doctor upstairs to give me an injection yesterday. I was upset all day. Oh, one can still talk about time while being upset? Sheng Bailang chuckled lightly. Indeed. So, could you please ask Aunt Wang when she might be discharged? Miss here. Sheng Bailang pressed the youtiao further into the soybean milk, instructing, then first have your breakfast. Youtiao dipped in soybean milk is the most delicious. He lowered his spoon to sip the soybean milk while enjoying the youtiao. After finishing breakfast, Wen Yunshi followed closely behind Sheng Bailang, persistently urging, Bailang, please hurry and ask. Bailang, help me out, please. I beg you, Bailang, you're the best. Steward Lu trailed behind them. Hearing Wen Yunshi's soft murmurs as they made their way to the car, it was only once they were seated that Sheng Bailang finally asked, Has Aunt Wang's fever subsided? I'll go visit today and ask when she can be discharged. Certainly, young master, Steward Lu replied, standing at the car door, watching as their vehicle departed for the company. After arranging the lunch menu, Steward Lu instructed the other drivers of the Sheng family to take him to the hospital where Aunt Wang was currently admitted. Aunt Wang had no relatives left in this world. Upon arrival, he was politely inquired by the doctor about this information and was ultimately informed of Aunt Wang's condition. The persistent high fever had left her looking exceedingly frail. She lay in her hospital bed, her lips somewhat dry and cracked. The caregiver hired by Steward Lu happened to return with a water jug. Mr. Lu, the patient is still experiencing recurring high fevers today. All right. Steward Lu seated himself at Aunt Wang's bedside, a sorrowful expression upon his face. Aunt Wang attempted to sit up. Just lie down. That's all right. Sitting by the bed for a while, Steward Lu eventually spoke. Xiaoshi misses you very much. He hasn't been enjoying the kitchen's offerings these past few days. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang grew anxious. If Xiaoshi loses his appetite, he will lose weight. Has he lost weight again these past few days? The young master is supervising his meals. You've lost quite a bit of weight during your fever. If Xiaoshi sees you, he will surely ask why Aunt Wang has lost weight. Are you not eating? Steward Lu attempted to adopt a casual tone, mimicking Wen Yunshi's usual manner of speaking to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang smiled at Steward Lu. I've been ill with fevers for the past 6 months. Previously, after taking some antipyretics, I would recover after a few days. This time, I don't know why it hasn't subsided. I'm sorry to trouble you. A hint of shyness graced her face as she expressed this. As a servant, It felt inappropriate to have the master visit her in the hospital and hire a caregiver for her. It's nothing. The most important thing is for you to recover, he reassured her. The caregiver adjusted the bed for her comfort. Steward Lu rose to pour a glass of warm water for Aunt Wang, sharing yesterday. Young master when refused to get his injection, hiding under the bed. It took quite a while to coax him out, and only after the doctor threatened him did he finally crawl out. That child, Xiao Shi, has been afraid of injections since he was little. Aunt Wang's voice, hoarse from the fever, resembled an old, broken fan, revealing her fear of hospitals and doctors. His grandmother, grandfather, and mother all passed away in hospital, leaving him bewildered at such a tender age. Butler Lu handed her a glass of water, remarking that this morning he had inquired about her discharge, expressing a longing for her cooking. My fever persists. I dare not return home, she lamented, yearning for the lively and spirited child, Wen Yunshi. So, you must gather strength and recover. Butler Lu remained standing beside her, waiting until she had consumed half the glass before saying, I must return. The kitchen is preparing lunch. If time permits this afternoon, I shall come to see you again. No need. Attend to your duties. I am quite well here. At that moment, Aunt Wang was unaware of the gravity of her condition. Nodding, Butler Lu turned and descended to the parking lot. He retrieved his phone and called Sheng Bailang. Young master, he began. Yes, have you visited Aunt Wang? Sheng Bailang's gaze remained fixed on his computer screen. I am still in the hospital parking lot. Aunt Wang's condition is not favorable, Butler Lu replied with difficulty. Her pancreatic cancer has metastasized. Sheng Bailang's brow furrowed slightly. Has the attending physician spoken with you? Indeed. Butler Lu recalled the doctor's words, explaining that Aunt Wang's bodily functions were severely compromised, and given her age, chemotherapy might not be sustainable. The doctor indicated that if there were no collateral relatives, it was imperative for her to be informed of her condition and to ascertain her willingness to accept treatment. Overall, the risks were considerable. Having known Aunt Wang for a mere 4 months, Butler Lu could see her genuine concern for Wen Yunshi. She remembered all of his preferences, quirks, and peculiar behaviors. She must have devoted all her energy to caring for him, ensuring that despite the absence of parental love, Wen Yunshi lived a life devoid of sorrow, almost nurturing him into a relatively normal child. Do not worry about medical expenses. The Sheng family will cover them, Sheng Bailang stated, sitting at his desk, searching for renowned experts in the field within the country. Very well, young master. Should we inform young master when about Aunt Wang's situation? It is uncertain how much time she has left. Sheng Bailang leaned back in his office chair, gently closing his eyes, deciding to contemplate the matter later. Butler Lu also conveyed to him the reasons he had heard from Aunt Wang regarding Wen Yunshi's reluctance to go to the hospital and fear of injections. After ending the call, Sheng Bailang stared at his computer, feeling a headache coming on. How would Wen Yunshi adapt to life without Aunt Wang, who had been by his side for so many years? He had become accustomed to throwing fits, even over meals that did not suit his palate. At noon, Wen Yunshi ascended to find Sheng Bailang for lunch. Bailang, did Butler Lu mention when I could eat Aunt Wang's cooking again? Sheng Bailang opened the thermos. Xiao Shi, if Aunt Wang can no longer cook, will you be able to adapt to meals prepared by others? No, I want to eat Aunt Wang's food. Hers is the best. In truth, it was not that Aunt Wang's cooking was superior, but rather that for a child like Wen Yunshi, who had autism, having eaten the same person's dishes for over a decade had ingrained in him a deep-seated habit. The taste of food is no longer of paramount importance. What truly matters is that the flavor of the dishes remains unchanged for him, akin to the familiar environment he has grown accustomed to. Accepting such changes is a formidable challenge. Chapter 58. Aunt Wang's decision, however. Aunt Wang, being advanced in age, would undoubtedly become fatigued if she were to continue cooking. Wen Yunshi, holding his chopsticks, looked at him in confusion. Aunt Wang always said that if she felt tired, a few days of rest would suffice. In the past, when Aunt Wang had a fever, she would still prepare simple noodles for him, nothing too elaborate or troublesome. If Aunt Wang were fatigued, he could settle for simple noodles. He gazed at the meal in the thermal container before him and expressed Bailang, I do not wish to eat these dishes. I long for Aunt Wang's cooking. Upon noticing the look of resistance on his face, Sheng Bailang suggested, from today onward, could you try to accept the meals prepared by the kitchen? Perhaps we could consider only eating what the kitchen prepares in the future. Wen Yunshi, sensitive to the underlying tension, recalled that in his childhood, he had only eaten the meals prepared by his mother. After Aunt Wang arrived, he had been limited to her cooking. He set down his chopsticks and declared, "I refuse. I will only eat Aunt Wang's food. I do not want to eat what others prepare. There are changes one can attempt, sure." Sheng Bailang urged as he spooned egg custard over the rice, mixing it together. "This is how you usually eat." "No, I want to continue eating Aunt Wang's cooking." With beautiful eyes fixed on Sheng Bailang, Wen Yunshi inquired, "What has happened to Aunt Wang in hospital?" He truly despised hospitals and was distressed by the thought of someone he cherished being there. Sensing something amiss, he began to worry about Aunt Wang internally. "Let us eat first," Sheng Bailang said, still pondering how to teach Wen Yunshi about farewells. "I will not eat." Wen Yunshi pushed the thermal container away, insisting, "I want Aunt Wang, and I want her now." Furrowing his brow, Sheng Bailang replied, "Aunt Wang is still running a fever. Do you wish for her to be ill and rise to cook for you?" "Sure. I want Aunt Wang. I can eat noodles. I do not want this." Wen Yunshi lowered his head, and soon tears began to fall. Sheng Bailang looked at him with concern. "Come here." Wen Yunshi, with his head bowed, climbed onto Sheng Bailang's lap and rested obediently against his shoulder. "I do not want Aunt Wang to go to the hospital. Is it possible for her not to go? When one is ill, they must visit the hospital and heed the doctor's advice," Sheng Bailang gently reminded him. "Could you ask the secretary to prepare non-spicy instant noodles for you? After eating, we can sleep, all right? I want to eat Aunt Wang's dishes. It has been a long time since I last had her cooking." Wen Yunshi felt somewhat wronged. He missed Aunt Wang. "Once Aunt Wang recovers, you may have her cooking again. But for now, let us eat, shall we?" Sheng Bailang turned his head, nuzzling Wen Yunshi's soft, smooth hair. "I'm hungry, sure." Wen Yunshi pouted, "What is non-spicy instant noodles? What kind do you wish to eat? Shall I have the secretary prepare something for you? Would braised beef noodles suffice?" Wen Yunshi sat up, the red one, but without that vegetable packet. Sheng Bailang released his hold around Wen Yunshi's waist, allowing him to stand. "All right, you may go out and ask the secretary to prepare it." "Should I go?" "You should. The secretary is someone familiar. You can manage it, sure." Sheng Bailang resumed his subtle efforts to cultivate Wen Yunshi's independence. On the path to transforming Wen Yunshi, he often found himself succumbing to moments of tenderness and indulgence. Aunt Wang's illness brought a modicum of clarity to Sheng Bailang. He understood that he must resolutely encourage Wen Yunshi's growth, rather than coddling him as he had been doing recently. After speaking with his secretary, Wen Yunshi returned to the dining hall, sitting beside Sheng Bailang as he awaited his instant noodles. "Bailang, are you hungry? If you are, feel free to eat first. It will be quite a while before my noodles are ready." Soon, his mood shifted as he focused on the noodles. Sheng Bailang placed his dessert before him, suggesting, "Start with the dessert. Once you finish, your noodles will arrive." In the afternoon, Butler Liu returned to the hospital. He sought out the attending physician for another discussion before proceeding to Aunt Wang's private room. "Aunt Wang," he said, taking a seat by her bedside and noticing that her spirits seemed relatively good that day. "Oh, why are you back so soon? I just saw you this morning." Aunt Wang replied, perusing the menu on her phone. "I've broken my fever. If I remain stable today, I should be able to discharge tomorrow." She bore an expression tinged with the guilt of having rested for so many days. Butler Liu brought a chair to sit beside her, contemplating the necessity of informing her about her condition. Aunt Wang's hand trembled slightly as she held her phone, its screen aglow, her lips moving silently. It was no wonder that her fever had been so persistent. She lowered her head, her gaze becoming vacant. "Aunt Wang," Butler Liu began, "the young master wants you to know that you need not worry about the medical expenses. The Sheng family will cover them. However, the decision regarding chemotherapy rests solely with you. The young master has arranged for the best specialist in this field domestically, who will come tomorrow to discuss your treatment options." Aunt Wang shook her head. "No, I don't want that." She was still grappling with the reality of her illness. After a lengthy silence, Butler Liu heard her voice carefully inquire, "Will I still be able to return to the Sheng family for work during this time?" She had nowhere else to go and did not wish to prolong her suffering through chemotherapy, lying in a hospital bed as her life slipped away. "The young master has no intention of dismissing you. He hopes that you will recover and continue to accompany young Master Wen, who relies heavily on you." Butler Lu sighed softly. Aunt Wang shook her head. You don't understand. My husband succumbed to the same illness. Given the progression of my condition, I am acutely aware of what lies ahead. I do not wish to spend my final days in a hospital. She longed to spend time with Wen Yunshi, wishing to impart her culinary skills to another. She hoped she would have the time to do so. With a serious expression, Butler Lu said, We will all respect your decision. The young master has chosen not to inform young master when about your condition for the time being. No, there is no need to mention it. Aunt Wang replied sorrowfully, gazing out the window. Do not tell Xiao Shi. It would deeply sadden him. Having cared for Wen Yunshi for so long, she understood the depth of his feelings for her. There is no need to complicate matters by changing doctors. I would prefer just any doctor to prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine and pain relief. In my final days, I do not want to be caught up in chemotherapy, radiotherapy, or the revolving door of operating rooms. Butler Lu persuaded, This is what the young master instructed me to arrange for you. Perhaps a skilled physician may offer a more effective treatment plan. She sincerely appreciated the young master's thoughtfulness, yet resolved to decline these arrangements, contemplating that perhaps this was her fate. Regardless of any potentially superior options, her immediate focus was solely on enhancing her quality of life. Therefore, there was no need for such extravagant expenditures and worries. I wish to be discharged promptly. Upon witnessing her unwavering determination, Butler Lu nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall consult the young master. Thank you truly. She expressed gratitude towards Sheng Bailang for allowing her to return home, caring for Wen Yunshi for a time, and for the Sheng family's generous hospitality regarding her condition. Chapter 59. Refusal to eat upon returning to the Sheng residence after work. Wen Yunshi's first action was to seek Butler Lu. He found him in the flower house of the back garden and inquired, Where is Aunt Wang? Has she not yet recovered from her fever? Butler Lu regarded him with a somber expression, unlike his usual cheerful demeanor. Sensing an undercurrent of unease, Wen Yunshi wondered if Aunt Wang could forego a hospital visit. Aunt Wang has indeed recovered from her fever and will be discharged in a couple of days. There is no need for you to worry, Butler Lu reassured him. Wen Yunshi remained silent, turning away to the grape arbor. Sheng Bailang, having changed his shoes, approached and noticed him on the phone, his face displaying a sense of grievance. He joined Wen Yunshi on the sofa, stating, Aunt Wang will return tomorrow. Is she truly coming back? Wen Yunshi asked, glancing at the numerous unanswered calls he had made. Bailang, I miss Aunt Wang. I am very concerned about her. I understand. Sheng Bailang replied, placing Wen Yunshi's phone aside. You will see Aunt Wang tomorrow. Then why has she not answered my calls? I tried many times. His gaze remained fixed on his phone, troubled by Aunt Wang's frequent illnesses. Sheng Bailang pulled him onto his lap, explaining, Aunt Wang is older now. Her immunity is not as robust. Bailang, will I really see Aunt Wang tomorrow? Yes, but first, let us have some dinner, shall we? During lunchtime, Wen Yunshi had barely finished a single bowl of instant noodles, and by now, he must be hungry. However, as he sat at the dining table, he tasted each dish but then set his chopsticks down. Butler Lu observed quietly, letting out a barely audible sigh. Wen Yunshi placed his chopsticks down and sat still. Bailang, I want to eat the dishes Aunt Wang prepares. When she was present, he took her presence for granted, seldom vocalizing his thoughts about her. Yet, whenever she was absent for more than 2 days, his mood would persistently decline. His every utterance echoed his longing for Aunt Wang. Little sure, do you find this dish unpalatable? Sheng Bailang asked, lifting a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placing it in Wen Yunshi's bowl. Wen Yunshi shook his head, gesturing his refusal and pushing the bowl far away. If it's not distasteful, why not enjoy what others prepare? I want to eat Aunt Wang's cooking, he insisted, crossing his legs on the chair. Bailang, I want to eat Aunt Wang's dishes. Today, he repetitively expressed his yearning for her. Sheng Bailang silently consumed his meal, deciding to discuss matters later. Beside him, Butler Lu noticed the young master's silence and grew increasingly concerned. He ventured to speak. Young Master One, would you mind waiting a moment? Shall we enjoy the dishes prepared by the kitchen today? No, I wish to eat Aunt Wang's cooking. Aunt Wang's dishes are not available today. Sheng Bailang responded with a somewhat grave tone. Butler Lu, serve him his usual portion. He may only leave the table once he has finished eating. Wen Yunshi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. I do not wish to eat. If you refuse to eat, you shall remain seated here tonight, Sheng Bailang stated, no longer coaxing him as he had before. I want to eat. The boy's voice carried a hint of grievance. Butler Liu, adhering to Sheng Bailang's orders, approached and served a portion of what Aunt Wang would typically prepare for him onto the plate in front of Wen Yunshi. The boy pursed his lips and hung his head in silence. After Butler Liu finished serving, he quietly pushed the plate away. Sheng Bailang set down his chopsticks. If you do not eat, you will sit here. You are not permitted to return to your room tonight. With that, he took a tissue to wipe his mouth and exited the dining hall. A soft thud echoed as Wen Yunshi's tears fell into his palms. Butler Liu, watching the young master leave, gently spoke to Wen Yunshi. Little Ji, once Aunt Wang returns, we shall enjoy her dishes together, shall we? Wen Yunshi sniffled softly, shaking his head. Butler Liu, let Sheng Bailang remain in the living room. Do not coax him. If he wishes to eat, he may. If not, let him stay seated. Butler Liu, feeling somewhat awkward, regarded Wen Yunshi with a conflicted expression, but ultimately chose to stand quietly nearby. Wen Yunshi sat cross-legged for quite some time. As Sheng Bailang had insisted he remain at the table until he finished, he obediently sat in place. When his legs grew weary, he would stretch them out, only to fold them again after a short while. The food on the table had long since cooled. As Sheng Bailang ascended to take a shower, he passed the dining hall and noted that Wen Yunshi had ceased his crying. After he had gone upstairs, Butler Liu instructed the maid to reheat the dishes once more. Little Ji, let us be obedient and eat half a bowl, shall we? I will help you pick out the vegetables, and we shall only eat the meat, all right? Wen Yunshi shook his head. He pushed the food Butler Liu had placed before him out of reach. After sitting at the table for over 2 hours, Butler Liu repeatedly reheated the food, discreetly coaxing him. Yet, it was to no avail. Wen Yunshi stubbornly refused to eat. Even after Sheng Bailang finished his shower, he did not come back down. Butler Liu hesitated to serve dessert, standing at a distance from Wen Yunshi, who could be heard with a rumbling stomach, yet remained obstinately unwilling to eat. In previous days, when Wen Yunshi had displayed his small tantrums, Sheng Bailang would have the kitchen serve some dessert first, which at least would coax him into eating a bit of rice and vegetables. Butler Liu gazed at Wen Yunshi with concern, perplexed by the sudden sternness of the young master. Having sat for so long, Wen Yunshi felt discomfort. He shifted in his chair, ultimately opting to perch on it instead. By 9:30 in the evening, Sheng Bailang finally descended from upstairs. Wen Yunshi had changed his sitting position countless times, yet still dared not leave the dining hall. Upon seeing him descend, Butler Liu hastily approached, whispering, "Young master when still refuses to eat. Perhaps we should offer him some dessert to appease his hunger." "No need. If he does not wish to eat, let him go hungry," Sheng Bailang declared loudly. It was 9:30. Should he not eat by 10? The servants were instructed to prepare the guest room for him to stay in tonight. Wen Yunshi sat on the chair, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes beginning to redden once more. Butler Liu stood frozen, acutely aware that young master was already quite famished. He could hear the rumbling of his stomach even from behind him. Perhaps we should let it slide tonight. Aunt Wang will return from the hospital tomorrow and may be in better spirits. Young master might simply be too worried about her. Butler Liu continued to plead for Wen Yunshi. Sheng Bailang paid no heed to his words and directed a maid to fetch his blanket. If he hasn't finished eating by 10, send the blanket to the guest room. "Do not touch my blanket," Wen Yunshi declared as he approached the doorway of the dining hall, but did not step outside, facing Sheng Bailang defiantly. "No need to take the blanket," Sheng Bailang replied, observing him intently. "If you refuse to eat, you can sleep in the dining hall. There is no need to tidy the guest room. I want to eat. I simply want tea," he insisted, tears streaming down his face, yet he remained obstinate. Butler Liu felt an overwhelming sorrow for him. As Sheng Bailang turned to ascend the stairs, Butler Liu instructed the kitchen staff to rest and remove the food from the dining hall, no longer needing to accompany him. "Sir," Butler Liu anxiously looked at Sheng Bailang's resolute figure as he climbed the stairs. Initially, Wen Yunshi's sobs were soft, but they escalated into loud cries after the maid had cleared away the food. The door to Sheng Bailang's room upstairs remained ajar. and he could clearly hear Wen Yunshi's weeping. Butler Lu, unwilling to leave, surrounded Wen Yunshi with tissues, his own heart racing with concern. Little Shi, young master one, let me make you a bowl of noodles. We can say we've eaten and then go wash up and sleep, shall we? Young master one, he urged, his voice hoarse from worry. Please stop crying. And one would be heartbroken to see you like this. Wen Yunshi avoided Butler Lu, refusing to let him wipe his tears, pacing around the dining hall as Butler Lu followed closely behind. Ultimately, he stood at the entrance of the dining hall, not daring to step outside. He cried while gazing up the staircase. No matter how Butler Lu tried to console him, it yielded no results. And he hurried to the kitchen to have a bowl of noodles prepared. Once the noodles were ready, Wen Yunshi remained at the doorway of the dining hall, still unwilling to eat. His sobs were heart-wrenching. Sheng Bailang, dressed in his nightwear, came downstairs and was met with an even more pitiful sight of Wen Yunshi weeping. The expression on Butler Lu's face was one of deep discomfort. Butler Lu, please take a break, Sheng Bailang said. He guided Wen Yunshi to a chair in the dining hall, speaking softly, eat the noodles, and then we shall go wash up and sleep. Wen Yunshi looked at him through his tears, defiantly replying, I want to eat. If I go upstairs, I truly want to come down again. It's pointless to cry while staring at the stairs. Once I close the door, I shall simply sleep, he insisted, aware of the late hour. Wen Yunshi clutched Sheng Bailang's nightwear tightly, sobbing as if he had suffered a great injustice, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. I miss Aunt Wang. I want the noodles she makes. I do not wish to consume what others have prepared, he said to Sheng Bailang, his voice thick with emotion and a sense of injustice. I simply do not want to eat this. Come here. Sheng Bailang adjusted his position, moving the noodles from beside him to in front of himself. Wen Yunshi furrowed his brow, wiping away his tears with the back of his hand, and crossed over to sit on Sheng Bailang's lap. After weeping for nearly half an hour, he grew weary and rested his head on Sheng Bailang's shoulder, his own shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. The noodles had grown cold. Sheng Bailang picked up his chopsticks and stirred them, releasing a fragrant aroma. Wen Yunshi's stomach rumbled with hunger. You need to eat, then take a shower and go to bed, or else you'll be left alone down here. There are many meetings to attend tomorrow morning. Bailang, is it possible not to eat? Wen Yunshi nuzzled his face against Sheng Bailang's neck. That is not an option. If you don't eat, you'll have to sleep in the dining room tonight. Can I come upstairs and sleep with you if I don't eat? That is also not an option. Please, Bailang. That plea is futile. Then will you stay with me while I sleep in the dining room? That is not permissible either. Then I cannot sleep alone. Who told you not to eat? I do not wish to eat. May I not abstain? You are hungry. Even if I am, I still do not wish to eat. Is that acceptable? That is not acceptable. Please, Bailang. Gradually, Wen Yunshi ceased his tears, Sheng Bailang shifted him from facing him to sitting sideways on his lap. If you do not eat, I shall head upstairs. It is already past 10. I must sleep. He placed the chopsticks beside Wen Yunshi. Aside from Aunt Wang's noodles, others are quite delectable too. You should give them a try. Bailang, 10 seconds. If you do not eat, I will go upstairs and not return. Under Sheng Bailang's steadfast countdown, Wen Yunshi ultimately picked up the chopsticks, tears streaming down his face as he finished the noodles. Afterward, Sheng Bailang handed him a tissue to wipe his tears and mouth. Why is it such a burden to eat a bowl of noodles? Your stomach is growling. I want to eat Aunt Wang's. Is this noodle not tasty? Or is there something in it that you dislike? Wen Yunshi shook his head and replied honestly, it is good, but I want to eat Aunt Wang's. From now on, you will eat from the kitchen. It will be the same every night. If you refuse to eat, then you can remain here. Sheng Bailang took his hand and led him upstairs. Wen Yunshi pouted, feeling wronged. Bailang, have I not been good to you? You are disobedient. I am very obedient. He retorted softly. Go back to your room and get your clothes for a shower. After showering, when he emerged, Sheng Bailang instructed him to lie down before turning off the light. That night, Wen Yunshi spoke little, as his mood was poor. After the lights had been off for several minutes, he lay at the edge of the bed, clutching the blanket and facing away from Sheng Bailang, keeping the furthest distance possible. Sheng Bailang lay flat with his eyes closed, listening to Wen Yunshi rustle as he shifted positions. He turned from lying on his stomach to his side, then back to lying flat, yet he never moved closer or faced Sheng Bailang. He felt a sense of grievance in his heart. After several more minutes, he spoke softly, "I am very obedient." Sheng Bailang's eyelashes fluttered, yet he did not open his eyes. "I am very obedient," Wen Yunshi said, turning to face him, still clutching the blanket. Whispering repeatedly, he said, "I am obedient. I do not misbehave. I simply do not wish to eat those dishes. Where have I been disobedient? You merely do not want to treat me well, which is why you claim I am disobedient." As he spoke, his voice trembled with emotion. After a few moments of silence, Wen Yunshi cautiously moved closer to Sheng Bailang, wrapping the blanket around his arm and holding it close to his heart, closing his eyes as he did so. Yet his lips continued to murmur, "Is it considered disobedience if I dislike the dishes made by others? I simply do not enjoy them, Bailang. Can I not be disobedient? Is it permissible to be treated well, even if I am disobedient? Do you no longer like me? Why do you not say good night to me? Bailang, please do not be angry. Is it all right if I do not want to be obedient? Can you agree to that? If so, I could be a disobedient person. I just do not want to eat those dishes. Could you refrain from making me eat what others prepare? I only wish to eat Aunt Wang's cooking." Listening to his soft, incessant chatter, Sheng Bailang eventually found him resting his head on his shoulder. "Good night, Bailang." The moment he uttered good night, he fell asleep. "Good night, Xiao Shi." Sheng Bailang gently removed the blanket from around his arm and set it aside, adjusting his embrace into a comfortable position before drifting off to sleep. Even in slumber, Wen Yunshi continued to murmur about his obedience. Chapter 61. Progression of illness. The following morning, Aunt Wang handled the discharge procedures at the hospital. By the time they returned to the Sheng residence, it was quite late, so Wen Yunshi once again ate the meals prepared by the kitchen staff. After the events of the previous night, he dared not throw a tantrum. He consumed nearly half a bowl of white rice, yet barely touched the dishes before him. Sheng Bailang picked up some greens with his chopsticks and placed them in Wen Yunshi's bowl. With a deep frown, he chewed them randomly before swallowing, after which he immediately set down his chopsticks, claiming he was full. Upon seeing this, Sheng Bailang cast him a glance, feeling the weight of his gaze. Wen Yunshi pointed to his bowl, stating, "Look, I have eaten so much rice. I am truly full." Observing his still, slightly swollen eyes, Sheng Bailang felt an unwillingness to reprimand him. Upon returning home in the evening, Wen Yunshi spotted Aunt Wang waiting for him at the door. As soon as the car came to a halt, he flung open the door and exclaimed, Aunt Wang, I have missed you so much. Why were you sick for so long?" Pouting, he began to complain, "I long to eat your cooking. Bailang scolded me yesterday." Sheng Bailang followed closely behind, gently patting his lower back. "Aunt Wang, I'm back." "Ah, thank you, young master," Aunt Wang replied, nodding solemnly, her eyes misty as she gazed at Wen Yunshi. "I have missed you too, Xiao Shi. Have you not been eating well these past few days? You have lost weight. I want to eat Aunt Wang's cooking. Please do not fall ill again," Wen Yunshi pleaded, linking arms with her and adding playfully, "I feel so miserable without you. I miss you tremendously. Xiao Shi must behave. Aunt Wang teaches the kitchen staff to prepare meals, and wouldn't it be delightful if the dishes they create taste just like Aunt Wang's? No, I want Aunt Wang to cook." Wen Yunshi's fluctuating mood, having been low for several days, dissipated the moment he laid eyes on Aunt Wang. His current excitement was palpable as he circled around Butler Liu and Aunt Wang, yet he deliberately avoided circling around Sheng Bailang. He still felt aggrieved about what had transpired the night before. Although he appeared indifferent, a simmering anger lurked beneath the surface. During meals and at bedtime, he kept his distance from Sheng Bailang. Only when he believed Sheng Bailang had drifted into slumber did he cautiously inch back, whispering softly. It was only when fatigue set in that he bid Sheng Bailang good night. The following morning, he acted as though nothing had happened. This state of affairs persisted for several days. On Saturday, while Wen Yunshi was ensconced in the living room, engrossed in a game on his tablet, Aunt Wang suddenly collapsed in the kitchen. As she was carried out, Wen Yunshi set aside his tablet, rising from the sofa to follow. Sheng Bailang, in his study upstairs, heard Wen Yunshi's loud call, "Aunt Wang." He glanced down the staircase to see Wen Yunshi rushing out. Wen Yunshi closely trailed Butler Liu, asking, "What's wrong with Aunt Wang?" Butler Liu replied, "Aunt Wang isn't feeling well. We're taking her to get checked." He refrained from mentioning the hospital or doctor. However, Wen Yunshi clutched Aunt Wang's clothing tightly, pleading, "Butler Lu, please don't take Aunt Wang to the hospital." Sheng Bailang approached from behind, urging him to follow. "Aunt Wang, please wake up quickly. We don't need to go to the hospital." At that moment, Wen Yunshi was gripped by fear as he clung to Aunt Wang. Sheng Bailang embraced him, asking, "Do you want to come to the hospital with us? Aunt Wang needs to be checked to find out what's wrong. If there's a problem, it must be addressed promptly, all right?" "No, my mother was taken to the hospital and never returned." "Bailang, I'm scared." Wen Yunshi grasped Sheng Bailang's hand tightly, insisting, "We shouldn't take Aunt Wang to the hospital." Sheng Bailang restrained his hand, ensuring the car door was shut. "Xiao Shi, the hospital is where people can be saved. No sobbing, no sobbing. My grandparents and mother became people I can never see again in the hospital. I don't want Aunt Wang to end up like that." He stamped his feet anxiously in place. Sheng Bailang held him tenderly. Aunt Wang's condition was discovered too late, with her organs suffering varying degrees of damage. The deterioration was alarmingly swift. Sheng Bailang was at a loss as to how to alleviate Wen Yunshi's dependency on Aunt Wang in such a short time. During Aunt Wang's hospitalization, Wen Yunshi's despondency was evident. He spoke far less. Even at night, when curled up beside Sheng Bailang, he remained silent, quietly clutching a blanket as he drifted off to sleep. Over the week Aunt Wang was hospitalized, Wen Yunshi no longer clamored for her cooking. On Sunday morning, when Aunt Wang returned home, she appeared quite frail. Wen Yunshi approached Aunt Wang cautiously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and gently took the elder woman's hand. "Aunt Wang, why have you lost so much weight after returning from the hospital?" Her demeanor was innocent and considerate. Aunt Wang, mustering her strength, replied with a faint smile, "It's because the food at the hospital is quite unpalatable, which is why I've lost weight." "Aunt Wang, I no longer wish to eat your cooking. The dishes from the kitchen are quite delightful. Please take good care of yourself and do not fall ill, all right?" When Yunshi whispered, conveying her heartfelt concern. "I no longer want to eat your food. Please do not fall ill," she reiterated. Butler Lu observed the tender exchange with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Sheng Bailang was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the tablet before him, which contained all the medical reports regarding Aunt Wang's recent hospitalization. Weakly, Aunt Wang grasped Wen Yunshi's hand, her eyes brimming with reluctance. She had already prepared herself for a farewell, knowing she could not endure much longer. The spread of cancer cells necessitated a constant supply of pain relief. She had meticulously detailed every aspect of Wen Yunshi's daily life to Butler Lu, as if bequeathing her final wishes. There was simply no energy left for her to impart her culinary skills or knowledge to the kitchen staff. "Xiao Shi," she said, leading Wen Yunshi to sit in the gazebo. "Aunt Wang wishes to discuss something important with you. May I?" Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Wen Yunshi replied, "Could you refrain from sharing any unpleasant news? I do not wish to hear it." Butler Lu returned to the living room after pouring Aunt Wang a cup of warm water and resumed his post. Outside, discussing matters in the gazebo, Sheng Bailang noted, as Aunt Wang mentioned her intent to return to her hometown that afternoon. Butler Lu stood by Sheng Bailang's side. "Are there any good hospitals in her hometown?" he inquired. Butler Lu shook his head. "No, it is merely a small town. Likely only a health clinic exists there. We can hire a couple of people to assist her and arrange for the necessary medications to be delivered." "Very well, young master," Butler Lu acknowledged, heading to the entrance to organize the arrangements. Wen Yunshi heard Aunt Wang express her desire to return home to spend her remaining years. She justified this decision by stating her advanced age and the difficulty of caring for him. "Aunt Wang, you need not care for me any longer. I can take care of you instead. I shall never allow you to cook for me again. All right?" The sincerity of Wen Yunshi's emotions was laid bare, genuine and earnest. Aunt Wang gazed at him, saying, "Our Xiao Shi is truly a wonderful child. Please try not to quarrel with young Master Sheng and be obedient, all right? Aunt Wang, why not stay here with me? This house is so spacious, and there are so many gardens. It is our first time living in such a grand abode." "Xiao Shi, in one's lifetime, fallen leaves must return to their roots," Aunt Wang replied, gently clasping his hand and stroking the back of it tenderly. Aunt Wang must return home. Chapter 62. Farewell. Where is Aunt Wang's home? May I accompany you back? The longest period he had been separated from Aunt Wong was when he first arrived at the Sheng residence and during her recent illness. If Aunt Wong were to return home, he wished to follow her. Silly child, you are now married to young Master Sheng. You cannot accompany Aunt Wong anymore. Can Bailang move with us? Aunt Wong, I have grown up. I can adapt to new surroundings. Wen Yunshi naively believed that everything could still be altered. He was attempting to retain Aunt Wong in his own way. Aunt Wong shook her head gently, saying, "Little Shi, you must stay with young Master Sheng. In the future, you will have children and a home together. Young Master Sheng is an exceptionally good person. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see your children nor care for them." But Bailang said that we would have children. When Yunji responded, feeling a wave of unease wash over him at Aunt Wong's seemingly farewell tone. It was as if he sensed he was on the brink of losing something significant. Aunt Wong, should we discuss this with Bailang? Little Shi, this is young Master Sheng's home, and it is also yours. However, it is not Aunt Wong's home. Everyone must return home, and I am no exception, she said softly, gazing at the child she had nurtured for so many years. Lowering his head, Wen Yunshi noticed the mark on Aunt Wong's hand from the foredrip. Does it hurt? Is it very painful? Tears welled up in Aunt Wong's eyes as she replied, "It doesn't hurt. I am truly fortunate to have brought you this far. The frail little one from childhood has grown up with me and even started a family." When Yunji understood then, he knew Aunt Wong would return home. He released her hand and rushed to the living room, anxiously asking, "Bailang, I don't want Aunt Wong to go home. Can we find a way?" Sheng Bailang set aside his tablet and looked at him. "Where's Aunt Wong?" "She's outside. Let's go out and convince her not to return home, shall we?" "Young master." Aunt Wong appeared at the doorway of the living room. "Little Shi, behave and don't make a fuss, all right? If there's a chance, I will come back to see you." Butler Lu arranged for the maid to collect Aunt Wong's belongings from her quarters, which were already loaded onto the vehicle. "Bailang, can you help me think of something?" When Yunji looked up at him helplessly, Sheng Bailang tenderly tucked a strand of hair behind his ear, saying, "Be good. Soon we will have lunch with Aunt Wong, then say goodbye. We can visit her when we have time." This was not the answer Wen Yunji desired. He unhappily lowered his eyelids and fell silent. During lunch, it was the first time Aunt Wong sat at the table with Wen Yunji and Sheng Bailang. She could hardly eat anything, merely sipping some of the soup before her. Wen Yunji maintained his sullen demeanor in silence, and even when Aunt Wong spoke to him, he merely gazed at her without responding. When lunch concluded, Butler Lu escorted Aunt Wong to the door. When Yunji stood in the living room, his eyes red, watching outside, trying to hold back tears that threatened to spill. "Little Shi, let us go outside to see Aunt Wong off," Sheng Bailang said, taking his hand. Aunt Wong stood at the door, reluctant to part ways, fully aware that her condition would deteriorate rapidly. Yet the speed at which her bodily functions were declining exceeded her comprehension. She waited until Sheng Bailang brought Wen Yunji outside. "Little Shi, Aunt Wong is leaving," she said, her voice weak, longing to embrace him one last time. However, the pain in her abdomen made it difficult for her to stand. Ultimately, Wen Yunji stepped forward and asked, "Aunt Wong, can't you stay?" "Aunt Wong must go home," she replied, smiling as she gently stroked Wen Yunji's cheek for the last time. "Remember to apply moisturizer in the winter." Wen Yunshi lowered his head, feeling sorrowful as he spoke. "Aunt Wong, I cannot bear to see you leave. It makes me very sad." "Do not be disheartened," Aunt Wong replied. "It is a joyous occasion for me to return home. There will be many others here to keep you company. So try to be happy and eat well to grow strong and healthy." "Bailang, can I go back with Aunt Wong? But I cannot bear to leave you." When Yunshi turned, his eyes tinged with red, as if caught in a difficult dilemma. Aunt Wong smiled gently. "Little Shi, I must leave now. Will you say goodbye to me?" When Yunshi turned back to look at Aunt Wong, "Can we not say goodbye? Is that possible, Aunt Wong? Please?" He pleaded softly. She smiled bitterly. "This time, it is not possible, Little Shi." Finally, Aunt Wong was helped by Butler Lu into the car. When Yunshi stood in place, obediently raising his hand to wave. Once the car drove away, he turned and approached Sheng Bailang, burying his face in his chest. "Bailang, it feels like there are bugs in my heart." Sheng Bailang embraced him. "There are no bugs. It is simply because you miss Aunt Wong, which causes your heart to ache, correct? Shall we go find Aunt Wong? I miss her so much already. Why did you have to leave me?" "Aunt Wong has not truly left you. She simply needs to return home, Sheng Bailang reassured him, sensing the damp warmth on his shirt. Taking care of you was Aunt Wang's job, much like how you go to work during the day and return home in the evening. Now, Aunt Wang's work has concluded, so she's going home, isn't she? Wen Yunshi still felt very sad. Yes, but what about Butler Lu? Will he also finish work and go home someday? Butler Lu, who had been standing nearby, suddenly caught Wen Yunshi's attention. He looked at Wen Yunshi, who had also lifted his gaze to meet his. I do not want you to finish work and go home. Please do not go home, okay? All right, I promise you, Butler Lu replied, feeling his heart soften at the sight of Wen Yunshi's eyes. That night, Wen Yunshi tossed and turned until 1 a.m. After finally falling asleep, he sat up in bed at 4 a.m., clutching his blanket. Sheng Bailang, groggily opening his eyes, murmured, little sure. He turned on the light. And when Yunshi began to sob, Bailang, I miss Aunt Wang so much. Sheng Bailang retrieved several tissues from the bedside. Do not cry. Come here for a hug. He leaned against the headboard, embracing Wen Yunshi, who cried for over 10 minutes on his chest. Exhausted from crying, Wen Yunshi closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. Sheng Bailang laid him down flat on the bed, covering him with a blue blanket. Not long after he had settled down, Wen Yunshi groggily sat up again. Sheng Bailang pulled him back into his embrace. Wen Yunshi, still with his eyes closed, continued to cry. The lingering effects of their farewell weighed heavily on him. In the following week, Wen Yunshi refrained from mentioning Aunt Wang during the day, but would silently shed tears at night, sitting up in bed in a daze. Only when Sheng Bailang held him would he begin to sob quietly, eventually falling asleep once more on Sheng Bailang's chest. His words became scarce, no longer filled with the incessant questions of why, as they had been before. During mealtime, he consumed every dish on the table. Although he ate a considerable amount at each meal, he visibly grew thinner. Chapter 63. Little Sure is well-behaved on the weekend, when Yunshi was playing in the study. Engrossed in the glass bead track, the Shengmei group had publicly announced the official photographs of Sheng Bailang and Wen Yunshi. Du Yiwei and Qiao Linran arrived at the Sheng family residence, as the group had been planning a small gathering for some time. Sheng Bailang took the opportunity of Wen Yunshi's unease to invite them to the Sheng home. Little Shi, Linran, and the others you met last time are here. Shall we go down and play with them? Wen Yunshi lifted his head to contemplate for a few seconds, shook his head, and returned to lying on the floor. Little Shi, come here. Sheng Bailang extended his hand toward him. Wen Yunshi hesitantly lifted his head, reluctantly set down the dozen or so glass beads, and approached Sheng Bailang. Will you accompany me down to play? Sheng Bailang gently stroked his cheek. Wen Yunshi shook his head, seeing that he truly did not wish to go down. Sheng Bailang did not insist. I'll be on the first floor. Will you come down when you finish playing? Okay. He returned to the mat, turning his back to the direction Sheng Bailang had exited. Du Yiwei and the others sat on the sofa downstairs. Where is Little Shi? Didn't he come down with you? He.s. upstairs playing with marbles. Sheng Bailang replied while descending the stairs. As they discussed the heart-wrenching news of the public marriage announcement affecting many prominent families, Wen Yunshi sat dazedly on the mat, translucent tears falling onto the glass beads. After crying, he went to the restroom to wash his face with a towel and returned to the playroom mat. He did not come down until Du Yiwei and the others had left. When Sheng Bailang returned upstairs, he found Wen Yunshi asleep among a pile of Legos. Little Shi, let us have a hug. He picked Wen Yunshi up and headed toward the master bedroom. When Yunshi opened his eyes, Bailang, let us go back to the room and sleep a little longer. Wen Yunshi innocently leaned against Sheng Bailang's shoulder, calling his name softly. After calling, he fell silent. Sheng Bailang sat him on the bed. What's wrong? I'm here. Bailang. He leaned against Sheng Bailang's shoulder, repeatedly calling his name, gradually falling asleep. Sheng Bailang carefully laid him down on the bed. Aunt Wang had likely been busy with matters over the past few days, as Butler Lu had come earlier to inquire about the arrangements for Sheng Bailang's affairs. He tucked a blanket around the sleeping Wen Yunshi, then climbed into bed beside him. Both of them had experienced restless sleep over the week. One had to wake in the middle of the night to comfort the other, while the other would wake silently in tears. During dinner time, Butler Lu knocked on the door. Young master, it's time for dinner. Wen Yunshi, clutching the blanket, opened his eyes, momentarily stunned before realizing he did not have to go to work today and that it was evening. He sat up, staring blankly at the door. Sheng Bailang turned on the light in the room. Waking up from a long nap, "Do you feel unwell?" He shook his head. "Bailang, what is wrong, little Shi? Shall we talk?" Sheng Bailang observed the sharpness of Wen Yunshi's chin, feeling a pang of compassion in his heart. Wen Yunshi pouted, his eyes fixed on Sheng Bailang's hand, remaining silent. Sheng Bailang reached out, gently removing the blanket from his embrace, and softly inquired, "You miss Aunt Wang, don't you?" His head lowered even further, his eyes reddening as he realized his thoughts had been uncovered. "You know Aunt Wang is ill, right?" Sheng Bailang extended his hand toward him. Wen Yunshi shuffled closer, nestling into his arms, nodding sorrowfully. Sheng Bailang comforted him by stroking his back. "Aunt Wang has truly gone home. She did not go to the hospital. She will be like Mom, right? Like Mom, becoming a little box, never to be seen again." "Yes, Aunt Wang is ill. Everyone eventually becomes like your mother. With age, we all perish or fall ill. I understand," Wen Yunshi choked, "but I will be very sad. I want to see Aunt Wang forever. It's okay to be sad, but do not keep it bottled inside." Sheng Bailang's voice trembled with concern. "It's all right to cry. I can comfort you." Wen Yunshi wrapped his arms around Sheng Bailang's neck, softly sobbing, "I really miss Aunt Wang. My heart feels so empty." His muffled cries echoed in the room, and Sheng Bailang stayed with him for a long while. The usually expressive Wen Yunshi remained silently sorrowful for an extended period. When Steward Liu returned for the second time, hearing the cries from within, he quietly turned away from the door and descended the stairs. "Bailang, I am hungry. I want to eat the dishes Aunt Wang made." Wen Yunshi nestled against Sheng Bailang's neck. "Shall we go downstairs to eat?" Having vented his emotions, Wen Yunshi appeared slightly rejuvenated. "You're such a good boy," Sheng Bailang said as he led him to wash his face before heading to dinner. Steward Liu noticed Wen Yunshi's puffy eyelids and felt a twinge of concern. He had deliberately asked the kitchen to prepare several of Wen Yunshi's favorite desserts today. After finishing their meal, Wen Yunshi discreetly glanced at Sheng Bailang, who had many desserts laid out on the table. He reached for a piece and placed it on his plate, then quietly took another. Once finished, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, casting furtive glances at Sheng Bailang, who was still eating. His fair hand stealthily reached over for another piece, and thus he brazenly indulged in numerous desserts. Finally, feeling satisfied, he asked, "Bailang, there aren't many desserts today." Sheng Bailang, smiling as he set down his chopsticks, replied, "Yes, there aren't many desserts tonight. Are there? Let us go wash our hands," Wen Yunshi said, pleased as he stood up to wash his hands. Sheng Bailang looked at him with a mix of exasperation and affection, having not witnessed such seemingly innocent gestures from Wen Yunshi in quite some time. "Bailang, I want to play under the grape trellis. Can I use your tablet to play games?" Wen Yunshi approached Sheng Bailang after washing his hands. Noticing his swollen eyelids, Sheng Bailang gently pressed down on them, asking, "Does it hurt?" He had been crying every night lately, truly shedding too many tears. Wen Yunshi obediently closed his eyes. Sheng Bailang had no choice but to apply gentle pressure on his eyelids again. "Does it hurt?" "It's swollen. It feels uncomfortable. Shall I have the family doctor bring something to soothe your eyes?" "No." Wen Yunshi shook his head, opening his eyes. "Can I have the tablet? Shall I have the butler fetch the tablet from the study? I shall do it myself." He turned and ascended the stairs. Despite the winter chill, the gardens still harbored mosquitoes. Sheng Bailang instructed Butler Liu to retrieve a mosquito-repelling wristband. Wen Yunshi descended with the tablet, heading straight to the grape arbor, where he reclined and indulged in gaming. In a mere 10 minutes, his exposed ankle was already marked by a swollen, red bite. Sheng Bailang approached with the wristband, ready to adorn him. "You are prone to attracting mosquitoes," he remarked. Without lifting his gaze from the tablet, he replied, "Small creatures are drawn to me. Mosquitoes bite me. And so do little dogs." The bite on his wrist had left a faint pink scar. Sheng Bailang settled beside him, sharing the moment beneath the grapevine. Chapter 64. The funeral. After weeping during the day, Wen Yunshi finally drifted into a deep slumber that night. It was also that evening that Aunt Wang passed away. When Butler Liu rose in the morning and saw the message, he ascended to inform Sheng Bailang. Wen Yunshi remained on the bed, wrapped in a blanket. clearly still in a daze. Young master, Aunt Wang has departed. Butler Lu spoke softly at the door to Sheng Bailang. Sheng Bailang nodded and glanced back at the figure on the bed. Have the funeral arrangements been made? Yes, the burial is set for tonight. Very well, prepare the clothing. To Wen Yunshi, Aunt Wang was akin to family. Throughout both his childhood and adolescence, it was Aunt Wang who accompanied him through growth. In the absence of other relatives, she was his sole companion. As Sheng Bailang turned back, he noticed Wen Yunshi, who had been lost in thought, was now gazing at him. Shao Shi, shall we get up and wash up? What happened to Aunt Wang? His eyes still clouded. He continued, Bailang, may I see Aunt Wang? Butler Lu slightly bowed his head and gently closed the door. Shao Shi, Sheng Bailang sat beside him on the bed. Aunt Wang has passed. Wen Yunshi's eyelids, which had been lifted, now drooped again, his voice barely above a whisper. Then may I bid her farewell, like I did for Grandpa, Grandma, and Mother. Is that possible? Yes. Sheng Bailang lowered his head to meet his gaze. Let's first wash up and change before we go. Wen Yunshi nodded, but remained seated on the bed. Bailang, will everyone leave me? Will you too? Will Butler Lu? Shao Shi, Aunt Wang has merely transitioned to a different form of companionship. Sheng Bailang brushed aside the hair from his forehead. Those who have departed are watching over you from heaven, wishing you to live well. That is not fair. They can see me, yet when I long for them, I can never see them again. When Yunshi pouted, eventually, I can only see Mother in my dreams. That simply means your mother has come to visit you, albeit in a different manner. The two sat on the bed, conversing for quite some time before rising to dress for breakfast. Before departing, Sheng Bailang ascended to retrieve the blue blanket to take with them. In the car, Wen Yunshi cradled the blanket, half reclining in his seat, his eyes wide open, gazing out the window. Having attended 3 funerals, he was quite familiar with the proceedings. He followed the guidance of the funeral personnel with utmost seriousness and composure, engaging in the rituals of mourning and farewell. Sheng Bailang remained by his side, unable to suppress his heartache upon witnessing the obedient demeanor of the young man beside him. At merely 22, he had endured this poignant scenario 4 times already. The first 3 instances involved family, and now it was his beloved Aunt Wang, who had been a steadfast companion throughout his growth. He refrained from crying or causing a scene, making Sheng Bailang wish he would express his emotions, allowing him to comfort him. After the burial, when Yunshi stood before the gravestone, flowers in hand, he placed the blossoms at the base of the stone and whispered, Aunt Wang, I have been good. May your journey be illuminated, and if you encounter my mother, grandfather, or grandmother, could you please convey my longing for them? Sheng Bailang listened patiently from behind, as the small figure eventually turned to him, saying, Bailang, I'm done. All right, let us bid farewell to Aunt Wang. We must return now. Goodbye, Aunt Wang. Remember to visit me in my dreams. When Yunshi raised a hand in a farewell gesture, he followed Sheng Bailang out of the cemetery, not once looking back. Once inside the car and fastening his seatbelt, it was only as they drove onto the highway that when Yunshi began to weep, burying his face in a blanket. Sheng Bailang adjusted his seat and pulled the young man onto his lap, hearing muffled sounds of distress from the blanket. I don't want Aunt Wang to see me cry. It would make her sad. Little Shi was far too sensible. Aunt Wang would surely feel heartbroken as well, and he should be allowed to cry. Sheng Bailang gently patted his back. When Yunshi sobbed, is it all right? I feel so sad. It feels like my heart is breaking. Little Shi, could you share what life was like with Aunt Wang? It was very happy, when Yunshi replied between tears. And then, she would make me my favorite foods. And if I didn't want to go out, she would stay home with me. And then, in the summer, Aunt Wang would go to the market and sometimes bring me ice cream. Sheng Bailang wrapped his arms around him, asking, what flavor of ice cream? Was it delicious? Yes. But when I ate ice cream, Aunt Wang made me hold it in my mouth for 5 seconds before swallowing. I couldn't eat it too quickly either. I had to use a tiny spoon and take small bites. She said if I ate too fast and got a stomachache, she wouldn't buy it for me next time, so I was always careful not to eat too fast or take big bites. As they traveled, Wen Yunshi shared memories from the past, as if pulling toys from a treasure chest, recounting stories without end. By the time they returned to the Sheng residence, it was already midnight. Sheng Bailang took a shower and lay with Wen Yunshi, keeping him company as he talked, listening attentively to his ramblings about the days gone by. Eventually, weariness overtook him, and he closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Sheng Bailang tucked him in, leaving the bedside lamp on, then tiptoed to his study. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he massaged his neck and logged into his computer to begin working. Over the past few days, work had piled up significantly, and he busied himself at the computer until the first light of dawn. Meanwhile, Wen Yunshi, clutching the blanket, suddenly opened his eyes, glancing left and right. But finding no sign of Sheng Bailang, he sat up, got out of bed, and walked towards the bathroom, only to find it empty, before heading outside with the blanket still in his arms. In the study, Sheng Bailang finally noticed that Wen Yunshi had come close to him. "Why are you awake?" he asked. He released the mouse and attempted to rise, but Wen Yunshi nestled into his embrace, resting his head on his shoulder. "Bailang, why haven't you slept? There are some urgent documents that require approval. May I carry you back to bed so you can continue to sleep?" "No. Can I accompany you while you work?" Wen Yunshi spread part of the blanket over Sheng Bailang's shoulder, nuzzling it with his nose in a habitual, endearing gesture. Sheng Bailang gently patted his back, and before long, Wen Yunshi fell into a soft snore. After completing the remaining approvals, Sheng Bailang turned off his computer, cradled Wen Yunshi, and placed him back on the bed, covering him with a blanket. He maneuvered around the foot of the bed, lifted the covers on the other side, lay down, and switched off the small night light he had left on for Wen Yunshi. The sleeping figure, sensing his presence, turned and cuddled the blanket, instinctively wrapping it around Sheng Bailang's arm without even opening his eyes, murmuring incoherent words as he drifted deeper into slumber, his brows furrowed in apparent displeasure. Chapter 65. Flavorless kanji. It was close to noon when Sheng Bailang awoke. Wen Yunshi, who had been waiting beside him with a blanket, opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Bailang, you're awake." Sheng Bailang responded, "Have you been awake for long?" "Yes, I've been waiting for you. You slept for quite a while today." Wen Yunshi seemed in good spirits. "Why are you still lying down? Aren't you bored waiting for me?" "Not at all." Upon seeing that he was awake, Wen Yunshi got up from the bed, waiting for Sheng Bailang to turn on the light before heading to the bathroom. "I'm hungry," he said as he walked. Once the light was on, Sheng Bailang sat at the head of the bed for a few moments before rising to wash up. Wen Yunshi emerged from the bathroom, saying, "Bailang, my toothbrush has run out of battery, so I used yours." Sheng Bailang, who had a penchant for cleanliness, stared at him incredulously. "Is it acceptable to share a toothbrush, Xiaoshi?" Wen Yunshi tilted his head. "Why not? I always wash my toothbrush after using it. It's not dirty." Hearing this, Sheng Bailang felt a wave of dizziness. He approached the sink and saw his toothbrush head lonely on the side. "Xiaoshi, when you said you used my toothbrush, did you mean you took your brush head off and attached it to my handle?" "Yes," Wen Yunshi replied, taking his toothbrush handle to charge it. Sheng Bailang sighed in relief, rinsed his toothbrush head under water, reattached it, and continued brushing his teeth. At breakfast, Wen Yunshi took only a bite of the seafood kanji, prepared by butler Liu, before setting his chopsticks down. The kanji was a bit thick, accompanied by pickled vegetables. "Don't you like it?" Sheng Bailang inquired, noticing Wen Yunshi had stopped eating. Wen Yunshi frowned and shook his head. "Why isn't there any flavor? It doesn't taste good? No flavor?" "Yes." He pushed the flavorless kanji away, clearly displeased. Sheng Bailang, sharing the same pot of kanji, found it to be perfectly seasoned. "Is it the porridge that lacks flavor, or the side dishes? Neither possesses any taste at all." Wen Yunshi curled his toes upon the chair, exclaiming, "It tastes bland. I am quite famished. I yearn for flavorful porridge." His tone was laden with sincerity and a hint of grievance. Sheng Bailang took a spoonful from his own bowl, savoring the taste. Assuming it was merely a tantrum, he remarked, "Your porridge and mine are the same. They are indeed flavorful." "Not at all," Wen Yunshi firmly retorted, adding, "The side dishes are tasteless as well." Previously, these dishes accompanying the porridge were full of flavor. "The kitchen has run out of salt today, hasn't it? This porridge lacks its essence and is utterly unpalatable." He rested his hand on his calf, gently kneading the flesh there. Sheng Bailang furrowed his brow, observing him as though he was simply throwing a fit, leading him to summon Steward Liu. Steward Liu approached from the dining hall. "Young master, what seems to be the matter?" Xiaoshi claims today as porridge is devoid of taste and suspects the kitchen is out of salt. Could you please verify this? Huh? There is salt. Steward Liu seemed perplexed by the situation. He took a fresh bowl, ladled out a bit of porridge, and tasted it himself, declaring, "It is flavorful." "Young master." Sheng Bailang said, glancing at the person engrossed in his calf. "Both Liu and I find it tasty. What say you, Xiaoshi?" Wen Yunshi raised his head, looking earnestly at Sheng Bailang, and replied, "Xiaoshi finds it tasteless. Not a hint of flavor. Precisely, it lacks any taste. I will not deceive you. Why do you not believe me?" When Yunshi pouted, "I am hungry. I am hungry." He pointed at the bowl before him. "It simply has no flavor. I cannot consume it." Xiaoshi insists it is tasteless. He then turned to Steward Liu with a sense of injustice. "Cannot the kitchen add a touch of salt for me?" Thus, Steward Liu went to the kitchen, fetched some salt, and personally added it to his bowl. When Yunshi moved the porridge back before him, stirred it, took a sip, and looked up at Steward Liu, saying, "It still doesn't suffice. It needs more." Sheng Bailang frowned at him. Steward Liu added another small spoonful, yet when Yunshi still found it lacking in flavor. Consequently, he suspected that Steward Liu had deceived him. He dipped his spoon into the salt dish, licking it clean with his tongue. After finishing, he placed the spoon down in frustration, silent. Steward Liu, thinking he had been overwhelmed by salt, hurriedly poured him some water. "Young Master Wen, have you been overwhelmed by the salt? Please drink some water." When Yunshi glared at Steward Liu indignantly, retorting, "You are deceiving me." Steward Liu looked at him, bewildered. "What have I deceived you about? This is not salt at all. It lacks any flavor." When Yunshi pushed the porridge aside again, resting his hands on his crossed legs. "Young Master Wen, how can this not be salt?" Steward Liu gazed at the salt he had personally brought from the kitchen. It was at this moment that Sheng Bailang, who had previously thought Wen Yunshi was merely sulking, began to realize the gravity of the situation. Wen Yunshi might be unwell. Sheng Bailang instructed Steward Liu, "Call for the family doctor." "No, why call the doctor?" Wen Yunshi, sensitive to the suggestion, looked up at Sheng Bailang. Today is not the day for injections. He recalled the remaining rabies vaccination incident, which lingered in his mind daily. "Let him show you his tongue. You can no longer discern the flavors." "Why can't I taste anything? I refuse to see a doctor." He set aside his legs, donned his shoes, and prepared to leave. "No injections, I promise you." Sheng Bailang grasped his wrist, urging, "Let Uncle Sean take a look." "Wen Yunshi de iterativ, no injections." "All right, no injections." Sheng Bailang had lost his appetite as well, leading Wen Yunshi to wash his hands and wipe his mouth before they awaited the family doctor in the living room. Butler Liu brought Uncle Sean, who noted that young Master Wen had suddenly lost his sense of taste today. Wen Yunshi sat beside Sheng Bailang, asking, "Is it I who cannot taste anything?" Following Uncle Shan's prepared taste test, Wen Yunshi shook his head after sampling. Only spicy and sour flavors elicited a slight reaction. A thorough oral examination revealed no issues. Thus, Uncle Sean suggested that young Master Wen ought to visit the hospital to check for potential sinusitis, nasal polyps, or other nasal conditions that might impair taste perception. However, it was also plausible that young Master Wen's diminished taste was a result of sorrow or other negative emotions, which would require psychological evaluation for confirmation. "I want to go to the hospital," Wen Yunshi declared, gazing at Sheng Bailang. "I absolutely refuse." Uncle Sean reminded him, "A nasal endoscopy cannot be performed at home." Rising, Wen Yunshi ascended the stairs, insisting, "I will not go to the hospital, not for anything." Back in his room, he clutched his blue blanket, preparing to burrow beneath the bed. As he leaned down to peer underneath, he froze. The three sides of the bed had been inexplicably sealed with wooden boards, preventing him from crawling inside. Chapter 66. Nasal endoscopy. When Sheng Bailang arrived upstairs, he found Wen Yunshi sprawled on the carpet, peering under the bed. "What are you searching for? Why are there wooden boards?" Wen Yunshi looked at him in confusion, clutching his blanket. "Indeed, why?" Sheng Bailang approached, squatted beside him, and lifted the blanket back onto the bed. "Butler Liu is a villain," Wen Yunshi remarked, glancing toward the door. "He summoned people to install this, didn't he?" Sheng Bailang gently pulled him up from the carpet. "Let us go to the hospital for an examination, and we shall return." "I want to go," Wen Yunshi resolutely declined. "What then?" If you can't taste desserts or enjoy sweet milk tea, everything will be bland. I still want tea go. Very well, we shall not go. Let us head downstairs and have some porridge. Otherwise, you will be hungry. It tastes awful. I don't wish to drink it. If you refuse to drink, we must go to the hospital to ensure your mouth is well. Then the porridge will taste better. Sheng Bailang took his hand and led him down the stairs. Wen Yunshi shook his head. Then I shall drink the porridge. He returned to the dining table, sipping the tasteless porridge before him. It contained fresh crab meat and shrimp. And as Sheng Bailang ate, he described the porridge's sweetness and freshness. Meanwhile, Wen Yunshi, amidst his eating, set down his spoon to gaze at him. Xiaoji, what do you think? Sheng Bailang inquired. Xiaoji found it unappetizing, lacking flavor, sweetness, and freshness. It tastes revolting. Wen Yunshi earnestly articulated his sentiments. So may I not drink it? No. Sheng Bailang replied. A maid approached and served another bowl of porridge to Wen Yunshi, saying, Young master, the bowl is small today. Drink 2 bowls. Wen Yunshi swiftly pushed the freshly served bowl toward Sheng Bailang, stating, Young master said it is very sweet and fresh. You should have more. Young master will not drink. The maid was momentarily taken aback by his words. Sheng Bailang chuckled softly, served the desserts. Today, an array of colorful confections adorned the table, capable of stimulating the human brain's dopamine production. Wen Yunshi pondered that he had not consumed much throughout the day, so he meticulously selected his favorite hue. He scooped a generous spoonful into his mouth, only to grimace and spit it back into the bone dish. When food loses its flavor and is left with mere texture, the millefeuille transforms into something peculiar and difficult to swallow. Sheng Bailang observed this entire sequence of actions. He noticed Wen Yunshi gazing pitifully at the cake he had rejected, smacking his lips, still unable to discern any taste. He appeared quite innocent. Turning to speak to Sheng Bailang, he hesitated upon meeting his gaze and withdrew his words. In the afternoon, Sheng Bailang had instructed the butler to prepare milk tea. Wen Yunshi took a sip but set it aside, not continuing to drink. By evening, as he sat at the dining table, he felt as if he were on pins and needles. The feast before him, vibrant and aromatic, held no allure. With his legs crossed and his stomach empty, he had no desire to partake in a meal. You must eat, Sheng Bailang insisted. Not eating will lead to hypoglycemia, and hypoglycemia requires glucose injections, the kind administered through 4. Wen Yunshi pursed his lips, staring solemnly at the food before him. The underlying cause was likely an emotional turmoil manifesting as a temporary loss of taste. Nevertheless, Sheng Bailang commanded Butler Liu to arrange for a nasal endoscopy at the hospital. Between the prospect of an injection and the peculiar, unpalatable meal, Wen Yunshi chose to eat. Each bite was followed by a 5-minute pause, and it took him over an hour to finish. Sheng Bailang, working in his study, noticed him enter with an air of relief. Finished? I despise you. Wen Yunshi mumbled lethargically, retreating to the toy room to lie on the floor and assemble Lego blocks, uttering not a single word to Sheng Bailang. The following morning, instead of heading to the office, the car halted at the hospital entrance. Wen Yunshi belatedly realized what was happening and began to struggle violently. No, I want tea. He clutched his seatbelt tightly, refusing to let Sheng Bailang unfasten it. Half an hour, just half an hour, and I'll bring you back, Sheng Bailang insisted, forcibly prying Wen Yunshi's hand apart. Be obedient, Xiao Shi. I refuse to be obedient. I despise you. Wen Yunshi protested vehemently. Sheng Bailang scooped him into his arms and released the seatbelt's clasp. Wen Yunshi clung desperately to the headrest, unwilling to exit the car. I really will come to hate you. Xiao Shi, let us just take a picture of your nose, and then we can leave. I promise the doctor one tea give you injection. All right? Wen Yunshi pouted and turned to the driver. Uncle Li, can you please save me? Just drive away, okay? Hearing his pleading tone, the driver's pupils widened, as he realized he was not in a position to decide. I pay the driver's salary. He listens to me. Sheng Bailang extinguished his hopes. However, the clever Wen Yunshi countered, the marriage contract states that property is shared. Uncle Li has half of mine. The salary Bailang pays also belongs to me. He struggled to rise from his seat. Can you please listen to me? The driver exchanged glances with Sheng Bailang through the rearview mirror. As Sheng Bailang exhaled with resignation, he declared, Forget it. I shall go to the hospital myself. Uncle Ali, please take it back. Suddenly freed, Wen Yunshi appeared somewhat disoriented. He grasped Sheng Bailang's arm and implored, "Why are you going to the hospital?" Sheng Bailang opened the car door, preparing to alight. "To see a doctor." "What is wrong with you?" Wen Yunshi grasped him, urgency lacing his voice. "Please, don't go to the hospital. Are you unwell? Can't we just take medicine ourselves? Let's not go to the hospital." There was a hint of anxiety in Wen Yunshi's tone. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to seeing those he cared for enter a hospital. To him, hospitals had a way of taking away the people he loved. "I do not require Xiaoshi's company to visit the hospital. I can go alone. Uncle Li, please take him to the company first." "No, I won't go to the company." Wen Yunshi feared Sheng Bailang would turn away. He reached out, tugging at Sheng Bailang's suit, pleading in a fearful whisper, "Please don't go to the hospital. Can we return to the company together instead? Will you accompany me? Bailang, I need to get a blood test and an examination. Will you stay with me?" Sheng Bailang turned and crouched before him. "Xiaoshi." Wen Yunshi's heart was in turmoil. He stood torn between the familiar comfort of Sheng Bailang, who usually accompanied him for rabies vaccinations, and his own reluctance to enter the hospital. After a standoff lasting 5 minutes, Wen Yunshi found himself reluctantly led into the hospital. Seated, Sheng Bailang arranged for a blood test. Wen Yunshi, clinging to Sheng Bailang's hand in trepidation, was then prepared for a nasal endoscopy. Upon completion, tears streamed down his face. Once back in the car, the realization hit Wen Yunshi that he had been deceived once more. He sank into his seat, silent and sullen, resolutely deciding not to speak to Sheng Bailang for the remainder of the day. Internally, he affirmed his genuine anger this time. Chapter 67. Drinking upon reaching the company. Wen Yunshi exited the elevator without bidding farewell to Sheng Bailang, heading straight to his small office without a backward glance. Secretary Lin, as usual, prepared a cup of milk tea for him and brought it in. Staring at the milk tea on his desk, Wen Yunshi sighed repeatedly. Curiously, Secretary Lin inquired, "Minister Wen, are you feeling down?" "Quite bothersome," he replied, eyeing the milk tea. Secretary Lin, "What do you do when you feel troubled?" "Well," Secretary Lin ventured cautiously, "when I am unhappy or troubled, I would likely go to a bar for a drink." "Drinking?" Wen Yunshi recalled the bottle of liquor he had received from Wen Jiding on his birthday. "Is it strong liquor? Does drinking it bring happiness?" Secretary Lin pondered how best to respond. It may help one forget their sorrows, albeit temporarily. "Thank you, Secretary Lin." Wen Yunshi left the milk tea untouched. It remained on his desk until evening when he left work. Throughout the day, he hadn't even taken a sip of water. On the ride home, he refrained from speaking to Sheng Bailang, akin to how he had curled up with a blanket, lying at the edge of the bed during his midday nap. At the dining table, he furrowed his brow as he finished his bowl of rice, setting down his spoon before dessert arrived, and proceeded to wash his hands and wipe his mouth before retreating to the study. When Steward Liu approached with dessert, he was taken aback to see Wen Yunshi brushing past him. "Young Master Wen, the dessert has just been served. Won't you indulge?" "I shall not partake," Wen Yunshi replied, not even glancing back as he ascended the stairs. Sheng Bailang remained seated, leisurely enjoying his meal, devoid of flavor. He decided to forego dessert for a few days until his spirits lifted and his taste returned. "Very well, young master." The report regarding Wen Yunshi revealed no other issues. It was likely the result of excessive weeping leading to his current emotional state. After finishing his meal, Sheng Bailang lingered on the sofa downstairs. But when Wen Yunshi did not descend to watch the news, he made his way upstairs. At the threshold of the study, he found Wen Yunshi seated with his back to the door, legs crossed. Clutching his chest, he fixated on a bottle of strong liquor before him. With his sense of taste dulled, each sip sent a fiery warmth coursing through him. What a perplexing sensation. "Xiaoshi." Sheng Bailang ventured into the study and sat at the desk, opening his computer. Typically, Wen Yunshi would play with Lego in this position, so he failed to notice the quiet boy's current activities. It was not until the fiery sensation in his chest subsided that Wen Yunshi raised the bottle again, tilting his head back to drink. Sheng Bailang cast a casual glance and found his gaze abruptly fixed. "Wen Yunshi," he stood and approached, noticing the scattered glass beads that Wen Yunshi had neglected to tidy. Absorbed in his thoughts, Sheng Bailang nearly slipped on the beads underfoot and irritably pushed them aside with his foot. Wen Yunshi, sluggish in his response, turned to look at him, his face flushed from intoxication. "Who told you to drink?" Sheng Bailang's serious and irritated tone elicited a soft hum from Wen Yunshi, who turned his head away defiantly. Clutching the bottle tightly to his chest, he drank to feel the warmth spread, alleviating his heartache. In his inebriated state, Wen Yunshi spoke each word with deliberate effort, his gaze drifting. Sheng Bailang seized his arm, urging him to stand. "Give me the liquor." "No, I don't want to talk to you today. You're the most annoying." Wen Yunshi protested, concealing the bottle behind him, attempting to assert, "You're deceiving me. I simply dislike going to the hospital." Sheng Bailang reached for the bottle, attempting to snatch it away. In the moment it was wrested from his grasp, Wen Yunshi exerted force, collapsing onto the mat in a loud display of frustration. His cries were so loud that Steward Liu rushed upstairs. "Young master, call the family doctor. He's been drinking." Sheng Bailang allowed Wen Yunshi to express his discontent on the mat. He placed the bottle back on the desk. Wen Yunshi continued to demand the return of his liquor, claiming it was a gift from his father. After several futile calls for attention, he clumsily rose to his feet and staggered toward Sheng Bailang. As he reached for the bottle, Sheng Bailang lifted his shirt, revealing a multitude of red rashes on his fair skin. Just as Wen Yunshi grasped the bottle, he raised it to his lips once more. Sheng Bailang furrowed his brow in evident impatience as he raised his hand to remove the wine bottle from his grasp. Turning to inspect the back of Wen Yunshi, under the influence of alcohol, one was oblivious to his commands, yearning instead for the warmth that enveloped his chest. Sheng Bailang pivoted him around, yet when turned back, desperate to retrieve the bottle once more. The family doctor arrived at the study's entrance. Witnessing Sheng Bailang lifting Wen Yunshi's shirt, revealing large patches of crimson on his chest and back, Steward Liu entered, seizing the wine bottle from the table. Wen Yunshi's gaze slowly followed the bottle's trajectory. The family doctor approached, stating, "Young master, we must first measure young master Wen's blood pressure." With a stern expression, Sheng Bailang yanked him into a chair, instructing him to sit and extend his arm. Obediently, Wen Yunshi offered his palm, asking, "Bailang, will you give me some wine?" With a swift motion, Sheng Bailang seized a ruler from the pencil holder on the table and struck it against Wen Yunshi's unsuspecting palm. Ouch! The moment the pain registered, Wen instinctively withdrew his hand, clenching it in front of his chest. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked at Sheng Bailang, exclaiming, "That hurts." The family doctor, witnessing this scene, hesitated at the threshold, while Steward Liu, holding the wine bottle, felt as though the ruler had struck his own heart, empathizing with Wen Yunshi's pain. "Measure the blood pressure." Sheng Bailang's tone remained unwavering as he tossed the ruler onto the table. The family doctor affixed the blood pressure cuff to Wen Yunshi's arm, noting the redness where the ruler had struck, indicating that Sheng Bailang's blow had indeed been forceful. Throughout the measurement, Wen Yunshi incessantly rubbed his palm, the lingering pain and itchiness evoking tears of discomfort. The family doctor instructed him to open his mouth to check for any allergic swelling in his throat. After the examination, he prescribed some medication and an anti-itch ointment. "Young master Wen's allergic reaction is not severe. I shall return shortly with some anti-itch cream and tablets." The family doctor returned the blood pressure apparatus to the medical kit, and Steward Liu accompanied him downstairs. Wen Yunshi gazed up at Sheng Bailang with tear-filled eyes, declaring, "I hate you." He resented Sheng Bailang for striking him with a ruler, causing his palm to throb with pain. "You hurt me, and I detest you." Chapter 68. Application of ointment. "Sit still," Sheng Bailang commanded in a somewhat harsh tone before turning to the restroom. He retrieved a washcloth, moistening it with warm water, and approached Wen Yunshi, instructing him to close his eyes. Wen complied, yet his lips betrayed him. "Why did you hit me?" Sheng Bailang replied, "Is it right to drink alcohol?" Wen Yunshi protested, "Why should I be punished for drinking?" "Because you're allergic to alcohol." "Then why did you hit me even though I am allergic?" "Because you do not take care of your own body." "I hate you. I cherish my body. You have misunderstood me." After cleansing his face, the washcloth was discarded into the trash. Wen Yunshi's gaze followed Sheng Bailang's figure as he once again reached for the ruler on the table, aware that this time he was about to face another strike. He tucked his hands into his clothes, concealing them, and with a hint of inebriation, slowly raised his gaze to Sheng Bailang. My hands are gone. Stretch out your hand. It has vanished. His eyes widened, innocence radiating from his expression as he looked at Sheng Bailang. Can I not be punished? No, otherwise you will forget. I have a good memory. I can still recall events from my childhood. My memory is excellent. Sheng Bailang was aware of his ability to argue. Yet he averted his gaze from Wen Yunshi's innocent eyes. Stretch out your hand. Can I not be punished? It hurts. Wen Yunshi wrapped his hands more securely in his clothes. It truly hurts. My palms still ache. But Sheng Bailang is quite fierce, and I am somewhat afraid to cry. Then you shall sleep alone tonight. Sheng Bailang set down the ruler and departed from his study. Butler Liu arrived with medicine. Young Master One, it's time for your medication. He handed one portion to Wen Yunshi, who placed it on the table and reached for water. I won't take it. It's too bitter. Wen Yunshi stood up, intending to follow Sheng Bailang. Butler Liu grasped him, saying, You may not have any taste for a while, so it won't be bitter. Wen Yunshi halted, turning to look at Butler Liu, and then slowly picking up the medicine from the table, chewing and swallowing it without even drinking the water he had poured. In the time it took to consume the medicine, Sheng Bailang had already returned to his room and closed the door. Upon seeing the closed door, Wen Yunshi turned to Butler Liu. Could you help me open the door? Butler Liu was just about to bring the ointment to Sheng Bailang, so he approached and knocked on the door. Young Master, I have brought the ointment for Young Master One. Give it to him. Let him apply it himself. Sheng Bailang picked up a blue blanket from the bed. Prepare the guest room downstairs for him. Wen Yunshi noticed the blue blanket in his hands, casually took it, and raised his foot to enter. However, he was stopped by Sheng Bailang's outstretched hand, and he looked up in confusion. Bailang, apply the ointment yourself. You must treat the red spots on your body, and for the areas you cannot see, use a mirror. Sheng Bailang slightly tilted his head towards Butler Liu, indicating for him to take Wen Yunshi to the guest room. Wen Yunshi's reflexes were slow. Only after the door closed did he realize that he could not return to his room to sleep tonight. Butler Liu looked at Wen Yunshi, hesitating. Young Master Wen, should I take you to the guest room? Wen Yunshi shook his head, clutching the blanket and sitting by the door. I want to sleep with Bailang. Butler Liu quietly suggested from the doorway. The young master is upset. Perhaps we should go downstairs to apply the ointment first, and then come back to apologize? I won't apologize. I have done nothing wrong. After taking the ointment, Wen Yunshi gently pushed Butler Liu away. You should leave quickly. I won't go down to sleep. Just go. Butler Liu, glancing at the unopened door, hesitated but eventually went downstairs. Sheng Bailang took his clothes into the bathroom. The door was merely closed, not locked. Yet Wen Yunshi did not dare to open it himself, obediently sitting on the floor. The allergic reaction to the alcohol began to surface, with red rashes emerging on his body, causing intense itching and discomfort. He scratched at his skin, and before long, his neck also turned red. Alternating between his hands to hold the blanket, he scratched this side and that. After scratching that side, he switched hands to scratch this side while holding the blanket. Bailang sat cross-legged on the floor, his voice tinged with tears. He opened the door, and Sheng Bailang, emerging from his shower with damp hair, still unblown dry, wiped the moisture from his locks. Upon hearing a sound at the door, he approached and bent down to see Wen Yunshi sitting on the floor, looking pitifully up at him. Bailang, I feel so uncomfortable. Sheng Bailang observed his small face contorted in distress. I will apply the medicine myself. Wen Yunshi, clutching the blanket, stood up and implored Bailang, help me apply it. He handed over the ointment, but insisted, do it yourself. Sheng Bailang refused to take it, his brow furrowing again as he noticed the red marks on Wen Yunshi's neck. Wen Yunshi pressed the ointment into Sheng Bailang's hand, urging him to apply it. After doing so, his gaze lingered on the bed within the room, glancing back and forth. Eventually, Sheng Bailang yielded his position, allowing him to wash up, and after showering, he would come out to apply the ointment. Wen Yunshi quickly placed his blanket on the bed, casting a glance at Sheng Bailang, who was furtively pulling the quilt over his blanket. He pressed his pillow down atop it, finally feeling reassured enough to take a shower. Sheng Bailang watched him enter the bathroom, holding the ointment Wen Yunshi had given him. He approached the bed and stowed the hidden blanket in the wardrobe, placing it on the highest shelf. After his shower, Wen Yunshi emerged from the bathroom, his skin marked with patches of red, clad only in his underwear. Bailang, why is my bottom so red? He walked over to Sheng Bailang, turning to reveal his backside. Look, it's very red. Wen Yunshi, Sheng Bailang, sitting on the edge of the bed and reaching for the ointment, admonished. Don't show me your bottom. Turn around. The boy was thin, with a pert little behind. Bailang, don't be angry. When Yunshi turned around, exposing numerous red patches on his chest, likely from scratching earlier by the door. Sheng Bailang finished applying ointment with a cotton swab to the front of his chest and turned away. Wen Yunshi yawned widely and glanced toward the wardrobe. After applying the ointment, Sheng Bailang removed Wen Yunshi's underwear to treat the red spots on his bottom. That's enough. Stand still and let the ointment dry before putting on your pajamas. He capped the ointment and placed it on the bedside table. Wen Yunshi reached out for the ointment, insisting, I still need to apply it. It's also sore down there. With that, he took the ointment into the bathroom to tend to himself. Sheng Bailang watched him in silence. When Wen Yunshi returned, dressed in his pajamas and climbed into bed, Sheng Bailang turned off the main light, leaving only the bedside lamp aglow. Wen Yunshi fidgeted under the covers, puzzled. He sat up in bed, lifting the quilt to search for his blanket. He rummaged from the head of the bed to the foot, even feeling beneath Sheng Bailang's pillow, but found no trace of his blanket. Perplexed, he looked around. Bailang, where's my blanket? Didn't you hide it just now? Sheng Bailang replied, watching him. Indeed. When Yunshi knelt and straightened up, exclaiming, I placed it here. I hid it beneath the blanket. Why is it missing? Sheng Bailang remained composed, reclining on the bed. Indeed. Why would it be gone if you hid it under the blanket? He tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then crawled to Wen Yunshi's side and whispered, Did you take my blanket to wash it? Sheng Bailang replied, No, I hid it away. Why did you hide my blanket? With his face pressed against Sheng Bailang's chest, Wen Yunshi listened to his heartbeat, saying, Bailang, I feel so itchy. Why drink alcohol? Because I was feeling unwell. Secretary Lin mentioned that drinking could help forget sorrowful matters. Hence I indulged. Wen Yunshi scratched at the red rash on his back. Don't scratch. Sheng Bailang halted his hand. Just apply the medicine and refrain from scratching. I want my blanket. Wen Yunshi obediently placed his hand in Sheng Bailang's palm, pleading, Please, give me the blanket. The consequence of drinking is that you won't have a blanket tonight. Why is there a punishment for drinking? Wen Yunshi inquired curiously. Because of alcohol allergy. Drinking can harm your body. Just like now, your body itches, and you might disturb others when you fall asleep tonight. That would interfere with your rest, right? That's why you don't want me to sleep with you, isn't it? When Yunshi often circled around a single question, using reasoning to deduce what he believed to be right or wrong. He slid off Sheng Bailang's body, pondering aloud, If I don't disturb anyone tonight, can I have the blanket? Can you refrain from causing a commotion? I can. Wen Yunshi lay beside Sheng Bailang, turning to his side, affirming his ability to comply. Thus, Sheng Bailang retrieved the blanket from the closet and handed it to him. You are so mean. You placed it so high that I couldn't reach it. Wen Yunshi gathered the blanket in his arms, contentedly rolling over on the bed before returning to his original position. The amount of alcohol he consumed was insufficient to fully intoxicate him, yet it caused some of his thoughts to scatter. After Sheng Bailang turned off the remaining night light by the bedside, Wen Yunshi remained awake, eyes wide open. In the darkened room, he began to explore the blanket's warmth, as the alcohol allergy caused a slight itch in a sensitive area. After scratching the edge a few times, he discreetly continued. Sheng Bailang sensed the rhythmic movements beside him and initially assumed Wen Yunshi was merely scratching his itch. However, after a while, he sensed something was amiss and inquired, What are you doing? Wen Yunshi halted his actions, slowly withdrawing his hand. Bailang, he turned to face Sheng Bailang, I want. With a straightforward plea, Wen Yunshi leaned in, resting his forehead against Sheng Bailang's arm. It's uncomfortable. During this period, Wen Yunshi's emotions had been persistently low. Originally, Sheng Bailang had planned for the two of them to progress further, but recent events had caused delays. Endure. Sheng Bailang embraced him tightly, suggesting they would engage once the redness subsided. Wen Yunshi frowned, but obediently refrained from placing his hand inside again. having agreed to refrain from causing a stir. It was still past midnight when the insatiable itch overwhelmed him, prompting him to sit up and shed his sleepwear, scratching furiously at his skin. Upon awakening, Sheng Bailang flicked on the light and discovered Wen Yunshi sitting in a pitiful manner, his hands busily roaming over his back and chest in search of relief. Noticing the illumination, he turned to Sheng Bailang, his voice tinged with grievance. "It's so itchy and uncomfortable. Will we still drink in the future?" Sheng Bailang tossed aside the covers and rose. "No more drinking," he replied as Wen Yunshi, in a state of undress, slid out of bed to follow him. Hearing the footsteps, Sheng Bailang glanced back, his expression darkening. "Just sit on the bed and wait for me. I'll fetch you some medicine." Complying with a soft Wen Yunshi returned to the bed to wait. Sheng Bailang returned from the study, bearing the prescribed medication and a glass of water. Wen Yunshi tossed the pills into his mouth, crunching and swallowing them hastily, while Sheng Bailang offered him the water. He took a symbolic sip before placing it back on the bedside table. Moving to the other side, Sheng Bailang applied ointment to the areas reddened by scratching. Fatigued from the discomfort, Wen Yunshi succumbed to drowsiness, resting his head on the pillow and drifting off. Sheng Bailang gently dressed him in the sleepwear he had inadvertently discarded. Once the light was extinguished, Wen Yunshi resumed his fidgeting, furrowing his brow as he scratched at his skin. Sheng Bailang embraced him, soothingly caressing his back, occasionally shifting to stroke his flat abdomen. This continued for over an hour until the medicine took effect, at which point Sheng Bailang ceased his ministrations and fell into a deep slumber, holding Wen Yunshi close. The following morning, Wen Yunshi awoke to find the redness and swelling significantly diminished. As he opened his eyes, he spotted Sheng Bailang brushing his teeth and, with a hint of pride, declared, "I didn't make a fuss last night." In his haze, he had completely forgotten about his earlier antics of rising and scratching in the night. Sheng Bailang glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Who are you calling heartless?" Wen Yunshi sat up, stretching his arms high above his head. "The heartless one," he retorted. Sheng Bailang spat out the toothpaste foam and asked, "Has Secretary Lin informed you about the gala this evening?" This was to be Wen Yunshi's first gala since joining the company. "Yes, Secretary Lin reminded me to wear formal attire, but I wear suits regularly," he replied dismissively, not giving much thought to the gala. Upon finishing his morning routine, Sheng Bailang noticed him still nestled in blankets on the bed. "Aren't you getting up today?" "I will," Wen Yunshi replied, burying his face deep into the blanket, inhaling deeply. "Why does the gala start at 7:30? Will we return home tonight?" "We won't return home. We'll come back after the gala." Sheng Bailang stood before the wardrobe, selecting his attire. Wen Yunshi ventured to the bathroom to wash up, asking, "So, do we skip dinner tonight?" "We'll have dinner before attending the gala." "All right," Wen Yunshi replied, a tinge of disappointment evident as he realized he could not evade the evening meal. During breakfast, he gulped down the congee in front of him, the lack of taste rendering every bite a trial. Unbeknownst to him, the congee bore a hint of flavor that day. "Goodbye, Butler Liu," Sheng Bailang remarked. "We won't be home for dinner tonight." After settling into the car, Wen Yunshi waved goodbye to Butler Liu, who stood outside. Chapter 70. Promotion to Director Today. Wen Yunshi was unusually busy at the company for reasons unbeknownst to him. The number of documents awaiting his approval was particularly high. He bit down on his pen, lost in review after review. When Sheng Bailang's secretary came to fetch him for lunch, he made her wait for 5 minutes before ascending. This marked his first instance of overtime since joining the company, albeit just a brief 5 minutes. Upon reaching the dining hall, Wen Yunshi's chatter began to flow incessantly. He recounted the documents he had just approved in the morning, neglecting the meal before him entirely. After Sheng Bailang finished his meal and set down his chopsticks, he inquired, "Are you not planning to eat?" Only then did Wen Yunshi reluctantly take a bite. It seemed as though his lost sense of taste had returned, albeit slightly. He picked up a piece of tofu, savoring its subtly salty flavor, which astonished him. He eagerly selected another piece, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Bailang, it has flavor." Sheng Bailang, seated beside him glancing at his phone while waiting for him to eat, turned at his words and asked, "You can taste it now? Just a bit of flavor. Can we enhance it?" This hint of taste rekindled his appetite, which had vanished since he lost the ability to appreciate desserts. as if the world's splendor had faded away. At that moment, he sat animatedly, fervently desiring something with a stronger flavor. No, there's nothing spicy at the company. After we finish, I'll instruct Butler Liu to prepare something with more zest for you tonight, Sheng Bailang replied, noticing the displeasure etched on Wen Yunshi's furrowed brow. I don't like you anymore, Wen Yunshi mumbled, lowering his head to resume eating, occasionally picking at the vegetables. Having spent considerable time with Sheng Bailang, he had grown increasingly bold. Whenever matters did not align with his desires, he would frown and declare his dislike for Sheng Bailang, as if this were a minor threat. If coerced into tasks he found disagreeable, he would sulk and express his aversion. He was no longer the timid and obedient Wen Yunshi of the past. Under Sheng Bailang's indulgence, he was transforming into a somewhat unruly child. His sensitive heart sensed that Sheng Bailang would not abandon him for his disobedience, nor would he be angered by his tantrums. He realized he need not be an excessively compliant child to please those around him. Having learned over the years that mere obedience had not earned him his father's affection, Sheng Bailang appeared to be a uniquely significant presence in his life. After finishing their meal, Wen Yunshi naturally returned to his room to change into his pajamas, preparing for a midday nap. Just as he lay down, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. He reached for his phone and opened the app, discovering a message from Wen Yunshi regarding the financial situation of KD Company. He skimmed through the 20 or so pages of documents, finding that his current understanding still fell short in many areas. Thus, he could only frown and reply, Dad, I don't quite understand. After turning 22, Wen Yunshi gained a portion of decision-making power at KD Company, necessitating his signature for the approval of significant corporate resolutions. Despite Wen Yunxi's relentless efforts, he has been unsuccessful in securing Wen Yunshi's signature on the share transfer documents. Emerging from the bathroom, Sheng Bailang appeared weary from a restless night. He settled on the edge of the bed, turning off the light, while Xiao Shi put down his phone and succumbed to a midday slumber. Initially, Wen Yunshi had contemplated inquiring about some contractual matters, but upon hearing Sheng Bailang suggest that he rest, he relinquished his phone and nestled under the blanket. Sheng Bailang's hand rested gently on Wen Yunshi's waist as he drifted into slumber. In the dimly lit room, with a mind swirling with questions, Wen Yunshi remained awake, his gaze fixated on the sleeping Sheng Bailang, his thoughts lingering on unfulfilled desires. He mused to himself about the long absence of kisses shared with Sheng Bailang, yearning for that intimate connection. Lost in thought, he eventually closed his eyes. When a midday alarm rang, Wen Yunshi, clutching the blanket, rolled over, hoping to extend his slumber. After several moments, he opened his eyes, exclaiming, Bailang, I'm extremely busy today. Why are there so many documents on my desk? This was the first thing he uttered upon waking. Sheng Bailang, still lying in bed, took a moment to gather himself before casually reaching out to pinch the nape of Wen Yunshi's neck. You always have a million questions, he remarked. I truly have a packed schedule today. As he lay there, he picked up his phone and noticed 6 missed calls from Wen Yunshi. Frowning, he opened WeChat, revealing several lengthy voice messages that spanned nearly 50 seconds each. Rising from the bed, he threw off the covers and turned on the light, dressing quickly while Wen Yunshi remained in bed, engrossed in his phone. Xiao Shi, get up, he urged. Bailang, look, Wen Yunshi said, extending his phone towards him. I don't understand this. Could you teach me? While fastening his shirt buttons, Sheng Bailang replied, First, change your clothes. All right, Wen Yunshi acquiesced, handing over his phone before standing in front of the wardrobe to change out of his pajamas into tailored trousers and a shirt. Wen Yunxi's numerous messages conveyed 2 crucial points. First, that any corporate decisions required Wen Yunshi's signature to be valid. Second, he expressed an interest in purchasing Wen Yunshi's shares, thoughtfully providing a target price. Sheng Bailang pondered the target price, recognizing the document's complexity and length, which rendered a thorough review impractical in a short time. Consequently, he long pressed the document to forward it to his WeChat, saying, Come to my office at 4 o'clock. If your father expects a response, tell him you'll get back to him before 6. As Wen Yunshi donned his shirt and approached Sheng Bailang, he protested, But I'm quite busy today. Will I have time at 4? Bring all the urgent documents with you when you come at 4, Sheng Bailang instructed while adjusting Wen Yunshi's shirt buttons. Once fastened, he tucked the shirt neatly into Wen Yunshi's trousers, asking, Aren't you wearing a waistcoat today? No, I opted out, Wen Yunshi replied. He turned back to the wardrobe, retrieving the waistcoat and fastening its buttons himself. The once perfectly fitted suit had become noticeably looser after recent fluctuations in his weight. Sheng Bailang approached to readjust the waistcoat straps, ensuring it fit snugly around Wen Yunshi's waist. Since Aunt Wang's departure, many of the intricate details in his care have been managed by Sheng Bailang. All right, let us go, Sheng Bailang said, accompanying him out. Wen Yunshi descended in the elevator back to the office, still perplexed as to why he was so occupied today. It was not until he opened his inbox in the afternoon that he discovered the promotion notice. Wen Yunshi had been elevated from minister to director of the business department. This implied that he would now oversee all operational aspects of the company, explaining his busyness throughout the day. He opened Sheng Bailang's WeChat chat box and typed, "You are so mean. I don't want to be a director. I don't want to be this busy." In a fit of exasperation, he shoved the signing pen on his desk far away, causing it to fall to the floor. Moments later, he stood up to retrieve it, earnestly reviewing the documents. Chapter 71. The complaining machine at 4 in the afternoon. Wen Yunshi entered Sheng Bailang's office, burdened with a stack of unapproved documents. As the secretary opened the door for him, Du Yiwei was seated on the sofa. "Ah, little Shi has arrived," Du Yiwei remarked, uncrossing his legs. "Hello, broder du." With a furrowed brow, Wen Yunshi deposited all the documents he was holding onto Sheng Bailang's desk. "Look at this. There's so much here. I can't possibly review all of this." Sheng Bailang observed the scattered papers on his desk. "Are you throwing a little tantrum? Is it permissible? How vexing." Wen Yunshi preferred not to display his dissatisfaction with work openly. The multitude of documents requiring his review was both time-consuming and mentally taxing. Sheng Bailang casually picked up one of the documents and said, "Some of these can be filtered by the secretary first, then signed according to categories, you know?" "I don't know. You haven't taught me," he retorted, defiantly pulling up a chair to sit beside Sheng Bailang, legs crossed. Du Yiwei watched the two of them from the sofa. "Nothing much, I'll take my leave. See you at the cocktail party tonight." "Goodbye," Wen Yunshi waved. "See you tonight." Sheng Bailang nodded at Du Yiwei. "See you tonight." Wen Yunshi lowered his head, reorganizing the documents that had scattered across the table, neatly arranging them before him. "I still haven't replied to my father," he said to Sheng Bailang without looking up, just as he opened a new document. Sheng Bailang placed his hand over it. Before Wen Yunshi lay a thick stack of A4 paper, still warm from the printer. "Start with this. After you've gone through these documents, feel free to ask me if you have questions." "Huh?" Wen Yunshi exclaimed, lifting the 30 or so sheets Sheng Bailang had given him. "Isn't this supposed to be a help? Why do I have to review so many documents?" His tone was tinged with a hint of frustration, eliciting a chuckle from Sheng Bailang. Wen Yunshi casually flipped through the first few pages. "Is this about Katie Company?" "Yes. These are the financial and business background checks I just completed for Katie Company. I've already gone through them for you." Sheng Bailang shifted his position, clearing half of his desk for Wen Yunshi. "However, since you hold shares in Katie Company, you must personally review these documents and make the decisions yourself." "But," Wen Yunshi lamented, clutching the thick stack of papers, "can't you make the decisions for me? The sheer volume of documents is truly overwhelming. Look at all these I brought with me. There are so many that I might not be able to leave work tonight. Could you lend me a hand?" "Bailang." He uttered several sentences in one breath, tilting his head to glance at Sheng Bailang, yearning for assistance. Sheng Bailang gently shook his head, insisting that he must peruse the documents and make decisions independently, now and in the future. Wen Yunshi pouted and stared at Sheng Bailang for several minutes before reluctantly pushing aside the documents he had brought and focusing intently on the stack of papers that Sheng Bailang had just instructed the secretary to print. The two sat at the same desk. One was engrossed in checking emails on the computer, while the other wore a furrowed brow, appearing both distressed and tormented. Half an hour later, Wen Yunshi reached the final page, marking all the sections he found perplexing with a red pen, ultimately concluding that he comprehended none of it. Sheng Bailang paused his typing, took the documents Wen Yunshi had reviewed, and began to flip through them. He invited Wen Yunshi to sit on his lap, meticulously explaining the contents encircled in red, assisting him in analyzing the associated risks and weighing the pros and cons. When Yunshi's brow occasionally furrowed and then relaxed. Was this truly all there was? Was this the entirety of KD Company's financial standing? Yes, this is what I just uncovered, Sheng Bailang replied, releasing his embrace around Wen Yunshi's waist, allowing him to return to the adjacent chair. Wen Yunshi retrieved his phone to revisit the message from Wen Tong sent at noon regarding the price for acquiring his shares. He examined it repeatedly before looking up to ask Sheng Bailang, "Why will my father offer to buy my shares at less than half the market price?" Little Shi is quite astute. Thus, it is evident this is a losing deal. Sheng Bailang refrained from providing Wen Yunshi with specific guidance. In this regard, he wished for Wen Yunshi to rely on the experience gained during his time at Shengmai Group to formulate judgments and decisions. Although I did not participate in that meeting concerning KD Company, I can still sign off on the decision regarding that document, correct? Sheng Bailang nodded affirmatively, confirming that such a decision would indeed facilitate KD Company's sustainable development. This indicates that Wen Tong's management of KD Company is not as chaotic as one might presume. Wen Yunshi picked up his phone, replying to Wen Tong on WeChat, cleverly referencing that document. Approved. He then sent another message stating, "Father, this price is less than half the market repurchase price. This is a losing venture." After sending the message, he set his phone down. Although these two matters concerning KD Company had been resolved, a myriad of documents still awaited approval. He glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes remained before the end of the workday. Sheng Bailang observed all of his small gestures throughout. What is the matter? Can Bailang not serve as the director? The sight of these documents made Wen Yunshi feel nauseous. Why is being a director so demanding? Little Shi, being a director grants you access to a broader array of responsibilities. Do you aspire to manage the company your mother left you? Sheng Bailang was presently utilizing a portion of the modest market he had cultivated to provide Wen Yunshi with practical experience. Rather than fixating on profit and loss, he hoped to witness Wen Yunshi's professional growth. Wen Yunshi let out a deep sigh, reaching for the documents before him to commence his review. 10 minutes later, he erupted in frustration, pushing the remaining files far away. Who in this world needs to sift through so many documents? During my school days, I never had to peruse such a plethora of books in a single day. Sheng Bailang, intrigued by his sudden outburst, chuckled. Did you not enjoy reading in school? Little Shi, of course, I studied diligently, he retorted, but never was I required to grapple with such a chaotic jumble of words and numbers in a single day. The decimals are endless, and the length is staggering. I might as well disregard them completely. I cannot make sense of this. I am simply too dim-witted, Wen Yunshi exclaimed, his voice animated. Sheng Bailang listened intently to his grievances, waiting patiently until he saw him reclaim the documents with a sigh, opening them once more with evident annoyance. At that moment, the secretary entered with coffee and milk tea. "Mr. Sheng, here is your coffee. Director Wen, this is your milk tea." Despite his irritation, he politely acknowledged the secretary with a thank you. Exhausted to the point of losing his temper, he resignedly took a large gulp of his milk tea, only to pause in surprise at its unexpected sweetness. Chapter 72. The banquet that evening, when the driver delivered dinner, Wen Yunshi remained hunched over his desk, wrestling with the documents. How much longer? Should we eat first? Sheng Bailang glanced at the diligent Wen Yunshi beside him. The restoration of his taste had led him to consume 3 cups of milk tea within just an hour. Presently, Wen Yunshi felt no hunger. The documents had drained him of vitality. 2 more left. I will finish soon, he murmured. Ah, little Shi, you are so diligent, Sheng Bailang remarked, gently kneading the nape of his neck. Feeling the comfort, Wen Yunshi tilted his head back, narrowing his eyes, silently requesting a longer massage. Upon completing the last 2 documents, he exhaled deeply. Bailang, I must take a day off tomorrow. Today has been exhausting. If I encounter such a mountain of documents again, I might be ill. He gazed earnestly at Sheng Bailang. If I have to face this again, I will surely be sick. Sheng Bailang stood, replying, "One cannot fish one day and rest for 3. When Yunshi's eyes darted playfully, then can I refrain from fishing altogether? Only catch the green crucian carp. That is not permissible. Without fishing, there are no green crucian carp to catch." Wen Yunshi followed Sheng Bailang to the dining hall, where he could now discern most flavors. And naturally, his appetite returned. Their dinner was swift. After a brief respite, the two made their way to the banquet. Upon arrival, Wen Yunshi was taken aback by the multitude of attractive and elegant individuals present. Clutching Sheng Bailang's arm tightly, he whispered, "Bailang, shall we return home? This grand gathering is overwhelming. It is my first time in such a large crowd, and I feel a mix of nervousness and fear." As Sheng Bailang lowered his gaze, he noticed the unease etched on his companion's face. "I will accompany you. We shall frequently attend this soiree. Xiaoshi, you must learn to acclimate to such surroundings, all right?" "Not at all." When Yunshi resolutely shook his head. "I dislike this place. The crowd is overwhelming, and the variety of attire is distracting. They're either milling about or forming circles." With a furrowed brow, he longed to return home. From several meters away, Xiao Linran approached them. "Along, Xiaoshi," he greeted. "Linran," Sheng Bailang replied, instructing a waiter to prepare a glass of plain water while he casually took a glass of red wine from the tray. Wen Yunshi observed as Xiao Linran and Xiao Xining came to stand before him. "Good evening," he greeted them with a lackluster tone. "It has been a while. Xiaoshi, you have lost quite a bit of weight," Xiao Linran remarked, noting the sharpness of Wen Yunshi's chin, which appeared thinner than their last encounter. Sheng Bailang managed a faint smile. Indeed, he has been reluctant to eat much lately. The exchange between the two bore the essence of discussing one's own child. Du Yiwei arrived late, spotting them in the center. "Why not find a booth to sit and talk? Do we not just run into each other?" Xiao Linran sought out a booth with his gaze. The venue was filled with numerous vendors, and this was the first event Sheng Bailang attended with Wen Yunshi since their marriage announcement. Consequently, Wen Yunshi occasionally felt the weight of scrutinizing gazes upon him. Sensitive to the attention, he pressed himself against Sheng Bailang's side. "Bailang, it seems many eyes are upon me." Du Yiwei glanced around and concurred that they were indeed attracting attention. "They have never seen you before and are merely curious about Ulung's lawful partner. Their gazes bear no malice. Do not take offense, Xiaoshi." Wen Yunshi, "Do not mind the stares," Sheng Bailang reassured him, gently holding the hand that clung to his arm. "In the future, our Xiaoshi will stand at the brightest podium." Wen Yunshi followed his gaze to the grand podium and shook his head firmly. "Your Xiaoshi will never stand on that podium." Their playful banter elicited laughter from Xiao Linran and the others. The group eventually settled into a booth. Xiao Xining, adorned in a soft yellow dress that accentuated her graceful figure, caught Wen Yunshi's eye. As he sat in the booth, his apprehension gradually dissipated. "Xiao Xining looks lovely today," he remarked to Sheng Bailang, recalling how seldom he encountered such a beautiful girl. "Are you one to compliment quietly?" Xiao Xining inquired. During this time, she had come to terms with the fact that the one she had cherished for years now had a legitimate partner. Since her last encounter at the Sheng residence, she had avoided appearing, and had it not been for Du Yiwei's persistent invitations, she might have continued to keep her distance. "Not at all," Wen Yunshi replied, tightly clinging to Sheng Bailang, his fingers gripping the fabric of his suit trousers. Du Yiwei's gaz occasionnellement linge en Xiao Xining. Finding the gathering tedious, Xiao Linran casually initiated conversation. "Du, I heard your city's third hospital is planning an expansion." "Indeed, I just discussed it with Ulung today," Du Yiwei confirmed. "This afternoon, I came to the office to converse with Sheng Bailang regarding collaboration between the hospitals." When Yunshi's gaze was drawn to the array of exquisite desserts, her thoughts adrift. Sheng Bailang inquired, "Little Ji, do you crave dessert?" Indeed, when Yunshi had regained a portion of her sense of taste, and she had yet to indulge in any sweets that day, Xiao Xinling observed that the three of them had business to discuss, and extended an invitation to Wen Yunshi. "Would you care to accompany me, the lovely Xiao Xinling, to fetch some dessert?" Wen Yunshi glanced at her, then turned to Sheng Bailang, asking, "Will you come along? Can I go with Sister Ning by myself?" If he had said no, Sheng Bailang would have stood up to accompany him. Yet, he hoped that Wen Yunshi could, apart from him, also place her trust in those around her who radiated kindness. Wen Yunshi hesitated for a moment before confirming with Sheng Bailang, "You will wait for me to return, right?" "Of course." Sheng Bailang released her hand, just as he would in the days to come, allowing Wen Yunshi to become more independent. Xiao Xinling stood beside them, waiting. Wen Yunshi rose from her seat and walked to Qiao Xinling, her expression somewhat apprehensive. Sheng Bailang watched as Wen Yunshi occasionally glanced back at him. Do you remark? Isn't it akin to guiding a growing child? Not quite. He is quite astute, Sheng Bailang replied, taking a sip of red wine. Little Ji, take the small tongs. The plates are on the left. Qiao Xinling led him to the dessert area. When Yunshi's eyes sparkled, Sister Ning, can I have the kiwi-flavored one? Why shouldn't you? Qiao Xinling placed a piece on his plate, saying, if you like it, then you may have it. Ailang must have told you to pursue what you enjoy. She understood Sheng Bailang, recognized his admirable character, and deeply respected the preferences of others. That was why the one she once admired was so exceptional, so radiant. Her affection for Sheng Bailang stemmed from the knowledge of his integrity. Thus, she refrained from intruding, fully aware of his unwavering loyalty. Bailang won't let me have it because I'm allergic to kiwi. Just as when Yunji was joyfully smiling at the piece of kiwi cake on his plate, it suddenly vanished. Qiao Xinling's pupils dilated as she swiftly transferred the cake to her own plate, looking at him with embarrassment. Had I not known your innocence, I might have thought you were setting a trap for me. As someone who had cherished Sheng Bailang for many years, she had just taken the initiative to bring his legal partner to enjoy dessert, even encouraging him to eat the kiwi delicacy. Had anything gone awry, she would appear to outsiders as a jealous woman who had maliciously targeted Wen Yunshi. Was this not forcing her to jump into the Yellow River? Chapter 73. The president's couple. After Qiao Xinling selected her cake, she stood waiting for quite some time, while Wen Yunshi was still deliberating. Little Ji, will you finish eating before coming to choose? Sister Ning, I want the kiwi-flavored one. Wen Yunshi cradled the small plate, her gaze fixated on the piece of kiwi cake. Qiao Xinling frowned. Aren't you allergic? Well, can I have it? If I don't tell Bailang, is that all right? Wen Yunshi gently licked her lips, clearly yearning for the treat. Qiao Xinling glanced toward the booth occupied by Sheng Bailang and the others. Is your allergy severe? She inquired. Wen Yunshi shook his head. Not serious. Just a bit of an itch in my mouth. How about I share a small portion of this kiwi cake with you? Qiao Xinling offered, presenting the dessert she had personally selected for him. Thank you, Sister Ling, Wen Yunshi replied, turning to follow her to the area designated for enjoying cake. He savored every morsel on his plate, finishing the entire cake and the half portion of kiwi that Qiao Xinling had shared. Still craving more, he looked up at her and said, I want to eat more. Qiao Xinling was somewhat astonished by his appetite. Shall I fetch some more? Will you come with me? Wen Yunshi asked, his gaze filled with anticipation as he held the plate. Of course, any soft-hearted individual would likely find it impossible to refuse such hopeful eyes. Qiao Xinling led him back to the dessert section, selecting a new plate with approximately 6 different flavors. Wen Yunshi delicately tasted each one with his fork, while Qiao Xinling occupied herself with her phone, capturing a photo of him relishing the cake. She shared the image in their small group chat, noting second plate. Wen Yunshi might just be the most dessert-loving individual she had ever encountered. After finishing, cream adorned the corners of his mouth. She retrieved a tissue from her bag and handed it to him. Your mouth is a bit messy. Wen Yunshi took the tissue and wiped his mouth, asking, May I wash my hands? Having spent considerable time with Sheng Bailang, he had grown accustomed to wiping his mouth and washing his hands after meals. He extended his clean hand towards Qiao Xinling, indicating his desire to wash up. Let us go, Qiao Xinling said, rising to guide him to the restroom. On their way back to the booth, they encountered a colleague. The manager of the second business group raised a glass in greeting. Director Wen, good to see you. I am Huo Luqing, the manager of the second group. Wen Yunshi recognized the name from numerous project proposals he had rejected, and he subtly stepped behind Qiao Xinling, pursing his lips and nodding seriously at Huo Luqing without uttering a word. Seeing him retreat behind her startled Qiao Xinling. Well, he's a bit shy. Why don't you greet the others first? She suggested, alleviating the awkwardness and promptly ushering Wen Yunshi back to their booth. Once seated, she gazed at him in confusion, for typically, when the 4 of them ventured out, she would be the one left behind. Now, Wen Yunshi was hiding behind her. She pointed at him, addressing Qiao Linran. Brother, did you know? Just now, someone from his department greeted him, and he hid behind me. Huh? Qiao Linran replied. Wen Yunshi looked at the finger pointing toward him, innocently stating, I was scared. Xiao Xinling silently withdrew her hand. All right, I shouldn't hold it against someone with social anxiety. Du Yiwei observed Xiao Xinling and chuckled quietly. Your palms are a bit damp. Did you wash your hands? Sheng Bailang inquired. Yes, Sister Ling took me to wash my hands. I ate a lot of cake. Wen Yunshi confessed, fiddling with his palms, hesitant to mention the kiwi-flavored cake he had just enjoyed. Xiao Xinling took a sip of the red wine before her and remarked to Sheng Bailang that a manager from Hollow City had just greeted him. Yes, the manager of the second group, she added. Sheng Bailang turned to Wen Yunshi and inquired, You know him. Why do you hesitate to greet him? Wen Yunshi, with a somewhat feeble defense, replied, I fear he may harbor resentment towards me, as I rejected 6 of his project applications today. Not one was approved. Xiao Linran interjected. Little sure, you're not only a director now, but also the president's wife. Recognize your own position. No one dares to resent you. Indeed, they would be too eager to curry favor with you. Xiao Xinling chimed in. I am male. Wen Yunshi earnestly corrected Xiao Linran. I am a president's husband. This statement elicited hearty laughter from the group. However, tranquility would not last long, as numerous partners and suppliers soon arrived to offer toasts. In the business realm, Xiao Linran was not much of a socialite. He calmly sat in his seat, pulling out his phone to prepare for a game. Noticing Wen Yunshi hiding behind Sheng Bailang, he asked, Little Shi, would you like to play a game together? Wen Yunshi turned his head and sincerely replied, But I do not have a tablet. All the games he had played were on a tablet. You can play on your phone, Xiao Linran said, opening the interface for Honor of Kings. Come here. I'll teach you how to play. Let Ailing handle the socializing alone. Sheng Bailang nodded at Wen Yunshi, suggesting, Are you leaving? It's boring. Why not play a game with Linran? Wen Yunshi tugged at his sleeve, Don't leave. Sheng Bailang grasped the hand that held onto his sleeve, reassuring him. I want to leave. I'll stay right here. Du Yinwei then invited Xiao Xinling to the dance floor, leaving only the 3 of them in the booth. Wen Yunshi, while learning to play the game on his phone, kept an eye on Sheng Bailang, who was engaging with others, drinking and conversing. This unfamiliar side of Sheng Bailang was intriguing to Wen Yunshi. He appreciated this version of him, yet felt discomfort at the sight of him smiling and interacting with others. Every move of Sheng Bailang caught Wen Yunshi's attention. His humility in lowering his glass during toasts, the polite smile he wore while making eye contact with others, and the slight nod he offered when greeting acquaintances. Everything he observed was a lesson from Sheng Bailang. Wen Yunshi managed to juggle both learning the game and playing as a support character with remarkable speed. He protected Xiao Linran, the marksman, with great diligence, ensuring his safety at all costs. Once engrossed in the game, time slipped away swiftly. By 10:30 in the evening, Wen Yunshi sat in the booth, his expression serious, pouting as he played, facing a skilled opponent attacking the novice village. Wen Yunshi had died 13 times as a support, while Xiao Linran had only perished 3 times. As the crystal was pushed back, Wen Yunshi frowned at Xiao Linran and earnestly remarked, Why aren't you attacking that Zhu Beiji? He's too tanky. My damage isn't sufficient, and my economy can't keep up. Xiao Linran felt that losing a match was inconsequential, but Wen Yunshi, in his first experience of defeat, was quietly determined to prove himself. Chapter 74. The game lost under the urging of Wen Yunshi, Xiao Linran commenced the next round. In this match, Wen Yunshi exerted himself more fervently, roaming about to support and collect small coins, diligently striving to protect each teammate in the hope of ensuring their survival. Meanwhile, Xiao Linran remained attentive to the happenings of the gathering, remarking, Xiao Shi after this match, let us refrain from continuing. The gathering is nearly over. Wen Yunshi, in silence, appeared visibly earnest. Ultimately, they faced defeat. He accessed the match statistics, scrutinizing the number of times Xiao Linran had perished in the fatalities of their teammates, comparing their economic standings and damage output, as well as participation rates. In his mind, he accurately calculated that Xiao Linran was the weakest link. A look of grievance adorned his face. He yearned for victory, thus he was inclined to continue playing. However, Xiao Linran declared that they would not play further. As the gathering was about to conclude, Sheng Bailang approached their table, stating, Xiao Shi, it's time to leave. With a face full of discontent, Wen Yunshi rose and walked over to Sheng Bailang. "What is the matter?" Sheng Bailang inquired, noticing his distressed expression. "Have you been waiting too long?" Xiao Xining and Du Yinwei had been chatting with acquaintances and had just arrived. "What is wrong?" Xiao Xining asked casually. At this moment, Xiao Linran remained oblivious to any issues on his part. He stood, stowing his phone away, asserting, "Of course, you all have been busy for over 2 hours. And I was the only one accompanying him." Wen Yunshi lowered his head, expressing, "I wish to go home." "All right, let's head home now." The group departed the gathering, taking the elevator down to the parking garage. It was not until they were seated in the car that Wen Yunshi's tears began to fall. Sheng Bailang fastened his seatbelt and turned to see him weeping. "Come here, tell me what is wrong." "In the game, Xiao Linran isn't playing properly. He keeps dying." When Yunshi sobbed, "I directed my ultimate ability solely at him. Yet he fails to attack the weakened mage or the injured marksman. He neglects those enemies with low health. And even the robust Zhu Beiji remains unscathed. The crystal ball has vanished twice already. I have worked so hard to protect him, yet he does not take it seriously. We cannot win." The smile on Sheng Bailang's face grew increasingly difficult to suppress, and he eventually chuckled at Wen Yunshi's tearful demeanor. "Xiao Shi, it is merely a game. Winning is not imperative. All right? It is not all right. I have exerted myself so much. I must win." Wen Yunshi wiped his tears with the back of his hand. With determination, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, displaying the match statistics to Sheng Bailang. "Look, I took it so seriously. Observe the damage participation and the economy. He is so incompetent. Why should I collaborate with him?" Sheng Bailang could hardly contain his laughter, feigning seriousness as he examined the post-match data analysis. Yes, but Xiao Shi, do you understand that a game is not a contract? We do not choose our partners based on performance analysis before the match." Wen Yunshi, dejected, leaned against Sheng Bailang. "I just want to win. Shall I call Xiao Linran to play another round with you? If you win, we shall cease playing?" "All right." Wen Yunshi's expression of grievance began to fade upon hearing the prospect of another match where victory was the goal. Sheng Bailang took out his phone and called Xiao Linran. "Alang, what is up?" Xiao Linran, lounging in the back seat with his legs crossed, was engrossed in watching short videos. As the game of Honor of Kings commenced, Xiao Shi insisted that they must secure a victory and urged not to squander the opportunity. "What? I can't play while on the bus. I suffer from motion sickness," came the response. "Then find a way to pull over briefly and soothe the situation," Xiao Shi suggested. "What do you mean by soothe the situation? Is someone crying?" It was revealed that in the last 2 matches, due to an analysis by Xiao Shi, the losses were attributed to the inadequacies of Xiao Linran, leaving Xiao Shi feeling quite aggrieved. "What?" Xiao Linran exclaimed in utter disbelief. "Did he not just learn? How does he know I'm lacking skill?" Awakened by the commotion, Xiao Xining frowned and inquired, "Why are you bothering Xiao Shi?" Xiao Linran, overwhelmed with frustration, inhaled deeply and conceded, "Fine, I'll log in now." After hanging up, he hesitated before Xiao Xining, pondering how he would guide the young player. Having lost the last 2 matches, he was now tasked with logging back in to secure a win, as Arlang had requested him to pacify the player. "Serves you right," he thought. "Xiao Xining, not a single good deed done, and here you are teaching a child to play games. At 22 years old, with a legal license in hand, how could he still be referred to as child?" Xiao Linran logged into the game, created a room, and sent an invitation to Wen Yunshi. As the latter awaited in the vehicle, he promptly accepted the invitation and entered the room. Xiao Linran, while battling motion sickness, focused intently on the game, but it wasn't long before he felt the nausea set in. Meanwhile, Wen Yunshi executed his hero's moves with utmost seriousness. Sheng Bailang, seated beside them, fastened Wen Yunshi's seatbelt and quietly picked up his tablet to check his emails. 20 minutes later, Wen Yunshi's actions came to a halt. Biting his lip, he looked up at Sheng Bailang, having lost yet again. He presented the post-match statistics, revealing Xiao Linran as the lowest scorer, a fact that was both quiet yet painfully evident. As a novice, Wen Yunshi had managed to secure the MVP on the losing side. Upon exiting the game, Xiao Linran messaged Sheng Bailang, "I can't take it anymore. I truly feel nauseous." From the side, Xiao Xining, resting with his eyes closed, remarked, "Make sure you don't teach him how to play, only to leave him disheartened and unable to console him. I can't console him now. We just lost another match, Xiao Linran retorted while battling the urge to vomit. He reluctantly handed his phone to Xiao Ning. Could you please guide him for a match? I'm really at my limit. Closing his eyes, he felt his stomach churning violently. Taking the phone, Xiao Xining noted that Wen Yunshi was already prepared and proceeded to initiate the next match. Wen Yunshi observed that this time, Xiao Linran was not playing as an archer, but had chosen a beautiful mage with teleportation abilities. He diligently followed the mage, deploying all his skills to protect him, ensuring the mage's health was preserved during every team fight. Having not played for some time, Xiao Xining felt a surge of emotion as he witnessed Wen Yunshi consistently safeguarding him on the map. Brother, with Xiao Shi protecting you like this, you still Haven T led him to victory? Xiao Xining noted that Wen Yunshi's gameplay was far from that of novice. Ag, I am noxious, Xiao Yinran Mermert. Leaning back against the seat. This excuse might work for me, but Xiao Shi might not be convinced. Xiao Xining and Wen Yunshi pushed through the middle lane and ultimately secured a well-deserved victory. As Wen Yunshi exited the room, he typed, "Goodbye, Xiao Linran. Did we win?" Sheng Bailang observed him calmly putting away his phone. Indeed, Xiao Linran played a remarkably impressive mage this time. Oh, so he played a mage? Yes, we won. The tears that had once dampened Wen Yunshi's eyelashes had now dried. Sheng Bailang remarked, "Your Linran brother seldom plays a mage. That must have been Xian Ning." After years of playing Honor of Kings, Sheng Bailang had never witnessed Xiao Linran take on the mage role. Chapter 75. Conversations of Love. By the time Wen Yunshi returned home that evening, it was quite late. After finishing his shower, he lay on his bed while Sheng Bailang was bathing behind him. Feeling a bit bored, he picked up his phone. He had recently learned to delve into his WeChat friends' moments to glimpse into their lives. Like now, as he quietly opened his phone and browsed through Wen Jiting's WeChat moments, he saw news articles and pictures of his other son. Scrolling further down, he also caught sight of his current wife, who was Wen Yunshi's stepmother. He had hardly met this stepmother, just as he had barely interacted with Wen Jiting. The photos of Wen Jiting in his moments felt quite unfamiliar, in truth. He realized he was not particularly acquainted with his own father. At that moment, he seemed to be more familiar with Sheng Bailang, the butler Liu, and the people he worked alongside. Sheng Bailang emerged from a shower to find Wen Yunshi lying on the bed, lost in thought with his phone in hand. His fair face etched with seriousness. "What are you pondering?" he inquired as he approached the bed to apply hand cream. Wen Yunshi instinctively extended his hand. Each night, he would borrow a bit of Sheng Bailang's hand cream, yet if it were to be applied seriously, he would shy away. As Sheng Bailang's hand enveloped his, applying the cream, Wen Yunshi mused, "Why must I manage the KD company?" Each evening, a multitude of loving dialogues transpire between them, stemming from Wen Yunshi's endless inquiries. "The KD company was left to you by your mother. It is a Hu family enterprise, and you are the sole bearer of the Hu lineage in this world. So, my studies now are all for the purpose of managing the KD company better in the future." Indeed, but isn't it currently managed by Dad? Before you are capable of managing it yourself, your father oversees it on your behalf. Once you possess the ability, you must personally undertake those responsibilities and elevate the KD company. Can I improve it? Better than Dad? Absolutely. Little Shi is very intelligent. After applying the hand cream, Sheng Bailang released Wen Yunshi's hand. It was already quite late. He turned off the main light in the room, leaving only the bedside lamp aglow. Wen Yunshi turned to face him and asked, "Bailang, what kind of person is my father? I don't know him well. I've only interacted with him a few times because of you. And what do you think of me? What kind of person do you wish to be?" Sheng Bailang tucked him in and gently brushed his eyelids with his hand. Wen Yunshi, understanding, closed his eyes and replied, "A good person." "Then you are indeed a good person." Sheng Bailang turned off the night light. The hour was quite late. "Shall we retire for the night?" Bailang replied affirmatively. "Sister Ning is so enchanting. Do you hold affections for her?" The book states that men are often drawn to beautiful women. Yet it also mentions that some men may be attracted to handsome men. Xiao Shi, affection manifests in myriad forms. There's the fondness of friendship and that of love. My feelings for Xian Ning are those of friend. I too cherish Sister Ning. She secretly treats me to kiwi-flavored little cakes. Wen Yunshi spoke with closed eyes, unaware that he had inadvertently revealed a secret. Sheng Bailang slowly opened his eyes, realizing that Wen Yunshi had begun to learn the art of covert mischief behind his back. "Did Sister Ning take you for kiwi cake today?" Wen Yunshi opened his eyes, responding, "Bailang, shall we sleep? I suddenly feel quite drowsy." Sheng Bailang turned to face him and said, "Wen Yunshi, I am truly asleep." He wrapped himself in a blanket and feigned slumber. Recalling the incident from the previous night, when he had an allergic reaction to alcohol and received a reprimand from a ruler on his palm, he dared not admit to having indulged in kiwi cake again that evening. Fearing he might not convincingly feign sleep, he deliberately made his breathing heavy. Sheng Bailang observed his silhouette. Within 3 minutes of pretending to sleep, he genuinely drifted off. He drew Wen Yunshi back into his embrace, cherishing him in slumber. Since Wen Yunshi's promotion to director, he often arrived late by 4 or 5 minutes when his secretary came to escort him for lunch. Occasionally, after work in the evening, Sheng Bailang found himself waiting at the door for him to gather his belongings. This weekend, Sheng Bailang planned to attend an auction, discussing it with Wen Yunshi on Friday evening. "Xiao Shi, will you stay home alone for 2 days, or shall you accompany me?" Wen Yunshi, who preferred to stay indoors, was engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings with Xiao Linran, pondering if they could simply remain at home. There were only 2 options. Either he would spend the next 2 nights alone, or they would venture out together. Sheng Bailang settled beside him. "Is it further than going to the office?" Wen Yunshi, deeply focused on his game, replied earnestly, "Yes, we shall travel to a bustling airport and board a flight, then attend numerous auctions." After dying in a team battle, Wen Yunshi set down his phone, expressing his reluctance. "I do not wish for you to go, nor do I wish to go myself." He was disinclined to choose either option. Sheng Bailang gazed at the countdown to Wen Yunshi's revival. 30 seconds remaining. "Xiao Shi, I hope you will accompany me. I wish for you to experience more and grow gradually." Bailang's gaze was intense as he reiterated, "I do not want you to go." Recently, Sheng Bailang had subtly endeavored to encourage Wen Yunshi to engage in small group activities outside. Without exception, Wen Yunshi remained only at home or at the office, showing no inclination to leave, regardless of the persuasion offered. "Would you accompany me?" Sheng Bailang inquired softly. Wen Yunshi hesitated, looking at him, and after respawning in the game, he effortlessly picked up his phone. "Bailang, can we not go? Would it be acceptable for Butler Lu to join us?" Sheng Bailang wished to see if having a couple of familiar faces alongside would make Wen Yunshi more inclined to venture out. Wen Yunshi diverted his attention towards Butler Lu's direction. Was he not at home as well? "Would you like to accompany us on our outing?" Sheng Bailang furrowed his brow as he took the phone from his hand, insisting they finish their discussion before indulging in games. During this period, Wen Yunshi had become engrossed in gaming right after work, often dreaming of animated retreats throughout the night, sometimes even sitting up to throw a few punches. "Bailang, if you keep this up, I'll log off." Wen Yunshi exclaimed anxiously, reaching for his phone. "Please return it to me. 1TU? Let us settle our matters first, and then you may play. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to game anymore." Sheng Bailang's frown deepened as he regarded the gaming-obsessed Wen Yunshi. "Is Xiao Linran joining us?" Wen Yunshi asked with wide eyes, eager to know if he could join the gaming session. Sheng Bailang paused, considering, and then returned the phone to Wen Yunshi, sending a message via his WeChat to invite Xiao Linran to the auction in Q City the day after tomorrow. Chapter 76. Outing the following day, after Wen Yunshi rose. Butler Lu began to organize their luggage for departure. Arriving early at the airport, Xiao Linran and Xiao Xining sat in the waiting area. The morning rush hour had filled the airport with bustling crowds, a setting that made Wen Yunshi instinctively uneasy in large gatherings. Spotting them, Xiao Linran raised his hand in greeting. "Good morning. You booked such an early flight, fearing I wouldn't wake up?" Sheng Bailang led Wen Yunshi toward them while Butler Lu handled the check-in. "Good morning, Xiao Linran," Wen Yunshi replied, feeling a level of familiarity with him after their time spent playing Honor of Kings. "Xining, aren't you going to greet me?" Xiao Xining chimed in from the sofa. "Good morning, Sister Ning," Wen Yunshi said, settling beside Sheng Bailang, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. After Butler Lu returned, the group proceeded through security. Upon seeing the large airplane outside, Wen Yunshi tightly grasped Sheng Bailang's hand as they were escorted to their first-class seats. Occasionally, he glanced at the uniformed flight attendants. An unease creased his brow as he contemplated saying something to Sheng Bailang. Once settled, Sheng Bailang took the seat next to him. "Are you uncomfortable?" he inquired. "I dislike this," Wen Yunshi confessed, his face displaying anxiety and unease. "We'll land in 2 hours. Just endure it for a little while," Sheng Bailang reassured him, embracing him gently. "Why can't we drive instead?" Wen Yunshi lamented, expressing his aversion to such large means of transport. The unfamiliarity did not excite him. Rather, it filled him with dread. As they prepared to buckle their seatbelts, Wen Yunshi's gaze remained fixed on Sheng Bailang. "Can't we sit together?" he implored. "We'll sit together soon," Sheng Bailang replied, gently touching his cheek. At home, Sheng Bailang had grown accustomed to Wen Yunshi's clinginess. It was only during outings that he felt the heightened dependency and affection from him. "My ears are uncomfortable," Wen Yunshi said, rubbing his ears during the ascent. "Bailang, my ears hurt." Sheng Bailang observed him closely, concerned. "Does it hurt?" he asked. Wen Yunshi shook his head, swallowing repeatedly, his brows furrowed. "Is it stuffy?" "Yes, it feels stuffy." Wen Yunshi turned around, looking at Sheng Bailang with a hint of grievance. "I don't want to fly." Only after the airplane ascended to a certain altitude did Sheng Bailang unfasten his seatbelt and approach her. "Is everything all right now? Are you still feeling uneasy?" "I'm no longer uneasy, but my heart feels so frightened." She playfully pressed her hand against her chest, appearing somewhat adorable. This morning, she had risen early, and Sheng Bailang had accompanied her to the adjacent single bed to catch a nap, and upon awakening, they had arrived at their destination. "Where's my blanket?" Wen Yunshi noticed the absence of her blanket on the bed. Sheng Bailang, disregarding the issue, explained that the blanket had been placed in the suitcase. "Is it permissible to sleep without a blanket?" "Absolutely not." Wen Yunshi twisted her head, searching around to confirm that her blanket was indeed nowhere to be found. "Where's my blanket?" "It hasn't been taken out of the suitcase." Sheng Bailang held her close as they lay on the small bed together. Wen Yunshi nestled against his chest, her fingers anxiously fiddling with the buttons of his shirt. Occasionally, when turbulence struck, she would bury her face into his chest in a state of nervousness. After several cycles of this, Wen Yunshi quietly drifted off to sleep. 3 hours later, the group arrived at the hotel they had reserved. "I can't take it anymore. After staying up all night, I need to catch up on some sleep," Xiao Linran declared as he headed towards the elevator, not looking back. Xiao Xining, who had also risen early and was unable to sleep on the plane, lacked energy at this moment. Holding the room card, she waited for a moment before saying, "Bailang, Xiao Shi, I'll head up first." "Goodbye, Sister Ning," Wen Yunshi replied, now clutching her blue blanket, inhaling its familiar scent. Butler Liu, holding the newly issued room card, was escorted to their room by a hotel staff member. The luggage of both individuals was set in the living room. Butler Liu nodded slightly and turned to leave. Young Master Wen, will lunch be outside?" Sheng Bailang responded, "Yes, I'll be dining with them, and there is nothing else planned for now. You may explore the surroundings at your leisure over the next couple of days." "All right, thank you, young master," Butler Liu replied, returning to the room, ready to savor the pleasures of a 2-day paid vacation. After finishing lunch, Xiao Linran still had not risen. Sheng Bailang was working on his computer in the hotel room's living area, while Wen Yunshi sat beside him, chattering away in boredom. "Bailang, shall we go find Xiao Linran? I want to play a game." Sheng Bailang opened WeChat and noticed that his messages had not yet been replied to. "Linran hasn't woken up. He'll come to find you once he does. How can he sleep for so long?" Wen Yunshi sat cross-legged, her body swaying side to side, exuding extreme boredom. "Perhaps you should go knock on Linran's door and wake him up to keep you company?" Sheng Bailang suggested, curious to see if she would venture out in an unfamiliar setting. Wen Yunshi resolutely shook her head. "No, you must accompany me. I am busy with work. Linran is just downstairs. You can simply walk downstairs." "No." Having missed her afternoon nap, Wen Yunshi yawned and quietly laid her head on the table, waiting. After a while, she fell asleep. Upon waking, approximately half an hour later, she saw Sheng Bailang still working. The first words to escape her lips were, "Bailang, where's Xiao Linran?" "Even with my eyes closed, it's all about Xiao Linran, isn't it?" Sheng Bailang gently rubbed his head and said, "All right, I'll take you down to find him." The two descended the staircase and arrived at Xiao Linran's door, knocking softly. At that moment, Xiao Xining, who lived next door, happened to open her door to retrieve a delivery. Clearly, her brother had not yet awakened. His phone had been ringing incessantly. "Shall we go play at Sister Ning's?" Sheng Bailang inquired. Xiao Xining lifted the bubble tea at the entrance and asked, "Little Sure, would you like some bubble tea? Mango-flavored Yangji Ganlu, is it not? If you want a drink, I can order you another," she replied as she stood at the door. "Come on in, I'll let you play some games." "Can Sister Ning play too?" Wen Yunshi instinctively tugged at Sheng Bailang to follow. She opened her door wider. "I am definitely much better than your brother Linran." Sheng Bailang and Wen Yunshi settled outside Xiao Xining's living room. "What role does Sister Ning play?" Wen Yunshi eagerly took out his phone and opened the game while sitting on the sofa. She entered her room to retrieve her phone and sat beside him. "I can play mid, top, and jungle." "How impressive." Wen Yunshi primarily played as a support, having mastered all the support heroes. Sheng Bailang picked up his phone to order bubble tea for himself and also lunch for the still sleeping neighbor. Chapter 77. Learning to be bad, the delivery arrived, and the occupant of the adjacent room had finally awakened. Xiao Linran, sporting disheveled hair, walked over as Xiao Xining was leading Wen Yunshi on a rampage in the game. He pulled a chair to the coffee table, unwrapped his meal, and began to eat. "You both look quite energized, especially Little Sure. We sleep early and rise early," Sheng Bailang replied, taking a sip of his coffee while continuing to gaze at his tablet. "Alang, you truly are a dedicated workaholic." Sheng Bailang raised an eyebrow. "Thank you for the compliment. You too are quite the affluent second generation, indulging in leisure and extravagance." After finishing his meal, Xiao Linran seemed rejuvenated. He stood from the chair and squeezed between Sheng Bailang and Little Sure on the sofa. "Little Sure, after this match, pull me in. Let's form a trio." Sure. When Yunshi was completely engrossed in his phone, the three of them spent the entire afternoon playing Honor of Kings. Xiao Linran, with his microphone on, berated his teammates for their incompetence. Sitting beside him, Wen Yunshi echoed, Exactly. With each scolding from Xiao Linran, he would chime in with affirmations. "You're right, hum, absolutely, exactly." Wen Yunshi, though lacking in aggression, was determined to participate. Xiao Xining played as Angela, leading Wen Yunshi and Xiao Linran in an ambush from the bushes. Sheng Bailang observed the three, each intently focused on their respective phones, remaining silent. When the time for the final strike came, their expressions were surprisingly uniform. The ambush was successful, and Xiao Linran joyfully raised his phone, exclaiming, "Awesome! My sister is incredible. Incredible, indeed. Sister Ning is so impressive." When Yunshi cheered, collapsing onto Xiao Linran without noticing Sheng Bailang's gaze, still immersed in the game on his phone. It was not until Sheng Bailang spoke that when Yunshi registered his words. "Little Sure, you must not converse with Linran." The trio was embroiled in a team battle, and when Yunshi had not heeded Sheng Bailang's remark, Xiao Linran's health was depleting rapidly as he shouted, What the heck? Wen Yunshi furrowed his brow, mimicking the exclamations of others. "Oh wow." Sheng Bailang observed him, having just faced defeat. Xiao Xining set down her phone and took a sip of her milk tea, exclaiming, "Oh wow." Following suit, the impressionable Wen Yunshi also laid down his phone to reach for the milk tea, only to be met with Sheng Bailang's gaze. "Bailang, we're going to lose," he lamented, prompting Sheng Bailang to beckon him closer. Wen Yunshi, clutching his milk tea and phone, moved to sit on Sheng Bailang's lap. He took a deep breath of the milk tea before placing it back on the coffee table, tapping his phone to return to the post-match screen as they awaited their turn in the game. Sheng Bailang wrapped his arms around him from behind, cautioning, "Do not emulate Xiao Linran's coarse language. Do you understand?" "What is coarse language?" When Yunshi inquired, his eyes fixed on the phone screen. Xiao Linran nonchalantly replied, "Oh, it's just a few interjections. Who doesn't use them nowadays? What does it refer to?" When Yunshi continued, his gaze still on the screen as he selected his hero, Xiao Xining added, "Playing games with my brother, you might inadvertently pick up some bad habits." Xiao Linran interjected with a sound of disapproval. For instance, "Oh wow," is not allowed. Sheng Bailang held him closer, glancing at the screen. Wen Yunshi pointed at Xiao Linran, asserting, he said it's an interjection. Why can't I learn it? He raised his eyes to meet Sheng Bailang's, asking earnestly, can I learn it, please? No, you cannot, Sheng Bailang replied, covering the phone screen. Look at me, Xiao Shi. Reluctantly, Wen Yunshi met his gaze, conceding, all right, I won't learn it. As it neared the time to depart for the auction, Sheng Bailang announced he needed to change clothes. Xiao Shi, will you be playing games with Lin Ran and Sister Ning in the hotel, or will you accompany me to the auction? The auction is dreadfully boring. Xiao Shi should stay and play games. The promotion matches are about to begin. When Yunshi displayed a conflicted expression, observing his engrossment in the game, Sheng Bailang offered, then you may stay here with them. I will return once the auction concludes. Under the game's powerful allure, when Yunshi nodded gently, will you return soon? I'll be back after the auction ends. Stay here with Lin Ran. Okay. After Sheng Bailang departed, when Yunshi immersed himself back into the game, occasionally uttering the interjections he had learned from Xiao Linran, he engaged in mischief within the King's Canyon, stealthily hiding in the bushes to ambush the enemy's red and blue buffs. Whenever he was discovered, he would call out for Xiao Linran or Sister Ning for help. He gradually became familiar with people beyond the Sheng family, forging new friendships and slowly exploring the fresh facets of society. As the clock approached 7, Xiao Xining suggested, shall we go find something to eat? There's a street of snacks nearby. She had noticed while ordering takeout that most eateries were close by. Xiao Linran, feeling somewhat fatigued from sitting, agreed, all right, what does Xiao Shi like to eat? When Yunshi glanced at the time, pondering, where's Bailang? He went to the auction. It won't end until 9. Let us go eat something first. Xiao Linran stood up from the sofa, stretching. I've been sitting all afternoon. Let's go for a walk. Wen Yunshi, still focused on the time on his phone, replied, I want to wait for Bailang. He wished to dine with Bailang. Are you not coming with us to explore the streets? There are many delicious treats, suggested Xiao Xinling. I shall return to my room and await Bailang, replied Wen Yunshi, who was holding her nearly depleted phone. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Linran proposed, shall we procure some food and then return to share a meal with you? Absolutely not. I wish to wait for Bailang to dine together, she asserted. This had become their routine. Since arriving at the Sheng family home, they had nearly every meal together. Very well then, we shall escort you upstairs, Xiao Linran and Xiao Xinling said as they accompanied Wen Yunshi back to her room. Subsequently, they ventured out to the nearby snack street in search of dinner. Sheng Bailang had already secured the items he desired at the auction and departed early, returning to the hotel lobby where he encountered the Xiao siblings emerging from the elevator. Where is Xiao Yunshi? He inquired. I thought you would return only after the auction concluded, Xiao Linran remarked. Xiao Yunshi has gone back upstairs. We came down to find something to eat. Understood, Sheng Bailang replied as he took the elevator back to his room. When Yunshi emerged from the room, wrapped in a blanket. Why did you not answer my calls? Why did you return so late? It's already past 7. Weren't we supposed to dine at 6:30? I called you 5 times. Why didn't you pick up? Bailang? The moment he saw Sheng Bailang, a wave of emotion surged, causing him to speak several sentences in quick succession. Did your phone not ring? Feeling aggrieved? Sheng Bailang approached and lowered his gaze to meet hers. When Yunshi turned her head away, unwilling to meet his eyes. Weren't we supposed to have dinner at 6:30? Why did you return so late? Chapter 78. The snack street. I made an effort to return early, Sheng Bailang said, placing the blanket she had been holding onto the sofa. Why didn't you join Lin Ran and the others for dinner? Because I wanted to eat with you. We always dine together, do we not? She reached for the blanket he had placed aside, pulling it back to her chest. Stop holding on to that. Let us go downstairs for some snacks, Sheng Bailang insisted, tossing the blanket back onto the sofa. When Yunshi glanced at the blanket she often found discarded and pouted. Why did you return so late? I apologize. I shall return before dinner next time. All right? Sheng Bailang guided her to the door to change her shoes. Let us go enjoy some delicious food. His apology, however, did not earn Wen Yunshi's forgiveness. She gradually realized that after Sheng Bailang had left that afternoon, he had been absent from her side for a long time, and emotions began to swell within her. Still pouting? Sheng Bailang observed as they stood in the elevator. What is it that has you feeling wronged? When Yunshi raised her gaze slightly to meet Sheng Bailang's eyes and said, Why did you leave me here alone for so long? Xiao Yunshi, You cannot be unreasonable. We discussed this before I left, did we not? Sheng Bailang gently took her hand as they exited the elevator. Wen Yunshi followed behind, nodding and shaking her head, reluctant to argue. In her subconscious, there was no need for reason when with Sheng Bailang. Unwilling to argue? Do you wish to express your frustration? Sheng Bailang slowed his pace to walk alongside her. Yes, Wen Yunshi replied, nodding defiantly. Shall we first seek something to eat? After our meal, we can return to the hotel and express our frustrations, if that is agreeable. Wen Yunshi inquired, standing on a staircase. Yes. Should we go find Qiao Linran and Sister Ning? Let us wander casually, without any specific intent to locate them. Sheng Bailang patiently guided him down the steps. As Wen Yunshi wobbled along, once they reached the snack street, Sheng Bailang procured a portion of every delicacy that piqued Wen Yunshi's interest, even acquiring 2 ice creams and flavors that he cherished. They savored their treats from one end of the snack street to the other. By the time they returned to the hotel, the Qiao siblings had already dined and completed their baths, while they continued to explore leisurely. The snack street was bustling with people, and when Yunshi curiously paused at a performance by acrobats. When one of the performers breathed fire, he instinctively recoiled, retreating into Sheng Bailang's embrace. Let us depart. Before Wen Yunshi could make his exit, the performer unleashed 3 streams of fire, eliciting cheers from the audience. However, Wen Yunshi felt only fear, pulling Sheng Bailang along without a glance back. He had grown up within the confines of a circle drawn by others, never truly observing the fascinating and vibrant world around him. Now, filled with curiosity about society, he also harbored trepidation and unease. As they walked back to the hotel, he inquired, Bailang, how is it that the performer can breathe fire? What he expels is not water, but a flammable substance akin to alcohol. Why are there so many delicious foods here? This is a snack street, brimming with an array of delectable treats. Are such streets common? Indeed. Sheng Bailang answered each of Wen Yunshi's inquiries with patience. In the presence of Sheng Bailang, Wen Yunshi always had a multitude of questions. Upon returning to the hotel, Wen Yunshi emerged from the bathroom with damp hair, while Sheng Bailang remained engrossed in his work at the computer. He approached and politely asked Bailang, "May I express my frustrations now?" Sheng Bailang paused his typing and turned to face him. After all this time, can you still be upset? Why not? Sheng Bailang gently tousled Wen Yunshi's hair. You may but first dry your hair. Very well. Wen Yunshi returned to the bathroom to blow-dry his hair. Sheng Bailang closed his laptop, retrieved clothes from his suitcase, and entered the bathroom to shower. After drying his hair, Wen Yunshi waited by the door for the other to finish before unleashing his frustrations. Growing weary of standing, he relocated to the sofa outside, clutching his blanket. He returned to the room and asked, Bailang, are you finished? Almost. Sheng Bailang replied, turning on the hairdryer within the bathroom. When he emerged in his pajamas, Wen Yunshi stood at the door, blanket in hand. Why are you standing there? I am waiting for you. Wen Yunshi caught a whiff of the pleasant scent of the shower gel on Sheng Bailang. Your fragrance is different today. Sheng Bailang had used the hotel's shower gel, while Wen Yunshi utilized his exclusive shower gel brought from home. Is it unpleasant? Sheng Bailang approached and crouched before the suitcase, retrieving hand cream from within. Wen Yunshi followed suit, kneeling down and extending his hand, anticipating Sheng Bailang to apply some cream for him. It smelled delightful, yet I preferred the fragrance from before. Is it affection or mere habit? As Sheng Bailang applied the hand cream, he noticed Wen Yunshi's nails had grown slightly long. The affection Wen Yunshi spoke of might not be genuine fondness, but rather a habit he had cultivated, which he referred to as liking. Much like his fondness for Aunt Wang's cooking, it was less about passion and more about becoming accustomed to her dishes. Can both coexist? Preference and habit. I longed to savor that scent. Wen Yunshi cupped his hand, now infused with the cream, to his nose, exclaiming how fragrant it was, declaring his enjoyment. Sheng Bailang returned the hand cream to the compartment of the suitcase, suggesting he recline. Today, Wen Yunshi had not napped for long, and he would likely doze off after a few moments of idle chatter. As Sheng Bailang lay on the bed, he turned off the lights in the room. Wen Yunshi wrapped himself in a blanket and ensconced Sheng Bailang's arm, instinctively drawing closer into his embrace. After encircling Sheng Bailang's arm, he murmured, Bailang, I wish to kiss you. Come here, Sheng Bailang replied, lying flat and slightly turning his head to gaze at him. Wen Yunshi released his grip on the blanket and crawled atop Sheng Bailang, finding his lips and descending to initiate a kiss. His kissing technique was somewhat rudimentary, lacking any formal instruction. Driven by a certain desire, Wen Yunshi occasionally nibbled on Sheng Bailang's lower lip. He particularly cherished the gentle contact of Sheng Bailang's tongue with his own. At times, he would playfully press his tongue against Sheng Bailang's, savoring the interaction. Wen Yunshi preferred soft, languorous kisses. Whenever Sheng Bailang's kisses grew deeper or more fervent, his hands would instinctively push away in protest. After a prolonged moment, Wen Yunshi leaned close to Sheng Bailang's ear, whispering, "Bailang, I want you." His lips still glistened with lingering moisture, and in this regard, Wen Yunshi always seemed to crave more. "Shall I offer you something else?" Sheng Bailang replied in a hushed tone. Wen Yunshi was uncertain about what Sheng Bailang meant by something else. He watched as Sheng Bailang switched on a bedside lamp, fiddled with his phone for a moment, then leaned in to kiss him again. As warmth enveloped them, Sheng Bailang did not proceed further. Wen Yunshi persistently sought more kisses. Suddenly, a doorbell echoed from outside, announcing, "Hello, your delivery has been placed at the door." Sheng Bailang rose to retrieve the delivery. Wen Yunshi sat on the bed, bundled in his blanket, watching as Sheng Bailang returned with the items. "Is that milk tea?" he innocently inquired. "Avoid the slippery stuff," Sheng Bailang replied, sitting at the head of the bed while tearing open the delivery packaging. "Do you know what these are for?" he asked. "Yes," Wen Yunshi nodded. Recalling what he had read, he recognized the items, yet remained oblivious to their purpose and where they were meant to be used, particularly between individuals of the same sex. Until the foreplay commenced in earnest, when Yunshi twisted his body awkwardly, resisting Sheng Bailang's attempts to explore unfamiliar territories. With a frown, he held the blanket loosely and blinked slowly. It is an experience that intertwines pain with joy, a remarkable one for him. His energy could no longer wait for him to ponder, and he succumbed to a deep slumber with his eyes closed. When he awoke the next day, it was already noon. He was unaware of when he had donned his clothes, nor did he realize that it was midday when he finally rose. Bailang was startled by the hoarseness of his own voice as he spoke. Turning to look towards the doorway, he gently caressed his throat, eyes wide with concern. "What has happened to my throat?" he wondered. Perhaps he had not hydrated sufficiently after perspiring the previous night and had caught a chill. Sheng Bailang approached him from the living room. As he braced himself on the bed to rise, an unusual sensation enveloped his backside. "Bailang, I feel uncomfortable. My bottom aches." He covered his rear with his hand, his small face scrunched up in dismay. He had applied medicine in the morning. The lingering discomfort was likely a result of that. "After breakfast, I will apply some more medication," Sheng Bailang assured him. He poured a glass of warm water and drank it. When Yunshi received the cup, asking, "Bailang, are we returning today?" "Yes, we are." The blue blanket still retained the warmth of Wen Yunshi's body. In the intervals while he drank, Sheng Bailang folded it and placed it into the suitcase. After finishing the full glass of water, Wen Yunshi was asked, "Do you need more? Is your throat still uncomfortable?" Sheng Bailang took the cup from him. Wen Yunshi carefully assessed his throat and shook his head. There was no significant discomfort, merely a hoarse quality to his voice that he found unusual. The porridge ordered by butler Liu remained warm in the living room. Sheng Bailang planned to have him eat it once he finished washing up. The Chow siblings had explored the nearby food street and shopped at several quaint stores, acquiring numerous delightful trinkets. They brought back a cup of coffee and a cup of milk tea for Sheng Bailang and Wen Yunshi. Chow Lin rang the doorbell, calling out, "Alang, open the door." As Wen Yunshi was savoring his porridge, he instinctively reached for his phone upon hearing Chow Lin Rant's voice. "Bailang, where's my phone?" His phone had run out of battery the previous night while they were out, and he had found it cumbersome to keep it in his pants pocket, so he had stashed it in Sheng Bailang's bag instead. "Why do you need your phone after finishing your porridge?" Sheng Bailang stood up to answer the door. Chow Lin ran, and Xiao Xiaoning entered, with Xiao Xiaoning carrying the 2 cups of milk tea. "I got you a cup of coffee and a milk tea for Xiao Shi," she announced. "Thank you." "Sister Ning, I'm here." Wen Yunshi, appearing well-rested, asked, Shall we play games together? Naturally, the search for his phone was to indulge in gaming. Sheng Bailang closed the door, admonishing Wen Yunshi, I will not allow you to be consumed by games and neglect your ambitions. Laughter erupted from Xiao Linran, who settled onto the nearby sofa. You're only just having breakfast? Xiao Xianning set down the beverages, looking particularly lovely with her meticulously applied makeup, as she had plans to meet friends in the city that evening. Thus, she would not be returning with them on the afternoon flight. Yes, I just woke up, Wen Yunshi replied, having lost track of time and still believing it was morning. Xiao Xining did not pay much attention to Wen Yunji and casually inquired, did Xiaoji sleep for so long today? Is the new environment making it difficult to adjust? A nervous chuckle escaped Wen Yunji's lips, recalling last night's mischief. As Sheng Bailang settled onto the sofa, he queried, what mischief? Xiao Linran tilted his head in curiosity. The neckline of Wen Yunji's pajamas was slightly low, revealing faint yet unmistakable hickeys on his fair skin. When Xiao Xining also cast a puzzled glance, a hint of embarrassment graced her features. Xiao Linran took several moments to process the situation, exclaiming, oh. Sheng Bailang sighed, forcing a smile. Xiaoji. Yes. Wen Yunji displayed no signs of embarrassment. Rather, he was simply forthright. After finishing his porridge, Sheng Bailang reminded him, we need to depart soon to catch our flight. Without his phone, Wen Yunji was oblivious to the time and asked, Isn't our flight in the afternoon? Isn't it afternoon now? Xiao Linran held up his phone screen for him to see. It was past 1 o'clock, and their flight was at 4:30. What? Wen Yunji exclaimed, still clutching his half-finished bowl of porridge. Why did I sleep until 1? No wonder I feel so hungry. He hastily finished the porridge and reached for the milk tea on the table. Sheng Bailang gently pressed down on the milk tea bag, preventing him from retrieving it. First, go to your room and find some clothes to change into. Can't I have the milk tea first? I want to drink it now. He gazed intently at Sheng Bailang's hand resting on the milk tea bag. It was bought for me by Sister Ning. Change your clothes first, Sheng Bailang insisted, eyeing the conspicuous marks at his neckline. You can drink it after you change. All right, Wen Yunji relented, releasing his grip and rising to head towards his room. As he walked, he called out, Xiao Linran, can Sister Ning wait for me to change so I can drink the milk tea while playing games? Xiao Linran awkwardly responded with a hum, while Xiao Xining remained seated on the sofa, absorbed in her phone, no longer glancing up at Wen Yunji. Chapter 8. Thick socks upon emerging from his room in fresh attire, Wen Yunji confidently sat on the sofa with legs crossed. He eagerly opened the milk tea gifted by Xiao Xining, taking a generous sip. Thank you, Sister Ning, for the milk tea. It's absolutely delightful. Xiao Xining nodded, feeling a bit awkward as she continued to look at her phone. After finishing the milk tea, Wen Yunji extended his hand toward Sheng Bailang. Bailang, I need my phone. Are you eager to grab your phone and dive into gaming the moment you wake up? Sheng Bailang rose to retrieve the fully charged phone from the table for him. I'm on break now, Wen Yunji asserted confidently, meeting Sheng Bailang's gaze. I endure a grueling work week. Is it so wrong to play games a little during my holiday? He opened the game and began to play, speaking to himself. The two siblings from the Qiao family, embodying youthful innocence, felt a twinge of awkwardness. They silently launched Honor of Kings without uttering a word. The trio played together for 2 rounds when Butler Lu knocked on the door from outside. Young master. It's time to head to the airport. All right, Sheng Bailang replied, observing them engrossed in a fierce battle. He quietly stood up to open the door, allowing the attendant to come in and assist with loading the luggage into the vehicle. Housekeeper Lu noticed 3 individuals engrossed in a game on the sofa, and he nodded before turning to take the elevator downstairs, allowing someone to come up and retrieve the suitcase. Once the game concluded, Xiao Xining bid farewell to Wen Yunshi, stating that she had arranged to meet a friend and would visit again another day. Wen Yunshi, still seated cross-legged on the sofa, felt a twinge of reluctance at her departure. He inquired, when is this another day? I enjoy spending time with you. Xiao Xining, rising to leave, paused momentarily and replied, when you have time over the weekend, Sister Ning will come find you. Otherwise, you can reach out to me on your phone whenever you're free, and I can join you online. Does Xiao Linran feel the same? Wen Yunshi turned to Xiao Linran. Would you also come find me when you're free? Before Xiao Linran could respond, Sheng Bailang took a seat on the sofa, clutching his thick socks. If they cannot come to play with you, then you should have the driver take you to them. Sheng Bailang gestured for Qiao Linran to remain silent while skillfully assisting Wen Yunshi in putting on his socks. Wen Yunshi rested his chilly feet on Sheng Bailang's lap and asked, "Will you accompany me to find them?" Sheng Bailang replied, "If I am unavailable, you may go find them on your own." He gently touched Wen Yunshi's cold feet. Qiao Linran suggested, "I could also go to the Sheng family to pick you up and bring you to my home. What do you think, Xiao Shi? Bailang, will you come with me?" Wen Yunshi glanced between Qiao Linran and Sheng Bailang. Qiao Xining observed from the side, perplexed by Sheng Bailang's desire to nurture Wen Yunshi's independence while meticulously attending to small tasks like putting on socks and eating. Clearly, fostering his ability to venture out independently could commence with these minor activities. If Xiao Shi wishes to see Sister Ning and Lin Ran, he should request the driver to take him to them, Sheng Bailang advised, carefully finishing Wen Yunshi's socks. "I will not go." Wen Yunshi looked at Qiao Linran and pleaded, "Please ask Bailang to accompany me in the future." His innocent, sincere eyes made it difficult for Qiao Linran to refuse. Observing Sheng Bailang retrieving shoes for Wen Yunshi, Qiao Linran remarked, "I think it would be more effective if you pleaded with Bailang, perhaps by being a little coy." "How does one act coy?" Wen Yunshi inquired earnestly. Qiao Linran was surprised by his question, as he had assumed Wen Yunshi would naturally know how to be charming. After contemplating for a moment, he leaned in a whisper in Wen Yunshi's ear, "If he is reluctant, just call him husband." "I did." Wen Yunshi recalled the previous night when Sheng Bailang had prompted him to say it. Frowning, he said to Qiao Linran, "Calling him husband is ineffective. Bailang will, hey. What are you doing?" He pulled Sheng Bailang's hand away from his mouth, confusion etched on his face. Realizing what Wen Yunshi was about to say, Qiao Xining stiffened and quickly tucked her phone away. "I must take my leave now. Please message me when you return." With that, she departed without a backward glance, leaving only Qiao Linran standing there. I will head downstairs to bring my suitcase down and wait for you on the first floor." After the two hurriedly departed, Sheng Bailang adjusted Wen Yunshi's posture and, with a serious expression, remarked, "Xiaoji." Replied Wen Yunshi, tugging at the uncomfortable thick socks. Sheng Bailang halted his hand, indicating that such intimate matters did not require honesty with others. "Isn't that permissible to discuss?" Wen Yunshi withdrew his hand from Sheng Bailang's grasp, swiftly and skillfully removing the offending socks within a second. "I won't wear thick socks. They are uncomfortable." Sheng Bailang patiently took the socks from him, insisting, "This matter must remain between us, without third-party knowledge." He firmly grasped Wen Yunshi's ankle and slid the socks back on. "All right, I shall refrain from mentioning it henceforth." Wen Yunshi attempted to pry Sheng Bailang's hand away, questioning, "Can I not wear thick socks?" "Without them, your feet will be freezing," replied Sheng Bailang, as he donned the socks and shoes on Wen Yunshi's feet. Wen Yunshi, feeling uneasy, rubbed his foot against Sheng Bailang's arm's inner side, frowning in discomfort. "It's uncomfortable. Thin socks are for summer." Uncomfortable. With a pout and tightly pressed lips, he radiated a distinct aura of displeasure. The door remained ajar as Steward Liu entered, announcing, "Young master, it is time to depart." Responded Sheng Bailang, tying Wen Yunshi's shoelaces and guiding him to his feet. After they exited, Steward Liu lingered to collect the room card and shut the door. Wen Yunshi, on the verge of a minor tantrum, lagged behind despite being led by Sheng Bailang. Steward Liu, wary of inciting trouble, refrained from inquiring about the situation between them. No sulking. Who wore thin socks in this chilly weather? Sheng Bailang ushered him into the elevator. Wen Yunshi kept his head down, silent. Steward Liu entered the elevator, silently adopting the role of an invisible presence. Wen Yunshi's gaze fixated on Steward Liu's shoes as he finally broke the silence upon exiting the elevator, asking, "Steward Liu, are you wearing thick socks?" "Ah, steward Liu stammered, casting a guilty glance at Sheng Bailang, clearly also without thick socks. Typically, he seldom ventured out of the Sheng residence, where heating was constant, rendering thick socks unnecessary. This business trip was an unforeseen circumstance, and thus, he had not considered wearing them. Chapter 81. Thin socks. Wen Yunshi's displeasure regarding thick socks persisted throughout the flight and continued until their return to the Sheng residence, his expression consistently reflecting irritation. Upon arriving home, the first thing he did was remove his shoes. After changing, he lingered at the doorway, prompting Sheng Bailang to assume he awaited some comfort. However, when Sheng Bailang finally looked up after changing his shoes, he found Wen Yunshi staring at Steward Liu with reddened eyes. At that moment, Steward Liu was in the doorway, changing into his home slippers, wearing the very gray thin socks that had incited Wen Yunshi's discontent. Steward Liu sensed impending trouble, realizing today might lead to complications. Sheng Bailang sighed and began to speak nonsensically. You are still young. Your feet are prone to cold. Thus you must wear thick socks. I am 22, and I have legally registered our relationship. I am no longer a child, retorted Wen Yunshi. He gazed with wide eyes, head held high, exuding an air of defiance that left Sheng Bailang at a loss. As Sheng Bailang circumvented him, he retorted, You are younger than me and Butler Liu. Bailang, you are being unreasonable. I refuse to wear thick socks. He bent down and ripped off the socks, flinging them forcefully onto the floor. I detest thick socks, he declared. Turning to Butler Liu, you are not to help me wash those thick socks. Butler Liu, with his hands tucked into his pockets, stood at the doorway, watching as he tossed the socks before retrieving them from the floor, ultimately disposing of them in the trash bin. After completing this act, Wen Yunshi chuckled softly and followed closely behind Sheng Bailang, diligently washing his hands. Having abstained from marbles and Lego for 2 days, he was eager to ascend the stairs. From behind, Sheng Bailang called out, Dinner is ready. You can play after eating. With a sullen expression, he turned and took a cautious step down the 3 flights of stairs. Such reckless actions are forbidden, Sheng Bailang admonished as he cast a glance in his direction. Placing the tablet on the living room sofa before retrieving a pair of thin socks from the shoe cabinet by the door, Wen Yunshi approached the sofa and picked up the tablet that Sheng Bailang had prepared for work. May I play a small game? Sheng Bailang replied, settling onto the sofa. Play for a bit, then we will eat. Wen Yunshi, with his legs crossed, felt Sheng Bailang tugging at them. It's not cold at home. No socks. Sheng Bailang said nonchalantly, thin socks. Even with the heating on, if Wen Yunshi did not wear socks, his feet would remain perpetually cold. I can do without them at home. He pouted, using his other foot to nudge Sheng Bailang, though he was hesitant to exert too much force, fearing he might hurt him. Butler Liu also wears thin socks. Just look. This time, Sheng Bailang did not deceive him, as he was indeed putting the socks on him. Wen Yunshi ceased his struggle, yet remained displeased, muttering, I'm unhappy. I don't want to wear socks. Can I not wear them? Without socks, your feet will be cold. If you catch a cold, you'll need medicine, and if you have a fever, you'll need an injection. Holding the tablet, Wen Yunshi protested, I don't like wearing them. Aunt Wang never forced me to wear them. You are not as good as Aunt Wang. He sulked, playing with the tablet. Sheng Bailang initially intended to retort, but then thought, hearing Xiaoshi say this makes me a bit sad. After putting the socks on him, Sheng Bailang moved to the opposite side of the sofa, deliberately choosing a seat farthest from Wen Yunshi. Suddenly, Wen Yunshi, who had been engrossed in his game, looked up at Sheng Bailang, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Silently, he rose from the sofa and approached, sitting closely next to Sheng Bailang. No sooner had he settled down than Sheng Bailang sighed softly and shifted to a different position. It seemed he had come to realize the gravity of the situation. He set down the tablet and ceased playing. With legs now on the ground, he slipped on his shoes, then boldly straddled Sheng Bailang's lap. Bailang, don't be sad. Sheng Bailang, meeting the sincerity in his eyes, could not suppress the smile that welled up within him. Wen Yunshi, oblivious to the humor, wrapped his arms around Sheng Bailang's neck, murmuring, I'm sorry, I was just trying to irritate you. You're just as good as Aunt Wang. He offered a quiet apology, please don't be sad, okay? If there were levels to the art of consolation and apology, Wen Yunshi would undoubtedly reign as the champion. He gazes earnestly into your eyes, his expression marked by guilt and unease as he meets your gaze, softly admitting his fault and offering his sincerest apologies. No matter how steadfast Sheng Bailang may be, he finds it impossible to remain unmoved. Is Xiaoshi missing Aunt Wang? Sheng Bailang holds him close against the back of the sofa. Wen Yunshi leans into his shoulder, yearning for Aunt Wang, just as he once longed for his mother. Yet, Aunt Wang visited me in a dream, saying she is doing well and encouraging me to live fully. Although his voice is barely above a whisper, his emotions resonate with clarity. Sheng Bailang gently caresses his back, replying, "If Aunt Wang does come in my dreams, I will tell her that Xiao Shi is diligently working and living well, all right? Yes, I will be obedient." There's a hint of playful pride in his tone. "I have been eating well, and I don't cry at night anymore. I'm also studying hard every day. In any case, I am very obedient. You must tell Aunt Wang that Xiao Shi has been well behaved, without throwing tantrums or causing trouble." All right, Xiao Shi has indeed been well behaved, without any outbursts. Sheng Bailang comforts him, ensuring that he wears socks, so his feet do not get cold. Wen Yunshi nods, then shakes his head, asserting that he can manage without socks. He straightens up and declares, "I don't like wearing socks." Sheng Bailang chuckles softly, shaking his head in resignation. The child is growing up, becoming less easily persuaded. Butler Liu has prepared dinner for the evening and enters the living room in his home slippers, announcing, "Young Master One, dinner is ready." Wen Yunshi climbs down from Sheng Bailang's lap and approaches Butler Liu. "Butler Liu, can you not wear socks at home?" Liu instinctively glances down at his feet, confirming he is indeed wearing socks, and reassures him, "Young Master One, please don't put me in a difficult position. It is quite cold. And one should wear socks even at home." Wen Yunshi, dissatisfied with the response, pouts. "But there is heating in the house. Why wear socks?" Liu explains politely, cautious not to provoke Wen Yunshi's temper. After dinner, Wen Yunshi wishes to play beneath the grapevine in the backyard. The wind is strong, and the air is frigid. Sheng Bailang refuses to let him go, insisting he stay in the study where it is warm. It's not cold. The glass blocks the wind. Wen Yunshi stands at the study door, clutching a pile of building blocks. Sheng Bailang, seated at the computer, does not lift his head, firmly stating no. Despite his resolve, Wen Yunshi clings to his Lego, refusing to relent. He has not played in the backyard for 5 or 6 days due to the cold. Chapter 82. A fire in the backyard. Come here. Sheng Bailang beckons, extending his hand. Wen Yunshi takes a half step back, causing 2 blocks to tumble from his arms onto the floor. Frowning, he bends down carefully to retrieve the fallen toys, but picks up 2 only to drop 3 more. After a struggle, he manages to gather them all, yet another falls from his grasp. Sheng Bailang stood at the door, observing the unfolding scene with a smile as he took out his phone to capture the moment. After several attempts, approximately 6 times, Wen Yunshi, in a fit of frustration, tossed all the Lego bricks he had been gathering onto the ground. Sheng Bailang recorded the incident on video, refraining from intervening or speaking, silently watching his reaction. After a couple of minutes of solitary anger, Wen Yunshi rolled up his sleeves and began to retrieve the Lego pieces he had carelessly scattered. The distance was too great for Sheng Bailang to hear the unflattering words escaping Wen Yunshi's lips, but he could see the furrowed brow and the way his mouth moved in quiet indignation as he diligently picked up the discarded pieces and tucked them back into his clothing. It was reminiscent of how he would push away documents during moments of irritation, even going so far as to deliberately send them flying to the floor, only to later retrieve them and continue his review. This behavior might have stemmed from childhood habits, or perhaps from the fact that after losing his mother, Aunt Wang had been unable to provide the nurturing he needed. Thus, with little patience, he would console himself and clean up the mess after each outburst. Once he finished tidying up, he looked at Sheng Bailang, his expression pleading, "Can I go play downstairs?" His demeanor appeared obedient, yet he stubbornly repeated the question several times, seeking permission to descend and play. "Come over and put on your socks before you go down," Sheng Bailang replied, feeling his heart soften at the sight of Wen Yunshi. Approaching him, Wen Yunshi asked, "Can I skip wearing thick socks?" "No," came the firm response. "What if I wear just one sock? Can I leave the other foot bare?" Wen Yunshi, Sheng Bailang said, bending down to help him with both socks. "No bargaining. If business could be negotiated, why not the matter of socks?" He always had his own logic, finding numerous reasons to challenge Sheng Bailang. "Because love does not involve bargaining," Sheng Bailang replied, as Wen Yunshi pondered. "But I believe bargaining is beneficial. It allows one to persuade the other to achieve desired goals. Once Sheng Bailang had dressed him appropriately, he looked up earnestly. "You have learned well what I have taught you, but we are not conducting business. We are in love. I want to do business with you. I want a bargain," Wen Yunshi retorted, displeased with the socks on his feet. "Are you going down or not? If not, then you can play on the soft mat." Sheng Bailang pointed towards the toy room across the desk. In response, Wen Yunshi beamed a carefree smile at Sheng Bailang. "Goodbye, Bailang. I'm going to play." He turned and walked away, muttering, "I don't want to play here. I want to go downstairs today." Sheng Bailang picked up his phone to contact the butler. "Little Sure has gone to the backyard. Please take the electric heater there and turn it on." The maid, having received the instructions from Butler Liu, went to the storage room to retrieve the heater for the backyard. "Young Master One, is it all right if I place the heater on the ground to blow warm air towards your feet?" she asked as she plugged it in. Given the chilly evening weather, she adjusted the heater to the highest setting. "Is this suitable, young Master One?" "Thank you," he replied, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, intently assembling the Lego pieces. As he became engrossed in building with Lego, he absent-mindedly removed his thick socks as the temperature rose. Directly in front of the heater stood a trash bin, filled with a collection of autumn leaves from the grapevine. The prolonged warmth propelled the contents of the trash bag, including the dried leaves, towards their ignition point. A small fire silently ignited within the bin. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Yunshi remained hunched over the sofa, engrossed in examining the assembly of his Lego creations. As the temperature continued to rise, he discarded his socks. It was not until the flames licked at the nearby blinds that he turned around, bewildered, to see the fire growing before him. Lowering his gaze, he gathered all the Lego pieces into his arms, wrapping them in his clothing, casting a helpless glance outside. "Bailang," he whispered so softly that even if Sheng Bailang stood beside him, he might not have heard. In the front garden, Butler Liu felt the cool breeze and worried whether Wen Yunshi might be cold in the back garden. Thus, he fetched a blanket from the guest room and made his way to the rear. From a distance, he spotted the flickering flames near the grapevine. Instantly comprehending the situation, Butler Liu raised his hand to press the button on his walkie-talkie, summoning the men of the household. He dropped the blanket and hurriedly ran to retrieve the fire extinguisher. Those in the front garden received the alert and immediately grabbed extinguishers, taking a shortcut through the living room to reach the back. Upstairs, Sheng Bailang heard the commotion below and glanced towards the study door. Upon hearing a servant mention a fire, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly descended the stairs. Wen Yunshi had never witnessed such an inferno encircling him. Even the night before, when he had accompanied Sheng Bailang to a fire-breathing circus act, he had recoiled in fear. Now, he cowered in a corner, paralyzed by fright, unable to cry out or move, his eyes fixated on the voracious flames, arms tightly wrapped around himself. Scorching, dry grass was blown against his foot, prompting him to grimace and lift it. Outside, Butler Liu was battling the flames. The fire had spread outward, crackling as it consumed the burgeoning grapevines. After several extinguishers had been deployed, he rushed inside, intent on bringing Wen Yunshi to safety. But seeing the flames still raging, Wen Yunshi dared not move. In a panic, he shook his head at Butler Liu, fearful of the heat. His throat constricted by terror as he managed to utter those four words. Sheng Bailang sprinted towards the back garden, ignoring the encroaching flames as he boldly stepped into the half-burned grapevine structure. "Xiao Shi," he called, reaching out to embrace the frightened child. At that moment, upon seeing Sheng Bailang, Wen Yunshi's fear erupted. The Lego pieces tumbled from his arms, and a piercing cry echoed through the garden. Sheng Bailang held the trembling child tightly, his expression more serious than ever. How could you leave one person to guard in such cold weather? Butler Liu stood aside, burdened with guilt, his head bowed and his posture slightly hunched. "I will summon the family doctor immediately," he declared, ready to accept any reprimand from the young master. Sheng Bailang cast a lingering glance at Butler Liu before departing the garden while cradling Wen Yunshi in his arms. Within 10 minutes, Butler Liu returned to the living room with the family doctor in tow. Wen Yunshi, seated on the sofa, had ceased his tears, his eyelashes were damp, and he stared vacantly at an empty corner of the room, lost in thought. The family doctor, equipped with burn ointment and antiseptics, inquired, "Young master, has Wen Xiao sustained any injuries? We must examine him first." Sheng Bailang had already conducted a thorough inspection moments earlier. It was evident that only the dorsum of his left foot and ankle were blistered from a burn, with the once pristine skin now tinged with red. The family doctor requested Butler Liu to fetch purified water, gently rinsing the affected areas for a quarter of an hour. He then retrieved iodine and a fine needle from his medical kit. Upon seeing the needle, Wen Yunshi instinctively recoiled his foot and protested, "No needles. I don't want an injection." He attempted to rise, but Sheng Bailang held him securely, assuring him, "It's not an injection. We're merely disinfecting and applying ointment to the blisters." Covering Wen Yunshi's eyes with his hand, he whispered, "I promise, draining the blisters one tea hurt. All right?" His voice trembled with concern. Wen Yunshi, still in shock, fell silent for several moments, lost in a daze. "It hurts so much," he whimpered, tears welling in his voice. Butler Liu, feeling responsible for the incident, stood nearby, his heart aching as he watched the doctor tend to Wen Yunshi's injuries. After disinfecting the foot and ankle, the doctor carefully punctured the blisters with a fine needle. Unaware of the procedure due to his covered eyes, Wen Yunshi felt a searing pain radiating from his foot. The lingering fear of the flames caused his hands to tremble as he instinctively pinched the flesh of his other palm. Seeing this, Sheng Bailang furrowed his brow in worry, murmuring, "Little Shi, don't be afraid. It's all over now." The wounds were dressed with burn ointment, and the foot and ankle carefully wrapped in gauze. As the doctor closed his medical kit, he stated, "For the next few days, the wounds must not come into contact with water. I will return tomorrow morning, noon, and evening to apply medicine and change the bandages. I need to bathe." When Yunshi's voice was barely a whisper, Sheng Bailang gently gathered his trembling hands, saying, "No bathing. Little Shi hasn't tea-sweated and is not dirty. It's cold. A simple wipe down will suffice for now." The doctor stood up, advising at night, "Do not cover your feet with blankets while sleeping. Avoid excessive heating, as overheating may lead to inflammation. Thank you for your hard work." Sheng Bailang instructed Butler Liu to escort the doctor to the door. When Yunshi's palms continued to tremble uncontrollably, and his voice, quieter than usual, made it difficult for Sheng Bailang to hear him without leaning close. "I'm here. Don't be afraid, all right? It's all behind us now." Sheng Bailang enveloped him, unsure how to alleviate his fears. "I'm here," he reassured. Sheng Bailang lifted him from the sofa and headed upstairs. After seeing off the family doctor, Butler Liu summoned all the servants together. The maid, who was supposed to stand in the backyard, was frequently running to the restroom due to discomfort from her menstrual period. Consequently, the fire that erupted in the garden went unnoticed. Steward Liu dared not contemplate the calamity that might have ensued had he not decided to deliver a blanket. After discerning the cause of the incident, he returned to the backyard to gather the scattered Lego pieces, ensuring they were cleaned and properly stored in their box. Wen Yunshi sat by the bedside, pale and devoid of color. "Young master," Steward Liu announced, carrying the cleaned Lego. "The pieces that you dropped have been tidied up. Let us place them in the study. We shall address other matters tomorrow," he added. Sheng Bailang emerged from the restroom with a washcloth, gently wiping Wen Yunshi's face. As the damp cloth touched his skin, Wen Yunshi came back to his senses and looked at the person before him. "Bailang, I am here. It's all right now. I assent it." Sheng Bailang, unable to hear his words, discerned through the movement of his lips that he was calling his name. Noticing the time, 10:20, he suggested, "Shall we change into our pajamas and sleep?" "No," Wen Yunshi replied, his gaze lost in the emptiness on the carpet, his mind adrift. Sheng Bailang crouched in front of him, blocking his line of sight. "Do you want a hug, Xiaoshi?" After a slow nod from Wen Yunshi, he stood, seated himself on the edge of the bed, and embraced him. Time passed slowly, and at 11:05, Wen Yunshi's sobs emerged from Sheng Bailang's embrace. His emotions did not respond as those of a typical person would to an abrupt, terrifying incident. Instead, he required a longer duration to process what had transpired, gradually allowing his fear to manifest through tears. Salty tears streamed down Wen Yunshi's cheeks as he buried his face in Sheng Bailang's chest, feeling both aggrieved and frightened. Downstairs, Steward Lu stood at the staircase, hesitant to move even an inch. Although the master bedroom was soundproof, he could still hear Wen Yunshi's cries, initially heart-wrenching and gradually fading into silence. Holding the frail figure in his arms, Sheng Bailang felt a heart-wrenching pain, unable to utter a single word of comfort. Bailang, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken off my socks. Wen Yunshi eventually spoke as his emotions began to settle. His feet and ankles still throbbed with pain, and he uncomfortably shifted his legs. You didn't see the fire starting, did you? Sheng Bailang, filled with dread, looked down at Wen Yunshi's tear-streaked eyes. Wen Yunshi rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. No, I just felt it getting hotter. Don't rub. Your hands are dirty and might get infected. Sheng Bailang admonished gently, retrieving a tissue to wipe away the remnants of tears. Bailang, may I take a shower? Wen Yunshi straightened up, his face flushed from crying and feeling sticky from perspiration. Your feet cannot touch water. No shower tonight, Sheng Bailang replied, brushing back his hair to reveal his smooth forehead, his fondness nearly spilling over. This evening marked the first time a servant in Sheng Bailang's household had lost their temper. Over the years, he had maintained leniency towards their occasional minor mistakes, allowing them to pass without strict reprimand. However, after tonight, the management of the servants shall be conducted with utmost rigor starting tomorrow. Wen Yunshi's gaze lingered towards the bathroom. He yearned for a bath, pondering if it were possible to wash without wetting his feet. He felt uncomfortable, sticky all over. His voice was soft and tinged with a hint of coaxing. It was evident that Wen Yunshi merely wished to take a bath, and even if he desired to board the spaceship, Sheng Bailang could not bear to refuse him. He gently placed Wen Yunshi on the bed, saying, I will run the water for you in the bathtub and come to embrace you shortly. Just sit still. All right. Wen Yunshi quietly sat on the bed, awaiting Sheng Bailang as assistance. He lowered his gaze to inspect his soiled attire. Bailang, could you kindly ask Butler Lu to send someone to change the sheets? They have become dirty. Some burnt grass and ash were scattered upon the linens. Just a moment. Sheng Bailang replied from the bathroom, as he took it upon himself to call Butler Lu. Upon receiving the call downstairs, Butler Lu was momentarily taken aback. He glanced upwards towards the direction of the room and promptly pressed the answer button. Young Master Wen, have you gone to bed yet, Butler Lu? Wen Yunshi spoke softly into the phone. Could you send someone up to change the sheets? I made a mess. Oh, not yet. I will send someone up right away. Wen Yunshi kept his eyes fixed on the bathroom. Butler Lu, please do not be upset. Bailang did not mean to scold you. Earlier, in the garden, he had witnessed Sheng Bailang in a state of panic, which led him to recall that stern aspect of Sheng Bailang's demeanor, prompting him to speak softly to Butler Lu. It is nothing, young Master Wen. It was our oversight. He did not scold us. Butler Lu reassured him while he walked over to instruct a maid to retrieve clean linens. All right, could you please use blue sheets? I prefer blue, Wen Yunshi replied, half leaning on the bed, gently swinging his little legs to alleviate the pain. Butler Lu responded affirmatively, instructing the maid to select the sole light blue set from a pile of dark and light gray sheets. This particular set had previously adorned the guest room for Wen Yunshi's use. Bailang emerged. I'm done, he said, and upon Wen Yunshi saying goodnight, Butler Lu, he hung up the phone, turning to Sheng Bailang. I've called Butler Lu to arrange for someone to change the sheets. Such a good boy, Sheng Bailang said as he scooped him up and carried him into the bathroom, steadying him against the sink. Let me help you with your pants. I can do it myself, Wen Yunshi replied, his cheeks slightly flushed. I can take off my clothes. We did it last night. Sheng Bailang helped him out of his shirt first. At that moment, the maid arrived at the door. Young master, I'm here to change the sheets. Come in, Sheng Bailang replied, shutting the bathroom door behind him. The maid entered, ready to replace the linens. Wen Yunshi, unable to stand comfortably due to his foot, allowed Sheng Bailang to assist him in bathing, being cradled naked into the bathroom with his injured foot resting outside the tub. The water temperature was just right, and when Yunshi relaxed his eyes in comfort, Sheng Bailang squatted beside him, gently wiping his face with a towel before washing his hair. After washing him up, he gently lifted the person from the bathtub and placed him on the chair that had just been prepared, ensuring that Wen Yunshi's injured foot remained dry. When Yunshi took the hairdryer to dry his hair, Sheng Bailang stepped out to fetch underwear and pajamas, which he brought back for him to wear. By the time everything was settled, it was nearly 1 in the morning. After turning off the lights, Wen Yunshi lay in bed, unable to find sleep. The wound on his foot throbbed painfully, yet he dared not express his discomfort or act spoiled. Since it was he who had chosen to remove his socks and insisted on playing, he felt a sense of responsibility for his own predicament. Sheng Bailang, observing the injured foot, left the blanket off it, noting how Wen Yunshi tossed and turned with the blanket, unable to sleep. Facing him, Wen Yunshi pleaded, "Please don't be angry with Steward Liu." "I'm not angry with Steward Liu," Sheng Bailang explained calmly. Wen Yunshi, however, insisted on wrapping the blanket around Sheng Bailang's hand, which rested beside him. "But you scolded Steward Liu, I remember that. Shouldn't they have inquired about the fire in the backyard?" Sheng Bailang withdrew his hand from the blanket. "But Steward Liu is a good person. Please don't be angry with him." Ignoring Sheng Bailang's refusal, Wen Yunshi insisted on wrapping his hand in the blanket and holding close. "I'm not angry with Steward Liu. Just sleep now. You need to apply ointment to your foot in the morning." Sheng Bailang surrendered, allowing his arm to be enveloped like a spring roll. "Bailang, please don't be angry with me for taking off my socks." Wen Yunshi reflected earnestly, believing that had he not removed his socks, he might not have gotten hurt. Sheng Bailang placed his hand over Wen Yunshi's eyes. "I'm not angry. Is your foot very painful?" It hurts a lot. I can't sleep." Wen Yunshi lifted his injured foot and placed it on Sheng Bailang's belly. "Can you touch it for me?" In the past, Aunt Wang would soothe him when he was hurt, saying that a gentle touch or a blow would alleviate the pain. Sheng Bailang used his unwrapped hand to stroke Wen Yunshi's calf, occasionally kneading the soft flesh of his calf. Wen Yunshi felt the comfort of Sheng Bailang's touch, which alleviated some of the discomfort in his foot and ankle. He closed his eyes. "I dropped my Lego so many times today. I wonder if it's broken. If it's broken, I'll buy you a new one. Can I have one that is exactly the same?" "Of course." "Bailang, has the grape trellis I like disappeared? Will it not bear grapes next year?" "Tomorrow, I'll have Steward Liu arrange for a new one for you. Can I have a bigger one? Can there be a large bed under the grape trellis?" "Yes, but if you don't sleep soon, you won't have anything at all." "Can't I speak?" "No." "All right." Wen Yunshi leaned his forehead against Sheng Bailang's shoulder, embracing the blanket and his arm, closing his eyes to drift into sleep. After falling asleep, his foot began to fidget restlessly. Sheng Bailang gently secured his legs, resting them on his abdomen. In the middle of the night, Wen Yunshi felt both tired and in pain. "Bailang," he murmured with closed eyes, "my foot hurts." Sheng Bailang, half asleep, opened his eyes, reached out to massage Wen Yunshi's calf, and said, "Let me touch it. Just sleep, my dear." Wen Yunshi rubbed his face against the blanket, then raised his chin to nuzzle against Sheng Bailang's arm. Emitting a distressed hum, Sheng Bailang exchanged the kneading for gentle pats, soothing him by caressing his calves. After about 10 minutes of soft murmurs, Wen Yunshi drifted back into slumber. At 9:30 in the morning, the family doctor arrived downstairs with a medical kit, but Wen Yunshi remained asleep. Sheng Bailang postponed all morning meetings until the afternoon, converting them into online sessions. Neither of them intended to visit the office today. Any documents requiring approval would be handled online first, with the remaining approvals to be completed in person tomorrow. Butler Liu ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. "Young master, it's time for young master one to change his dressing." Only then did Sheng Bailang set aside his tablet. "All right, prepare breakfast. I will head down shortly." "Understood." Butler Liu replied and turned to descend. When Yunshi was awakened, groggily opening his eyes, the moment he saw Sheng Bailang, he exclaimed, "Bailang, my foot hurts so much." "I know," Sheng Bailang replied, turning on the light and rising to wash up. "The doctor will apply some pain relief ointment to your wound shortly." It hurts. Please touch it." When Yunshi lay on the bed, Sheng Bailang obliged. After a night had passed, when Yunshi no longer worried about being scolded for removing his socks, he buried his face deep in the blanket, inhaling deeply. Watching him perform these familiar little gestures, Sheng Bailang pondered. "What is it about the scent of the body wash that you find so delightful?" "I like it." When Yunshi reached out to Sheng Bailang. "My foot hurts. Can I not walk?" Sheng Bailang lifted him up and placed him on a chair in the bathroom to wash up. On the way down, when Yunshi insisted on being carried again, playfully whispering in Sheng Bailang's ear, "Bailang, I think you really like me today. In truth, it was simply that Sheng Bailang was particularly indulgent towards him today. After breakfast, when Yunshi was seated on the sofa, the family doctor opened the medical kit and began disinfecting and rebandaging his wounds. Bailang, will you apply the pain relief ointment for me? My foot still hurts so much. Wen Yunshi said, fixated on the doctor's hands as he attentively examined the injuries on his foot and ankle, hissing softly in discomfort. Noticing that Wen Yunshi's emotional state seemed stable, Sheng Bailang merely sat beside him in silence. The family doctor retrieved an ointment from the kit. Young master, this ointment has pain-relieving properties. Thank you, Wen Yunshi replied, gradually becoming more familiar with the family doctor, no longer resisting their meetings and interactions as he once did. Once the ointment was applied, he instinctively attempted to sit cross-legged on the sofa, but Sheng Bailang quickly grasped his calf to prevent him. Losing his balance, when Yunshi half lay back on the sofa, propping himself up with his hands, he blinked at Sheng Bailang and exclaimed, "You grabbed me. Sitting cross-legged will aggravate your wound. You must refrain from doing so for the next few days," Sheng Bailang said, placing Wen Yunshi's injured foot on his own lap. He opened the news replay on his tablet. "We'll watch this for half an hour, and then we can head to the study to work." "Do we have to work, even if we're not going to the office?" Wen Yunshi wondered, wanting to squat on the carpet to watch the news. But Sheng Bailang held onto his other foot. Thus, he managed to cross one leg while extending the other straight across Sheng Bailang's lap. Upon seeing the scene, Butler Lu couldn't help but marvel at how flexible the young man, Wen Yunshi, was sitting cross-legged on the sofa. It was evident that youth possessed a remarkable suppleness. As for work, Sheng Bailang had cultivated the habit of accompanying him for half an hour of news each morning. Wen Yunshi had initially thought that due to his injury, he could forego work, but upon hearing that he was to work from home, his face fell instantly. "Bailang, can this be considered a work-related injury?" He tilted his head and inquired. "It cannot," Xiao Linran replied. "You're the president. If I act a bit spoiled, can you grant me a day off?" "Is that true?" "Not true," came a response. "All right then." Wen Yunshi began to attentively watch his half-hour of news. In the study, Sheng Bailang diligently attended to his work, holding an online meeting in the afternoon. Wen Yunshi, nearby, munched on fruits and sipped milk tea, occasionally glancing at the urgent documents sent by the secretary. Growing bored, he began to bounce over to the soft mat to play with Lego, lying down and playing. At one point, he even dozed off on the mat in the toy room. Concerned about his injured foot, Sheng Bailang tiptoed over and moved aside the scattered, unfinished Lego pieces to prevent him from accidentally bumping into them. Secretary Lin sent 10 documents to Wen Yunshi, of which Sheng Bailang assisted in reviewing 6. While at home, Wen Yunshi found it nearly impossible to concentrate on work, as the temptations in the study were plentiful. Limited edition Lego sets, tinkling glass marbles, and amber. Butler Lu felt a pang of guilt as he arranged milk tea and cake. Today, Sheng Bailang's indulgence further distracted him from serious work. On the following day, with his injury still not fully healed, Wen Yunshi snuggled under a blanket, reluctant to rise. "Can I skip work today?" "You cannot," Sheng Bailang replied as he gently coaxed him out of bed. "Get washed up and come downstairs for breakfast. You have numerous documents to review today, and you'll need to catch up on yesterday's work. Otherwise, you'll have to stay late tonight. Do you not like me today?" Wen Yunshi asked while brushing his teeth and washing his face. "You seem different from yesterday." Yesterday, Sheng Bailang had nearly acquiesced to his every request, despite the fact that his actual work hours hadn't surpassed an hour. "Whether I like you or not, you must work today," was the firm reply. From the wardrobe, Sheng Bailang selected a casual outfit for Wen Yunshi. After brushing his teeth, Wen Yunshi sat on the bed, noticing that he wore only one thick sock on one foot. "So, it's acceptable to wear just one thick sock now?" His tone was peculiar, and he chuckled to himself as he looked at his foot. The other foot was wrapped in bandages as he made his way downstairs. After breakfast, while in the car, he remarked, "Today, I'm also wearing just one shoe." How strange. His injured foot couldn't bear a shoe, but he would wear it again once healed. Sheng Bailang turned up the volume of the news, saying, "I'll come down to fetch you for lunch." "All right." Today, Wen Yunshi was openly embraced as he entered the company. After Sheng Bailang turned to enter the elevator, Secretary Lin entered Wen Yunshi's office, holding 43 documents. Director Wen, here are the documents from yesterday that require your approval. Today's documents will be delivered shortly. She extracted 10 documents, the ones you reviewed yesterday, while the remaining yellow ones are to be scrutinized today. After speaking, she dared not meet Wen Yunshi's gaze and turned to the door, glancing back to say, "Oh, Director Wen, there's a meeting at 10:30 that will last for an hour." Before Wen Yunshi could respond, she closed the office door behind her. Over the course of their interactions, she had fully grasped Wen Yunshi's temperament. As long as she moved quickly, there was no need for coaxing. Wen Yunshi stared at the towering stack of documents on his desk, pouting in displeasure. He snapped a photo with his phone and sent it to Sheng Bailang, asking, "Is it possible for me to resign?" He then forwarded the documents to Qiao Linran, stating, "You are mistaken. Even if my husband is the CEO, being coy is futile. I still have to return to work after taking leave." After rising early, Qiao Linran chuckled at the message and crawled back into bed, replying, "You are simply adorable, little Shi." He took a screenshot of their conversation and sent it to Sheng Bailang, saying, "Your wife is venting about you to me. Look." Sheng Bailang, well aware of Wen Yunshi's talent for sarcasm, replied to Qiao Linran with a playful expression. Sitting at his desk, Wen Yunshi attempted to calm himself for a while, but found it impossible. He texted Qiao Linran, "Can we play Honor of Kings? Just one match, and then I'll work." For the first time, Qiao Linran received an invitation from Wen Yunshi during work hours. Previously, when he had invited Wen Yunshi during office hours, he was met with a refusal based on the excuse of being busy. "Just one game, please," Wen Yunshi implored, sending a pleading emoji. Little did he know, he had inadvertently exposed himself. Qiao Linran told Sheng Bailang, "Your wife is inviting me to play Honor of Kings while at work. Should I accept?" Upon reading the message, Sheng Bailang raised an eyebrow, thinking, Wen Yunshi has picked up some bad habits. He opened their chat and texted, "No gaming." When Wen Yunshi saw the message, his eyes widened in shock, and he quickly put down his phone to open his computer. He glanced occasionally at the surveillance camera overhead, convinced that Sheng Bailang must be monitoring him. He placed his phone in the farthest corner of his desk, picked up a pen, and began to diligently work on the documents. Chapter 86. Does Bailang like me today? I did not play games. Wen Yunshi was picked up by Sheng Bailang for lunch on the 82nd floor. "I worked diligently this morning, and I even attended a meeting. There are only 8 documents left from yesterday for me to review." His heart raced as he rambled on about his morning's productivity. "You don't believe me? Look, I didn't add any new achievements this morning. Would you like to check?" Wen Yunshi extended his phone towards Sheng Bailang, wearing a sincere expression. Sheng Bailang, observing his anxious gestures, couldn't help but chuckle. "Little Shi, why are you so nervous?" "Where's the nervousness? I simply did not play games," he replied, avoiding Sheng Bailang's gaze and looking elsewhere, insisting, "I was incredibly busy this morning." "Oh, my little Shi was quite busy this morning," Sheng Bailang teased as he opened the thermal container. "But I never said you played games this morning. I merely sent a message to remind you not to." "Is that so?" When Yunshi picked up the chopsticks, and "I initially thought you were grabbing me." This made him glance at the surveillance monitor intermittently throughout the morning, fearing that Sheng Bailang might see him idling away. "Why would I catch you if you're not gaming?" Sheng Bailang casually handed over his dessert. As was his habit, Wen Yunshi indulged in the sweet treat before his meal. "I thought you were watching me on the monitor," he lamented, "which is why I dare not touch my phone all morning. I spent the entire time buried in paperwork." There was a hint of reproach in his tone, blaming Sheng Bailang's words for his misunderstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked so hard that morning, now suffering from a sore neck. Sheng Bailang watched him with an amused expression, knowing that soon, Wen Yunshi might not be able to deceive him. After finishing his dessert, he felt the urge to nap. Despite having rested well the previous night, sleep eluded him today. "Bailang, may I skip my nap to play Honor of Kings with Qiao Linran?" he asked, bundled in a blanket while seated on the bed. "No, close your eyes and sleep," Sheng Bailang replied, turning off the light. Just as Wen Yunshi was about to protest, Sheng Bailang leaned down to kiss him. The lingering, delicate kiss left Wen Yunshi yearning for more. "Can we do what we did that night?" he inquired. "Aren't you feeling uncomfortable?" Sheng Bailang lay back, tucking him under the covers, being mindful of his injured foot. "It feels good," Wen Yunshi admitted, facing Sheng Bailang. Initially uncomfortable, it soon turned pleasurable. Sheng Bailang swallowed hard, feeling a tightness in his throat. "Let us nap now. You can rest early tonight." "All right," Wen Yunshi replied, a smile brightening his face. To him, this was an intimate affair with Sheng Bailang, something both pleasurable and delightful. It was natural to feel a bit addicted after their first experience together. At 5 in the afternoon, the workday concluded. A mountain of unfinished tasks remained on Wen Yunshi's desk. He anxiously wiggled his toes, his mind filled with a strong aversion to overtime. Sheng Bailang descended promptly from upstairs, effortlessly pushing open the door to Wen Yunshi's office. "Not done yet? Oh dear, Wen Yunshi muttered, buried under paperwork, feeling utterly frustrated. His hair was nearly a disheveled mess from running his fingers through it in exasperation. Sheng Bailang approached, pulling out a chair to sit beside him, casually picking up the documents Wen Yunshi had already approved and flipping through them. Although Wen Yunshi's workload was considerable, every document he reviewed was subsequently re-examined by Secretary Lin before reaching Sheng Bailang. Any problematic files would be sent back for Wen Yunshi to re-evaluate. However, Wen Yunshi remained unaware of this. All he knew was that his tasks were numerous. Not realizing that Sheng Bailang invested considerable thought and time in reassessing the files he had reviewed. Seeing Sheng Bailang beside him, he swiftly handed over another stack of documents from his desk. "Bailang, please, could you help me review these?" "You need to handle your own work," Sheng Bailang replied, placing the documents back atop the pile. Wen Yunshi pouted, Please, just a few, and we can finish quicker and head home for dinner." He resembled a child, pleading for assistance with his unfinished homework. Still holding the signed pen, he extended his hands to return half of the documents to Sheng Bailang. Just this once, Sheng Bailang calmly opened the documents before him. Wen Yunshi leaned over the table, occasionally pressing the computer, while Sheng Bailang sat beside him, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation. He set aside the documents that could be approved and placed the disapproved ones face down. Once Wen Yunshi finished reviewing his pile, he finally spoke. "These are approved. Please sign your name." He gestured toward the few documents lying face down. "These are not approved. Come by tomorrow morning to review them. Identify the reasons for disapproval and write your comments to submit to Secretary Lin." All right. Wen Yunshi quickly signed his name on the few documents. All done. Time to leave. He excitedly set down the pen, resembling a student who had finally completed his homework. He neatly organized the disapproved documents and placed them in the file rack on the table. Noticing Wen Yunshi limping as he walked away, Sheng Bailang asked, "Do you want me to carry you?" Wen Yunshi immediately halted. "Does Bailang like me today?" His eyes sparkled with playful mischief, stirring Sheng Bailang's heart. Surely, no one could refuse someone as innocent and kind as Wen Yunshi. Upon returning home, Butler Lu had already prepared the meal. Wen Yunshi perched one leg on the chair, first placing a small piece of crucian carp into his mouth, only to frown. He then turned and shouted toward the door, Butler Lu, something's wrong." Sitting nearby, Sheng Bailang looked at him in confusion, urging him to speak properly. Butler Lu hurriedly rushed in from outside. "What is it, young Master Wen?" Wen Yunshi pointed at the dining table. "The crucian carp is missing ginger strips. It's not tasty. He shook his head as he spoke. Butler Lu examined it closely. "Perhaps the kitchen forgot to add the ginger strips. I will have them prepare a new dish right away." "Will it take long?" Wen Yunshi set down his chopsticks, expressing his desire to eat the crucian carp tonight. Sheng Bailang's expression darkened as he picked up his chopsticks and said blandly, "A small mistake incurs a fine of 1,000. Whoever in the kitchen made this should be made to prepare a new dish immediately." What he initially thought to be a trivial matter caused Wen Yunshi to sit up straight, his eyes innocently looking at Butler Lu. "What do you mean by a fine of 1,000? The recent restructuring of the Sheng family's household rules had resulted in a 25 increase in the maid's wages. However, mistakes would incur corresponding deductions, embodying the principle of reward and punishment. After listening to Butler Lu's brief explanation, Wen Yunshi turned to Sheng Bailang and whispered, "Actually, it seems like it won't be that bad without the ginger strips, right?" Chapter 87. Last sentence. A fine of 1,000 was not much compared to the wages given by the Sheng family, but this system was destined to be enforced. Right or wrong, any mistake would incur consequences. Sheng Bailang placed a piece of green vegetable into Wen Yunshi's bowl, instructing him to eat the other dishes first. Butler Lu nodded slightly as he bowed and exited the dining room, heading to the kitchen to instruct them to prepare a new dish of crucian carp and personally serve it. After dinner, Wen Yunshi was arranged by Sheng Bailang to take a bath. After bathing, the family doctor arrived to treat his foot and change the bandage. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he gazed at Butler Lu with a troubled expression, his face revealing a hesitance to speak. After Sheng Bailang went to his study to work, he returned to the master bedroom and opened the bedside cabinet where he had saved quite a sum of money from the past. He meticulously counted 100 yuan bills in his palm and limped downstairs to find Butler Lu. Lu, with a gentle tone, whispered to him, "This is 1,000 yuan. Please don't deduct from the kitchen staff's wages. All right?" He was unaware of the actual wages of the servants in the Sheng household, but to him, 1,000 yuan felt like a fortune, enough to purchase delicious cakes, milk tea, and instant noodles. Butler Lu looked at Wen Yunshi in astonishment, exclaiming, "Young Master One, this simply cannot be." After waiting for quite some time in the study without seeing Wen Yunshi, Sheng Bailang went searching and discovered him conversing quietly with Butler Lu downstairs. He tiptoed over, eavesdropping on their exchange. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly startled by the unexpected voice, Wen Yunshi jumped, causing the 100 yuan bills to fall conspicuously to the ground. What are you doing scaring me?" He looked at Sheng Bailang with wide-eyed fear, adding, "You mustn't frighten me. What mischief are you planning behind my back?" Sheng Bailang observed his guilty demeanor. Recently, Wen Yunshi had been increasingly secretive, engaging in various activities he had not permitted. As the bills lay scattered on the floor, Sheng Bailang surmised the situation. He reached out, taking Wen Yunshi's hand. "Your little treasure chest must not hold much left, does it?" "I still have plenty of money," Wen Yunshi replied, being drawn closer. Butler Lu, chuckling in disbelief, bent down to collect the fallen money and returned it to Wen Yunshi. "Young master, we truly cannot accept this." Reluctantly, Wen Yunshi placed the money back into the pocket of his pajamas, making it appear quite full. Sheng Bailang remarked, "Since you pleaded on behalf of the kitchen staff, I shall let it slide this time. However, it cannot happen again." Butler Lu bowed his head, expressing his gratitude. Wen Yunshi looked up at Sheng Bailang. "Can we not let it slide next time, too?" "No," he replied, leading Wen Yunshi upstairs. "Mistakes must be met with consequences. Could it be just a deduction of 1 yuan? No, why not?" Wen Yunshi returned to the study and picked up his phone, launching the game Honor of Kings and inviting Xiao Linran to play with him. Sheng Bailang observed as he flopped onto the soft cushion, deciding not to explain further. He turned on his computer to begin his work. Wen Yunshi immersed himself in the game, tuning out the sounds of the world around him. Xiao Linran, save me. Oh no, there is someone in the grass. Hey, Xiao Linran, that little rascal you mentioned is right here. Come quickly. Let's get that little rascal. Wow, that is so scary, but I'm still alive, Xiao Linran. Xiao Linran, hurry and attack this beautiful lady. She's almost out of health. Sheng Bailang furrowed his brow as he observed the small figure turn away from him, realizing he had indeed learned some mischief. Yet in his eyes, this version of Wen Yunshi seemed to possess a more vibrant essence than when he first arrived. The previous Wen Yunshi had been reserved and obedient, easily appeased yet stubborn. He resembled someone raised without guile or much personal thought. In the present day, Wen Yunshi possesses his own perspectives and opinions on many everyday matters, showcasing a variety of interests and hobbies. He engages with a broader circle of individuals, gravitating towards those whom he finds appealing. Wen Yunshi and Xiao Linran indulged in one game after another. At precisely 9:40 in the evening, Sheng Bailang shut down his computer and remarked, "Xiao Shi, once this game concludes, I shall retire for the night." However, Wen Yunshi, engrossed in his mobile device and facing away from him, seemed oblivious to his words. Perhaps he heard them, yet was too enraptured by the game to truly absorb them. Sheng Bailang cast a glance in his direction before retreating to his room for a shower. Upon emerging post-bath, he noticed that Wen Yunshi had yet to return to the bedroom. Clad in his pajamas, he ambled to the study in search of him. Wen Yunshi was in the process of queuing to enter another game. Sheng Bailang reached out and tapped the screen to cancel the match. With a puzzled expression, Wen Yunshi raised his hand and inquired, "What is it?" "It is already 10:15. Shouldn't you prepare for bed?" Sheng Bailang replied, his voice tinged with irritation. "But I promised to play one more round," Wen Yunshi protested, frowning as he reinitiated the game's matchmaking. "I've already agreed to play a round with Sister Ning. I will be a mage, and she will assist me." Sheng Bailang scrutinized him, questioning whether he intended to sleep at all that night, given that it was still not even 10:30. Wen Yunshi remained seated on the cushion, clutching his phone, unwilling to rise. After casting one last glance at him, Sheng Bailang turned and departed. Wen Yunshi blinked, watching his retreating figure before lowering his head to continue gaming. Initially, Sheng Bailang kept the bedroom light on while waiting for him, but as the clock approached 11 and when Yunshi had still not returned, he extinguished the light, leaving only the small night lamp on the other side of the bed. At 11:30, Sheng Bailang threw off the covers and made his way to the study. "Wen Yunshi," he called from the doorway, observing the boy exclaiming, "Help me, help me." Engrossed in his game, anger boiled within him. "Huh?" Wen Yunshi turned, finally realizing he had played numerous rounds. He sheepishly replied, "Bailang, just let me finish this one, will you? Tell me, what time is it?" Sheng Bailang, maintaining a stoic expression, asked, "It is 11:32. Just one moment, all right? There's a crystal on the other side about to burst." Wen Yunshi continued to plead, almost in a childish manner. Sheng Bailang cast a deep glance at him before retreating to his room, closing the door with a definitive click. Seeing him return, Wen Yunshi spoke in his phone, "Sister Ning, hurry, hurry. Once this round is over, I will go to bed. I told you to log off after the last match. Yet you insisted on winning another," Xiao Linran interjected. "But you all never managed to help me win." "I want to sleep too," Wen Yunshi retorted, yawning as he spoke. Typically, he would be in bed by 10:30, and now fatigue was overtaking him. In the midst of his yawn, he was slain by the enemy. Holding his phone, he spectated Xiao Linran and Xiao Xining during their team battle. After they emerged victorious, he exclaimed into the microphone, "Push the tower. Hee hee hee." Chapter 88, Bailang. "I am aggrieved after the tower was taken," Xiao Linran remarked. "All right, hurry off to sleep." "Goodbye, Xiao Linran. Goodbye, Sister Ning," Wen Yunshi said as he swiped his phone to exit the game interface. Upon exiting the study, he extinguished the light, leaving the corridor shrouded in darkness. As Sheng Bailang had not left a lamp for him. Approaching the master bedroom, he gently pushed against the door, but it did not yield. Cautiously, he pressed the handle down. Even with the handle depressed, the door remained shut. He exerted force, pushing against the door with his shoulder. Yet it still did not budge. Leaning against the door, Bailang called softly from within, "I cannot open the door. Could you please let me in?" After waiting at the door for approximately 5 minutes without hearing any response, he began to feel a creeping sense of dread. Sheng Bailang, having thrown off the covers, took his blanket and approached the door to open it, intending to sleep in the guest room. Wen Yunshi widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning why. He stood with his hands behind his back, tilting his head defiantly, refusing to accept the blanket. "I waited for you for an hour and a half. At 10:15. You said it was the last game. Is it still the last game at 11:32? Sheng Bailang placed the blanket in his arms, then released his grip. Wen Yunshi swiftly caught the blanket, only for the door to close before him. He reached out, knocking on the door. "I don't want to sleep alone. I don't want to sleep alone." Sheng Bailang, unmoved, replied from within, "I'm going to sleep. I won tea." Wen Yunshi's voice trembled with the onset of tears. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Bailang, I don't want to sleep alone." Sheng Bailang, remaining silent, returned to bed and pulled the covers over himself. Wen Yunshi stubbornly continued to knock. "I was wrong. Please forgive me. Bailang, I apologise. I shouldn't have said it was the last game. Only to play so many more. But I didn't when the last game then. That is why I played so many. Bailang, please open the door." He persisted in knocking. 10 minutes later, Sheng Bailang switched on the room light and let out a deep sigh. Rising from his bed, he approached the door. Wen Yunshi, who had been silently weeping while clutching the blanket, let out a loud wail upon seeing the door open. The housekeeper, Lu, awakened in the servant quarters on the first floor. "Why are you crying for your own mistakes?" Sheng Bailang stood at the door, showing no intention of letting him in. Wen Yunshi shook his head through tears, feeling wrong despite knowing he had erred. The added desire not to sleep alone intensified his sense of injustice. "Shall I take you to the guest room to sleep?" Wen Yunshi cried, even louder. Lu, dressed in his nightclothes with a coat draped over him, approached and, upon seeing Wen Yunshi in tears at the door and Sheng Bailang inside, inquired, "What is the matter, young Master Wen?" Turning to Lu as if he had found a pillar of support, Wen Yunshi sobbed, "Bailang one tea let me in to sleep. You want tea, let me sleep with him." Lu paused at the staircase, realizing this might be a private matter between the two and perhaps not appropriate for him to intervene. "Well then, plead with young master to allow you in, and I will come up to check. I will head down now." Without hesitation, Lu turned and descended the stairs. Sheng Bailang remarked, "Since Lu has come up, let him take you to the guest room to sleep." Wen Yunshi's cries ceased for a brief moment as he turned towards the staircase, realizing Lu had gone down and had not returned. "Bailang, you were mistaken. Lu did not come back up." Once his attention was diverted, his cries ceased. With tear-filled eyes, he gazed up at Sheng Bailang, asking if he could come in to sleep. Bailang did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand to extinguish the room's light beside the door. He sat at the edge of the bed, lifted the covers, and lay down. Without receiving an answer, Wen Yunshi's tears began to flow anew as he stood at the doorway, hesitant to enter. The door remained ajar, and clutching a blanket, he peered inside at the already settled Sheng Bailang. This time, witnessing Bailang asleep, he dared not utter a word. It was late, and he did not wish to disturb other slumber. Occasionally, he sniffled, his gaze fixed on the unmoving figure of Bailang on the bed. After a considerable time, he whispered, "May I come in? I promise I won't play games this late again, if that is all right." Hearing no response, he slowly ventured inside, interpreting the silence as consent. The brief journey took him 10 minutes. He carefully placed the blanket down beside the bed and continued to cry for another 2 or 3 minutes before he made his way to the bathroom to wash his face. During this, he dared not turn on the bathroom light, navigating in darkness both to and from. Noticing the door left ajar, he quietly closed it, and only after completing this did he return to bed. "Bailang, are you asleep?" he asked, cautious not to speak too loudly. Receiving no reply, he assumed Bailang had drifted off, so he gingerly moved closer, performing the nightly ritual of wrapping the blanket around Bailang's arm to hold him close. Just as he had encircled half of it, Bailang opened his eyes. "Not tonight." He withdrew his hand. Wen Yunshi's hand froze in place, feeling a wave of grievance wash over him. "Can I wait until you fall asleep before I hold you?" "No." "What if I sneak a hug once you're asleep?" "Still no." "Please, I just wash my face." "Bailang, I feel wronged. I want to cry, Bailang." The desire to cry that Wen Yunshi expressed was genuine. He recognized his fault and understood that he ought to accept the consequences. His reason acknowledged this, yet emotionally he resisted. "You were wrong. Do you feel wronged?" Sheng Bailang could not help but turn to face him. Seeing him turned, Wen Yunshi instinctively leaned forward, burying his face against Bailang's chest. "I know I was wrong, but I still feel wronged." Acknowledging his fault, yet unwilling to accept punishment, left him feeling aggrieved. Sheng Bailang sighed in resignation. "I have told you before, don't emulate Qiao Linran's exclamations and avoid coarse language. Why didn't you listen?" "I did listen," Wen Yunshi replied, genuinely feeling aggrieved as he began to cry. "I listened to you. You heard, but you didn't act." "Wen Yunshi, you're not adorable anymore." Sheng Bailang feigned pushing him away from his embrace. "Don't push me away. I am adorable," he insisted, pressing closely against Bailang. Sheng Bailang chuckled at his response. "Where's the adorableness in that?" "Sister Ning praised me for being adorable," Wen Yunshi sniffled. "Sister Ning merely offered a polite compliment. She didn't genuinely say you were adorable." "That was still a polite compliment. I'm adorable." It was already quite late, and Sheng Bailang felt utterly exhausted. At precisely 10:30, it was time for bed. No foul language during gaming, understood? Wen Yunshi, with a pronounced nasal tone, replied, "I understand, I won't do it again. Is that acceptable?" Chapter 89. A dreamlike day, Sheng Bailang rose to accompany him to wash his face anew before returning to bed. Wrapped in a blanket, Wen Yunshi began to curl his arm around himself. Once finished, he inquired, "May I hold you while I sleep? If I say no, will you cry?" Sheng Bailang's tone was tinged with helplessness. Is it permissible to cry? Wen Yunshi clung to him, resting his forehead against Sheng Bailang's shoulder. Will crying be of any use? This had become his habitual pose before slumber in recent times. No, aware that Wen Yunshi was weary and ready for rest. Sheng Bailang turned off the lights and tucked him in. In less than 2 minutes, he heard the steady rhythm of Wen Yunshi's breathing. Lowering his gaze to the swiftly slumbering figure, he murmured, "If you cry, it would be of significance to me." Unfortunately, the already asleep Wen Yunshi did not hear these words. The next morning, Wen Yunshi awoke and immediately sat up in bed. His eyelids were still heavy, but he recalled that his late-night gaming had caused him to retire so late. Thus, he dare not linger in bed. In the bathroom, Sheng Bailang, brushing his teeth, noticed a figure on the bed spring up like a carp leaping. He paused his brushing, observing Wen Yunshi, who sat on the edge of the bed, half awake. "Isporching a broji, foolish green." "Good morning, Bailang." Seeing he had not been startled awake by a nightmare, Sheng Bailang nodded and resumed brushing his teeth. Wen Yunshi, with one eye half open and the other shut, made his way to the bathroom, grasping the toothbrush that Sheng Bailang had prepared for him, and began to brush his teeth while keeping his eyes closed, appearing very drowsy. Sheng Bailang, catching a glimpse of him in the mirror, felt inclined to tease, "Little sure, you're not lazing in bed today. You look wide awake." "MHM," Wen Yunshi replied, forcing his eyes open. "I'm not drowsy." After freshening up and changing clothes, the two descended for breakfast. On their way to the company, Sheng Bailang, as was customary, turned on the news broadcast for Wen Yunshi. However, as he gazed at the screen, Wen Yunshi's eyelids grew heavier, and he fell asleep. Sheng Bailang quietly turned off the news, thinking, "Stubborn little mule." Upon arriving at the company, Wen Yunshi was roused from his slumber. With a groggy expression, he looked out the window at the familiar parking lot. "Why am I here?" In his daze, he instinctively leaned toward Sheng Bailang, who furrowed his brow and asked, dazed, "We come to work. Today is not a holiday." When Yunshi turned to him, attempting to recollect, "Bailang, where's my news broadcast?" "Your news broadcast concluded while you were dreaming. Now we must head upstairs to work." Sheng Bailang embraced him, concerned that he was still not fully awake. "I didn't see any dreams, nor did I witness the news broadcast," he murmured, resting his face against Sheng Bailang's shoulder. "I feel so sleepy. If my memory serves me correctly, you have a meeting this morning, and you have just 5 minutes before you are late." Sheng Bailang was well acquainted with Wen Yunshi's work schedule, remembering it more accurately than his own. Wen Yunshi struggled to open his eyes. Could one forego lunch for a midday nap? Certainly. Sheng Bailang assisted him in alighting from the car. As they parted, Wen Yunshi inquired, "Secretary Lin asked when our company might commence its annual leave. I long for an extended winter vacation. Upon returning to work, winter breaks would cease to exist, leaving only statutory holidays. I yearn for a winter holiday." When Yunshi yawned while walking, could the president and his partner take a longer leave? Sheng Bailang remained in the elevator, not stepping out with him. "That is not permissible. We must work diligently this morning. No dozing off allowed." When Yunshi turned back to face Sheng Bailang outside the elevator, "You do not seem to like me today." Sheng Bailang raised an eyebrow and allowed the elevator doors to close. Once the doors shut, When Yunshi remained in place, pouting, "I am truly so sleepy." Secretary Lin, passing by, noticed Wen Yunshi and approached to remind him, "Director 1, our meeting is about to commence in 2 minutes. How annoying, can I resign?" Wen Yunshi mumbled as he turned back to his office to retrieve his notebook and pen. He dragged his weary body to the conference room and took a seat. As the meeting commenced, Wen Yunshi held his pen, opening his notebook, listening intently to the report being analyzed on stage. 5 minutes later, he rested his chin on the notebook, his eyelids fluttering slowly. Eventually, they grew heavier, and he succumbed to slumber. Secretary Lin, upon discovering this, was taken aback, eyes wide in shock. The colleague who had finished reporting awaited Wen Yunshi's decision, and silence enveloped the conference room. Everyone in the company recognized him as the president's partner, yet they were uncertain whether to rouse him. Secretary Lin had no choice but to message Sheng Bailang, "President Sheng, Director 1 has fallen asleep during the meeting. Should I awaken him?" After returning from a restroom break, still applying hand cream, Sheng Bailang glanced at the message. A smile crept onto his face as he read it. His earlier remark about Wen Yunshi being unlovable was clearly false. Allow them to continue reporting. Ensure you take thorough notes. After the meeting, he can review your records. Sheng Bailang typed back. Also, please capture a few photographs of him sleeping. Secretary Lin promptly notified them to resume their reporting while hastily snapping photos of Wen Yunshi dozing on his notebook to send to Sheng Bailang. What an adorable little sleepyhead. Sheng Bailang mused, enlarging the images on his screen, where Wen Yunshi was seen with his head tilted, asleep in blissful repose. Wen Yunshi's nap extended for quite some time. It was only after the meeting concluded and attendees departed that Secretary Lin roused him. Director Wen? He mumbled, groggily opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, feeling as though he had stepped out of a dream. The first time he awoke, he was at home. The second time, he was in the company's parking lot. The third time, he wondered why the conference room was empty. The meeting has concluded. I have taken the minutes. You will need to review them personally and respond to them shortly, Secretary Lin informed, sending the documented file via WeChat. Wen Yunshi nodded, though he was still trying to comprehend what he had just heard. Once Secretary Lin exited the office, he gazed at the pen still clutched in his hand, examining the hasty scrawl on his notebook. He recalled that he was originally supposed to be in a meeting, yet he had unknowingly succumbed to slumber at some point. How dreadful, how utterly dreadful, he mumbled to himself, hoping that Bailang would not deny him the comfort of holding him while he slept tonight. He lifted his head, irritably raking his fingers through his hair, and retrieved his notebook and pen, retreating to the office to diligently review the meeting minutes. Proposals that warranted rejection would be firmly dismissed, while those approved would simply receive a succinct message of affirmation. After completing these tasks, the time for lunch approached. He pondered, as long as I remain silent, Bailang should not discover that I dozed off during the meeting today, right? Yes, I shall keep this to myself. Having prepared himself mentally, he followed his secretary upstairs to meet Bailang. Was Bailang exceedingly busy this morning? If so, he might not have the time to focus on me. The secretary nodded, stating that Mr. Sheng had conducted 2 meetings in the morning and spent the remainder of his time in the office. Chapter 90. Is it affection or habit? Upon hearing the secretary's words, Wen Yunshi felt 120 hearts ease. He motivated himself with a pat on the chest. The secretary opened the door to the president's office, and when Yunshi entered, greeting, "Good afternoon, Bailang." His voice was laced with a hint of guilt. Sheng Bailang stood from his desk, casting a brief glance in his direction. "Good afternoon, my little Shi." Wen Yunshi, sensitive to the subtle change in Bailang's demeanor, chuckled nervously. As Sheng Bailang walked ahead, Wen Yunshi followed closely, the two making their way to the dining hall. After their meal, Sheng Bailang set down his chopsticks and bowl, remarking, "Did you not tell me this morning that you would skip lunch in favor of a nap?" Bailang. I was quite famished just now, but now I am full," Wen Yunshi replied, his lips smeared with cream, hands awkwardly resting on his thighs, his innocent eyes wide open. "Oh, is that so?" Sheng Bailang offered him a wet tissue, noticing the cream on his own lips. "Yes, I'm quite satisfied now. Shall we change into our pajamas?" Wen Yunshi accepted the tissue and casually wiped his mouth. Rising from his chair, he announced, "Let's go and sleep." Sheng Bailang remained seated, watching him with a smile that only emerged once Wen Yunshi had entered the room. To him, Wen Yunshi's anxiousness was all too apparent. Unlike the usual straightforwardness he exhibited, where his gaze would wander everywhere but never settle on him, evoking a tenderness in Sheng Bailang that deterred him from exposing the truth. During their midday slumber, Wen Yunshi nestled close and asked Bailang, "What if I accidentally fall asleep at work?" Caught off guard by his soft inquiry, Sheng Bailang couldn't help but chuckle. "Little Shi, what do you wish to do about it?" "Just forgive me. I certainly would not intend to do so. I am a diligent employee," Wen Yunshi replied, nuzzling the blanket and rubbing his face against Sheng Bailang's arm. "Ah, so does that mean anyone who errs would escape punishment?" Sheng Bailang teased, eyes closed. "Unintentional mistakes can surely be forgiven," Wen Yunshi countered, playfully entwining his fingers with Sheng Bailang's. "If you make a mistake in the future, I shall forgive you too." Sheng Bailang grasped Wen Yunshi's fingers with a gentle touch. "Ah, how generous little Ji is," he mused. He turned to embrace Wen Yunshi, whispering, "Let us rest now. Good afternoon." Could you not learn to be this generous as well? Wen Yunshi replied, tilting his head to plant a tender kiss upon Sheng Bailang's chin. The kiss softened Sheng Bailang's heart, and he found himself increasingly fond of the subtly clever Wen Yunshi. Noticing his silence, Wen Yunshi closed his eyes to sleep, but after a few moments, he lifted his head again to bestow another kiss upon his chin. Following this, he nestled his face against Sheng Bailang's chest, closing his eyes to drift into slumber. Their midday nap was brief, yet when they awoke, they remained in the same positions as when they had fallen asleep. For Wen Yunshi, this was a much-needed recuperation, though Sheng Bailang's weariness was evident on his face. After a moment's pause, he sat up and turned on the light. As he looked at Wen Yunshi's alert gaze fixed upon him, he inquired, "Have you rested enough?" "Yes, it feels delightful," Wen Yunshi replied, clutching the blanket as he rolled over and stretched, burying his face deep into the fabric to inhale its scent. Sheng Bailang observed these little gestures, asking, "Little Ji, why do you always feel the need to smell the blanket?" Truth be told, after sharing a bed daily, Sheng Bailang's sheets were imbued with the scent of the milk-scented shower gel that Wen Yunshi currently favored. Whether at home or in the office, on sheets or pajamas, the moment Wen Yunshi drew near, Sheng Bailang could detect the aroma of the shower gel enveloping him. While most people's shower gel scent might linger for merely a couple of hours, Wen Yunshi was different. Even after a steamy encounter, he still retained that delightful fragrance. It was intoxicating, and Sheng Bailang cherished it. Wen Yunshi extended the blanket towards him, generously declaring, "Smell it." "I can indeed," Sheng Bailang replied, gently covering the hand that reached out to him. "Could we perhaps try a different fragrance?" "No, I only desire this scent," Wen Yunshi insisted, lowering the blanket. "Just as I have never changed my shower gel's fragrance over the years." As Sheng Bailang rose from bed, he queried, "Little Ji, is this preference born of affection or habit?" Wen Yunshi rose to change clothes alongside him, responding without a hint of hesitation, "Affection, of course." "And what of your feelings for me, little Ji? Is that affection or habit?" Sheng Bailang asked, placing the clothes he had changed out of on the edge of the bed. Wen Yunshi answered with unwavering certainty, "Affection." As Sheng Bailang changed his clothes, he cast a glance at Wen Yunshi, asking, "Can you truly differentiate between affection and habit? What I am accustomed to is what I love, is it not?" Wen Yunshi replied as he slipped into his trousers, tucking his loose top into his waistband to reveal his slender waist. Sheng Bailang picked up a light-colored trench coat, urging him to extend his arms so he could help him into it. "It matters not if you do not understand. If habit equates to affection, then let us allow Wen Yunshi to always grow accustomed to having me by his side." After enough rest, Wen Yunshi descended from the upper floor to the office, diligently immersing himself in his work, to the extent that he overlooked 3 missed calls from Wen Zhiding. When the workday concluded, Sheng Bailang descended the stairs to meet him. Wen Yunshi picked up his phone from the corner of his desk, exclaiming, "Work is done. Today, I shall assemble the number 3 Lego set." "Very well, dress yourself," Sheng Bailang replied, waiting patiently at the door. Wen Yunshi casually tucked his phone into Sheng Bailang's pocket, remarking on its weight, "It's quite heavy. I'll leave it with you. Is it all right if I take my own things?" To which he replied, "Not really." After donning his clothes, Wen Yunshi eagerly jogged ahead to summon the elevator, noting how swiftly the day had passed. "I accomplished a great deal this afternoon, and I even approved the documents you asked me to reject yesterday. Bailang, I assure you, I have not been slacking off." As the elevator arrived, Sheng Bailang listened attentively to Wen Yunshi recounting his approvals and activities, even a number of milk tea cups he had consumed that afternoon. Once inside the car, Wen Yunshi began to remove his outerwear and socks. With the pain in his foot subsiding, he crossed his legs and took out a Lego set from the back seat to play with, allowing his chatter to quiet down. Sheng Bailang's phone vibrated in his pocket, an incoming message from Xiao Linran. "Linran," he answered, placing the phone to his ear. Wen Yunshi turned to observe him, asking, "Is it Xiao Linran?" "Bailang, it's Xiao Ning's birthday tonight. We're gathering at the Vea Lounge for dinner. Are you bringing Xiao Shi along?" Xiao Linran's voice rang out clearly. Wen Yunshi leaned closer, pressing his ear near Sheng Bailang's hand to hear better. "Do you want to go?" Sheng Bailang lowered the phone slightly, turning to look at Wen Yunshi. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Can we play games there?" "Of course, come along. I'll join Xiao Shi for some gaming. He's been quite entertaining lately," Xiao Linran replied, oblivious to the fact that the two had argued over gaming the previous night. Sheng Bailang reiterated, "Are we going?" "If we can play games, then yes," Wen Yunshi answered, avoiding Sheng Bailang's gaze as he returned to his seat, speaking softly to the window, lacking confidence. Sheng Bailang instructed the driver to head straight to the lounge. Wen Yunshi, eyes bright, gazed out the window, suddenly recalling that his phone wasn't fully charged and would require a significant amount of battery for gaming. He reached into Sheng Bailang's pocket to retrieve his phone. "I need to charge my phone a lot." "Why so much?" Sheng Bailang assisted him in plugging in the charger, noticing 3 missed calls from Wen Yunshi on the screen. "Your father called you today?" "No, he didn't." Wen Yunshi sat cross-legged, a joyful expression on his face. Sheng Bailang swiped open his phone. "You didn't check your phone this afternoon, did you?" In the WeChat conversation, a new stock procurement contract from Wen Yunshi had arrived, accompanied by several lengthy voice messages marked with red dots, indicating they had not yet been listened to. Sheng Bailang tapped on the voice message, and Wen Yunxi's voice filled the air. Instantly, Wen Yunshi's eyes darted to the phone. "Did Dad send me a message?" "Yes, he sent you a document. Would you like to take a look?" Sheng Bailang offered the phone to him. Wen Yunshi opened the document, causing the playback of Wen Yunxi's voice to cease. He attentively read through the document, furrowing his brow before handing the phone back to Sheng Bailang. "Bailang, take a look." "I can't." The various elements within pertain to the fluctuations of KD Company's stock over the years, while Wen Yunshi wishes to convey that the proposed acquisition price is quite reasonable. Xiao Shi is at a loss to comprehend this. Sheng Bailang believes that, given Wen Yunshi's current development, he should indeed be able to understand this document. He is puzzled as to why his father intends to acquire the shares he holds. After all, were they not a gift from his mother? When Wen Yunshi claims he does not understand, he is essentially inquiring why Wen Yunshi has presented him with such a document. He cannot fathom the rationale behind Wen Yunxi's actions. Thus, what is Xiao Shi truly trying to ask? Sheng Bailang sets down his phone. Wen Yunshi lowers his gaze to the Lego in his hands and candidly poses the question. He wishes to know why his father is so fixated on the shares he possesses. Xiao Shi understands what the shares represent, and thus, his father's desire to acquire them must have a purpose. Sheng Bailang raises the petition. Will Xiao Shi be willing to part with them? Wen Yunshi unbuckles his seatbelt and leans into Sheng Bailang's embrace, declaring that he does not wish to give away what his mother bestowed upon him, not even to his father, if that is permissible. It appears he is faced with a dilemma, torn between adhering to his own desires and the reluctance to refuse Wen Yunshi. Sheng Bailang holds him close, assuring him that, of course, one must cherish the gifts from one's mother. He reflects on how Wen Yunshi, who once arrived at the Sheng household in tears, missing Aunt Wang, has now matured to handle various work-related issues independently. He has made few erroneous decisions over time, learning from mistakes that he would only commit once. He has grown rapidly in his professional capacity. Sheng Bailang inquires, Xiao Shi, what do you think about working at KD Company after the new year? He would not keep Wen Yunshi tethered to Sheng Group. The Hu family enterprise will eventually return to his stewardship. Not particularly appealing, Wen Yunshi replies lightly, resting his head on Sheng Bailang's shoulder. He harbors an unfavorable impression of KD Group from his last visit with Wen Yunshi. But KD Company is yours. You will inevitably return to assume a role akin to mine. Sheng Bailang wraps one arm around his waist while the other gently rubs his slender thigh. Work every day like you do? That would bring me immense dissatisfaction. Wen Yunshi straightens up, recalling Secretary Lin's words. No one who toils like a beast of burden finds joy. Only free spirits can truly relish happiness. Sheng Bailang chuckles. Did Secretary Lin mention that even free spirits require wealth to be happy? He is taken aback by the wisdom Wen Yunshi has gleaned from those around him downstairs. No, but does Bailang's wealth not grant me freedom? Wen Yunshi tugs at the belt of Sheng Bailang's coat, asserting, I do not wish to be a beast of burden. Sheng Bailang can't help but laugh heartily. Xiao Shi, your role at KD Company will be that of an entrepreneur, not a mere beast of burden. Why? Because you will be both the president and the owner. You will manage a company that provides numerous positions for others to work. enabling them to earn money to buy cakes, enjoy milk tea, and acquire spacious homes. Like you, managing many employees and distributing generous salaries? Wen Yunshi, while playing, has inadvertently wound Sheng Bailang's coat belt around his wrist. He sat atop Sheng Bailang, his attention diverted by an ordinary belt. Indeed, Xiaoshi could become a remarkable entrepreneur, employing numerous individuals, providing them with jobs, income, and stable life. Sheng Bailang adjusted his face, refusing to let anything else capture his focus. Will you accompany me? Wen Yunshi turned his face away, his hands fiddling with the belt. He was like that, easily engrossed in one matter, yet swiftly attracted by another. Sheng Bailang, accustomed to such distractions, removed the belt and placed it on the storage shelf at the back of the car. Xiaoshi, look at me. Wen Yunshi, seeing the belt placed out of reach, relented and reclined against Sheng Bailang once more. I do not wish to go to Katie Company. I want to be with you. We shall not always work in the same place. We can go to work separately, and when we return home, we can be together. Is that acceptable? Although this was a matter for after the new year, Sheng Bailang, mindful of Wen Yunshi's uniqueness, had begun to discuss it in advance. No, I want to be with you always. Wen Yunshi had just begun to acclimate to the small office of Sheng Mai Group, and now reconsidering a new environment felt daunting. Faced with this situation, Sheng Bailang felt a twinge of frustration. He was uncertain how Aunt Wang had convinced him to change environments before. We will be together. During the day, you'll be at Katie Company while I am at Sheng Mai, and after work, we will still be together. Bailang, when Yunshi straightened up, raising his hand before him, I have something to say. Sheng Bailang, intrigued by his serious demeanor, urged, speak. I want us to work together. I wish to find you anytime. I want us to share many breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, and to take numerous afternoon naps together, if you please. Chapter 92. The bar. Sheng Bailang was profoundly moved. He quietly gazed at the person before him. Did Xiaoshi long to be with Bailang for a while? He nodded emphatically. I do not wish to go to Katie Company. I only want to go to work with Bailang every day, to eat, to take afternoon naps, to return home, to play games, and to build with Legos. Wen Yunshi spoke rapidly, his eyes curving in delight. His thoughts were simple, merely desiring to live closely with Sheng Bailang, to be attached to him. This is the life you are accustomed to. After the new year, we can adjust to a different way of living. Sheng Bailang, unable to resist, gently cupped Wen Yunshi's neck. As their lips met, Wen Yunshi obediently closed his eyes. Habitually, he extended his tongue, attempting to tease at Sheng Bailang's lips, but as he opened his mouth, he was swiftly claimed. During the kiss, Wen Yunshi whimpered, pushing against Sheng Bailang's chest. He was unaccustomed to such deep and fervent kisses. Frowning, he tilted his head back, but was held firm by Sheng Bailang's hand, emitting soft murmurs from his throat. Sheng Bailang, exerting a bit more force, pulled him into his embrace, fervently savoring Wen Yunshi's tongue. After several minutes of struggling, Wen Yunshi was finally released, collapsing against Sheng Bailang's shoulder, panting softly, goodness. In their recent kiss, his tongue failed to enter Sheng Bailang's mouth, nor did he savor the softness of Sheng Bailang's lips. A hint of dissatisfaction flickered across his brow as he rested his head on his shoulder, breathing heavily. Once he regained his composure, he began, good or bad, you never let me kiss you. Haven't I already allowed you? Sheng Bailang retorted. How could that be? He produced a tissue to wipe the corner of his mouth. Wen Yunshi sulkily wiped his mouth with Sheng Bailang's overcoat, releasing a small burst of frustration. The bar was not far from the company. Sheng Bailang unfastened his seatbelt and gestured for Wen Yunshi to exit the vehicle first. We have arrived. After stepping out, Wen Yunshi stood by the car door and inquired, Bailang, where's Xiao Linran? He's inside. We'll see him once we enter, Sheng Bailang replied, taking his hand as they walked in together. Xiao Linran had reserved the bar for Xiao Xinling's birthday. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a host of familiar friends. Du Yinwei, seated at the table nearest the entrance, was the first to notice their arrival. Alang, over here. He beckoned. Sheng Bailang led Wen Yunshi to their seats. Why are you sitting here all alone? Good evening, Brother Du. Wen Yunshi curiously scanned the surroundings. Other friends were gathered in the central area, playing games, dancing, and even DJing. Du Yinwei sat apart, nursing his drink. Good evening, little one. The place is so lively. And I'm not missed at all, he remarked, his gaze ostensibly wandering to the center, yet subtly tracking Xiao Xinling. Love should be expressed. Sheng Bailang poured himself a glass of wine. His words were directed at Du Yinwei. Pretending to be indifferent, Du Yinwei clinked his glass against Sheng Bailang's. Wen Yunshi licked his lips, recalling the sting in his palm from the ruler during his last drinking experience, a sensation he still vividly remembered. Why haven't I spotted Xiao Linran yet? He pondered aloud. Little sure, send Linran a message, telling him to come find you by the entrance, all right? Sheng Bailang instructed the waiter to bring a fruit platter and non-alcoholic juices. Wen Yunshi nodded, pulling out his phone to check a message from Wen Jiding. Bailang, how should I respond to Dad's message? Just tell him you don't want to sell what Mom gave you, Sheng Bailang advised, leaning close amid the noise. All right. Wen Yunshi typed the response before exiting the chat window, determined to locate Xiao Linran. He was acutely aware that his purpose for coming was to play games. The waiter arrived with a large fruit platter, alongside 3 cups of fruit juice, 2 bottles of cola, and 2 bottles of Sprite. Glancing at the blue cans, Wen Yunshi asked, Bailang, can I drink this? He recalled Aunt Wang using it to cook chicken wings, which were quite delicious. However, Aunt Wang had forbidden him from drinking it, saying it could make him ill. Cola? Sheng Bailang placed a can of Pepsi before him. Do you want to drink it? Is that allowed? Wen Yunshi's wide eyes were fixed on him. Sheng Bailang, feeling the chill of the cola can, replied, Yes. You can sip it like ice cream. Hold it in your mouth for a few seconds before swallowing. His stomach could not tolerate very cold drinks in one go, so he slightly rose to fetch a beer glass, pouring out the cola to let it warm a bit. Is it 2 seconds, 3 seconds, or 5 seconds? His gaze was fixed intently on the bubbling cola. At that moment, Xiao Linran appeared beside him. Oh, Xiao, you've arrived so soon. Xiao Linran. Shall we play a game? Wen Yunshi looked up at Xiao Linran, his mind solely occupied with thoughts of gaming. Seeing Xiao Linran felt akin to stepping into the realm of the King's Canyon. Xiao, you are simply delightful. Xiao Linran took a seat next to him and pulled out his phone. Bailang, want to join us for a game? Many of our high school friends are here. They had all attended high school together, so their circle of friends was quite familiar. Let's play later. Sheng Bailang reached for Wen Yunshi's hand, saying, Let us go wish Sister Ning a happy birthday and then return to the game. Otherwise, once the game starts, I fear he won't be able to call you back. Wen Yunshi, holding his phone in a ready stance for gaming, obediently stood up to follow Sheng Bailang, turning to Xiao Linran and saying, You wait for me, okay? You must wait for me to return before we play together. Go ahead, I will definitely wait for you. Xiao Linran assured, placing his phone on the table. Du Yinwei interjected, Has your sister recently started dating? His gaze drifted somewhat aimlessly towards a figure in the center of the venue. Not yet, Xiao Linran replied, pouring himself a drink. Her university senior is pursuing her. But it seems she might be somewhat interested in him, considering he is the only suitor she has outright rejected in all these years. Du Yinhui mum ulit an acknowledgement. Not continuing the conversation, Xiao Linran, not catching his drift, asked what is wrong. Not feeling lively tonight? It's nothing, just a bit tired, Du Yinhui replied, downing his drink. You seem quite familiar with Xiao. Indeed, we've been playing games together often lately. Whenever he reaches out to me, it's solely about gaming, Xiao Linran chuckled. Shortly after, Sheng Bailang returned with Wen Yunshi, who quickly settled back into his seat. I'm back. He opened his game on his phone, exclaiming, Sister Ning is an absolute beauty today, exceptionally stunning. Her dress is so lovely, haha. Sheng Bailang gently ruffled his hair, asking, Are you hungry, Xiao? They had come directly after work and should have been home for dinner at this hour. Can we play the game first? Wen Yunshi's addiction to the game was quite evident. Sheng Bailang raised an eyebrow. If you're not hungry, we can hold off on eating. If you are, I'll have the waiter bring you something. Not hungry. Wen Yunshi firmly shook his head. All he desired was to play. While waiting for the game match to begin, he took small sips of his cola, and upon tasting it for the first time, his whole being quivered with delight. His bright eyes sparkled as he looked at Sheng Bailang. Bailang, you must try this. Seeing his excitement, Sheng Bailang curiously took a sip of the cola. What is the matter? It just tastes like regular cola. It's so delicious. Wen Yunshi exclaimed, lifting his cup and examining the bubbles rising within. How could something so delectable exist? Oh my, how delightful it is. The trio at the table was taken aback by his expression. Xiao Linran raised his glass and took a sip, a hint of confusion in his voice as he asked, Elang, do you not let him drink beverages usually? Sheng Bailang looked at Wen Yunshi. Have you never had a drink before? No, the child replied. Aunt Wang says that drinks bought from outside are not good for one's health, but I see you all drinking. Thus, when he spotted the drinks that the waiter brought over, he inquired if he could have some of what Sheng Bailang was having. Xiao Linran sighed, what a poor child. Du Yinwei nodded, that green bottle is also quite tasty. Would you like to try it? Wen Yunshi gazed curiously at the Sprite on the table, then turned to Sheng Bailang, softly asking, is it all right? Such a hopeful look in Wen Yunshi's eyes made it difficult to refuse. His expression tinged with delicate apprehension of rejection. Start with the cola. If you still want more later, you can have the Sprite, Sheng Bailang advised, concerned that too much cold drink at once might upset his stomach. Thus, throughout the evening's gaming session, Wen Yunshi would occasionally sip his cola while playing. Numerous times, ambushed by enemies in the grass, he barely had time to speak. He could only hastily swallow his cola and exclaim, oh no. Xiao Linran continued to use expressions that Wen Yunshi could not imitate. Several times, as Wen Yunshi was about to utter a word, he would suddenly catch himself upon realizing Sheng Bailang was nearby, swallowing back his words. He certainly did not wish to forfeit his chance to return to his room to sleep that night. The two continued playing until 9:30, at which point Sheng Bailang declared, all right, let's finish this round and head home. Unlike the previous night, Wen Yunshi promptly replied, okay, I will be obedient. After completing the round, he exited the game. A bottle of cola remained largely untouched as he had been sipping it slowly. His gaze lingered on the remaining bottle of Pepsi and the Sprite set aside. Sheng Bailang stood up, addressing Xiao Linran and Du Yinwei. We're heading out now. We have work tomorrow. Wen Yunshi also rose, whispering so only Sheng Bailang could hear, Bailang, can I take the Sprite and cola home? There is plenty at home. Sheng Bailang responded, taking his hand as they bid farewell. Goodbye, Xiao Linran and brother Du, let's play together again next time. Wen Yunshi waved at them. Xiao Linran teased. Little sure goodbye. Shall we arrange for you to come out for cola again next time? Yes, yes. Wen Yunshi beamed. If Sheng Bailang is there, with cola and fun games, I would be delighted. He smacked his lips together and, once in the car, turned to Sheng Bailang and said, I want to drink so much cola. You cannot drink too much. Just a little, Sheng Bailang replied, fastening his seatbelt. It's quite late. We can drink more another day. Can we drink tomorrow then? Wen Yunshi, having skipped dinner in favor of drinks and fruit, felt a twinge of hunger. Yes, we can, Sheng Bailang replied, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol while chatting with Du Yinwei earlier. He leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Wen Yunshi sat beside him, engrossed in playing with his Lego. Suddenly, he paused midway, unsure of how to proceed with his creation. Instinctively, he turned to seek assistance from Sheng Bailang, and his gaze fell upon the latter, who was resting with his eyes closed. He lingered on Sheng Bailang's profile in silence for an extended moment. Then I shall sleep as well, he murmured softly, placing the Lego set back into its small bag. He leaned his head against the car window, his hands empty, yet his fingers seemed to be toying with an invisible object, moving slightly. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. The vehicle came to a steady halt in the parking area of the garden, and Sheng Bailang, sensing the stop, slowly opened his eyes. The driver, tilting his head towards the back seat, announced, Young master, we have arrived. MHM, Sheng Bailang replied, directing his gaze towards Wen Yunshi, who was leaning against the window, sleeping soundly with his mouth slightly agape. He instructed the driver, please have Butler Liu arrange for 2 bowls of noodles from the kitchen. Certainly, young master, the driver replied, stepping out of the car. Sheng Bailang remained seated for a while, calculating the time it would take for the noodles to be prepared before gently tapping Wen Yunshi. Xiao Shi, wake up, we are home. Wen Yunshi, still with his eyes closed, lifted his head from the window, sleepily opening the car door. As he extended his foot outside, the seatbelt restrained him. Sheng Bailang assisted him in unbuckling the seatbelt, and Wen Yunshi, still half asleep, mumbled, of course. I should open my eyes to walk. He echoed Sheng Bailang's words, yet his eyelids remained shut. Open your eyes, Sheng Bailang urged. stepping out from the other side of the car to join him. "What is the matter with your eyelids, Xiaoshi?" His tone was gentle, a smile gracing his features as he looked at the drowsy Wen Yunshi. Wen Yunshi murmured in a daze, "There are bad people on my eyelids, preventing me from opening them." After uttering this, he struggled to lift his eyelids, finally exclaiming, "Bailang, I am so tired." After a large yawn, he continued, "Bailang, I'm also quite hungry. The kitchen staff is preparing noodles for us. Would you prefer to eat or sleep?" Sheng Bailang took his hand, guiding him inside. The garden lights were dimming. They entered the brightly lit first floor, with Wen Yunshi nearly tripping on the steps due to not lifting his feet high enough. But Sheng Bailang held him steady. This stumble startled him awake. Once stable, he turned to glance back at the stairs, seemingly incredulous about having been tripped. "Has it grown taller?" Wen Yunshi inquired. "You mean the stairs have grown taller, causing you to stumble?" "Yes, it seems to have suddenly grown taller." They stepped into the well-lit first floor. The servants carried 2 bowls of freshly cooked noodles from the kitchen to the dining table. Upon noticing them at the door, Butler Lu called out, young Master Wen, the noodles are ready. Thank you for your hard work. The garden lights are dim. We will replace the bulbs with new ones tomorrow," Sheng Bailang instructed Butler Lu while changing his shoes. "Understood," Butler Lu replied, stepping forward to retrieve a pair of slippers for Wen Yunshi. "Young Master Wen, were these softer ones? They won't chafe your instep." Obediently, Wen Yunshi removed the slipper he had already donned. "Butler Lu, the stairs outside have grown taller." "Huh?" Butler Lu responded, perplexed. "The stairs have grown taller?" Sheng Bailang, now in his shoes, chuckled as he walked inside, recalling how he had tripped on the steps while still drowsy upon their return. "It has grown rather tall and has tripped me up." Wen Yunshi replaced his shoes and walked inside. The two of them proceeded to the restroom to wash their hands. "Butler Lu, please ensure it does not grow any taller tomorrow. Falling can be quite painful." Butler Lu stood at the doorway, gazing at the steps outside, then glanced at Wen Yunshi's figure, contemplating how he might address this by tomorrow. "Thank you, Butler Lu." After washing his hands, Wen Yunshi settled onto a chair in the dining hall. "Butler Lu, I would like 2 fried eggs. I am quite hungry." The maid, standing before the screen in the dining hall, softly replied, "Certainly, young Master Wen." "Thank you, Xiaoqing. Please add soy sauce to my fried eggs. I prefer them crispy, if that's all right." Wen Yunshi remembered the maid's name. The maid was somewhat taken aback to hear Wen Yunshi refer to her so informally, and she nodded repeatedly before retreating to the kitchen. Wen Yunshi looked disdainfully at the soft-boiled egg that Sheng Bailang had prepared. "Your egg does not look appetizing. It appears unappealing." "Indeed, only crispy fried eggs are delicious," Sheng Bailang concurred. Wen Yunshi nodded and shook his head. "Well, your egg is also tasty. You may enjoy that one." Initially, Sheng Bailang was puzzled by the meaning behind his words. It was not until the perfectly fried eggs were served that Wen Yunshi, feeling somewhat guilty, quietly pushed one of the fried eggs in front of him. Sheng Bailang suddenly smiled and remarked, "Xiaoshi, I too enjoy crispy fried eggs. What should we do?" Wen Yunshi looked somewhat embarrassed at the 2 fried eggs before him, then glanced at the soft-boiled egg in the bowl. At that moment, Butler Lu entered the kitchen. "Young Master, this is Sprite." A small glass of Sprite still fizzed with bubbles. It was just as Sheng Bailang had instructed. Wen Yunshi observed the clear Sprite, feeling it resembled plain water in flavor. He had expected Sprite to appear dark, like cola, bitter in color yet sweet in taste. "Thank you, Butler Lu." He lowered his gaze to the 3 eggs and tentatively asked Sheng Bailang, "Would you like the egg in my bowl? 2 each seems fair." Ultimately, he was reluctant to part with the freshly fried eggs. Sheng Bailang affectionately replied, "No need for yours. Finish up and go take a bath and sleep, you little miser." "I am not a miser." He slid his bowl toward Sheng Bailang. "Would you eat the one in my bowl?" He disliked half-cooked eggs. Sheng Bailang used chopsticks to transfer the egg into his own bowl, affirming, "Indeed, Xiaoshi is not a miser. He simply does not enjoy half-cooked eggs." "Exactly," Wen Yunshi said with a hint of pride as he transferred a fried egg to his bowl, thinking that since the young master preferred half-cooked eggs, he would share the soft-boiled one with him. As Butler Lu turned to exit the dining hall, he found it amusing to hear Wen Yunshi refer to Sheng Bailang as young master, sensing a playful nuance. After finishing his noodles, Wen Yunshi finally picked up the clear Sprite. "Bailang, Why does it look like plain water? It's sweet. If you don't like it, we need not drink it. Sheng Bailang wiped his mouth with a napkin. Wen Yunshi set down the glass of what he perceived as plain water and followed Sheng Bailang to wash his hands and wipe his mouth. After washing his hands, he turned to glance at the Sprite on the table, lost in thought, murmuring about feeling quite full. He stood still for a few seconds before walking over to pick up the Sprite, taking a small sip. Wow. Sheng Bailang suddenly turned to look at him, mimicking Lin Ran. Wow, this tastes delightful. Wen Yunshi shook his little head as he held the cup. As Sheng Bailang observed him approaching with the Sprite, he preemptively stated, "Drink it yourself. I do not enjoy sweet beverages." "I know it's sweet," Wen Yunshi emphasized. "You're 22 and have yet to try such drinks." Sheng Bailang gazed at him, feeling a tinge of pity. "I am not pitiful. I am quite happy," Wen Yunshi declared as he walked upstairs with his unfinished drink. Sheng Bailang followed closely behind, advising, "If you've eaten enough, you shouldn't drink anymore. There will be more tomorrow. I want to feel full after my shower. Then I can drink," Wen Yunshi replied, placing the Sprite on his bedside table before heading to the wardrobe to select his pajamas for the night. After searching for a long while, he exclaimed, "Bailang, my pajamas are missing." He stood before the wardrobe with his hands spread wide. Sheng Bailang had memorized the 7 sets of pajamas corresponding to each day of the week. After searching for a while, he said, "You go take a shower. I'll ask Butler Lu." "All right," Wen Yunshi responded, heading to the bathroom. Butler Lu was summoned by Sheng Bailang's call and went downstairs to the laundry room to search for the pajamas. 10 minutes later, Lu returned, stating, "Young master, I could not find Wen's pajamas downstairs." This indicated that they were indeed not found. "Let us look for them tomorrow. Arrange for someone to buy several identical sets to keep on hand," Sheng Bailang instructed, casually pulling out one of his own short-sleeved shirts from the wardrobe. After finishing his shower, Wen Yunshi emerged with damp hair, peeking his head out from behind half-open doors to ask, "Bailang, where are my pajamas?" Sheng Bailang handed him his oversized white t-shirt. "Way out of mine." "Huh?" Wen Yunshi took it, protesting, "But I want to wear my pajamas." "Not tonight. We're making love," Sheng Bailang declared as he fully opened the bathroom door. Wen Yunshi covered his modesty with the t-shirt, asking, "Tonight? Will it hurt like last time?" "There will be a bit of discomfort, but afterward it will feel pleasant," Sheng Bailang reassured as he took the t-shirt from him and helped him put it on. "Now, go wait for me outside." Wen Yunshi tilted his head, inquiring, "Bailang, is there a way it doesn't hurt at the beginning?" "It won't hurt in the future," Sheng Bailang replied, entering the bathroom and beginning to undress in front of him. Wen Yunshi turned to glance back, licking his lips, feeling shy as he stepped out to close the door behind him. Remembering the previous experience, he sat anxiously on the edge of the bed. After a while, realizing he was not wearing any underwear, he rushed back to the wardrobe to find a pair to put on. Within the brief span of Sheng Bailang's shower, which lasted just over 10 minutes, Wen Yunshi accomplished many tasks. He finished the now lukewarm Sprite on the table and searched the wardrobe for the pajamas he originally intended to wear. Hearing the sound of the shower stop, he instinctively felt his face flush and hid away in the wardrobe.